Li Chu traveled to Shilipo and became a young Taoist priest. In this world filled with gods and demons, he initially thought he could just survive in Shilipo, until one day he was forced to step into the Jianghu, and he realized that there is nothing in this world that cannot be resolved with a sword. If there is, then it takes two swords. Chapter 1. The Sword on Shilipo. Level 71. Li Chu murmured, casually swinging his sword. A lantern flickering with ghostly fire about 10 feet in front of him instantly extinguished, then split in half and fell to the ground, as it was severed by his casual sword. Strike! It was already the middle of the night, yet a young Taoist dressed in a water and fire robe was wandering in this desolate wilderness, making the scene quite eerie. From a distance, he appeared tall and graceful, and as one got closer, his clear brows and features could be seen. His eyes sparkled with brilliance, truly a handsome figure. Untouched by the mundane world, as he strolled leisurely, ghostly lanterns would occasionally dart out from the darkness, trying to approach him. Unfortunately, with the rise and fall of his sword's light, none of the lanterns could take a single step beyond the boundary. With each lantern he extinguished, some invisible white light spots would rise from the remnants of the lantern and merge into the Taoist body. Sigh, Li Chu sighed softly and said to himself, "As I level up, the experience provided by the lantern monsters is getting less and less. At first, I could level up with just one monster, but this time it took a full 2 months. At this rate, who knows when I'll level up again." But he shifted his tone and continued, "Although leveling up is slow, it is safe." His gaze turned towards a distant direction, seemingly seeing through the endless darkness, spotting those vicious beings that prey on others. That a man must endure loneliness, resist temptation, and slay the lantern monsters. While he was talking to himself, he had already casually killed 5 or 6 lantern monsters, his movements so skilled and positioning so precise that he had reached perfection. Li Chu had been in this world for nearly a year. A year ago, he was just a recent graduate who had just finished the college entrance examination, feeling down after only scoring second in the province due to a fatal mistake. On a boring afternoon, he opened an old fantasy game and unexpectedly unlocked a door to a world of sin. When he woke up, he found himself in a strange world. Outside Yuhang town, there was a Shilipo, and on Shilipo, there was a Deyun temple where he became a young Taoist priest. Of course, who he was didn't matter. What mattered was that in this world, the concepts of gods, Taoist magic, and monsters had all become real, and the person who once controlled a virtual character, Li Chu, had now turned into a flesh and blood body that could feel pain and die. His mindset instantly collapsed. Anyone can slay enemies from behind screen, but when a real person enters such a world, his only thought is to live happily. That on the west side of Shilipo is a mass grave, a wild and desolate place, and with abundant spiritual energy, it inevitably gives rise to some ghosts, with the lantern monster being the most common. The lantern monsters are quite weak, essentially some weakly spiritual wandering souls attaching themselves to phosphorescence, taking the form of lanterns. When passers-by approach, their souls would be impacted. Such low-level monsters can easily be dispelled by any man with a bit of yang energy. Even if they were successfully impacted, it would only result in a minor illness, posing no serious threat. So, over the years, no practitioners have come to deal with them because everyone is too lazy to take action. The nearby residents of Yuhang town also know not to pass through Shilipo at night, so few have been harmed. Until Li Chu appeared, when he discovered that he could gain experience by killing monsters to enhance his strength. The lantern monsters on Shilipo faced an unprecedented catastrophe. Who told them they were the weakest monsters within 100 miles and could continuously spawn, making them the perfect choice for leveling up? As night deepened, he understood the principle of not exhausting resources, so he would not wipe them out completely after finishing off the lantern monsters. He would give them 3 to 4 days to recuperate. During these days, he would go to the forest in the east to hunt ghost bees, to the wasteland in the south for wine jar monsters, and to the foot of the mountain in the north to farm dark furballs. These various small monsters, if there's a common point, are that they are weak in this dangerous world. The weak and helpless Li Chu relied on these even weaker monsters to gradually grow stronger. Under the moonlight, the mountain wind rustled his robe as the sword-bearing young Taoist walked forward confidently, soon spotting an ancient Taoist temple. The outer wall of the temple clearly showed signs of age, with half of the wall covered in creeping ivy. The plaque above had lost its gold paint, leaving only the three hollow characters Diyunguan. Li Chu pushed the door open and entered the spacious front courtyard was paved with blue bricks, and in the center stood a large bronze cauldron with three thick incense sticks inserted into it. After crossing the front yard, he reached the main hall of the three pure ones. Inside the hall, a golden statue of the three pure ones was enshrined on the altar. Li Chu casually nodded at the altar as a greeting, then walked straight past it in modern soul. Even in a world of strange powers, he could not muster much reverence for these deities. Li Chu's thinking was simple. If you can truly fulfill my wishes, then I will believe in you. If not, then sorry, we shall part ways. The back courtyard was much smaller and more chaotic, with yellow earth underfoot, a flourishing old locust tree in the corner, a stone-covered well beneath the tree, and a stone table and stool beside the well. Even in the scorching summer, the area around the well felt bone-chillingly cool, as if one were facing an open refrigerator door, which is why the master and disciple often cooled off and chatted there. In the courtyard, there were three small rooms, one belonging to Yu, one to Li Chu, and the other was the kitchen, which also counted as Li Chu's. His master, Yu Qian, the head of the Yun Temple, claimed to be a true enlightened being, at least according to his own words. Taoist, Yu claimed that he once roamed the Jianghu, eliminating demons and upholding justice, committing many killings, which led him to come to this small temple to live in seclusion, vowing never to kill again. When he felt inspired, he often told Li Chu stories from his youth. Tales of slaying demons at the morning song banquet, battling dragons in the East Sea, opening the heavenly gate under the moon at Kunlun. Countless mystical scenes that were breathtaking. Thus, Li Chu's highest aspiration in diligently leveling up by defeating monsters every day was to become a powerful being like his master. After a simple wash, he concluded a tiring yet fulfilling day, took off his clothes, and prepared to sleep. In an era without mobile phones or the internet, his sleep was much more stable. Thinking of his weak self and how he was getting closer to his powerful master, a satisfied smile unconsciously appeared on Li Chu's face. Chapter 2: The Peaceful Years at the Yun Temple. The next morning, the dawn was bright. Li Chu's spirit had been increasingly vigorous lately. Even though he only slept for 2 hours each night, he did not feel fatigued. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw his master sitting on a stone bench in the courtyard, lost in thought. Yu Qian, in his 50s, showed no signs of aging. Dressed in a neat blue robe with his hair styled in 2 hanging braids, he sat upright under the tree, exuding an aura of immortality. Just then, a gentle breeze blew, causing leaves to rustle above, and the atmosphere of a great master seemed almost to overflow the scene. Upon seeing Li Chu, he glanced over and said, "Not bad, my disciple, your cultivation has improved." Li Chu secretly marveled at how perceptive his master was. Indeed, he couldn't hide his progress from him. He nodded and replied, "It's just a small improvement. Thank you for your praise, master. Your current cultivation is almost catching up to where I was at your age. You must encourage yourself and not become complacent," Yu Qian said lightly. Hearing this, Li Chu felt quite encouraged and hurriedly replied, "I understand, master." Yu Qian nodded slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. Earlier, Yu Qian had said that the sex cultivation method could only be practiced by someone with a rare heavenly spiritual root that appeared once in 100 years. So he could not pass it on to Li Chu, which had left Li Chu feeling quite disappointed. Fortunately, he later discovered that he possessed the unique ability to level up by defeating monsters, which allowed him to embark on the path of cultivation. He had never dared to hope to catch up with Yu Qian, so receiving such high praise today was indeed a pleasant surprise. After quickly finishing breakfast, the master and disciple ate, and then Li Chu changed into a neat Taoist robe and went to the main hall. After all, as a Taoist, his main job during the day was to sit on the meditation cushion in the Sanqing Hall, waiting for pilgrims to arrive. Yu Qian did not need to wait there. Firstly, because of his status as the temple leader, and secondly, because the Yun Temple had very few visitors, often going half a day without a single soul. Even when someone did come, they were usually poor villagers from nearby who could not offer much in terms of incense money. So there was no need for him to personally welcome them. Only when a few well-known patrons came would Li Chu run to the backyard to invite his master out. Often, with his rich voice and eloquent speech, Yu Qian could earn enough for the two of them to live for a month. Whenever this happened, Li Chu would sigh behind him, thinking, "This is called professionalism." No wonder he was an idol for middle-aged women in Yuhang town. At this moment, this idol sat at a stone table, exuding an aura of immortality, engrossed in flipping through an art album. The wind rustled the pages, and amidst the fluttering, One could see the cover of the album with a few large characters that vaguely resembled lantern, grass, harmony, and still. Sitting quietly on the meditation cushion, Li Chu silently circulated the energy within him. Although this circulation did not promote the growth of his power, it produced a warm current in his body. This warm current could relieve fatigue, clear meridians, invigorate blood flow, and revive a man's vigor. Through this circulation, he could sit cross-legged on the cushion all day without experiencing numbness in his legs. For a Taoist, this was quite a practical skill. He did not know how to name this power. It was different from physical strength and energy, resembling a mass of qi that filled his body, dissipating instantly into nothingness once it left. There were many serious cultivators in this world, and he naturally knew of the existence of true qi. It was the manifestation of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within the human body, the foundation of all magical powers and Taoist techniques, and incredibly mysterious. However, unlike true qi, which needed to be enhanced through breathing and circulating energy, the only way for Li Chu to enhance this power was through defeating monsters and leveling up. If it weren't for this, why would he risk bullying lantern monsters? Indeed, even a bit of risk was still risk. In his view, the world was filled with dangers. Demons and monsters, collectively referred to as evil beings. On the first day after crossing over, Li Chu witnessed a tragic incident involving an evil being harming a person. Brother Nyo from the neighboring village was dragged away by a water ghost. A tragedy in the world. Afterward, due to his status as a Taoist, Li Chu encountered several cases of evil beings causing trouble, leaving a heavy shadow on his modern soul raised in a peaceful environment. Even after improving his strength, he had helped resolve some of these issues, and the processes were usually quite smooth. But killing was one thing, fear was another. He was very clear that he was just a small corner of the vast world. There were countless powerful demons and monsters in this world. There should be a certain level of respect and fear for evil beings. As the Taoist scriptures say, young people should not be too impulsive. Objectively speaking, the current world could be considered a peaceful era. Today, the realm was under the rule of the Hua dynasty. It was a powerful feudal dynasty with a well-established bureaucratic system internally and a strong national army externally, thriving commerce, and strict laws. The court had agencies specifically for dealing with such incidents involving evil beings, and there were numerous sects and traditions of cultivators in the martial world. The founding emperor of Hala personally conferred titles on the 12 immortal gates, established an immortal examination system, and encouraged martial practitioners to eliminate demons and uphold the Tao. Both Taoism and Buddhism, as well as the civil and military paths, were eager to contribute their strength to protect local peace and expand their followers. However, the entire dynasty was too vast. Even with many cultivators, once you encountered an evil being, no one could guarantee they could save you in time. They could only avenge you as best as they could. Yuhang Town was a district under the jurisdiction of the Hala dynasty, located in Jiangnan province, under Hangzhou city. And Shirley Slope, as the name suggests, was 10 miles outside Yuhang Town. If further subdivided, it might even belong to a certain village. Sometimes Li Chu wondered if he was being too timid as a transmigrator. It had been almost a year, and he hadn't left the beginner village. But then he thought again, you haven't given me the treatment a transmigrator should have. Far away, there were various kinds of accompanying grandpas, and closer, there were all sorts of fancy systems. At the very least, he should have a super-duper artifact, right? And what about himself? He didn't even have a spiritual root for cultivation. He only had the ability to level up by defeating monsters, and had to diligently grind small monsters every night to slightly improve his strength. Thinking this way, Li Chu felt more at ease. It was impossible to leave the mountain. It would never be possible in this lifetime. Without a golden finger, he could only grind lantern monsters, barely maintaining his level up. The people of Yuhang Town were all talented, spoke sweetly, and he loved being here. The sun was shining brightly, and the white clouds were floating gently. The cicadas were cheerfully chirping in the trees. In the temple, the young Taoist quietly waited for pilgrims in the front hall, while the old Taoist quietly looked at the art album in the backyard. This is what is called peaceful years. The fragrance of stone heather floated in the air. Chapter 3 There's nothing that can't be solved with a sword. As the evening sun cast its golden rays over the mountains, the sound of a shepherd's flute echoed as he returned home. Li Chu stood up from the cushion, stretching his body and smoothing out the wrinkles in his Taoist robe. Another day without a single pilgrim visiting. From this moment on, Li Chu's spirit and body truly belonged to him. He had become a truly free person. To put it simply, he was off work. Even though he had done nothing all day, the life of a young Taoist was simple and unadorned, and somewhat monotonous. After the two had dinner, he stood up and said to Yu Qian, "Master, I need to go out for a bit." Yu Qian nodded gently, "Be careful." "Yes." After exchanging pleasantries, Li Chu walked out of the temple gate. This time, he left a bit earlier than usual. It was still light, and the monsters at Shirley Slope had not yet come out. The direction he was walking was also different from before. He was heading towards the river. Yuhang town is close to the East China Sea estuary, surrounded by numerous rivers, one of which is the Blackwater River. The Blackwater River is not particularly wide or deep compared to the surrounding rivers, but it is special in that no one dares to approach it, because there are water ghosts in the river. In fact, most large rivers have some legends about water ghosts, but the Blackwater River is particularly notorious. It is said that over 100 years ago, a massive flood in the Blackwater River caused many deaths, and this water ghost absorbed many souls, significantly increasing its power. In other places, water ghosts can be avoided simply by not entering the water. However, in the Blackwater River, even standing on the shore, just a glance at the river's surface could lead one to be enchanted and drawn in. Over time, both banks of the Blackwater River became forbidden areas. For a long time, nothing had happened, but last year, an unruly child from some family went to play by the river and ended up being enchanted by the water ghost. Coincidentally, Brother Nyo from the neighboring village saw this and, unable to bear it, jumped into the water to save the child. Brother Nyo was an experienced fisherman and a good swimmer, capable of moving faster than a fish even with his hands and feet bound. However, after pushing the child to safety, he himself did not resurface. Moreover, after Brother Nyo died, his body became as heavy as iron and sank to the bottom of the river, and no one dared to retrieve his body. Brother Nyo's family, having no other recourse, followed the villagers' advice and invited a Taoist priest to build a shrine to sincerely worship the water ghost. Only then did the ghost allow Brother Nyo's body to float to the surface, allowing him to be buried peacefully. How domineering. Li Chu happened to cross over just before this ritual, which left a deep impression on him regarding this water ghost. Or rather, a very bad impression. At the time, some people asked why they didn't invite cultivators to exterminate the water ghost, and the village elders said they had done so in the past. But the water ghost had already become formidable. With high cultivation, and ordinary cultivators would only be walking to their deaths. Even those with higher cultivation levels were helpless against it. It had almost merged with the Blackwater River, moving freely within it, formless and traceless. How could it be eliminated? Unless a truly powerful being intervened. But such figures were not something a small fishing village could afford to summon. They could only wait for a few more decades. Perhaps by then it would have transformed into the river god of the Blackwater River, and it wouldn't need to harm others anymore. However, Li Chu felt this was unreasonable. Brother Nyo was undoubtedly a good person. The water ghost was certainly an evil spirit. So why should an evil spirit have the opportunity to achieve merit after harming others, while a good person must be threatened even in death? This matter made him feel somewhat angry. His master said everyone has their own destiny, but he believed a good person's fate should not be like this. An evil spirit's fate shouldn't be like this either. Thus, he kept this matter in mind, along with that anger. After reaching level 71 last night, he immediately thought of coming here for a walk. The riverside was adorned with blooming flowers and green willows, lush grass, and birds dancing amidst it all. It was a beautiful sight in the evening glow. Li Chu strolled along, enhancing the beauty of the scene. As he walked, he felt a cool breeze blowing from the river, creating ripples in the water. He turned to look at the river's surface, but what he saw was not a handsome face. Instead, the reflection in the water was a big, green-faced, fanged visage, gruesome, terrifying, and ugly. Li Chu smiled slightly. Finally, I've been waiting for you. Just before he smiled, the ghostly figure in the water grinned first, a greedy and sinister smile. A man and a ghost exchanged smiles. Suddenly, the scene in Li Chu's eyes changed. Underwater, the ghostly face was replaced by a pile of shimmering gold, just within reach. As if he could scoop up that priceless treasure with a bend of his back. He did not move. The light shifted, and underwater appeared a dragon throne, upon which rested a large jade seal. A voice whispered in his ear, telling him to sit on it, that if he did, the whole world would belong to him. He still did not move. The light changed again, this time revealing a group of beautiful women, each as stunning as a flower, yet unwilling to dress properly, one revealing a hint of a bosom, another exposing 2 long legs, and deeper within, tantalizing glimpses. It seemed that with just a reach, he could pull down their thin veils. Finally, Li Chu moved. He drew the iron sword from his back and waved it forward. Whoosh! The tip of the sword sliced through the air. Immediately, the flowing river water halted. Boom! The river flowed backward. In an instant, the gently flowing river was abruptly cleaved in two. Great walls of water rose several zhang high on either side, and at a visibly rapid pace, the water surged up. At the point where he swung his sword, a nearly 10 zhang wide vacuum appeared, instantly exposing the dry, chaotic riverbed. Many unfortunate fish, caught unawares, suddenly leaped into the air, their eyes wide open, filled with confusion and innocence. Also exposed on this riverbed was a faint blue shadow, which was the true form of the water ghost. Over the years, it had lost its human shape, but its eyes could still be vaguely recognized. The emotions in its eyes were not much different from those in the fish's eyes. However, the water ghost's intelligence was still greater than that of the fish. And besides widening its eyes, it also underwent a series of rapid mental activities. What the hell is this? A deity? The water ghost looked up at the handsome young man on the shore who had casually swung a sword, feeling somewhat dazed. He stopped the water? No. He severed the river. With this method, he forced the water ghost, which had merged with the river water, out. This kid is coming for me. Aren't we going to talk? Why not? Wait. Danger. Yes, Li Chu was indeed coming for it. He thought for a whole meal's time before coming up with this method. Since you can move freely in the water, formless and traceless, then I shall sever the river first. Without water, what is a water ghost? A ghost? No. A dead ghost. Li Chu gently raised his hand, and the second sword fell. Whoosh. The faint blue shadow suddenly shattered, taking with it its century-long cultivation and grand dreams of becoming a river god, then was swept away by the rushing river water. The last thought of its ghostly existence contained only 2 words: cheating. Li Chu sheathed his sword calmly. One sword severed the river. One sword slain the ghost. There is nothing in this world that cannot be solved with one sword. If there is, then 2 swords will do. In the blink of an eye, the fish in the air returned to the water. This brief moment was hardly enough for them to comprehend whether they were birds or fish. But it didn't matter. 7 seconds later, they would forget this thrilling journey. A rich white light merged into Li Chu's body, and he let out a long breath. As expected of a 100-year water ghost, it truly provided a lot of experience points. Thinking of this, Li Chu couldn't help but feel a bit of fear. Chapter 4. Master will cover for you. Little Taoist Li, out for a walk. Yes. Little Taoist Li, have you eaten? Want to join us? I've already eaten, thank you. The Dayun Temple had been here for many years, and the surrounding villagers were very familiar with the master and disciple. Li Chu was always quite popular. Who wouldn't like a handsome, humble, and polite little Taoist? Especially the young girls in the village. Whether he was handsome or not didn't matter. They primarily liked Taoists. No one would have expected that this harmless-looking little Taoist had just been killing water ghosts by the river moments ago. Li Chu also couldn't be bothered to show off. He had heard at a storytelling stall in Yuhang town about a person surnamed Tong from Kunlun's Bayou Jing, who claimed to be invincible in the world. When 2 kings from the western regions disrespected Bayou Jing, he directly plucked 2 peaks from the Kunlun Mountains, flew over, and suppressed both countries single-handedly. In the East Sea, there was a tribe that raised dragons for a living. The royal family of the He Luo dynasty had wanted to conscript them to serve the court. So the tribe summoned 9 celestial dragons, causing a massive tsunami that flooded 4 continents, leading to great suffering. The emperor at the time personally went to apologize, and designated 12 islands for them to establish a nation before things settled down. These were true great powers, with grand spectacles, not to mention the far-off examples. Nearby there was such a great master as his own master. How could he have the heart to feel proud? Afterward, it was another diligent time of monster hunting, which shall be set aside for now. That night, Li Chu had a strange dream. In the dream, he found himself again by the Blackwater River, where he saw a koi fish with golden scales and 6 white whiskers swimming up from the river. With a flick of its body, it suddenly transformed into an old man with a white beard. The old man bowed to him and said, "I am a member of the Koi clan from the Blackwater River. For many years, that water ghost has been making trouble in our hometown, and we have been powerless to drive him away, always daring to be angry but not speaking out. Today, the young Taoist has slain that water ghost, which has fulfilled our clan's long-standing wish, so I came here to express my gratitude." Li Chu replied, "There is no need for such formalities, old man. Exorcising evil and safeguarding the way is the duty of our practitioners." Haha. The old man laughed a couple of times. With the young Taoist upholding righteousness like this, your fortune will surely flourish, and you will enjoy long life. Saying this, he turned around and transformed back into a stream of light, diving into the water and creating a huge wave. Li Chu suddenly woke up and realized that it was already bright outside. Did he specifically come to thank me in a dream? Why bother? It was just a small effort on my part, and I don't really mind. Li Chu muttered to himself, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise high. Koi are known for their spiritual connection, and among aquatic creatures, they are a rare wise group, said to help people change their fortunes. Many wealthy families raise koi as feng shui fish for this reason. Receiving their blessing might indeed bring good luck. After breakfast, he went to the front hall and repeated the same routine. However, unlike before, hurried footsteps soon sounded from outside. The footsteps were urgent, and Li Chu quickly straightened his posture, his expression serious. There are 2 types of people who come to the temple to offer incense. One is a daily believer, whose offerings are often small but steady. The other is someone who doesn't usually burn incense, but comes seeking help in times of need. And such people tend to be more generous with their offerings. The urgent footsteps usually indicate a big fish. Sure enough, the one who entered was a big fish. The newcomer wore a splendid dark robe, a black hat, and carried a long knife in a black sheath at his waist, stepping in polished leather boots. Although his figure was somewhat out of shape and his appearance unremarkable, the combination of his attire and years of accumulated presence gave him an air of authority. This person was familiar to Li Chu. He was Zhou Dafu, the head of the constabulary in Yuhang town. He must be here because something related to ghosts and gods has happened in town again. Otherwise, a person like him wouldn't have come to the Diyun temple even after visiting Chunman Tower 100 or 80 times. Young Taoist, haha, it's been a while, I've missed you, Zhou Dafu said with a smile, sitting down on the cushion opposite Li Chu. I was planning to come to the temple to pay my respects, Zhou Dafu continued, pausing for a moment before adding, but something happened last night. Zhou Dafu didn't waste time on pleasantries and got straight to the point. It's quite a strange matter. The silk shop owner, Master Xue, was murdered at home, along with several servants, and the scene was extremely tragic. But strangely, all the dead were men. The master of the house left no male servants behind, while the women were unharmed, including the new concubine who slept in the same bed with him. Li Chu was also puzzled. He hadn't seen such a thing before. However, his experience was indeed limited. The world is full of strange and bizarre phenomena, and some new occurrences are quite normal. After investigating, I suspect this matter is related to a vengeful spirit, Zhou Dafu continued, so I would like to invite the young Taoist to accompany me. Sure, Li Chu nodded. I may need to stay over there tonight, Zhou Dafu added. Li Chu frowned slightly. If he stayed in town tonight, it meant he couldn't practice today, and the monster hunting record he had maintained for many days would be interrupted. Zhou Dafu quickly said, we can add more money. He had dealt with Li Chu enough to know his habits, and that a night's work would require a different price. If officials invite practitioners to assist, they can receive a reward, which varies according to the difficulty of the case, but is generally quite substantial. In fact, Zhou Dafu could also seek help from the authorities in Hangzhou City, where there is a station for the Chaotian which could provide court-affiliated practitioners for assistance. However, the Chaotian people are busy, and constantly seeking help might give the impression of incompetence in handling cases, which could dilute their contributions. As a result, the head constables in town are more willing to find nearby practitioners. Although this means an additional expense for the reward, the money comes from the government. Can public money really be called money? By operating this way, Li Chu receives the reward, and he gets the credit. Perhaps you will gain, and I will definitely not lose. Hearing this, Li Chu's brow immediately relaxed. What are you talking about, Captain Zhou? For the peace of our town. This matter is certainly my responsibility. I'll go inform my master right away. Such noble intentions from the young Taoist, Zhou Dafu said. Of course. Zhou Dafu responded with a beaming smile, while secretly thinking to himself, I don't trust you one bit. Li Chu went to the backyard. Yu Qianan was still by the stone table, holding a scripture and reciting, his robes fluttering, exuding an ethereal aura. The disciple understands. Hearing this, Li Chu felt a little uplifted. This was the reason he was always confident when going out to handle matters. He had his master backing him up. A gentle breeze blew, turning the cover of the painting book, revealing vaguely 3 large characters. 9. Tail, turtle. Chapter 5. I have other methods of exorcism. Madam. It's Madam. Shui Yangshi, in a daze, clutched the arm of the handsome Taoist in front of her, as if grasping the only lifeline, crying pitifully. She was the concubine of the silk shop owner, Shui Deong, and had only been married for 3 days. Despite not having applied powder or arranging her hair, it was still evident that she was a delicate beauty. Li Chu soothed her. Madam Shui, please don't panic. Kindly recount the events of last night to me. As he spoke, he discreetly withdrew his arm. Yes, madam, you can rest assured. With this captain and young Taoist Li here, we will ensure your safety. Zhou Dafu patted his chest, simultaneously placing a furry hand on Shui Yangshi's fragrant shoulder and rubbing it a couple of times. Young, beautiful, and a widow, soon to inherit the vast Shui family estate. Captain Zhou was eager to comfort her. However, Shui Yangshi raised her tear-streaked face, glanced at Zhou Dafu, then at Li Chu, and immediately shot Zhou Dafu a glare, twisting away to shake off his unwelcome hand. She clung to Li Chu's other arm again, crying out, Then I will tell the young Taoist, you must protect me. This shameless woman, even in such a frightened state. She didn't forget to cling to the handsome man. Zhou Dafu cursed inwardly. Of course, it was just impotent anger. It's madam. I clearly saw everything last night. Shui Yangshi began to speak in fits and starts. On my first day after marrying in, I was supposed to serve tea to the madam, but she refused to accept me. The master said not to mind her and sent the madam to the side courtyard. I was terrified at that moment. I knew I was a concubine from the moment I married, but I never thought of competing for favor. What if she becomes a ghost and seeks revenge on me? Then last night, in the middle of the night, I woke up. I was sleeping on the outer side of the bed, and the master was on the inner side. At that time, I got up and noticed someone on my left, so I tried to get out of bed from the other side, only to find someone there too. I quickly rubbed my eyes to see, and found the madam lying on the left. Her face was all blue, and she was icy cold. My first thought was that someone had put her corpse on the bed, and then she suddenly opened her eyes. After that, I fainted from fright. Zhou Dafu nodded beside her, imagining the scene, and it was indeed a bit terrifying. When I woke up again, it was this morning, and the maidservants called me awake. I then realized that the master beside me was no longer recognizable. It was like a pile of rotten meat. I really didn't see how the madam tortured him. The maidservants said that all the men in the house were dead, the housekeeper, the gardener, the cart driver, and only we women were left. It was the madam seeking revenge on men. She must still be here. She died with resentment and won't go far. She didn't kill us this time. But who knows if she'll do it next time. Don't worry, there won't be a next time, Li Chu said firmly. After finally hearing all of Shui Yang's words, he resolutely withdrew his arm and stepped back 5 paces to create distance between them. Shui Yang looked down, feeling lost as she glanced at Li Chu. Zhou Dafu quickly leaned in with his strong arm. Shui Yang blinked and turned to embrace the maid beside her, starting to sob again. Zhou Dafu, feeling awkward, walked over to Li Chu and quietly asked, "How's it going?" Li Chu stepped into the bedroom, and what greeted him was a screen stained with blood, with bits of flesh stuck to the ground, the bed, and even the ceiling. Although most of the bodies had already been cleared away, it was still unbearable to look at. He asked in return, "Has Captain Zhou already seen the bodies?" "Don't mention it," Zhou Dafu said with a grim expression. Those servants were a bit better off. They were bitten to death, with only a few scratches. But Shui Dayong's death was too horrible. Worse than being sliced 1,000 times. It was as if someone was tearing flesh off his body with their nails. It couldn't have been done by a human. Even a beast couldn't do something like this. I took a look this morning and nearly vomited up last night's dinner. Li Chu nodded. With the leveling up from fighting monsters, his 5 senses had become extraordinarily sharp. At this moment, he could clearly sense a nauseating cold aura in the room. Similar to the places where ghosts had appeared before, the residual yin energy left behind after a ghost's presence. Listening to Shui Yang's account, it indeed sounded like a vengeful spirit at work. Li Chu said, "Then I'll stay here tonight and see if she appears again." A so-called vengeful spirit is a type of ghost that can form when a person dies in extreme resentment, lingering in the world with nothing but their grievance. Most vengeful spirits are earthbound ghosts, unable to leave the place of their death. After death, their intelligence gradually dissipates, and they forget most things, only remembering their desire for revenge. Even after killing their enemies, they will remain in place to harm more innocent people. As the number of victims increases, the resentment they accumulate becomes heavier, so they must be eliminated as soon as possible. However, there were still some doubts. Zhou Dafu stroked his chin thoughtfully. Vengeful spirits aren't that easy to produce. I've been a constable for decades and have only encountered them a few times, all with shocking grievances. By rights, this Lady Shui is just a jealous woman. Even if she was neglected, she shouldn't have needed to die to prove her point. And if she committed suicide rather than being killed, how could she so easily become a vengeful spirit? His suspicions made sense. If vengeful spirits could be so easily produced, then any jealous person who died could harm others. Are you suggesting that Shui Dayong killed his own wife? Li Chu asked. I don't know, but it doesn't matter anymore. Zhou Dafu shrugged. After all, Shui Dayong is already in the underworld. Let them confront each other. With that, the two left Shui's bedroom. In the courtyard, as the noon sun shone down, the yin energy in the house seemed to dissipate, and Shui Yang's spirit stabilized a bit. When she saw the two come over, her swollen apricot eyes were watery as she looked at Li Chu. Little Taoist, you must help me perform a proper ritual. I need an altar, incense, candles, talisman paper, and everything else. You can just tell me, and I will prepare the best for you. Li Chu hesitated for a moment and replied honestly. I don't perform rituals. Shui Yang was taken aback. A Taoist who doesn't perform rituals? Didn't Captain Zhou invite you to exorcise the lady? Setting up an altar and reciting scriptures is something I'm not very good at, Li Chu replied calmly. But rest assured, I have other methods of exorcism. Chapter 6. Men should all die. It was originally agreed that Li Chu and a group of constables would guard the Shui family, waiting for the vengeful spirit to appear. However, the constables in the yamen were very righteous. In front of the remaining female members of the Shui family, they all patted their chests and boasted that they would definitely drive away the evil spirits and restore a beautiful home for them. After settling the Shui family women in a nearby inn, as evening approached, the constables all had their own matters to attend to. Some had sick mothers at home. Some had wives cheating, and some had mothers cheating. In short, they scattered like birds and beasts. However, Li Chu had long known their true colors. He was also glad to have no one getting in the way while he exorcised the ghosts. In the bedroom of the Shui family's side courtyard, Li Chu sat in a Grand Master's chair behind the screen, his sword resting across his lap, quietly waiting for the vengeful spirit to appear. This bedroom was cold and desolate, furnished very simply, contrasting sharply with the lavish main bedroom in the back courtyard. No wonder the Lady Xue felt such intense resentment when she was suddenly forced into this place. On the bare beam above, there was a worn white mark. That was where the lady hanged herself, and the vengeful spirit she transformed into would appear from here. The night in Yuhang town was quiet. The evening breeze gently swayed the willow branches. Since it was summer, both the front and back doors and windows of the bedroom were open, allowing a cool draft to flow in. This coolness quickly turned into a chill. Soon it became increasingly cold. Another gust of wind suddenly extinguished the already dim light in the room. Li Chu, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. Something had appeared. Silently, in front of the screen, a figure was hanging from the beam, having appeared out of nowhere. Its neck was elongated, and its tongue swayed. Through the screen, he could see it was dressed in heavy ceremonial attire, resembling funeral garments. When Li Chu turned to look at her, he felt that the figure hanging up was also examining him. After a long while, a chilling voice echoed in the room. Men must die. Li Chu furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment, then said, Lady, you really don't have to do this. If Xue Daong wronged you, you have recognized a heartless man. But why must you take your own life for revenge? The remaining intelligence of the vengeful spirit was not much. He didn't know if this exchange would have any effect, but he felt that the reasoning should be expressed. Every vengeful spirit dies with a grievance, and he hoped they wouldn't carry that resentment into the afterlife. But that voice echoed again, men must die. This time the tone was even more wretched, and the external cold wind howled more fiercely, rattling the doors and windows. Li Chu continued, I know you harbor resentment, but one cannot dissolve hatred by harming oneself. Even if Xue Daong is killed by you, you won't have a good end either. Why bother? The voice remained relentless. Men must die. As she repeated this phrase for the third time, the entire room had turned icy cold, with water vapor forming fine frost. Li Chu began to see illusions before his eyes. Outside, the faint sounds of a wedding celebration echoed, but inside the room, a heartbroken woman was tragically hanging in the darkness. It was the height of summer, yet it felt like falling into an ice cave. Even if you become a vengeful spirit for revenge, you shouldn't blame all men. Li Chu, undeterred, continued. If there is opposition in this world, it should only be between good and evil people. Men and women should never be opposed to each other. You harmed Xue Daong. But what about the innocent servants of the Xue family? Having finished his final words, the figure hanging from the beam began to sway, as if it might break free from the long rope binding its neck at any moment. A sharp voice once again inexplicably emerged from that throat. Men must die. Li Chu listened to this persistent cry, helplessly sighing. It was indeed futile to reason with a vengeful spirit. The essence of humanity is like a repeating machine, and vengeful spirits are even more so. Bang! With a loud bang, the long rope was snapped, and the hanging figure fell to the ground but did not topple. Instead, it stood firmly in place. The next second, it crossed through the screen. In an instant, Li Chu saw the true face of this lady. She was dressed in a heavy white shroud, her face a terrifying shade of iron blue, making it impossible to discern her features from before death, with the most striking being her swaying red tongue. She approached Li Chu, raised her hands as if to pounce, her 10 fingers, now with elongated nails, ready to strike. Accompanied by her only line, Menal. Li Chu's eyes narrowed, his right hand already gripping the sword sheath. In an instant, he was ready to slay the ghost. But the lady's voice and movements suddenly froze. Her long neck became stiff, her body bent forward. Yet she did not leap at him, instead hesitatingly stepping back 2 paces. With her hands raised high, what was meant to be an attack now resembled a gesture of surrender. Men, she whimpered. After a while, she managed to utter, what a handsome man. Huh. A puzzled black line appeared on Li Chu's forehead. The crimson glare in the lady's eyes gathered and dispersed, as if she was undergoing a painful internal struggle. Li Chu allowed her to wrestle with her thoughts, not seizing the opportunity to strike. She shook stiffly for a while, and finally, it seemed the deep blackness gained the upper hand. The surrounding cold wind suddenly ceased. If Xue Daong were this handsome, I might not hate him anymore. Her voice calmed down, no longer carrying that piercing tone. Although it felt strange, the resentment seemed less intense. Had the lady truly let go of her grievances? Li Chu, holding the sword hilt, hesitated for a moment about whether to draw it. It's not that easy. The lady shook her head with a cold laugh, her red tongue flicking back and forth. A simple action became extraordinarily frightening when executed by her. Hearing this, Li Chu was about to draw his sword again. His strength had already reached his wrist when he suddenly saw the lady raise her head, her terrifying iron blue face looking at him. However, if you, little Taoist, would hold me once, I could probably let it go. A circle of question marks instantly appeared above Li Chu's head. He had not seen much of the world and really didn't know if there was such a process in exorcising ghosts. I've never hugged such a handsome man in my life. The lady continued. Her tone seemed somewhat bashful. Li Chu was taken aback, staring at the lady's face, which was indeed hard to look at. Moreover, allowing a vengeful spirit to get close was a very dangerous thing. However, if this could alleviate her resentment. Li Chu slowly opened his arms expressionlessly, releasing his grip on the sword sheath. The lady seemed to smile, leaping towards him, but she did not extend her claws. She was speaking from the heart. In fact, she did not manage to embrace Li Chu. Ghosts are ethereal, while humans are physical. The two can attack each other with spiritual power, but cannot touch one another. As she flew towards Li Chu, her body began to dissipate. In her youth, there had been handsome young suitors who proposed to her, though none were as good-looking as this little Taoist, but they were still well known in the nearby areas. Yet she was drawn to the ugly Shui Daong, believing that ugly people were more reliable. Because of this, she harbored resentment towards Shui Daong in the following days. I gave up a handsome young man to follow you, an ugly one. You naturally should treat me well. With such a mindset, even the most loving couples would create rifts. Shui Daong taking a concubine was, in fact, the last straw that broke the camel's back. She never expected that the cowardly Shui Daong would dare to take a concubine against her objections and even push her into the side courtyard for that concubine. Just as her resentment was at its peak, that person appeared. Right. The lady suddenly opened her eyes wide. She had something to tell this little Taoist. But it was already too late to speak, as once the vengeful spirit lost its last bit of resentment, it would dissipate. Li Chu watched as the lady faded while flying towards him, blinked, and breathed a sigh of relief. Then he touched his face. Although he often heard others say he was handsome, he did not have a clear concept of it in his heart. In fact, he always thought his appearance was quite ordinary, because he was face-blind. Chapter 7. Blame it on your bad luck. People joke that someone is ugly, often saying they have a face that repels evil. In fact, ghosts are not afraid of ugly people, no matter how ugly a person is. Can there be a ghost that is ugly? Today, Li Chu proved through personal experience that being handsome can repel evil. Having resolved the vengeful spirit, he did not linger in the empty Shui family house, but walked straight out. As soon as he stepped out the door and onto the street, he heard a commotion coming from the opposite street. Zhou Dafu, leading a group of constables, hurriedly emerged from a nearby alley, calling out, "Little Taoist Li, where are you going?" After a moment's thought, he guessed that these officials had not left out of fear and were instead watching from the alley. Now they rushed out, perhaps thinking he was about to flee. Li Chu shook his head. It's already over. Huh. The constables were greatly astonished. Zhou Dafu exclaimed, "Little Taoist Li, you finished with the lady so quickly?" "Well, it went relatively smoothly," Li Chu replied. Looking at the faces of the constables, he decided to briefly summarize the exorcism process to spare them any sorrow. "So where are you planning to go?" Zhou Dafu, knowing Li Chu wouldn't lie, immediately breathed a sigh of relief and put on a smile. After a pause, he added, "But since I preemptively exorcised the vengeful spirit, the reward should still be given as we agreed, right?" "Don't worry, the reward is no problem." Zhou Dafu waved his hand, then leaned closer to tug at Li Chu's sleeve, whispering, "How about we celebrate tonight? Go to Walwako together?" Walwako? Li Chu was confused. A constable nearby chuckled. "It's just going to Chunman Lu, spending flower money and grass money." Li Chu felt embarrassed and declined. "No, thank you." Another constable laughed. "Is little Taoist Li shy?" "Don't worry, you'll get used to it. I just think it's unnecessary to spend money on such things," Li Chu said, looking at him and speaking slowly. He then nodded to the crowd and turned to leave. Watching his straight back, an old constable quietly scoffed. Who would have thought this little Taoist is such a miser? Tisk, where's the grass without spending? But as soon as he said that, he felt something was off. Thinking of Li Chu's face, it seemed that even if the girls at Chunman Lu were to pay him, he wouldn't refuse. With this in mind, it's no wonder he felt it unnecessary to spend money. A group of constables exchanged glances, suddenly feeling the night's wind was a bit chilly. Damn it, someone cursed under their breath, although he didn't even know what he was angry about. On a cool summer night, the stars and moon shone brightly. It was only a short 10-mile journey from Yuhang Town to Shirley Slope. Even at a leisurely pace, Li Chu would arrive shortly. Although the official road was wide, there were no signs of life along the wild wooded areas on either side. The curfew in Luoyang wasn't too strict, but the city gates were still tightly controlled. Moreover, this was a world where evil creatures roamed. Unless there was an urgent matter, normal people wouldn't venture out at night. Of course, that excluded practitioners. As he walked near the Banjiang Pavilion, Li Chu sensed something was off. It was too quiet around. There should be many creatures in the wild summer night, frogs in the puddles, mice and birds in the woods, cicadas in the trees, and howling beasts in the mountains, all usually noisy, but now they had all disappeared. Moreover, a foul smell began to waft to his nose. Among the 4 types of evil entities, demons, monsters, spirits, and ghosts, the stench of demonic energy could make ordinary people dizzy if inhaled for too long. The pungent smell of magical energy could instill rage in ordinary people. Ghostly energy was cold and could induce nausea. Monsters, being a collection of various strange and exotic beings, were bizarre and did not belong to the same category. Nor did they have a unified aura. It can be said that aura is the most distinctive feature of evil entities and the most important basis for judgment. Because the vast majority of evil beings cannot hide their aura, they can only operate outside human settlements. If that were not the case, evil beings could easily infiltrate cities, and humanity might not be so peaceful. Li Chu could determine that the smell he sensed was indeed demonic energy, and it was a rich intensity he had never felt before. But he couldn't avoid the situation. He quickly twisted his body to retreat and found that the white belt had been corroded to a dark color. This thread is toxic. Taking advantage of the bright moonlight, he focused his eyes to carefully scan his surroundings, only to discover that the thread ahead was arranged in a bagua pattern, resembling a giant spider web. Not only was the official road blocked, but both sides of the forest were also densely covered with this black thread. There were several animal corpses lying on the grass in the woods, apparently having died from the poison after touching the thread. Birds could not escape either. What is this for, hunting? This was the first time Li Chu encountered such a situation, and he cautiously took 2 steps back, wanting to find another path. At that moment, a black figure suddenly flashed out from the half-river pavilion by the roadside. Hearing the commotion, Li Chu immediately looked over. He saw a bald man dressed in black tight clothing, with his sleeves tied and legs bound. Li Chu did not understand why he was wearing night clothes, as it didn't seem to serve much purpose. His bald head was too conspicuous at night. The moonlight shone on it, reflecting like a halo around him. If Li Chu believed in Buddhism, he might as well kneel down and bow to him. Because of the brightness of his bald head, it was hard to see his facial features in the darkness. It was only because of this shiny head that Li Chu noticed upon a second glance that the most remarkable part of him was not his head, but his arms. He had a total of 8 arms. Each looked muscular and strong. As he appeared, the surrounding demonic energy became even thicker and rippled, clearly indicating that he was the main entity. Li Chu stared at him without making a sound. He had not encountered many demons, and without knowing the other party's background, he didn't know how to start a conversation. The 8-armed man also sized up Li Chu, noticing he was young and had no fluctuation of true energy, seeming to be just an ordinary little Taoist. So he let out a strange laugh. Just as Li Chu was confused about what he was laughing at, the 8-armed man suddenly attacked. The 8-armed man quickly raised one of his right hands, and a dark crack opened in his palm, emitting a black beam of light that was nearly invisible in the night. If it weren't for Li Chu's exceptional eyesight, he would have almost missed this black light. He quickly shifted sideways, barely avoiding the beam. A hissing sound echoed on the ground, and Li Chu realized that this black light was a venom, which instantly corroded a hole in the sandy road. If it had hit a person, it would have surely been fatal. Li Chu frowned at him. "I have no enmity with you. Why are you attacking?" The 8-armed man cruelly grinned. "Who told you to appear here tonight? Blame your bad luck." The 8-armed man tilted his head back, and Li Chu could finally see his face, which shockingly had 2 rows of eyes. It was terrifying. He spread all 8 arms under the moonlight, looking like a fierce demon. Chapter 8. Who is really unlucky? The 8-armed man walked calmly. When he revealed his grinning face with 8 eyeballs to Li Chu was genuinely startled. "To die under my 1,000 spider demon poison is a blessing for you. An ant. Your soul will become part of my 1,000 spider demon poison, continuing my slaughter." He cackled. "While you are still alive, enjoy your fear. The more fear you have, the purer the soul poison I can refine." The 8-armed man shouted cruelly, his terrifying face, voice, and words could scare anyone with a slightly weak mind to the point of trembling. Perhaps he wanted his prey to be afraid, and he indeed succeeded. The more Li Chu listened, the more he felt that this demon was formidable. If he unleashed his demonic powers to attack again, he would probably find it hard to resist. With such fear in mind, Li Chu chose to strike first. With a clang, he drew his sword and struck in one fluid motion. In that instant, the 8-armed man, who hadn't finished his line, suddenly saw the most brilliant sight he had ever witnessed. A line from one of the few poems he had heard flashed in his mind. How many states does the sword's cold light reach? It was like a celestial dragon descending, resembling a silk ribbon soaring through the air. Could there really be such overwhelming sword energy in the world? His face, with 8 eyeballs, twisted madly, and his pupils expanded instantly. In that moment, a somewhat absurd thought suddenly emerged in his heart. I am just a little spider spirit with 100 years of cultivation. What virtue or ability do I possess to die under such a sword? Do I deserve it? Besides that, there were some deep confusions. For example, how could a human with no fluctuation of true energy wield such a sword? Why could he casually encounter such a person on the roadside outside an inconspicuous small town? Even if this was a retribution for his evil deeds, wasn't he a bit exaggerated? Who was really unlucky tonight? But he had no chance to find out the answer, not even enough time to finish his question. Thousands of words turned into 2 words that came out of his mouth. Misunderstanding. It was indeed a misunderstanding. He thought it was a mortal he could easily deal with. If he had known it was this kind of character, only a fool would jump out to seek death. Suddenly, it was as if a thunderbolt had struck. The sky in the woods was illuminated for a moment by a white flash. The black figure of the 8-armed man was instantly engulfed. Li Chu blinked. Did someone just shout misunderstanding? Forget it. Pretend he didn't hear it. After all, listening to him talking about harvesting souls to refine poison was definitely not the act of a good demon. A large mass of rich experience points gathered to him, and Li Chu was quite satisfied. Although it had taken some time, the rewards from this sword strike were already worth several days of effort. However, it was indeed too dangerous. It was better to encounter such things less often. Leveling up by fighting monsters would increase his internal spiritual power and strengthen his mind. But his external physical body had not improved much. Right now, he felt like a high-damage, low-defense output character in a game. Even though he could kill some weak, evil beings with one sword, any slight misstep could still cost him his life. If that 8-armed demon hadn't talked so much, he might have already been refined into poison. What if he encounters a mute next time? Thinking of this, Li Chu couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. He thus resolved to find a way to make himself stronger. With the death of the 8-armed demon, all the complex webs it had laid within 100 feet fell off, turning into ordinary fragile spider silk. Just as it had said, the poison and souls on the silk were related. With its soul dissipated, the magical power and toxicity of the silk also vanished. Li Chu leisurely stepped forward, continuing towards the Diyun temple. He planned to set aside the monster hunting for now. Tonight was somewhat unsettling, and wandering outside might lead to trouble. Fortunately, the following path was calm and peaceful. Under the night sky, the small Taoist temple glowed with a faint yellow light on the slope. That was the light of home. However, for the old Taoist, it was all the same. His routine was very healthy, working at sunrise and resting at sunset. Having gotten used to the days of leveling up at this time, he suddenly found himself at a loss for what to do. The nightlife of ancient people was indeed too sparse, but it might also be his own reason. Thinking of Zhou Dafu and the others in Yuhang town, they should be enjoying the flowers and plants right now, which must be quite rich. But Li Chu always felt that such entertainment only enriched those 3 to 5 seconds. After the brief richness, there was a deeper poverty, even poorer and emptier. Just then, a somewhat urgent knocking sound came from outside the door. Bang, bang, bang. Li Chu stood up again to open the door. Both Taoist temples and monasteries serve the purpose of accommodating travelers. Some night travelers who cannot find an inn or the poor who cannot afford an inn may choose to stay at a temple. This occasionally happens at the Diyun temple as well. He went to the front courtyard and opened the door. The one knocking was a middle-aged scholar dressed in a brown cloth robe, wearing a long scholar's gown over it. He had a fair complexion and no beard, looking gentle and refined. Behind him was a horse-drawn carriage, and Li Chu was somewhat surprised to see that, judging by its decoration and emblem. This was actually an official carriage. Typically, only someone of at least the county magistrate's rank would be assigned such a carriage. And since the county seat of Yuhang County is also in Yuhang town, Li Chu had seen such a carriage before. Little Taoist. The middle-aged scholar clasped his hands and said, "My daughter and I have arrived here and would like to borrow a place to stay for one night. If that is possible, please come in." Li Chu nodded and invited the scholar inside. As the carriage curtain lifted, a graceful woman dressed in a light blue skirt stepped down. She had long hair thick like seaweed, simply tied up. Her skin was as white as ivory. Her face small, but her features were distinct, especially her pair of eyes resembling 2 clear lakes. Coupled with her tall stature and elegant demeanor, she seemed like a white cloud emerging from the mountains. The woman stepped down and walked slowly forward. Upon seeing Li Chu, her beautiful eyes flickered. Li Chu nodded in acknowledgement and then said, "However, our small Taoist temple is not very spacious, with only 2 bedrooms. I will go and squeeze in with my master. It may require you both to share a room." "That is fine, little Taoist. We are already very grateful that you can accommodate us," the scholar smiled. The two then waited briefly in the main hall while Li Chu poured them some water and tidied up the bedding. He set up a new bedboard in his own bedroom and changed the bedding, quickly finishing the preparations. He then returned to the main hall to inform them, "You have waited long. The bedroom is ready." "Thank you, little Taoist." The scholar expressed his gratitude again, then said to the woman, "Ruer, you may go in first." The woman nodded and gracefully entered the room. Only then did the middle-aged scholar speak to Li Chu. "Please take care of my daughter for a while, at least until tomorrow noon, before she can leave." Li Chu was taken aback. From the scholar's tone, it seemed he did not intend to stay overnight. The middle-aged scholar seemed to have noticed his puzzled expression and smiled. To be honest, I fear my life is not long. If I stay here, it may bring trouble to you. Therefore, I must leave no matter what. But my daughter is innocent. I feel you do not seem like a bad person. So I can rest assured to temporarily entrust her to you. Hearing his calm tone, while discussing such grave matters of life and death, Li Chu was also left in the dark, only able to nod in agreement. Just then, a firm voice suddenly rang out in the courtyard. I will go with father. In fact, she had secretly opened the door and quietly approached the main hall, which Li Chu had heard. However, he did not expect the matter the scholar entrusted to him to be so serious, and it was already too late to remind him. Chapter 9. It's quite embarrassing for people. 8-armed Azura? Li Chu felt a stir in his heart and wanted to ask. However, the woman named Ruer did not allow him to interrupt. She looked at the middle-aged scholar and said with a trembling voice, Father, since you know there are monsters blocking the way, why do you insist on moving forward? Can't we go somewhere else together? Just yesterday, didn't you say the scenery of Jiangnan is beautiful and you have never seen it? Why don't we skip Yuhang town and go sightseeing elsewhere instead? Or take a boat to the sea? Haven't you always yearned for the customs of foreign lands? Ha! The middle-aged scholar chuckled and shook his head. I, Gongsunjia, am an official of the court. Even if I have been demoted to this place, if I were to flee in panic because of a mere monster, where would the dignity of the court be? On the contrary, if I die on my way to my post, wouldn't that better prove the arrogance of that Yang family old thief? Even if I cannot bring him down, I can still shake the trust the emperor has in him. Such matters, one or two, will someday be enough to topple the lofty building of the Yang family. The court has countless officials, but a daughter only has one father. The woman's gaze was sorrowful. Father, can't you set aside those pointless disputes in the court for your daughter? I can't set it aside. The court is a quagmire. But if one truly wants to work sincerely for the people, one must enter it and contend with others. Unknowingly, I have long been deeply mired. The scholar's gaze looked past the main hall door, gazing into the distance. If your mother were still alive, she would surely understand my choice. Good. The woman nodded. Daughter dares not dictate father's decision, but if you are determined to go to your death, then I must go with you. Ru. The scholar tightly grasped her hands. Why are you so foolish? Father knows you seem weak on the outside, but your heart is incredibly strong. But as it stands, it is all my choice. You are young and have not seen or experienced much. There is no need for you to sacrifice for these matters. Though I am young, I understand the principles, thanks to my father's teachings from a young age. The woman raised her head and looked directly into the scholar's eyes. Does father look down on his daughter, thinking a woman is unworthy of sacrificing for righteousness? Her voice was clear and gentle, yet every word was resounding. Alas, the scholar sighed deeply. My greatest pride in this life is not having passed the imperial examination or having held a high position, but having such a good daughter like you. Among the countless youths of Chaoga City, how many can compare to you? But the daughter understands father's intentions. The woman suddenly revealed a faint smile. You are also my greatest pride. So there is no need for father to say more. My mind is made up. I, Gongsunjia, have always been able to face the emperor above and the common people below without shame. Only towards you two, mother and daughter. I truly feel indebted for 3 lifetimes. He embraced his daughter tightly, while the woman smiled, and the scholar, on the other hand, was in tears, unable to speak. Father. Ruer, seeing them finally pause their conversation, Li Chu finally found an opportunity to ask softly. May I ask, is the 8-armed Azura you mentioned a monster with 8 arms? The scholar looked up, momentarily stunned, and both father and daughter exchanged strange looks at this little Taoist. Here we are, sacrificing our lives for righteousness. Deeply moved and impassioned, and you suddenly ask if the 8-armed Azura has 8 arms? Don't you think you have a bit of a problem? Li Chu continued to inquire. Is there more? I have only heard that he is a bronze plate killer from the Qingyi building, best at hunting and assassination. If the target does not struggle much, he will give them a quick death. If the target tries to escape, once caught, they will suffer cruel torture, even having their soul refined, making it impossible for them to be reborn. The scholar answered carefully. After Li Chu's interruption, he felt the atmosphere had shifted, and since he could no longer cry, he simply shared everything he knew. Li Chu then said, that 8-armed Azura might already be dead. The scholar was suddenly taken aback again. The scholar was still in shock, while the woman's eyes widened. Little Taoist, is what you said true? Of course. Li Chu's expression remained calm, but this expression in their eyes seemed to say, it's just a monster. Passing by and killing it casually isn't a big deal, though the matter was indeed as such. Little Taoist, are you a practitioner? The scholar looked at Li Chu with some disbelief. Li Chu nodded and added, I think it's better for you both to rest here tonight. Tomorrow morning, I will take you to Yuhang town. If any monsters come, there's no need to worry. Even if my cultivation is insufficient to protect you, my master is here. Li Chu pointed to the bedroom on one side. My master's cultivation is heaven-reaching. Both father and daughter widened their eyes, not expecting that in such a small Taoist temple in the mountains, there were actually two high-level practitioners, especially the middle-aged scholar. Recalling the act he had just performed in front of the little Taoist, felt a complex mix of emotions. Although this little Taoist saved his life, he still wanted to say one thing. Next time, please say such things earlier. Otherwise, it's quite embarrassing for people. Early the next morning, Li Chu prepared some extra rice porridge and side dishes, inviting the father and daughter to have breakfast together. Yu Qianan, who usually appeared ethereal and aloof, was taken aback when he saw a graceful young woman, and a warm smile instantly appeared on his face. At the dining table, Yu Qianan showcased his skills and, after just a few words, managed to uncover the backgrounds of the two. The scholar was named Gongsun, and his daughter was called Gongsun Ro, both from Chaoga City. Gongsun had been the top scholar in his year, serving in the court for more than a decade, and had risen to the position of Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Justice. Though his career was not particularly prosperous, he was well regarded. Unfortunately, he was a disciple of the former Prime Minister Meng Youxiong, and after the powerful minister Yang Dingtian defeated Meng Youxiong, all officials from Meng's faction were cruelly demoted. Gongsun was directly demoted to Jiangnan Prefecture, becoming a minor magistrate in Yuhang County. The guards who accompanied him had been bribed by Yang Dingtian and scattered halfway. Only one guard, with a sense of conscience, informed Gongsun about the assassins blocking the road ahead. Nevertheless, even after learning this news, he insisted on coming to Yuhang town to take up his post. Upon hearing that the middle-aged scholar before him, with a face of misfortune, was the incoming magistrate of Yuhang, Yu Qianan couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. The mountains were high and the emperor far away. No matter how tumultuous the winds and waves were in Chaoga in the northwest, they wouldn't stir up much of a ripple in Yuhang town. However, a mere county magistrate, though looked down upon by officials in the capital, was a local emperor here. Thinking about how he had just been leering at the magistrate's daughter, Yu Qianan's eyelids twitched again, and his appetite plummeted by 80%. However, he found it strange that the father and daughter spoke to him with great respect, and their gazes were quite peculiar, seemingly filled with reverence. After finishing breakfast and exchanging pleasantries, Li Chu personally drove the Gongsun father and daughter to the town. On the way, they passed by an open area where a large crowd had gathered, making quite a commotion. From their shouting, it seemed they had discovered the corpse of a giant spider, frighteningly large. Some said it was the remains of a spider spirit that had failed its tribulation, while others insisted that it was clearly a sword wound, undoubtedly slain by some celestial being. Li Chu did not stop. Instead, he cracked his whip and sped past. The Gongsun father and daughter were clever and quickly grasped the situation, guessing that it was the 8-armed Azura that Li Chu had killed last night, revealing its true form. Gongsun then asked, "Why doesn't the young Taoist get out of the car and explain that this was the demon you slayed? Wouldn't that enhance the prestige of your Diyin temple? My master always taught me to eliminate demons and uphold the Tao, not for the sake of fame." Li Chu replied. Gongsun paused for a moment, then sincerely admired, "Your master and you are indeed remarkable." Li Chu rubbed his nose. The reason he didn't clarify was that he felt indifferent to fame, and because there used to be a pavilion there. In the heat of the moment yesterday, he had dealt a bit too harshly. The half-river pavilion had been built with money pooled by the neighbors, and if he had to compensate for damages, it would be a loss. The carriage soon stopped at the county office. The three of them got off and bid farewell. "I will never forget the life-saving grace of the young Taoist." Gongsun bowed respectfully. "It is merely the duty of a practitioner. There is no need for Mr. Gongsun to take it to heart," Li Chu said lightly. Gongsun Ro fixed her beautiful eyes on Li Chu, bit her lips, and said, "Young Taoist Li, thank you for your help." Only the father and daughter knew that what might have been a trivial help for Li Chu was a life-saving encounter for them. Li Chu smiled faintly, then took his leave. Gongsun Ro watched his departing figure, unmoving for a long time. Feeling embarrassed by his words, Gongsun Ro lowered her head and shook it. "He is not like him." Gongsun chuckled. "Not like him in what way?" Gongsun Ro bit her lip again, and after a long pause finally spoke. "Not as handsome as him." "Oh." Gongsun blinked. "Did my daughter not say before that she doesn't look at a man's face?" Gongsun Ro's cheeks flushed, and she ignored him. "There has never been a person who doesn't look at faces. If there is, it's only because she hasn't encountered a sufficiently handsome face. Moreover, the owner of this face was her savior." Li Chu didn't specifically come to send off the Gongsun father and daughter. He had his own matters to attend to in town. That morning, he had asked Yu Qianan in his room if there were any methods for body refinement. At that moment, he seemed to see Yu Qianan enveloped in an indescribable aura, a presence so compelling that it made him feel ashamed for asking the question. However, this did not change the fact that his own body remained fragile. He understood that he might never comprehend his master's realm in this lifetime. Later, Yu Qianan asked Li Chu to visit the miscellaneous bookstore in town, suggesting he might find something useful there. The miscellaneous bookstore, as the name implies, housed a wide variety of books. The interior was decorated with an ancient charm, well ventilated from north to south, with ample light and the scent of paper wafting in the air. Half of the books were new, and the other half were second-hand books collected by the shopkeeper, presenting a colorful assortment, filling 2 floors. Li Chu browsed around, but found nothing resembling any cultivation manuals. So he approached the counter. The shopkeeper was an old scholar. In his 50s, still struggling to study for the scholar's examination, his eyesight nearly gone. However, despite his poor vision, he was incredibly familiar with the placement of every book in the store, able to find them even with his eyes closed. Li Chu asked, "Shopkeeper, do you have any secret manuals?" "What kind of secret manuals?" The old shopkeeper was taken aback. "The kind about body refinement," Li Chu replied. "My master said you might have them." The old shopkeeper immediately revealed a meaningful smile. "Oh." He stood up and led Li Chu to search, saying as they walked, "Indeed. With a master, there must be a disciple. I didn't expect you, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, to enjoy these as well." Li Chu was puzzled. It was only when he saw the old shopkeeper take him to a hidden cabinet and open it that he found it stuffed full of albums. The Golden Bottle Chronicles, Strange Tales from a Chinese Studio, The White Jade Hump, I Want My Husband. Li Chu looked at these strange titles, momentarily lost in thought. "Shopkeeper, you might have misunderstood." He shifted his gaze away. "What I want are the cultivation manuals for body refinement. I want to hone my body, not to look at it." "Practice?" The old shopkeeper frowned. "You came from the Taoist temple to my bookstore looking for cultivation methods? We really don't have those. However, there seem to be some martial arts methods for body refinement. I'm not sure if they will suit you." As he spoke, the old shopkeeper pondered for a moment and then led him to another side, digging out a cabinet of dusty books in a corner. These books were all about martial arts cultivation methods. Practitioners of Buddhism and Taoism were historically referred to as qi refiners. Qi refiners pursued supernatural powers. However, the threshold for becoming a qi refiner was high. One must possess a spiritual root to cultivate. Those born with spiritual roots are 1 in 10,000. Martial arts cultivation does not have such restrictions. Anyone can practice martial arts to strengthen their body and still enhance their strength. Therefore, in any era, there are more martial artists than qi refiners. Correspondingly, the transmission of martial arts is more widespread among the people. So even in a small bookstore in this town, there would be a cabinet full of martial arts manuals. However, such easily accessible manuals would certainly not be very advanced, perhaps due to the spiritual roots. Qi refiners have always looked down on martial artists, despite the fact that those who reach the pinnacle of martial arts are not weaker than peak qi refiners, and their pure combat power may even be stronger. Even among the 12 celestial sects, there is a lineage of pure martial arts practitioners known as the Tianwang Mountain. But regardless, they still look down on them. Therefore, if it were a legitimate Taoist practitioner, they would certainly disdain to practice martial arts manuals. However, Li Chu was not a Taoist practitioner at all. He didn't even possess a spiritual root, so naturally, he had no sense of a hierarchy of disdain in his heart. He asked, "Excuse me, is there any body refining technique among these?" "Yes," the old shopkeeper replied, bending down and rummaging through some items, stirring up a cloud of dust. After a moment, he finally shoved a thin, worn yellow booklet into Li Chu's face. It had 8 large characters on the cover. "Learn Iron Shirt in 30 days. Chapter 11. Our iron shirt is truly amazing." Usually, when he received guests, although the ants would laugh, there wouldn't be such genuine happiness. It was as if they were seedlings nourished by spring rain. It seemed that he was still quite far from his master's level. With this thought, Li Chu walked into the front hall with admiration. Around him were 2 baskets of eggs, a bundle of green onions, a wild mountain chicken, and so on, which were likely gifts from the ants earlier. In the village, people didn't have much money, so it was common to send some ingredients as offerings. The Taoists were equally grateful, as every meal was a merit. On a summer afternoon, the grass and trees were leisurely, and the air was filled with a drowsy scent. However, Li Chu was in high spirits as he took out the booklet Learn Iron Shirt in 30 days and began to study it seriously. Upon closer inspection, the principles were very simple. The first step was to concentrate all the internal energy into one point, tightening the muscles to withstand attacks. As long as the force was strong enough, it could even resist sharp objects. Common techniques used in the martial world, such as a golden spear to the throat or rolling on a bed of nails, all underwent this kind of training. The next step was to train this defense into a reflexive response, so that no matter when he was attacked, he could tighten his muscles instantly without needing to gather strength in advance. Finally, he would train his entire body to have powerful defensive capabilities. That was how the iron shirt was formed. When this technique was mastered to the extreme, being invulnerable to blades and spears was not just a boast. This kind of self-defense skill common in the martial world wouldn't be too profound. but it was all Li Chu could get, so he didn't mind. He had never practiced martial arts, so he had no internal energy, but he had another potentially stronger force, which he tentatively called spiritual power. Li Chu thought for a moment and felt that using spiritual power to practice might be similar. After all, it was just another form of energy, and there shouldn't be much difference. Without further ado, he immediately mobilized his spiritual power and attempted to concentrate it on a specific point on the surface of his body. This was his first time performing such an operation. Previously, his spiritual power had been running smoothly within his body. Even when he drew his sword, he wouldn't concentrate a large amount of it. Just a little leakage was enough to wipe out his enemies. Out of caution, he didn't dare to try it on vital areas immediately, but chose a less significant part of his lower body. He focused on a long hair on his leg, which he thought was pretty useless and somewhat unsightly. If something went wrong, he could always cut it off entirely. Indeed, he gathered his spiritual power onto that leg hair. To his surprise, when he slowly concentrated 50% of his spiritual power on it, it began to glow. A glowing leg hair. For some reason, this scene felt strangely familiar to Li Chu. When the spiritual power increased to 60%, it began to heat up like a red-hot iron wire. Finally, Li Chu remembered why it felt familiar. It reminded him of when his family used old-fashioned light bulbs when he was a child. He had a premonition that if he continued to infuse more spiritual power, it might explode. To avoid injuring himself before mastering the iron shirt, he halted the experiment for now. It seemed that 60% was the limit for the leg hair. He wondered how his skin would fare. He pondered for a moment, frowning. Every inch of his skin was perfect, and he couldn't find a suitable spot for an experiment. Ultimately, he decided on the palm of his hand. He extended his left hand, palm up, and slowly gathered his spiritual power. This time, he quickly concentrated 50% of it, and nothing happened. When the spiritual power reached 60%, the palm began to glow. When it reached 70%, the palm felt hot. It seemed that the skin had a slightly stronger tolerance than the hair. What a hand with a built-in heating function. Life would be much more comfortable. Li Chu thought about when he was out, and he often had to eat dry rations. Cold food was bad for the stomach, and there were no conditions for heating. With such a hand, he could avoid a lot of trouble. When he withdrew his spiritual power, he suddenly noticed that the area where the power had been concentrated looked somewhat different from the surrounding skin. It wasn't very obvious on the palm, so he tried it on another part of his body. Sure enough, the areas where the spiritual power had briefly gathered became whiter after the power dissipated. Although his skin was already fair, it now had a porcelain-like sheen, looking particularly dazzling and feeling smoother to the touch. This was an unexpected change. He quickly used spiritual power to transform his entire left hand, and then began the most intense part. He held an iron sword in his left hand and gently swiped it. With a swoosh, he felt no pain. When he opened his hand, he only saw a faint white scratch, which quickly vanished. Invulnerable to blades and spears, Li Chu smiled slightly. He succeeded even faster than he had imagined. It seemed that spiritual power might be a bit more powerful than internal energy. Originally, it would take 30 days to learn the iron shirt, but he had condensed it in a moment. Moreover, the iron shirt had weak points. There were certain parts of the body that couldn't exert force, and those areas that internal energy couldn't cover were fatal weaknesses for practitioners. There were many tales in the martial world of warriors being defeated when their weak points were found. However, Li Chu's spiritual power could gather anywhere. As long as he wanted, he could provide top-notch care for every single hair. This meant that his iron shirt had no weaknesses. It was the ultimate iron shirt. However, Li Chu reminded himself not to become arrogant because of this. Being invulnerable to blades and spears also had its limitations. That sword used to slay demons and eliminate monsters, without the support of spiritual power, was just ordinary iron, which could be bought for 2 taels of silver at the town's blacksmith shop. If a martial arts master wielded a legendary sword or a sword cultivator used a flying sword, they could easily penetrate his body. So for now, he only had a bit more life-saving capital, and he still needed to train diligently. Immediately, he began his conscientious journey of strengthening himself. Every inch of his bones, flesh, and skin underwent detailed refinement through the gathering of spiritual power. After just one afternoon, Li Chu felt as if he had been reborn. His entire body felt much lighter. If he could look in a mirror at that moment, he would probably notice a greater difference. He now stood still, looking like a perfect piece of porcelain, with only his eyes shining brightly. Even his appearance had improved by 3 points. One shouldn't underestimate these 3 points. For Li Chu, who originally had a score of 10,000 in looks, adding 3 points would bring him to 10,003, which might not be very noticeable. But for someone like Zhou Dafu, whose looks were only 5 out of 10, adding 3 points could lead to a qualitative leap. The iron shirt truly deserved its fame. Li Chu couldn't help but exclaim. He had originally thought that the iron shirt was just a common martial arts technique, at most increasing his resistance to attacks a bit, but not by much. However, now that he had mastered it, He could feel that the enhancement it brought was comprehensive. Not only was he invulnerable to blades and spears, but it seemed even the impurities within his body had been cleansed. It was simply a process of refining the marrow and washing the bones. Our iron shirt is truly amazing. Of course, if the founder of the iron shirt heard this, he might jump out of his coffin and shout, "What merit do you have? Others' iron shirts might not work. Yours is the one that does." Chapter 12. The Girl with the Hand Blade. The next day, Zhou Dafu arrived at the entrance of the Daiyun Temple again. This surprised Li Chu a bit. Zhou Dafu's frowning expression further confirmed his suspicions. If a case had occurred in the town, the head constable wouldn't be worried. He would only be concerned about his own family matters. However, Li Chu had indeed guessed wrong this time. There had really been a case in the town, and Zhou Dafu was genuinely worried about his own situation. Little Daoist Li. Why am I so unlucky? Zhou Dafu's ugly face was almost wrinkled like a steamed bun. The new county magistrate just took office, and I spent several days preparing everything in advance just to give him a good impression. Who would have thought that just 2 days after the Xue family massacre, another major murder case would occur? It looks like it's another case caused by a vengeful spirit, although the number of dead isn't as many as the previous days. This is a family massacre. There are hardly a few family massacres in a year in the entire Heluo dynasty. This is definitely going to attract the attention of the city of Chaogo. The county magistrate 1T asked why there are so many ghosts in Yuhang town. He will only ask why I, this head constable, can't solve the case. You tell me, why are there so many ghosts in Yuhang town? As Zhou Dafu spoke, he was almost on the verge of tears. Li Chu was also a bit puzzled. Vengeful spirits aren't like cabbages that you can just summon one. As the saying goes, there are more evil spirits in chaotic times, but conversely, in a time of peace, there shouldn't be any evil entities thriving. Why have vengeful spirits been appearing one after another recently? Expanding to the entire Heluo dynasty, there are people who die with grievances every day. And out of nearly 10,000 such deceased, only one might turn into a vengeful spirit. In such a small place like Yuhang town, having two appear in 3 days is indeed quite strange. After chatting for a while, they finally decided that after dinner today, Li Chu would go to the county office to find Zhou Dafu, and they would go to the scene together. This was Li Chu learning from the last time's lesson. Anyway, ghosts wouldn't come out during the day, so it was better to wait until it was almost dark to go over, which wouldn't delay things. There was no point in arriving too early, as it would be boring waiting there, and he might easily get entangled by the women at the scene. Although this time it was a family massacre and there wouldn't be any widow plot, it's good to cultivate good habits. He had an inexplicable feeling that the upcoming days in Yuhang town might not be very peaceful. The evening sky was beautiful, with brilliant clouds at the horizon. Zhou Dafu had already completed his visits, investigations, and reporting for the case early, and was anxiously waiting in the office for Li Chu to arrive, hoping that tonight would go smoothly. If Li Chu's exorcism didn't go well, then his future might not be bright either. However, the first thing he received was not Li Chu, but a plaque. A heavy plaque made of cast iron, measuring 7 inches long and 5 inches wide, with a carved pagoda on the front and the 3 big characters Chao Tian K on the back. The plaque fell from the sky and clattered onto Zhou Dafu's desk. The one who threw in the plaque was a young girl dressed in a purple corseted robe, looking quite young. She had her hair tied in a high ponytail with a red ribbon. Her skin was fair, her eyebrows were like willows, her eyes like apricots. With a delicate nose and red lips, her appearance bright like a dew-laden peach blossom. Moreover, she had a slim waist and long legs. Her figure was graceful. As she walked, her long legs swung, her slender waist twisted, and the ponytail bounced, making the constables in the office's hearts tremble. While those young constables trembled at her long legs, Zhou Dafu trembled at the plaque. A young man wanted to step up to flirt, approaching with his usual demeanor, saying, "Miss, you look a bit familiar. Are you here to find? I recognize your mother too." Zhou Dafu rushed over and kicked this unworthy subordinate away. The young man tumbled outside the holding cell, slightly dazed from the fall, but didn't he forget to straighten his hat, quickly flashing Zhou Dafu a sycophantic smile. "Boss, my bad. I didn't know you had your eyes on her first. Haha." He chuckled a couple of times, thinking that Zhou Dafu was angry because someone was competing with him for a girl, just like usual at Chunmanlu. Zhou Dafu's pupils contracted, and he angrily shouted, "I had my eyes on your mother first. Get lost." The young man was struck as if by lightning, stunned for a moment, then hesitantly responded, "Well, that's a bit tricky for my father. How about I think of a way? You really are a filial son." Zhou Dafu wished he could rush over and give him a swift end. However, the girl in front of him was smiling brightly at him, and he dared not move. A rookie could only see that she looked very pretty when smiling, but an experienced person could feel how sharp her gaze was. Immediately, Zhou Dafu wiped his cold sweat and smiled. "I am Zhou Dafu, head constable of Yuhang town. I have met the officer." "Officer?" The holding cell was in an uproar. Those constables, who were lying around in disarray, immediately stood up straight, creating a chaotic sound. You don't need to be this polite, Zhou head constable. I am Li Xini, from the Chao Tian stationed in Hangzhou, the purple-clad guard. The girl introduced herself. We have no hierarchical relationship. I am not your superior. Theoretically, that was indeed the case. But from a practical standpoint, Chao Tian was still just a Jianghu sect. Many things depended on the actual situation. Chao Tian was tasked with managing ghosts and deities, and had the authority to take action first and report later in matters involving evil spirits. Even the most junior purple-clad members in Chao Tian were highly skilled practitioners. Any ordinary official would have to treat them with respect upon meeting them. This pressure was also one of the reasons why Zhou Dafu disliked asking Chao Tian to handle cases. Did Miss Li come here for something specific? Zhou Dafu asked cautiously. Li Xini's willow-like brows furrowed elegantly. You don't know why I'm here? Is it because of the family massacre in Shilio village? Yes, but not just that. Li Xini smiled slightly. I was also instructed to ask you why there are so many evil spirits occurring in Yuhang town under your jurisdiction. In the past year, you reported 6 cases of evil spirits, and this time, there have been 2 cases of vengeful spirits in just 3 days. She stood up again, her tall stature not losing to Zhou Dafu, and her imposing aura completely overwhelming him. I'm quite curious about what secrets Yuhang town is hiding that leads to continuous occurrences of evil entities. Or is it that there are no ghosts in the cases? And you, Zhou head constable, have something to hide, using evil spirits as a scapegoat for your inability to solve the cases? What she described was not uncommon. There are many unsolvable cases in the world, and among the many major cases, only a few would fall on each head constable in the He Luo dynasty. Sometimes, in order to give a report to the higher-ups, it's quite normal to use evil spirits to cover up a case. After all, cases involving evil spirits are often messy, and some ghosts leave no evidence even when exterminated, making it easy to pull tricks. However, such occurrences shouldn't be too frequent. Having 6 cases in a year like Zhou Dafu is already quite suspicious. As for 2 cases of vengeful spirits in 3 days, that's even more outrageous. If it were true, then Chao Tian would have to investigate. If false, it would be too insulting to one's intelligence. And Chao Tian would have to punish him. By heaven's conscience, Zhou Dafu said with a bitter face, Miss Li, I'm also puzzled why there are so many evil spirits under my jurisdiction. I'm not a fool, even if I were to fabricate stories. I wouldn't create 2 cases of vengeful spirits in 3 days, but my investigation results are indeed like this. I can't just lie, can I? Li Xini smiled in a cold manner. If you have nothing to hide, why have you never sought our Chao Tian for assistance? Instead, you always hire outside practitioners with court rewards to exorcise evil spirits. I also want to know, in such a small place as Yuhang town, is there really a practitioner with such profound skills who can assist you in breaking these bizarre cases? Zhou Dafu replied, in my years as head constable, I wouldn't say I've always been diligent, but I certainly wouldn't dare to deceive my superiors. The reason I didn't seek assistance from Chao Tian is that there is indeed a Taoist temple locally, with practitioners inside, so it was quite convenient to invite them, and I didn't think to trouble your superior. Oh, that is natural. Zhou Dafu nodded repeatedly. Since Chao Tian's people had arrived, Li Chu would certainly not be needed, no matter how much Zhou Dafu valued Li Chu. He didn't think that a wild mountain sect could compare to the orthodox practitioners of Chao Tian Quebec. As for what Li Xini said about nurturing ghosts to respect oneself, that was also a case that had happened in the past. There are places where practitioners specifically raise evil spirits to commit crimes, and then go help people exorcise them, earning a large sum of money. Those who engage in such cases often choose places like Yuhang town, which is not too far from the capital, but somewhat prosperous. This kind of thing is abhorred by Coyote Yank the most. Zhou Dafu was inclined to defend Li Chu, explaining that the young Taoist was not that kind of person. But when the words were on his lips, he hesitated. Right now, Li Xini's impression of him was still not good. Speaking up for others would be purely unnecessary. Just then, a clear voice came from outside the door. Is Captain Zhou here? I have arrived. Li Xini followed him outside, wanting to see what this suspicious Taoist looked like. She then saw a young Taoist with sharp brows and eyes, a gentle gaze, dressed in clean and simple green attire, standing under a poplar tree at the door, his hair flowing and his clothes fluttering. In that moment, it seemed as if the glow of the sunset gathered around him, like a celestial being descended from the heavens. Zhou Dafu called out to Li Chu, little Taoist Li, I'm sorry. Suddenly, a swift and decisive hand chop struck his neck from behind, interrupting his next words just in time. Li Chu raised his eyebrows in surprise. After Zhou Dafu collapsed to the ground, a bright young woman appeared behind him. The girl looked at him gently, her smile like a blooming flower. Chapter 13, a simple, kind, handsome swindler. Peach leaves are sharp at the tips. Willow leaves cover the sky. The girl hopped to Li Chu's front. Hello, I am the purple guard of Xianxiaaudiobooks. Li Sini. Her voice was crisp, her tone gentle, and somewhat pleasant to hear. The group of catchers in the back room were taken aback, their jaws dropping in unison. This person was clearly fierce, with a dry voice and a hard tone just now. How did she suddenly transform into a soft girl? The speed of this change was terrifying. Li Chu didn't care whether the person in front of him was a soft girl or a fierce woman. He only cared about the name he heard. Xianxiaaudiobooks. Sigh. He sighed inwardly, clasping his hands and saying, I am Li Chu, a Taoist from De Yunguan outside Yuhang town. Since a senior from Xianxiaaudiobooks is here, I should no longer be needed, right? What he truly meant was, then my reward should be gone, right? Li Chu certainly knew what Xianxiaaudiobooks was about. Years ago, the He Luo dynasty conferred the 12 immortal sects, divided into 7 schools and 5 factions. The Xianxiaaudiobooks of the Central Plains Royal Court is one of the 5 major factions, among the many immortal sect giants. Xianxiaaudiobooks is quite different. The difference lies in the fact that, although it is an independent sect, it serves the He Luo court. This involves some high-level secrets, which should not be known to outsiders. In short, Xianxiaaudiobooks can now be seen as a court institution dedicated to ghostly matters, with offices set up in various states and cities. Li Chu was self-aware. It was because Xianxiaaudiobooks could not come to the town that he had the business of helping the government exorcise evil. Since the court had sent someone, he should tactfully withdraw. Why not? Li Sini's eyes turned, and she said with a smile, I just arrived here and am not familiar with the situation. Having a local help me can better resolve the mysterious case. After she said this, a series of low coughs immediately came from behind her, and she quickly defined them in her mind as a group of lewd catchers. They don't count as people. Oh, Li Chu's eyes brightened, and he said, then the government still needs my help? Of course. You can come with me later. It just so happens that I don't have a knowledgeable assistant, Li Sini replied. At the same time, she solemnly declared in her heart that this was for solving the case. I have always suspected this Taoist. What a perfect opportunity to get close to him and see if he is up to something. Yes, that's it. Even though he looked like he had no suspicion at all. But one must investigate further to know for sure. Li Chu pondered for a moment and asked, then my reward. According to the original agreement, Li Sini waved her hand. Although with Xianxiaaudiobooks' presence, it was reasonable to say that this reward should not be given. But since the money was coming from the government anyway, it wouldn't hurt to invite someone who was merely eye-catching. Public money. Can it even be called money? Hearing this, Li Chu smiled, feeling a bit more favorable towards this generous girl. He nodded and added, of course, it's not about the money. As practitioners, we inherently have the duty to eliminate demons and uphold justice. Little Daoist's awareness is quite high, Li Sini praised with a smile, while inwardly exclaiming, he looks so greedy but refuses to admit it. How adorable. Speaking of which, greedy people and lecherous people are quite a match. Thank you for the compliment, sir. Oh, please don't call me sir. I'm still young. While chatting like this, the two walked side by side towards the scene of the mysterious case, leaving behind a group of catchers looking at each other in confusion. Where am I small? You are not small at all, okay? Very big. And this very big, sir. Did you drop something? Are you not bringing catchers with you to handle the case? Although we didn't want to go anyway. But you should at least bring the captain, right? Oh, the captain was knocked out by your own hand. Watching the two figures, one graceful and one charming, the catchers couldn't help but doubt. With this vibe, are you really going to catch ghosts? Li Chu and Li Sini walked along the riverbank for 2 or 3 miles and arrived at Xiaolu village, where the mysterious case occurred. Along the way, the water sparkled, the evening sun cast its light on the mountains, and the warm breeze greeted them, making their walk quite pleasant. On the way, Li Sini carefully probed Li Chu's aura and found that he seemed to have no fluctuations of true energy. So she asked, Little Taoist, which level of the 7 realms of heaven and man have you reached now? Li Chu was taken aback and asked honestly, what are the 7 realms of heaven and man? Just some trivial matters. Li Sini waved her hand as if it really didn't matter. At the same time, she completely dropped her suspicion of Li Chu. No true energy fluctuations, and he doesn't even know what the 7 realms of heaven and man are, indicating that Li Chu knows nothing about cultivation and could not possibly be involved in major cases like raising ghosts to cause chaos. Therefore, it was clear that he was just a simple, kind, and handsome swindler. Matters concerning swindlers are not under Xianxiaaudiobooks' jurisdiction. If it were an ugly swindler, Li Darren wouldn't mind managing it for the catchers. Moreover, a person who could deceive the entire Yuhang town's government for so long was quite impressive. Love it. Soon, the two arrived at Xiaolu village. Li Sini's expression began to turn serious, regaining some of the demeanor of the Xianxiaaudiobooks. As for Li Chu, he had always been serious. Compared to dealing with Li Sini's chat, he found dealing with vengeful spirits much easier. This tragic case occurred at the Fong family in Xiaolu village. A small dilapidated courtyard with only a few thatched houses was located at the sparsely populated end of the village. It seemed that the Fong family not only lived in poverty, but also had a poor relationship with the villagers. The government officials had come early to clean up, and the scene had already been tidied up. It looked like just an empty courtyard. Although the inside was a mess, there was no bloodstain. Xianxia had already read the case files several times before coming and was very familiar with this case. The Fong family had 4 members: Father Fong Da, 33 years old, son Fong Gang, 12 years old, mother Fong Lu, 23 years old, daughter Chen Yingying, 4 years old. She briefly introduced to Li Chu, Fong Da's daughter. Chen Yingying? Li Chu immediately caught the blind spot among them. Fong Da and Fong Lu both had previous marriages. Fong Da's ex-wife was beaten to death by him, and Fong Lu's ex-husband died of illness. Both were remarried with children. Li Chu fell silent for a moment. Xianxia's voice also lowered as it trailed off. A man can kill his wife and still live a good life, even remarrying another wife. This is indeed a silent matter. After a pause, Xianxia continued. Some say they saw Fong Lu looking for her daughter in the village last night, saying that Yingying was missing, but she probably didn't find her. Early this morning, those who went to the fields noticed something was wrong. Fong's house was not opened, and all the poultry and dogs in the yard were dead. Bold villagers went in to take a look and saw a horrifying scene. The coroner's examination revealed that Fong Lu was killed by a blunt instrument to the back of her head, while Fong Gang was poisoned to death. The reason it was determined to be the work of a vengeful spirit was because of Fong Da. He had strangled himself to death, his body cold and chilling. With 2 ghostly handprints left on his neck, clear signs of a vengeful spirit's possession. Li Chu stroked his chin, feeling it was quite complicated. Fong Lu and Fong Gang should have been harmed by someone since ghosts cannot poison or strike in such a manner. But Fong Da was killed by a ghost. He asked, "What about the little girl?" Chen Yingying's body was found behind the mountain. She had fallen from the slope and died. It was indeed a massacre. However, with such a variety of deaths, Li Chu found it difficult to understand at the moment. But it didn't matter if he couldn't understand. He wasn't a constable. So he didn't need to investigate the truth of the case. As long as there were ghosts here, that was enough. A cool breeze blew from the mountain, easily penetrating the walls of Fong's thatched house, stirring up a mournful sound. It seemed like someone was crying. Unknowingly, it got dark. Xianxia looked at Li Chu very seriously. "Don't act rashly without my command. Vengeful spirits are different from ordinary ghosts. Once angered, things could get very troublesome." In her heart, Li Chu was already regarded as a complete conman. Therefore, her requirement of him was simply not to make things worse. This was a rare tenderness for Xianxia, the newly appointed purple-clad guard of Chowdian, Quebec, Chapter 14. What illusion. After reminding Li Chu, Xianxia began to arrange talismans in the courtyard. At this time, the sky was darkening, just as the last rays of the setting sun disappeared. She took out a yellow talisman written in vermilion from her waist pouch, pinched it between her fingers, and threw it forward. The talisman flew over, seemingly with a spirit of its own, firmly sticking to a wall. But that wasn't the end. She took out a small sword carved from jade, about the length of her finger, exquisitely made and crystal clear, looking like it could fetch a good price as jewelry. But Xianxia showed no sign of regret. Flicking her finger, a blue light swept over, and the small sword was nailed to the talisman. Then, she took out a new yellow talisman and repeated the process. Li Chu watched from the side. Although he didn't understand what she was doing, he found it impressive. This was something he envied. In the world of these orthodox cultivators, there were talismans, treasures, elixirs, and all kinds of mysterious abilities that dazzled the eye. He had never been in contact with any of it. Xianxia walked slowly around the courtyard, casting a talisman every 3 steps, and then nailing it down with the jade sword. After 18 times, she finally completed a circle around the small courtyard. Taking a long breath, fine beads of sweat had appeared on her forehead. Before Li Chu could ask, she came over and said, "Do you know what I've set up here?" Li Chu smiled. He understood that he didn't need to speak, and this young lady would tell him everything she was curious about. Sure enough, Xianxia continued on her own. These spirit talismans are all taken from the storeroom of Chowdian K, specifically for dealing with ghosts. When nailed down with the Bai Fu sword produced by Dan Ding Pavilion, each talisman cast will carry a bit of my sword energy. This talisman technique is called the Sword Activation Talisman, and the 18 sword activation talismans are arranged according to the positive and negative 9 palaces, forming a relatively basic sword activation talisman's spirit array. Dealing with a small vengeful spirit will definitely be easy. Xianxia revealed a smile as if to say, "Now praise me." Li Chu nodded in response, feeling in his heart that this was professionalism. In contrast, his own exorcism methods seemed very dull. A crescent moon appeared, having actually been hanging in the air for quite some time, but its color was too faint to be noticed. The 2 lit lamps and waited quietly. Suddenly, Xianxia asked, "Little Taoist, are you afraid?" Li Chu gently shook his head. "Why?" This is a vengeful spirit. Li Sini pressed on. Yes. Isn't it a vengeful spirit? Li Chu countered. The two seemed to be saying similar things, yet they were vastly different. A trace of imperceptible confusion flashed across Li Sini's face. Li Chu's expression was always serious, making it hard for her to distinguish whether he was pretending or sincere. But if someone asks you if you are afraid, it usually means she is already scared. Li Sini knew her own situation. This was actually her first time exorcising spirits alone. In the past, she had always followed her mentor. Recently, she had made a breakthrough in her cultivation. So she tugged at her mentor's sleeve and begged for this opportunity to act independently. As for why she was so eager to exorcise spirits alone, because a certain sage of the Lu surname once said, to become famous, one must do it early, following behind her mentor, regardless of how strong the evil was eliminated. The credit and fame would always belong to the leader. Only by standing alone can the achievements be credited to oneself. She was actually not yet 20 years old this year, and if she became famous now, the Jianghu would call her a heroine, a fairy. With her charm, she could attract countless followers wherever she went. If she waited until her 40s or 50s to become famous, like her mentor, what would others call her? A nun? Li Sini quickly shook her head, shaking off this terrifying fantasy. Suddenly, Li Chu's gaze became fixed, looking towards a dark, unknown place outside the door. Just as Li Sini was about to ask, she also sensed that something was wrong. There was a sinister aura in the wind. What they were waiting for had arrived. The surroundings suddenly filled with childish voices, as if children were laughing, tinkling like silver bells, omnipresent, crisp, ethereal, yet with a hint of eeriness. Be careful. Li Sini said one word, and then she heard the voices suddenly switch, breaking into a song. Brother killed me. Mother killed him. Father killed mother. I killed father. Brother killed me. Mother killed him. Father killed mother. I killed father. As the nursery rhyme entered her ears, Li Sini's vision suddenly transformed. Her body shrank suddenly, becoming a 3- or 4-year-old little girl. Still in this room, the surrounding scene came to life in an instant. She saw her mother. A woman not old yet, but already hunched over. Her mother was pressing her head, urging her to call out father. But she remembered she had a father. Only, her father had been put into a black box and buried in the ground. Her mother, unable to survive, had to find her a new father. The new father also brought a brother, who always wore a bad smile on his face. She thought the new father would protect her and her mother like her previous father. But reality frightened her. He would hit her mother when he got drunk, hitting her very hard. The brother would mimic him, hitting her just as hard as he hit their mother. Her mother taught her to endure, so she obediently bore it. They lived like this for a long time, always bearing scars. Until one day, the brother suddenly stopped hitting her. He wanted to take off her clothes. Finally, her mother could no longer endure and pounced on the brother to hit him. Later, one day, the brother apologized to her. Other little girls all had red headbands, and she had always envied them. Now she had one too, and she was very happy. She decided to forgive her brother. The brother took her to the hillside and tied her hair for her, so she obediently sat on the hillside. Then, the brother pushed her down. She rolled down the slope, feeling a lot of pain. After that, her vision went dark. For some reason, she suddenly became this ethereal existence. She saw her mother searching for her throughout the village, as if she had gone mad. She heard her mother calling her name. She wanted to respond, but her mother couldn't hear her. Eventually, her mother found out. Her mother said nothing. Silently, she poured a packet of rat poison into the soup. The brother was poisoned to death. Father was very angry. That was his own son. So he hit her mother hard. Her mother was beaten to death by him. She was very angry. She was still very young and didn't understand. Why is the world like this? She had always been obedient. Why was she pushed down the mountain? Why did such a good mother have to be beaten to death? So she appeared and easily killed her father. Only then did she realize that she was very powerful now. She didn't have to endure. Li Sini suddenly woke from the illusion, discovering that Li Chu had pushed her shoulder. Li Chu said, "Sorry, I saw something was off with you, so I pushed you a bit. It's fine." Li Sini shook her head, as if waking from a big dream, still breathing heavily, murmuring, "I just." Li Chu said, "You had your eyes tightly shut. Your face was flushed, your whole body was trembling, and you kept calling me father." Li Sini's face flushed a deep red. But she quickly lifted her head and looked directly at Li Chu. "Why weren't you affected by her illusion?" She knew that vengeful spirits could use their resentment to influence others, causing them to have illusions, and she had been cautious. But she didn't expect that although this vengeful spirit had just died, its power was quite high. It hid the illusion in a nursery rhyme, making it hard to guard against. But why was Li Chu unaffected while she had fallen victim? Why was he so calm? Li Sini's gaze was filled with confusion. Under her scrutiny, Li Chu paused for a second, then slowly replied, "What illusion?" After speaking, he began to be alert, raising his eyes, turning his head, and cautiously observing the surroundings. Very steady. Li Sini looked at his delayed reaction and black question marks began to appear above her head. 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, based on her understanding of illusions, she had guessed 2 possibilities. The first possibility: an illusion attack is like a flood. On one side is the water, and on the other is the mountain. If your flood is enough to submerge my mountain, then I will naturally be immersed in it, at your mercy. Sometimes, your water may not be enough, but if it reaches halfway up the mountain, it depends on whether I expose any flaws. A careless mistake could get me knocked over by the wave you stirred up, and I would also fall victim. But if your splash is too small for me, like a child peeing at the foot of the mountain, then it's normal for me not to feel it. But could Li Chu be that great mountain? After thinking about it, Li Xin felt the second possibility was more reliable. That is, Li Chu is deaf. Chapter 15, This Sword is Called Ping. The current situation did not allow her to think too much. After only a few words, she suddenly felt the cold wind change direction and become strong. The old thatched house in the courtyard swayed precariously in this wind. A wave of extremely uncomfortable cold air rushed in. Li Xin's gaze became stern. Vengeful spirits exist on a breath of resentment, and their power is related to it. Such a strong momentum indicates that this vengeful spirit has a heavy resentment and may not be easy to deal with. Li Chu appeared calm, looking towards the courtyard gate. The main character had arrived. There appeared a solitary figure of a little girl, dressed in a bright red dress, with hair cascading down to cover her face. The frail figure looked somewhat pitiful. As they entered the courtyard, Li Xin reminded again, "If I don't speak, you must not act." Li Chu nodded obediently. After all, there was money to be made, and he was happy not to act, wanting to learn how professionals exorcise evil spirits. My brother killed me. My mother killed him. My father killed my mother. I killed my father. However, Li Xin had been caught off guard before, but now she guarded her spirit platform, giving no further opportunity. She looked at the vengeful spirit before her, her eyes filled with 3 parts pity. The earlier illusion must have been everything she experienced. This little girl was the greatest victim, but Li Xin also knew that she could never show mercy. No matter how pitiful someone is, once they become a vengeful spirit, they are no longer pitiable. In the future, anyone passing through here at night could be harmed by her. Being soft-hearted towards a vengeful spirit is cruel to more innocent people. With this thought, her gaze suddenly became sharp. Then, she heard a soft question in the wind. "Do you have family?" It was the little girl asking. Li Xin knew that the vengeful spirit was choosing its target for revenge. Vengeful spirits don't kill just anyone, just like the previous lady. Her resentment was directed at men, so she only killed men. It seemed that this little girl in red had resentment towards her family. Answering the vengeful spirit's question could not involve lies. It could hear the truest answer in your heart. So Li Xin shook her head. No, she was an orphan, growing up in her master's sect. If counted seriously, her master and fellow disciples could be considered family. But in the little girl's concept, that probably wouldn't count. The little girl then turned to Li Chu. "Do you have family?" Li Chu paused and answered, "They are all gone from this world." "Oh." The little girl in red responded softly and turned around, seemingly about to leave. The surrounding howling cold wind also began to dissipate. "She can't be allowed to leave," Li Xin said urgently. This vengeful spirit was already very powerful. If she were allowed to leave, who knows what trouble might arise. Li Chu also had some understanding of resentment. The other day in the Shui family, he had tried to dispel the lady's resentment with words. Although he had failed, if the situation were reversed, it might be simpler. His mind raced, and based on her question, he speculated on how to provoke her resentment to keep her here. So he prepared and gently called, "Little sister." The little girl in red ignored him, walking forward on her own, her figure gradually fading, about to disappear. Then Li Chu said again, "Your mother is dead." Her footsteps stopped, her figure paused. Seeing this, Li Chu knew it was effective and continued, "You are an orphan." At this moment, Li Chu added the final sentence, "Your family is all gone." A quality triple. Although it sounded like he was speaking beautifully, he was just calmly stating the facts. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion, and all the fences in front of the little girl exploded. Her resentment was ignited. Li Xin glanced at Li Chu, unsure whether to praise him for doing well or to blame him for going too far. At this moment, although the vengeful spirit remained, she had completely entered a rampage state. Thankfully, she had already made arrangements. Now, looking at the red figure rushing towards them, Li Xin formed a sword formula and shouted, "Swift!" Whoosh! A streak of blue light carrying a talisman shot through the wind and struck the vengeful spirit. Bang! The vengeful spirit let out a piercing scream, her black hair flying wildly, but her face remained hidden. After being hit, a huge talisman phantom appeared in midair, imprinted on her frail body, entangling her like a spider web. What burst forth was not blood, but a thick black mist. This talisman was named the 6th Jia Suppression Talisman, meant to restrict her movements. Seeing her first strike succeed, Li Xin slightly relaxed and explained to Li Chu. Then, she executed another sword formula, whoosh. Bang! This talisman is called the Flame Sun Talisman, using the fire of the sun to scorch evil spirits. Bang! This talisman is called the Huangting Evil Expelling Talisman, specifically designed to expel evil spirits and their yin energy. Bang! This talisman is called the Kuaishing Dominating the World Talisman, using the power of the harsh wind to join forces and strangle. Bang! 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 The 18 sword activation talismans are continuously unleashed, resembling streams of meteors, striking the vengeful spirit in midair, causing black mist to continuously erupt, almost completely surrounding the red-clothed ghostly figure. Li Chu couldn't help but click his tongue, feeling a surge of envy. So magnificent, so dazzling, so imposing. Controlling the spirits in the air to be beaten repeatedly, the black mist spraying out in bursts. It was visually impactful. Although he didn't understand why Li Xin hadn't killed the vengeful spirit after such a long time, she must have her own reasons. His own limited knowledge might not allow him to comprehend. In fact, Li Xin was also puzzled, after unleashing all 18 sword activation talismans. Why hadn't the vengeful spirit died yet? She had set up the 18 talismans just for safety. In reality, she thought 7 or 8 would be enough. Although the talismans were from the Heavenly K, the green talisman sword was a treasure she bought herself, and it wasn't cheap. She never expected all of it would be wasted here. Even more unexpectedly, the vengeful spirit was still alive. Thud! The sword activation talisman array had finished its burst, and the control time was up. The little girl's body fell to the center of the courtyard. Looking at her weak state, although she wasn't dead, she was close. Only then did Li Xin feel relieved. She wiped her wrist, a dazzling silver light streaked across, and a flying sword with a flickering sword light instantly appeared, hovering in front of her chest, which she grasped with one hand. Seeing Li Chu's gaze turn towards her, she said, "This is a flying sword bracelet. Any refined magical item can transform into an accessory to wear." Not bad. It was the first time Li Chu expressed a compliment. He genuinely thought it was good. Carrying an iron sword every time he went out was indeed troublesome, if it weren't for his amicable appearance. A less attractive Taoist carrying a sharp blade would likely be driven away from many places. Hearing this, Li Xin performed a beautiful sword flourish as she walked towards the little girl, saying, "This sword is called the Autumn Rain Begonia, crafted by Master Mo from the sword casting city. If it weren't for my master's connections, even with money, I couldn't buy it." As she spoke, she approached the vengeful spirit. "Sister, please don't kill me." The red-clothed little girl suddenly crawled up, kneeling on the ground, bowing her head deeply, crying, "I'm so scared, please. Don't kill me, okay? I'll be good." Thinking of Xiao Ying's timid appearance, Li Xin hesitated for a moment, her sword pausing midair, a flicker of compassion crossing her heart. But soon, this compassion was suppressed. The best mercy towards a vengeful spirit is to let her reincarnate as soon as possible. But just this moment of hesitation, the little girl, kneeling on the ground, suddenly raised her head, and the black hair covering her face automatically parted, revealing her visage. Bang! Li Xin's brain was violently shaken. What kind of face is this? It is tender and small, yet broken and rotten, like a smashed watermelon, with grotesque skin and flesh filled with black veins. And something strange slowly writhing within, terrifying to the extreme. No, a sudden alertness flashed through Li Xin's mind. It was still an illusion. Her face was real. But no matter how fearful, she wouldn't be so terrified that her mind went blank. Li Xin bit her tongue to wake herself up, but it was already too late. Snap! The little girl had already reached out her hands towards her, her slender arms instantly transforming into a pair of 5-foot-long green ghost claws, gripping Li Xin's neck tightly. This is bad. In that moment of suffocation, Li Xin's mind flashed these two words. She had been too careless. She never expected that after being bombarded by 18 sword activation talismans, the vengeful spirit still had such power. She struggled desperately, but in this situation, it was impossible to mobilize her true energy, let alone resist those strong ghost claws. The more she struggled, the further her feet lifted off the ground. This was not the strength of a newly dead vengeful spirit. It was like a ghost that had cultivated for 100 years. Just when she thought she was about to die in despair, she suddenly heard a gentle inquiry by her ear. "Miss Li, can I make a move now?" Li Chu stood obediently under the eaves, watching the sudden change of events, seeing Li Xin make a mistake again. Although Li Xin had repeatedly warned herself not to act rashly, he felt that if he didn't help, this beautiful woman might die in the line of duty. Out of politeness, he still asked first. The only response he got was 2 words. "Save me." "All right." Li Chu calmly stepped forward, drawing his sword in a dull manner, and striking with a dull motion. If there was anything different from the past, it was probably that this time a ghost was holding someone. So he exerted less force in his strike, fearing he might accidentally injure Li Xin. The tragedy of Half River Pavilion could not happen again. Whoosh! A plainsword light cut through. The red-clothed little girl might not have noticed his sword action yet. The moment the sword light landed on her body, her form began to shatter. In the blink of an eye, she turned to ashes. In the face of this sword, all tricks lost their meaning. Xianxia fell to the ground with a thud, clutching her neck, gasping for breath. The cold, sunken handprint of the ghost on her neck did not affect her thoughts. She quickly turned her head in surprise to look at Li Chu. The latter was calmly sheathing his sword, as if he had just done something trivial. She also practiced swordsmanship, so she could feel the power of that sword. Just now, when that strong sword aura brushed past her ear, her soul had involuntarily trembled. It was indescribably powerful, so she trembled and asked, "What is the name of this sword?" She felt that such a powerful sword aura could not be casually unleashed. It might even be some legendary forbidden sword technique. Name? Li Chu blinked. He really hadn't thought about that. But looking at Xianxia's serious eyes, he felt he couldn't not answer. After all, she had just told him the names of her talismans one by one. After a moment of thought, he slowly said, "This sword is called Ping." Chapter 16. The Master's Realm is Inestimable. Ping. Xianxia repeated, completely unable to understand what the name meant. Li Chu didn't want to elaborate, so he looked at Xianxia and smiled inscrutably. This was something he learned from Yu. As long as he smiled like this at the person asking the question, even if she didn't understand anything, she would feel it was impressive and give up pursuing the question. Usually, when he asked his master questions, his master often displayed such a smile. The difference might be that his master was truly powerful, while he was just too lazy to explain. Sure enough, although Xianxia was completely baffled, looking at Li Chu's ambiguous smile, she suddenly felt that this might involve an unspeakable secret. So she stopped asking. Well, Li Chu then moved. As he walked out of the courtyard, Xianxia suddenly stopped. After the resentment disappeared, the summer night breeze began to rise. She looked at the empty courtyard, reached out to pull down the red ribbon binding her hair, shook her head, and let her long hair cascade down, incredibly smooth. "It's nothing." She shook her head. Li Chu watched her actions without speaking. At this moment, she looked softer and more approachable with her long hair down, losing some of her earlier heroism. Walking alongside Li Chu, she smiled and asked, "Little Taoist, do you prefer my hair tied up or let down?" Xianxia asked again, "Little Taoist, why are you so powerful?" Li Chu replied seriously, "I'm not powerful." Humph. Being able to unleash such strong sword energy and still say you're not powerful. Xianxia snorted and asked again, "Did you deliberately hide your true energy fluctuations?" "No." Then Xianxia elongated her tone. "Do you prefer my hair tied up or let down?" On a night with a bright moon and clear air, the sounds of frogs, cicadas, birds, and dogs mixed together, creating a lively atmosphere that dispelled the earlier gloom. Li Chu's heart suddenly felt peaceful. There are many bad things in this world, and many unfortunate people. But no matter what, as long as we are still fortunate enough to live a peaceful life, we should strive to cherish it. When parting, Xianxia reluctantly tugged at the little Taoist, wanting him to take her around Yuhang town. Li Chu promised, next time for sure. On the way back, he reflected on the day's experiences. Although dealing with the vengeful spirit was simple, it taught him a vivid lesson. The world of Jianghu is slippery and human nature is complex. Xianxia's strength was clearly superior to that of the vengeful spirit, yet she almost fell victim to it due to a moment of softness. If he hadn't been there, she would have died in vain. However, thinking further, if Xianxia hadn't appeared today and he had gone alone to exorcise the evil, would he have been able to suppress his compassion upon seeing such a small girl kneeling before him begging for mercy? Perhaps not. If no one were around, could he have been the one to die instead? This thought made him feel a chill. By the time he reached the gate of the Diyun temple, he had summarized his insights from the day. The Tao scripture says, if one is not ruthless, one cannot stand firm. The next morning, the master with an ethereal demeanor still sat under the tree in a simple posture, silent, his gaze flowing, exuding an aura of a great being from head to toe. Li Chu approached respectfully and said, "Master, I have a question to ask." "Oh." Yu Qian smiled lightly. "Feel free to ask." Li Chu sat opposite him and asked, "I would like to know, what are the 7 realms of celestial beings?" "The 7 realms of celestial beings?" Yu Qian paused. "Why do you suddenly want to ask this?" "Yesterday someone asked me which realm of the 7 realms of celestial beings I had reached, and I had no idea. So I was curious and wanted to ask the master," Li Chu replied honestly. Although Xianxia had said it was unimportant, he wasn't foolish. Why would she ask about something unimportant? So he had kept the question in his heart. "This is actually just common knowledge among cultivators," Yu Qian said slowly. "The 7 realms of celestial beings are the 7 major realms that cultivators typically experience. The so-called celestial being refers to the transition from human to heavenly. And these 7 realms are the road to the heavens: body refinement, qi, spirit unity, dragon transformation, 10,000 forms, cutting off decline, and celestial connection. Among them, body refinement cultivates strong bones. Qi cultivates the elixir field into a spirit unity cultivates the immortal spirit. Dragon transformation cultivates the physical body into a dragon. 10,000 forms cultivates the unity of celestial beings. Cutting off decline cultivates the extraordinary, and celestial connection cultivates earthly immortality. I understand now, Li Chu nodded. Is this the classification of cultivation realms in this world? How should I be counted? It seems I don't possess any characteristics of these realms. However, his cultivation method is different from theirs, so it's normal for the classification to be different. Seeing him in thought, Yu Qian continued, in fact, not all cultivators must follow this path. It's just that the mainstream cultivators, anciently known as Qi refiners, progress according to the 7 realms of celestial beings. Other lineages, such as martial artists, poison masters, shamans, etc., have their own classifications. Demons, spirits, and monsters also have their own paths. So there's no need to be too rigid about this. Just treat it as a general reference. Li Chu nodded in understanding and said, I would also like to ask, what realm must one reach to be considered a master in Jianghu? This question had always been on his mind. Ultimately, he wanted to know how far he had cultivated to venture out of the novice village and explore Jianghu. Yu Qian stroked his beard and smiled. This depends on your understanding of what a master is. Across the world, those born with spiritual roots who can embark on the path of cultivation are already 1 in 10,000. Among those with spiritual roots, 90% will remain at the entry-level body refinement realm for life. Compared to ordinary people, they are already absolute masters. Reaching the Qi realm can be considered exceptional. In Jianghu, one can be called a high person. If one possesses spirit unity cultivation, that is a great fortune. In Jianghu sects, one can be a mainstay. And in the court, one can hold power in a region. Once one steps into the dragon transformation realm, they can be called a renowned figure in Jianghu, capable of making a name for themselves everywhere. After dragon transformation, the scenery changes. The first 3 realms of dragon transformation are closer to humans, while the latter 3 are closer to the heavens. Upon entering the 10,000 forms realm, one can speak laws at will, invoke celestial phenomena, enough to open a sect and become a founder. If one enters the cutting off decline realm, they can be called a great power of heaven and earth, rare in the world. As for the highest celestial connection realm, once one steps in, they become a terrestrial immortal that can be encountered but not sought. This realm is considered the pinnacle of humanity. Apart from the legendary ascension, there is no other pursuit. The 7 realms of celestial beings. Each realm is a chasm. Each realm has blocked countless prodigies. It's like climbing a mountain. Each peak is higher than the last. Anyone can claim to be a master, but there will always be someone higher than you. Li Chu was deeply shocked. It turned out the world of cultivators is so vast. Another curiosity arose in his heart. Master, may I dare to ask, what realm are you currently in? He tentatively asked, I wonder what realm you are at now? My realm? Yu Qian smiled mysteriously. Guess. The master must have accomplished many astonishing feats in his early years. He must at least be in the dragon transformation realm, right? Li Chu dared not guess too high, fearing to put Yu Qian in a difficult position, so he started with what he thought was a lower realm. Yu Qian smiled and shook his head. Could it be the 10,000 forms? Li Chu asked again. Yu Qian maintained his smile and shook his head again. Could the master already be a great power in the cutting off decline realm? Li Chu's eyes sparkled. Yu Qian smiled again and shook his head. Oh, Li Chu's heart was greatly excited. Could it be that the master has reached the celestial connection realm, a terrestrial immortal? Hee, Yu Qian chuckled. Just when Li Chu thought he had guessed correctly, he shook his head again. Li Chu was very puzzled. None of these were correct. But if the master were merely a practitioner of the first 3 realms, how could he possess such demeanor? Yu Qian wore an ambiguous expression, gazing at Li Chu with a familiar, inscrutable smile. This smile left Li Chu somewhat dazed, yet he dared not ask further. The air was quiet for a moment before Yu Qian slowly said, We cultivators seek the state of mind, not the state of the body. If one is fixated on cultivation level, what use is it to move mountains and drain seas? Disciple, do not be too attached. Li Chu hurriedly nodded. I understand. In truth, he didn't understand at all. He only understood one thing. The master's realm was definitely beyond what he could estimate. Chapter 17. The wild fox worships at the temple. Before long, a light rain began to fall from the sky. When he reached the front hall, Li Chu unexpectedly discovered that an early visitor had already prostrated themselves there. It was a slender fox, its fur pure white, lying there like a fluffy snowball. Its front paws were clasped together under its head, and its eyes were tightly closed, seemingly praying for something. The one kneeling in front of the 3 pure ones was actually a wild fox. Li Chu did not disturb it. Beasts have spirits and should be treated equally. After a long while, the white fox opened its eyes, and its warm, shining gaze looked at Li Chu, revealing a hint of gratitude. Li Chu nodded in acknowledgement. The white fox seemed to see that Li Chu was not paying attention to it, so it relaxed, stood up, and sincerely spread its paws. then seriously bowed its head 3 times and knocked its forehead 9 times. After worshipping, it took a deep look at Li Chu and then turned to leave. Its bushy tail trailed behind, but its movements were exceptionally agile, disappearing in a flash like a streak of white light. The courtyard was wet from the rain, somewhat muddy, but it passed through lightly, not a speck of mud sticking to its body. During lunch, he mentioned this matter to Yuqian. The wild fox comes to pay homage. It seems it's about to transform and is here to seek the blessings of the 3 clear ancestors. In the future, we might see it every day, Yuqian said leisurely. Transformation is the first major hurdle on the path of cultivation for demons. If one does not transform, they will forever remain as mountain spirits and wild beasts, bodies of animals, and will not receive heavenly blessings. One must undergo the tribulation of heaven, and only by successfully transforming can they restrain their demonic energy and take on human form. Humans are the most intelligent of all beings, and cultivating in human form offers many benefits. Is that not so? To dare to pay respect to the 3 clear, it indicates that it is also a righteous demon, having never committed any harmful deeds. Let it be. When it successfully transforms in the future and is friendly towards humans, it will also be our merit. The transformation of demons is fraught with difficulties, Yuqian lamented. Some demons, born without much spirituality, like plants and stones that have gained essence, may take thousands of years to have an opportunity for transformation. However, the Fox clan is naturally spiritual and can transform in just over 100 years. Yet, similarly, the risks of facing heavenly tribulations also increase significantly. At least around 50% of demons die during the tribulation of transformation. Thus, there are always demons in the mountains and fields that have lived for many years but remain in their original forms. They simply do not dare to undergo the thunder tribulation. But without transforming, their realms are blocked, and they cannot extend their lifespans either. Those who accept the heavenly tribulation usually seek some means to increase their chances of success. For instance, worshipping Buddha in temples or gods in shrines are common paths that might increase a bit of fortune but do not play a decisive role. Some demons, in order to successfully transform, will join immortal sects or follow great masters. Demons under the protection of sects or powerful beings will receive much support during their tribulation, and their chances of success will greatly increase. As the saying goes, it is good to be backed by a big tree for shade. Among the 12 immortal sects, there is a righteous faction that specifically recruits demons using the ancient method of sealing and rectifying. Demons that are sealed by the rectification practitioners can have up to an 80% chance of successfully overcoming their tribulations. However, the conditions for the sealing faction are quite harsh. Any demon wishing to be sealed must sign a blood contract to serve as a slave in the sect for 100 years after transforming. Only after 100 years can they gain their freedom. Most demons are born and raised by nature and prefer a life without constraints. Yet, countless have submitted to the sealing faction as slaves to pass through their tribulations, highlighting the great allure of transformation for demons. The continuous rain meant that not many people would come to the temple. In fact, even on sunny days, there weren't many visitors. Yuqian shared more stories with Li Chu. With the gentle sound of the rain, Li Chu listened intently. The sealing faction sends demons to Chaoga City every year to offer them to the court's nobles in exchange for privileges not available from other sections. Thus, their influence has been growing increasingly stronger in recent years, with more disciples being recruited and more demons coming to pay their respects, flourishing day by day. Yuqian gazed into the distance, stroking his beard, and said dismissively, "I don't know about their cultivation, but they certainly have a knack for business." Sending demons? Li Chu turned his head, puzzled. Hee. Yuqian chuckled. The big shots in Chaoga City have seen all kinds of treasures, but they can't resist it. A gust of wind brought the rain into the kitchen, making it quite cool and comfortable. Cat-eared girls, fox spirits, mermaids, Yuqian muttered. Who could remain unmoved? Li Chu blinked. Cats, foxes, fish? And there are also rabbit girls, butterfly fairies. Each has its own trend. Recently, it seems to be popular to have wings. When I traveled in my youth, it was just the right time for the trend of snake and scorpion beauties. In those years, who among the powerful in Chaoga didn't keep a snake spirit at home, or they would feel embarrassed to go out? Oh, Li Chu shook off the rainwater on himself. He had always thought keeping snakes as pets was quite bizarre. Yuqian seemed to have seen through his thoughts and waved his arm in a wavy motion. Not a snake, but a snake that has transformed into human form. Its body soft and slippery, seemingly boneless, with a tongue that extends 8 inches long. He explained, adding, it even has a forked tongue. At that moment, Li Chu, through the wind and rain in the backyard, heard footsteps in the front yard, so he stood up. Yuqian hadn't heard the footsteps, but realized someone was coming when he saw his disciple stand up. However, he did hear Li Chu muttering as he left. The forked tongue of a snake is quite normal, right? The implication was that it wasn't anything unusual. It's not strange for a snake's tongue to be forked, but if it transforms into human form and still has a forked tongue, that's... Watching Li Chu's back, Yu Qianan sighed slightly. This disciple is good in every way, respectful, filial, polite, and looks like me. It's just that his thinking is a bit odd. It wasn't so severe when he was younger. I thought he would be fine when he grew up, but who knew it would worsen in these past 2 years? Taoist Yu was pondering whether he should find him a marriage prospect. Just crossing a courtyard, Li Chu couldn't be bothered to use an umbrella. The fabric of the Dao robe was dense and stiff. When he reached the front hall, not many raindrops had landed on him, and he shook them off easily. However, the yellow earth laid in the backyard made his shoes a bit dirty. Li Chu looked up at him and nodded. The visitor sat on the mat. Dressed in a brocade black robe, with a waist belt adorned with floral patterns and jade, and the collar embroidered with gold thread. His appearance was quite good. With thick eyebrows and big eyes, a fair complexion, and a face full of vigor. This person was Wang Longqi, the 7th young master of the Wang family in Yuhang town, and was also an acquaintance of Li Chu. Wang Longqi was considered one of the more decent, rich second-generation individuals in the area. Although he was not ambitious, he was not unruly either. With such a family background and appearance, he had always been quite popular among the girls. He knew Li Chu because of a girl. Chapter 18. Is there still hope for this world? This story began half a year ago, on a stormy night. Who would have thought that there was a young girl living alone in a building, beautiful and enchanting? This girl was not only stunning, but also passionate. She invited him into her home to bathe and change clothes, even offering him sweet water to drink. At that time, Wang Longqi had just had a wild night at a brothel and was feeling like a saint, with not a trace of impure thoughts. However, upon entering the girl's bedroom, it was as if he had lost his soul, and somehow, he ended up having a night of passion with her. When he woke up again, he found himself lying beside an abandoned grave. He was so scared that his face turned pale, and he clearly remembered that the girl had told him to come back and marry her at this time the next day. During that period in Yuhang town, rumors of a ghost bride were spreading, saying that the ghost bride specifically lured young men to her grave, and after having relations with her, they must marry her, or she would come to haunt and kill their entire family. But how could a living person marry a dead one? The dead cannot come back to life. They can only cause the living to die. In recent days, 2 or 3 strong men had mysteriously died, and the government was investigating this strange case. Wang Longqi thought he must have encountered the ghost bride, so he hurried to find Zhou Dafu. Zhou Dafu brought him to meet Li Chu. The next night, Li Chu went with him to the ghost bride's grave. The ghost bride indeed appeared, dressed in a phoenix crown and a wedding gown, riding a ghostly carriage, floating over in her wedding attire. The moment she landed, she looked at Wang Longqi and then at Li Chu, and without hesitation, said to Li Chu, "You finally came to marry me." Wang Longqi, for a moment, did not know whether to be happy or worried. The story concluded with Li Chu's merciless sword, and Wang Longqi thus became friends with Li Chu. Although they did not meet often, in his heart, Li Chu had saved his life and would definitely be a friend for life. In Li Chu's heart, Wang Longqi had donated a large sum to the Dayun temple, and he too was undoubtedly a good friend. This good friend hurriedly came to the temple on such a rainy day. Wang Longqi knew Li Chu's character, so he didn't waste any words. He got straight to the point. "I came to find you this time because I recently fell in love with a girl." Li Chu instinctively asked, "Is she human or a ghost?" "Of course, she is human." Wang Longqi reflexively jumped up, exasperated. "I've always liked humans. That incident with the ghost was just an accident." It was understandable for him to be so sensitive after sleeping with the ghost bride last time. It took him a month at home to fully restore his yang energy. He was originally full of joy to re-enter the world. But when he went out to play again, he found that this matter had somehow spread. Whenever he went out, there were always people pointing and whispering behind his back. It was one thing for his close friends, the death and life bond with the Death Knight, to mock him with these nicknames. The most desperate thing was that he discovered that even the girls in the brothels had started to look down on him. He even eavesdropped on a red courtesan and the madam at Chunmanlu whispering about it. Wasn't it inauspicious for someone who had been with a ghost? Definitely. If a person eats something that a ghost has eaten, isn't that just like stealing offerings from a grave? How could it be good? Ugh, don't say that. It's creepy. Whoever wants to go can go. I don't want to do business with him. What a pity for a rich young master to be ruined by a ghost. Sigh. This unclean man, who would dare to want him in the future? Humph. Flies don't buzz around an egg without seams. It must be because he dressed up so flamboyantly at midnight that he caught the attention of the female ghost. Hearing these words, young Master Wang Qi trembled with anger, cold sweat running down his body on a hot day, his hands and feet icy, and tears streamed down uncontrollably. He felt wronged. Li Chu listened to him, venting his grievances, and nodded, then calmly looked at him. Wang Longqi widened his wet eyes and said in indignation, "Don't you sympathize with me? I haven't touched a woman for a whole 6 months." Li Chu nodded and continued to look at him calmly. Wang Longqi wanted to say something more, but looking at Li Chu's handsome face, which seemed to be inscribed with 18 years worth of experience, his indignation gradually faded. You're wasting your talent. If I looked like you, those brothel girls would definitely not look down on me. Wang Longqi mumbled, then paused and said softly, I guess it would even be fine to sleep with a female ghost. Li Chu said expressionlessly, you should tell me your purpose for coming. Oh, I almost forgot. Wang Longqi, who rarely had the chance to express his feelings, was too caught up in the moment. I searched, and hey, I actually met someone the other day. Mentioning this, Wang Longqi's eyes regained their sparkle. The first time I saw her, I was astounded. Her background, beauty, conversation, and temperament were all perfect in ways I had never seen before. At that moment, I made up my mind to marry her in this life. But that hateful Zhao Liangkai had to butt in. He also had his eye on this girl. He didn't even take a look at his own worth and dared to compete with me. He used to do this at Chunmanlu, in Hangzhou. I let him have his way once. Wang Longqi grew more and more agitated. Zhao Liangkai was no one else. He was also the young master of the wealthy Zhao family in Yuhang town. The reason Wang Longqi had just said that the Wang family was among the best rather than the best was because of the existence of the Zhao family. If the Wang family is number one, then the Zhao family is number two. If the Zhao family is number one, then the Wang family is number two. He digressed to recount the grievances between the two families. Li Chu, feeling bored, tucked his hands into his sleeves. Seeing this, Wang Longqi quickly straightened up and continued. In the morning, I ran into him, and he actually brought up the matter of me being bewitched by a ghost. Hitting people is fine, but don't hit their faces. Cursing is fine, but don't expose their shortcomings. That guy is truly hateful. I almost got into a fight with him. If it weren't for someone stopping us, his family would probably be playing the Swana right now. Don't think I'm bragging. Back then Li Chu frowned impatiently. Isn't there a ghost building at the Liujia Archway? His family has taken over that land, and the ghost building has been there without anyone daring to touch it. He bet me that we should both spend a night in that ghost building and see who can come out unscathed. Whoever is too scared to run away loses. And from then on, neither of us can compete for any girl again. And if we see each other on the road, we have to keep our distance. In the end, he chickened out. It wasn't me who chickened out, and he added a condition that we could each bring one person with us. And of course, I thought of you first. Li Chu, we're friends, right? Wang Longqi grasped Li Chu's sleeve. Now only you can help me. Li Chu expressionlessly pulled his sleeve away. The Liujia ghost building. As a resident of Yuhang town, he had certainly heard of this famous place. He didn't expect that these two rich second-generation kids would go there to seek death. It felt a bit troublesome. Seeing him show a hesitant expression, Wang Longqi immediately said, help me this time, and I'll renovate the entire Diyun temple for you and double its scale. Li Chu raised his head and slowly said, it's not about the money, we're friends. Chapter 19. All the malice in the world is reflected in this face. Zhao Liangchen looked at the small building that still exuded a hint of ominousness under the bright sun, his expression very indifferent, and even sneered inwardly. It was merely a folktale from the countryside. How could there be any remarkable evil spirit? Did such trivial matters even warrant my intervention? He originally wanted to loudly reprimand Zhao Liangkai for this, but the offer he gave was just too generous. Upon careful consideration, they should be cousins. Zhao Liangkai seemed to be a few months older. In terms of family lineage, Zhao Liangchun was born into a branch of the Zhao family that had gone to Hangzhou to manage business, while Zhao Liangkai was the legitimate eldest son of the main family. Regardless, Zhao Liangcai's status should be higher than Zhao Liangchun's. However, this situation changed when Zhao Liangchun was tested for spiritual roots at the age of 6. Those with spiritual roots are rare, and in decades. The Zhao family had only produced this one potential cultivator, making him the focus of the family's cultivation efforts. The main family provided many resources and secured him an opportunity to participate in the selection of the Zhengdao sect. The Zhengdao sect is one of the 12 immortal sects, a top-tier sect in the world, and anyone who can enter it has a bright future ahead. However, the elder in charge of the selection dismissed Zhao Liangchun's prospects with just 2 sentences. He looked at him with disdain, touched him with disdain, clicked his tongue, and said, this kid has mediocre roots and is too ugly. Forget it. Young Zhao Liangchun experienced his first thunderbolt. Fortunately, he had family support, and the Zhao family sought help everywhere to send him to the local Feilai sect in Hangzhou. The Feilai sect is also considered a prestigious sect in Hangzhou, with considerable heritage, and is a leader among sects that are 2 tiers below the 12 immortal sects. From the day Zhao Liangchun entered, he secretly vowed to make those from the Zhengdao sect regret their judgments. 30 years in the East River, 30 years in the West River, don't underestimate the youth. So he worked tirelessly in the Feilai sect, practicing when others practiced, eating when others ate, training when others ran naked, and practicing while others slept, day and night. Without interruption for more than 10 years. With such a tenacious will, he became the fastest-growing disciple among his peers. However, when it came time for the Phalai sect to select the chief disciple, he thought it would be a sure thing, only to be told that the selection was not just based on cultivation. A few elders closed the door in disgust, ultimately selecting a junior disciple who was only at the early stage of the Qi realm. Because the junior disciple was handsome, Zhao Liangqin was dumbfounded. His master advised him, saying that the chief disciple is not only the best disciple, but also the face of the sect, representing the sect in the mortal world. You really aren't suitable. The master's words were very tactful, but the meaning was clear. You are ugly. The junior disciple was already in the spotlight. And after becoming the chief disciple, he quickly stood out through several carefully arranged exorcisms by the sect, gaining a large following and becoming the most prominent new talent in the immortal sect in Hangzhou. The fame of the Phalai sect indeed rose accordingly. The more he overshadowed Zhao Liangqin, the more indignant Zhao Liangqin felt. What if he was ugly? What if he was ugly? Did being ugly eat into your family's rice? He could only counter all of this with even harder work. He believed that one day he would make those who looked down on him regret it through his strength. No matter what, they were cultivators. The most important thing was to pursue the great Tao and eliminate demons. Could those who were handsome really rely on their looks to exorcise evil? Cousin. Zhao Liangkai called out twice in a flattering manner. Only then did Zhao Liangqin pull himself out of his thoughts and look at his cousin. Zhao Liangkai had a pancake face, small green bean eyes, a garlic nose, half of his face covered in pockmarks and half in acne. Every time Zhao Liangqin saw his appearance, he felt a surge of anger. The most frustrating part was that he looked almost identical to himself. Yes, although they were cousins. They looked like twins. The only difference was that Zhao Liangqin, due to long-term cultivation, had a very full spirit and a more indifferent demeanor, giving off an overall impression of being cold and ugly. In contrast, Zhao Liangkai, who spent all day on frivolous matters, had already drained himself and looked more insipid, appearing both ugly and insipid. What is it? Zhao Liangqin asked coldly. I wanted to say, we not only have to deal with the evil spirits in the ghost building. When that Wang kid comes later, do you have any supernatural abilities to help me deal with him? I mean, even if there are no ghosts inside. We still need to scare him away, Zhao Liangkai said with a smirk. Zhao Liangqin nodded. I happened to catch a few little ghosts recently, which should be more than enough to deal with a mortal. However, don't worry. How could the Wang family compare to our relationship? Zhao Liangkai leaned in closer. I guess he might just invite a local Taoist priest or monk, or maybe even a con artist. Even if he can find a cultivator. Can he be better than you, cousin? Zhao Liangkai knew that his cousin liked flattery and would soon be buttered up within 3 sentences. However, what he said was also true. Zhao Liangqin was indeed considered a master in Hangzhou. To be better than him, one would have to be at the divine harmony stage, a level of power not easily summoned. Zhao Liangqin lightly nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Zhao Liangkai appeared encouraged and immediately began to flatter him. If I may say, our Zhao family must be blessed to have produced such a person as you. Within the entire Hangzhou, I have never seen a more talented cultivator than you. And I reckon there are not many throughout the entire Heluo dynasty. Next year's Immortal Gate examination will be tough for your contemporaries. I worry for them. Zhao Liangqin wanted to maintain his cold demeanor, but he couldn't help the corners of his mouth twitching upwards. He hadn't heard such compliments in a long time. At Phalai sect, his relationship with his peers had always been poor. However, previously, he had outshone them with his cultivation, and there were still 2 sycophants following him, who knew that after losing the position of chief disciple, those people not only retracted their flattery, but also often mocked him in front of others. He had thus remained silent for a year, intending to hit back after breaking through, but he had been stuck at a bottleneck without progress. This time out, besides receiving a hefty reward from Zhao Liangkai, he also intended to relax a bit. Now it seemed that Zhao Liangkai could still make him happy. Just as Zhao Liangkai was flattering him enthusiastically, 2 figures emerged from the slope. One wore a brocade robe and had thick eyebrows and big eyes, while the other wore a blue Taoist robe, exuding an extraordinary aura. Zhao Liangcai's expression changed instantly as he coldly sneered. Wang Longqi, you really dare to come? The ones approaching were indeed Wang Longqi and Li Chu. Upon hearing Zhao Liangcai's taunt, Wang Longqi was not to be outdone. Since someone is looking for trouble, of course. I have to see how he dies. All right, let's go in and see who's dying. Whoever backs down is a coward. After exchanging verbal jabs, Wang Longqi and Li Chu stepped closer. Zhao Liangqin had been standing with his hands behind his back, gazing into the distance to maintain his cold demeanor. It was only at this moment that he slowly turned his head, his indifferent gaze sweeping over Wang Longqi and Li Chu's faces. Suddenly, his pupils constricted sharply, and his expression froze as if trapped in a swamp. Beside him, Zhao Liangkai sensed something was off and nudged him with his elbow, whispering, Cousin? Li Chu maintained an expression of calm, his gaze equally indifferent, and his demeanor just as cold, giving off an overall impression of being handsome yet aloof. As for why Zhao Liangqin was staring at him, he didn't care. There were easily 100 people who stared at him when he went out. He couldn't possibly ask each one what they were looking at. Humph. After a long moment, Zhao Liangqin let out a heavy snort, as if he had suffered some great grievance, and turned to walk away. Zhao Liangkai hurriedly approached. Cousin, what's wrong? Nothing. Zhao Liangqin shook his head. He forcibly suppressed the turmoil in his heart, yet couldn't help but have a voice in his mind screaming in anger, wondering why. Yes, why? At that moment, Zhao Liangqin felt that all the evils of the world were encapsulated in that face. Chapter 20. Let's go in together. From the hillside, one could see that the Liu family archway had already fallen into disrepair, with only a few dilapidated houses and wooden fences remaining from the former village. When the wind blew, the old houses creaked under the strain. Around Yuhang town, there were many villages with the surname Liu, such as Daliu village, Shaolu village, Shangliu village, and Xiaoyu village, among others. However, if one were to inquire further, they would find that there were almost no people with the surname Liu in the entire town. Even if there were, they were definitely newcomers in recent years. This was all because there was once a Liu family that was the largest clan in Yuhang town, with a long history and many descendants, some of whom even held official positions in the capital. However, such a rural big family was somehow involved in a major conspiracy to rebel around 70 or 80 years ago. The Liu family archway was home to the clan's direct descendants, all of whom were executed. In the surrounding villages, anyone with the surname Liu was exiled to the northern borders. In a single night, the family was wiped out. The scene was perhaps too brutal, such that even now, some elderly people tremble at the thought, highlighting the immense shadow it cast over their youth. From that day on, the small building where the head of the Liu family lived became a haunted and eerie place. It was said that anyone who entered the building would not survive the night. There were even officials from the Chaotian who came to handle the situation. But that official left with a pale face after just one night, leaving behind only a warning that no one was allowed to approach. Since there were originally no residents left, and everyone knew that it was haunted, no one would dare to approach. Therefore, the government merely issued a notice and did not station guards to keep watch. No one would have expected that decades later, two rich second-generation youths would come here to seek death over a love rivalry. After the brief encounter, Zhao Liangqin felt as if his resolve to cultivate had been struck hard, turning his back to calm down for a while. Zhao Liangkai tugged at his sleeve. Cousin, what do you think of Wang Longqi bringing that pretty boy? How is his cultivation? Zhao Liangqin looked up, suddenly awakened. Right, as a cultivator. It only mattered that he was stronger, although he found the person a bit strange. Li Chu still politely replied. I am Li Chu from the Deyun Temple on 10 Mile Slope. Huffed. Zhao Liangkai snickered. He turned his back to Zhao Liangqin and said, that's just a rundown Taoist temple here, with an old Taoist leading a young one. This must be the younger one. Zhao Liangqin's eyes regained their confident sparkle. I carefully investigated earlier. He has no fluctuation of true energy on him. He really is just a con artist. Zhao Liangkai punched his left palm with his right fist, looking very pleased. All right, I'll test his cultivation. What could be more satisfying than slapping a pretty boy in the face? In his world, there should be nothing better. Hey, cousin, don't rush. Zhao Liangkai grabbed him. What? Zhao Liangqin shot him a sideways glance. If you expose him now, Wang Longqi will be scared off, and how will he fulfill his agreement then? Zhao Liangkai said with a mischievous smile. Let's first let him go into the ghost building with this con artist, and by tonight, we'll slowly deal with them. Hee. Sounds good. Zhao Liangqin nodded. Li Chu stood there, watching as the two of them frequently turned their backs to mutter to each other, feeling it was rather strange. He said to Wang Longqi, do you feel that these two people are a bit strange? Wang Longqi tapped his forehead with his index finger. They are from the Zhao family. Things here have always been a bit off. After a while, Zhao Liangkai turned around and said, Wang Longqi, let's not waste time. We should hurry in before it gets dark. As agreed, we'll each pick a room to spend the night. Whoever runs away loses. All right. Let us see if you dare to compete with me for a wife after tonight. Wang Longqi scoffed. Are all women your wives? You're crazy. I don't care about others, but Miss Gongsun and I are already half engaged. When did that happen? I don't know about it. I've already agreed. So that counts as half. Now we just need her to agree for the other half to be complete. If it weren't for the fear of you savoring the sweetness, I really want to wake you up. The two were bickering when suddenly someone at the top of the slope shouted, You two, stop. Looking in the direction of the voice, they saw a tall figure standing there. She wore a blue and white long dress, covered with a fringed top. With picturesque features and skin like snow, standing in the breeze, her clothes fluttering, giving off an air of independence. This person was Gongsun Ro, whom Li Chu had seen before. Wang Longqi smiled. Miss Gongsun, what brings you here? Zhao Liangkai also showed an ugly yet enthusiastic smile. Oh, Miss Gongsun. Are you looking for me? Hey, little sister, why are you here too? Behind Gongsun Ro was a young girl, looking about 15 or 16. With her hair styled in a youthful bun and dressed in a flowing green skirt, quite clever and cute. However, compared to Gongsun Ro, she appeared somewhat immature, to the point that she initially went unnoticed. She bounced forward, smiling. Brother, cousin, I told Miss Gongsun about your situation, and she seems really angry. Oh no. Aren't you making things worse? Zhao Liangcai's expression changed dramatically. Gongsun Ro then walked over gracefully, and her expression was indeed not good, her brows slightly furrowed, her eyes containing a faint reproach. But a beauty is still a beauty. Even in anger, she had her charm. Her expression suddenly froze. Gongsun Ro blinked rapidly. As if surprised or delighted, little Li Daoist? The annoyance she had just prepared seemed to meld away with that greeting, transforming into an uncontainable excitement. Li Chu nodded at her and greeted, Miss Gongsun. Wang Longqi's heart sank. He was all too familiar with this scene. It was just like that ghost bride who fell for someone else. He couldn't help but think, this is bad. He stiffly smiled. Li Chu, Miss Gongsun. Do you two know each other? We have some connections. Little Li Daoist is my savior. They both said at the same time. Li Chu remained calm and indifferent. Even Zhao Liangcai, no matter how foolish, could sense that the atmosphere was off. How could Miss Gongsun forget everyone else the moment she saw this little Daoist? He hurriedly asked, Miss Gongsun, did you come to find me for something? He emphasized finding me heavily. Wang Longqi stammered, pointing at Zhao Liangcai. It was his idea. Zhao Liangcai immediately retorted, he provoked me first. Humph. Suddenly, the woman in front of them let out a soft snort, and they immediately dared not speak further, lowering their heads like two chastised dogs. Gongsun Ro had intended to scold them well. Her father had just been appointed as the magistrate of Yuhang County, and they were here courting disaster. If something happened to the young masters of the two biggest families in town, it would surely cause her father great trouble. Moreover, they claimed to have made the bet because of her. If anything happened, who knows what rumors might spread about her. If the rumors about the ghost building of the Liu family were false, that would be fine, but if they were true, the consequences were too frightening to imagine. She had rushed over this time to firmly stop them. But she looked up at Li Chu before her, and her heart suddenly stirred. Gongsun Ro firmly said, Since you say you came here because of me, fine, I'll go in with you. Huh. Chapter 21. The Ghost in the Unclothed Building. From a distance, the Liu family ghost building seemed small, but up close, it became clear that this four-story building was quite spacious, designed intricately, with an unassuming exterior. Each floor had over a dozen rooms arranged around it, with a well-maintained awning and netting in the central courtyard to catch rainwater and prevent children from falling. In stark contrast to the dilapidation of the entire Liu family archway, this building looked remarkably intact. After decades of wind and rain, not a single door or window was damaged, and not a trace of wear could be seen. This in itself was strange. The girl who came with Gongsun Ro was named Zhao Xiaomiao, Zhao Liangcai's half-sister. She tugged at Gongsun Ro's sleeve, continuously pleading, Miss Gongsun, please let me go with you. Gongsun Ro remained unmoved, simply shaking her head lightly. If you come out to play with me, I have to be responsible for you. We don't know what the situation is inside. What if there's danger? Zhao Xiaomiao wasn't afraid of her. It was Gongsun Ro who feared Zhao Xiaomiao. He had gotten into trouble outside, and he didn't know how many secrets were held over his head by this little sister. The elders at home spoiled her. And if she were to tell on him, he could be in big trouble. Zhao Xiaomiao continued to whine. What if there's danger? Wouldn't that make you just as vulnerable? Right. Wang Longqi interjected. Miss Gongsun, why don't you both just stay away? This is really not a good place. Gongsun Ro looked at him, but her gaze actually passed over him to Li Chu, giving a faint smile. I'm not afraid. Zhao Xiaomiao's eyes twinkled. Miss Gongsun, think about it. Once we go in, they can share a room, but you'll be alone. How scary is that? You won't have anyone to look after you. What if those ghosts specifically target lone individuals? What will you do? Gongsun Ro pondered for a moment, seemingly still reluctant to agree, but she didn't say anything further. Zhao Xiaomiao giggled and directly hugged her arm. You can't leave me behind. Gongsun Ro glanced at Li Chu's profile again, her heart inexplicably racing. She thought to herself, in such an environment, if I were afraid, wouldn't it be justifiable to throw myself into little Li Daoist's arms? Wang Longqi moved slightly closer to Gongsun Ro, the faint fragrance at his nose causing his heart to stir. He too began to think about how to make Miss Gongsun fall into his arms instead of someone else's in such an environment. The others each had their own thoughts. While only Zhao Liangcai and Li Chu remained calm and composed, one ugly and cold, the other handsome and cold, maintaining their respective demeanor. The group first strolled around the empty space on the first floor, discovering that there were not even snakes, insects, mice, or ants in the building, nor a single plant. The green bricks in the open space had been eroded by rain over the years, smooth and devoid of any moss. Only then did Zhao Liangkai speak. A solitary yin cannot produce life. This building has too much yin energy, and no yang energy remains. It seems the talk of ghosts is not unfounded. After saying that, he coldly looked at Li Chu. Normally, a typical swindler would have found an excuse to slip away by now, right? Li Chu didn't even look at him, just nodded in agreement. In fact, he had sensed before entering that the yin energy in this small building was denser than that of the chaotic graveyard at Shirley Slope. If something didn't manifest here, it would be strange. However, since the ghosts here had never left, they shouldn't be powerful figures. His judgment had some basis. As most of the earthbound spirits he encountered were indeed low-level ghosts, like lantern monsters and resentful spirits. But it was also somewhat unreasonable, because for many cultivators, resentful spirits were already considered formidable. After looking around, Zhao Liangkai pointed at a room with a dog-like enthusiasm and said to Gongsun Ro, "Miss Gongsun, from my observations, this room is the best in the building. It's spacious and clean, and close to the entrance. It's on the second floor, with eaves outside. If anything unexpected happens, you can jump out and not get hurt." Gongsun Ro nodded, non-committally. Wang Longqi said, "So you've been paying attention to the door all along. It seems you've been harboring thoughts of escaping." I'm thinking of Miss Gongsun." "Then you find an excuse to say you want to stay next to Miss Gongsun, making it convenient for you to escape, right?" Wang Longqi scoffed. You're talking nonsense." Zhao Liangcai's face turned red as he was exposed. "Well, do you dare to stay on the top floor, the furthest from the stairs?" Wang Longqi pointed to the high place. "What's wrong with that?" Zhao Liangkai said loudly. "Good. Then we will stay next to Miss Gongsun." Wang Longqi turned around and rushed to push the door open. Miss Gongsun originally did not agree to stay in the room he chose, but seeing Li Chu and Wang Longqi had already entered the adjacent room, she smiled and nodded to Zhao Liangkai, then gently walked in. Zhao Liangkai stood there in a daze for a few seconds, realizing that he seemed to have been tricked. He looked at Zhao Liangchun with grievance. "Cousin, you have to help me." "Heh." Zhao Liangchun looked at the darkening sky and sneered. "Let them be." The moon was full tonight, but for some reason, looking at the moon from the Liu family's haunted house always felt like it was shrouded in a layer of gray mist, no matter how bright the moon was. It lacked brilliance. The room was spotless, with the bed, screen, and desk all clean and tidy, as if someone cleaned it every day, no matter where he touched. It felt cool and carried a sinister smell, which became somewhat nauseating after a while. Zhao Liangkai sat on the chair, feeling a chill down his spine as night fell, his unease growing stronger. He couldn't help but say, "Cousin, do you think this place is cleaned by ghosts every day?" Zhao Liangchun was sitting cross-legged on the bed, cherishing every moment to cultivate, a habit he had developed over the years. After finishing a large cycle of cultivation, he opened his eyes unhappily and looked at Zhao Liangkai as if he were an idiot. What else could it be? Could it be humans? Zhao Liangkai stood up in shock, somewhat flustered. "Joking aside, don't take this matter lightly. I just wanted to scare them, but I didn't expect to really see a ghost. With me here, what are you afraid of?" Zhao Liangchun looked down at him. "It's probably just that some people from the Liu family back then were unwilling to let go, leaving their souls here. If they dare to show up, clearing this haunted house would be no difficulty." Hearing him say this, Zhao Liangkai felt a bit more assured. After all, he had always known that his cousin was formidable. With this confidence, he began to entertain other thoughts. Zhao Liangchun took out a small black bottle from his sleeve. "To deal with them, these little ghosts will suffice." He pulled out the bottle stopper sealed with a talisman, and as he tipped it over, a thick white mist like sheep fat flowed out, quickly enveloping half the room. Within the white mist, several small figures gradually appeared, seeming neither entirely real nor unreal, all curled up with their heads on their knees. Zhao Liangkai watched in fear. "What is this?" "These are ghost children, also known as child ghosts, which I caught by chance some time ago," Zhao Liangchun replied. Zhao Liangkai had vaguely heard some rumors about ghost children. Those who died before the age of 8 were called unclothed ghosts, and children of this age could easily turn into ghosts. Because they had not enjoyed the pleasures of life before dying, they would have lingering regrets. However, children have simple natures, and their grievances are not heavy, so they usually do not cause much harm. As the white mist slowly dissipated, the figures became clearer. There were 4 boys and 1 girl, all wearing thick clothes that looked like paper-cut outfits. When the mist completely cleared, the ghost children raised their heads. Soon, Zhao Liangkai heard a loud, crisp, excited, and synchronized question. "Have you eaten?" Chapter 22. Don't be afraid, it's a ghost. "What are you eating?" "All you think about is eating." Zhao Liangchun frowned and snorted. The few little ghosts opposite him stood straight up when they heard his unfriendly tone. "Count off." 1. A girl's voice rang out. 2, 3, 4, 3. When the mist completely cleared, what appeared in front of Zhao Liangkai were 5 little kids. Leading them was a girl in a big red cotton coat, with 2 spiky horns on her head. Although her face was pale, It looked chubby and not scary at all, even a bit cute. Behind her were 4 boys in black coats, each with a small braid at the back of their heads, the oldest around 5 or 6 years old, and the youngest looking about 3, all chubby. 5 kids, 6 braids. The little kids pouted, looking a bit scared but also not daring to argue. How unfair. A boy stepped forward to persuade. Little 5 can only count to 3, sister. Why don't you just let him stand third? The little girl shouted. He asked little 5, how can he stand third? I don't mind. The boy who counted to 3 said softly. Then from now on, can he be in front of you during meals? The little girl refused to back down. When little 3 heard this, he immediately shook his head and fell silent. Among brothers, they could give way, but not when it came to food. Cough. Zhao Liangshan lightly cleared his throat. No problem. The 5 little ghosts replied in unison. Zhao Liangshan gave Zhao Liangkai a look. You give them your orders. Okay. Zhao Liangkai nodded, not daring to step forward, just standing in front of his cousin, and said, there are 2 things I want you to do. The 2 rooms on the 2nd floor below have people in them. The left side has 2 men. You go scare them a bit, and make sure to drive them away. Remember, be ruthless with them. The little kids bared their teeth together, showing off their shiny white teeth to indicate their ferocity. And then, you go to the room on the right, where there are 2 girls. This time, don't be too fierce. Just scare them a little, I will wait outside, and as soon as they scream, I will rush in. He grinned mischievously. At that time, you pretend to be very afraid of me, and I'll scare them away, allowing me to save them. Do you understand? Understood. A hero saving a beauty. The little girl gave him a knowing look. Go ahead. After the instructions were given, the 5 little kids lined up, floating lightly without touching the ground, and effortlessly floated out. When they reached the wall, they didn't open the door, but whooshed right through. Zhao Liangkai swallowed hard. But thinking of how Wang Longqi and Li Chu would be scared half to death by them, a smile involuntarily appeared on his ugly face. A flawless plan. Zhao Liangkai pursued Gongsun Ro not only because he was captivated by her beauty, but also under the instructions of the Zhao family elders. In this era, no amount of wealth is worth more than 2 types of people, officials and cultivators. The former have power, and the latter have magical abilities. In the vision shared by the Zhao family elders, with Zhao Liangshan present, the Zhao family would have a cultivator to protect them for 100 years. If Zhao Liangkai could also get close to Gongsun Ro, the family would have a pillar in the officialdom. With these 2 major supports, the family's rise would be just around the corner. What Wang family? At that time, they wouldn't even be worthy of carrying shoes for the Zhao family. Wipe your drool. Zhao Liangshan's disgusted voice interrupted Zhao Liangcai's fantasies. I first met Miss Gongsun at a banquet the other day. She was dressed in white, like a fairy descended from the heavens. From that moment on, I decided that I would only marry her in this life. To this day, I have been in love with her for a full 2 days. I only realized what love and affection meant when I met her. Li Chu frowned, watching Wang Longqi pace around like a tomcat in heat, feeling that it would be a long night. Perhaps a ghost would be better. At least it might make him quiet down for a while. Wang Longqi and Zhao Liangkai were both pursuing the same girl, Gongsun Ro, which he found quite coincidental. But thinking about it, it wasn't too surprising. After all, Wang Longqi had seen almost all the girls in Yuhang town over the years. So it was impossible for someone to suddenly appear and astound him. Only Gongsun Ro from Chaoga City has such great charm. However, Li Chu didn't know what this had to do with him. He had only met Gongsun Ro once, and could say they had no relationship. She hadn't donated a single coin to the incense at the Diyun temple. But since entering the room, Wang Longqi had been chattering incessantly in his ear, pretentiously expressing how deep his feelings for Gongsun Ro were, as if implying something. Did he want Gongsun Ro next door to hear? Then he should stand by the wall and say it. Just as he was contemplating whether to knock out the noisy Wang Longqi, a sudden knocking sound came from outside the door. Bang, bang, bang. Could it be Miss Gongsun looking for me? Wang Longqi hurried over to open the door. However, upon opening it, he found nothing outside. But after taking just a few steps, the knocking sound rang out again. Bang, bang, bang. Hiss, he took a breath. Bang, bang. Even with his quick actions this time, he still didn't see the person knocking. Wang Longqi felt a bit uneasy, closed the door, and said to Li Chu, could it be that there's really something dirty? Li Chu silently looked towards the corner of the room. There was flowing energy. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Hee hee. Suddenly, the sound of children's laughter echoed in the room. Not just one, but as if a group of children were playing inside. It seemed someone had tripped Wang Longqi, nearly causing him to fall. Ah! Wang Longqi cried out, leaping to Li Chu's side, trembling. What is that? Li Chu. Did you see it? Li Chu calmly replied. Don't be afraid, it's a ghost. Wang Longqi vaguely felt something was wrong with that statement. But before he could think clearly, he saw Li Chu suddenly stand up and walk towards the center of the room. Then, there was a yelp, as if someone had tripped Li Chu, followed by a scream. The next second, He saw in horror that 4 or 5 eerie little ghosts suddenly appeared in the previously empty center of the room. They all looked like children, but their faces were pale and they appeared in midair. "Bite him!" a little girl's voice called out. A figure in a red cotton coat darted towards Li Chu's shoulder, baring sharp teeth and biting down hard. Then, crack. Following that, 4 more little figures rushed forward without hesitation, clinging to Li Chu's arms and thighs, then opening their mouths to bite down viciously. Their expressions were extremely fierce. Then, a series of cracking sounds. Chapter 23. The baby spirits were confused. Only high-level ghosts possess those terrifying and dreadful ghostly techniques that make people shudder. Most ordinary ghosts must manifest their ethereal bodies into physical forms to attack humans through spiritual power. For weaker ghosts, their spiritual power is insufficient to manifest their entire bodies, so they can only manifest a part of their body. Like the resentful spirit girl from Xiaoyu village, the manifested part was a pair of ghostly claws. The 5 little ghosts at present had only recently turned into ghosts, and they weren't very diligent in absorbing yin energy, so their abilities were weak. The only part they managed to manifest was their teeth. This was solely for the convenience of eating. However, from today onwards, it might not be convenient anymore. Li Chu initially planned to follow the yin energy to slay these little ghosts. As this yin energy was not strong, about the level of 15 lantern monsters, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Who would have thought these little ghosts would be so bold as to rush at him and expose their sharp teeth to bite him? With 5 crisp cracking sounds ringing out almost simultaneously, the little ghosts released their grip. They covered their mouths, stepping back, incredulously touching their broken teeth. Then, wow, they actually sat down and cried together. Watching the heart-wrenching cries of the little ghosts, Li Chu blinked, a thought flashing through his mind. Are they trying to scam me? I didn't even lift a finger. The little girl covered her mouth, sobbing. Why are you so hard? The surrounding boys nodded in agreement, although it didn't hurt as much after turning into ghosts. Thinking about how eating would be inconvenient in the future and how they would waste years waiting for new teeth to manifest made them cry even harder. Seeing their grievances were not heavy and they seemed quite intelligent, Li Chu wanted to ask them where they came from. So he said, "Stop crying." The little children ignored him. Once kids start crying, it's hard to stop, especially when there are other kids crying around, easily influencing each other and escalating the situation. Li Chu had to say again, "Don't cry." He usually didn't like shouting, so his tone remained calm, which, of course, had no effect on the children. Wang Longqi was shrinking back, just wanting to join in the fun. Suddenly, he felt a movement beneath his feet, and an unexpected change occurred. Boom. A thick wave of fire erupted from beneath the floorboards, and along with it, a pair of terrifying arms appeared. These arms were covered in fresh red scars tinged with black smoke, the flesh grotesque, completely without skin, emitting a foul smell of char and decay. "So hot," it shouted, suddenly reaching out from beneath the floorboards and grabbing Wang Longqi's ankle. Wang Longqi immediately yelled, "Li Chu, save me." The left hand of the fire ghost grasped Wang Longqi's ankle, and it started to hiss, like iron being grilled, as Wang Longqi began to scream, not knowing if it was from the heat or fear. Behind those hands was the ugliest face Wang Longqi had ever seen in his life. Previously, he had seen ghosts, but the ghost bride had transformed into a beautiful form to deceive him. The 5 little ghosts in front of him, although eerie, were chubby and not frightening. But the face of this fire ghost could not even be called a face. It was just a piece of charred, dried flesh, with its eye sockets burned out, and it wasn't clear how it was seeing. So hot. It continued to shriek, as its face emerged, wanting to pull its entire body out. The 5 little ghosts' 6 little braids all jumped up, shouting in unison, "A ghost!" The other 4 children immediately huddled around the little girl, trying to keep warm. But the little girl quickly remembered something and disdainfully pushed them away, saying, "We're ghosts too. Why should we be afraid of it?" Just as they were doubting their ghostly existence, something even more terrifying occurred. Suddenly, the young Taoist priest in front of them drew the iron sword from his back and swung it down. The sword raised, the sword fell. The sword light flashed by. It was as if the entire world trembled. The fire ghost that hadn't completely crawled out vanished in an instant, completely disappeared. With this sword, the 5 little ghosts suddenly lost all sound, their 6 little braids standing straight up towards the sky. Indeed, ghosts are not scary. People are scary. Oh no, Wang Longqi, at the center of the storm, couldn't see what had happened, only feeling a flash of white light before the hand gripping his ankle loosened. And he immediately fell to the ground. Looking closely at his ankle, it looked as if it had been seared by a branding iron, with a ring of skin burned into the flesh. He didn't know. This room was a bit strange. Li Chu looked at the big hole cut out from beneath the floorboards, revealing the room downstairs, indicating it didn't lead elsewhere. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly remembered that there were still 5 little ghosts behind him. Turning around, he saw that the 5 little ghosts who had just ignored him were now sitting in a row, staring at him with their big, dark eyes. Honest. Well-behaved. Ah. Just as Li Chu was about to ask something, he suddenly heard screams coming from the next room. The 5 little ghosts looked at each other. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Who is next door? Hearing Wang Longqi's continuous screams from the room over there, Zhao Liangkai, who was squatting in the corner, couldn't help but feel excited and secretly praised those little ghosts for being reliable. After waiting for a moment, sure enough, just as the sounds from this room quieted down, a woman's scream came from next door. It was time. Bang. He kicked open the door of Gongsun Ro and Zhao Xiaomiao, only to see the 2 girls running out in panic. Little sister, Gongsun girl, what happened? He asked pretentiously. There are ghosts. Zhao Xiaomiao pointed under the bed and shouted. Zhao Liangkai took a look and saw a small doll-like hand reaching out from under the bed, seemingly touching something. Mother, 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 don't kill me. In the eerie room, the childish voice was not at all endearing. Instead, it sent chills down one's spine. Hee hee. Quite good at creating an atmosphere, huh? Zhao Liangkai smiled subtly, then immediately put on an indignant expression and shouted loudly, Hey, you ghost, how dare you disturb Gongsun girl? Truly hateful. After saying that, he boldly rushed forward and grabbed the chubby arm. Brother, Zhao Xiaomiao exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment. Gongsun Ro had a similar expression. Zhao Gongzi? They both couldn't believe that Zhao Liangkai had the courage to grab a ghost with his bare hands. Come out. Zhao Liangkai felt that he had never had such a domineering moment before, and with a loud roar, he held his head high, puffed out his chest, gathered his energy, and with a step twisted his waist, moving his shoulders with his elbows. Whoosh. The ghost under the bed was pulled out by him and dangled in his hand. It turned out to be a completely red baby. It didn't look big, but it was covered in dripping blood, and he was holding it by one arm. Its wrinkled, ugly face seemed to show a confused expression. Huh. Zhao Liangkai frowned, a bit puzzled. Among those 5 little ghosts earlier, there didn't seem to be one this small. As a relatively fierce ghostly spirit, this baby spirit had never encountered such a moment of being so humiliated in its long ghostly life. The imposing manner of the person in front of it was so aggressive that it didn't dare to move rashly for a moment. To be honest, it was a bit dazed. Just as Zhao Liangkai and the baby spirit were both in a daze, Zhao Liangchun, who had deliberately lagged a few steps behind, arrived at the door. He looked up and saw that what Zhao Liangkai was holding was not the ghost he raised, but a bloody baby spirit. A baby spirit is transformed from a baby that was killed in the womb. If one were to count, it should also be considered a vengeful spirit. Moreover, it is one of the fiercest kinds. Abandoned by its mother before being born, how deep must its resentment be? Seeing Zhao Liangkai like this, his eyes widened instantly, and he shouted, Quick, let go. That is a baby spirit. Baby spirit? Zhao Liangcai's pupils contracted tightly. His brain had been a bit blank just now, and this voice was like a heavy hammer that hit him hard, waking him up. The brief confusion instantly turned into intense fear, and 1,000 words condensed into one word. Damn. He threw the ghostly being in his hand away and turned to run. The more domineering he came, the more awkwardly he ran. The baby spirit also realized at this moment. So you're afraid of me? Since you're afraid of me, then I want to be afraid of you. It flipped in the air and pounced towards the fleeing back. Flash. Zhao Liangchen naturally wouldn't sit by and watch. He made a gesture, and his hand glowed, instantly transforming into a flying sword. A beam of sword light shot straight at the baby spirit. Bang. The baby spirit was struck by this sword beam, pierced through the chest, and pinned against the wall behind. But the baby spirit's fierce reputation wasn't for nothing. Being hit by this sword didn't kill it. It grasped the sword blade with its small hands, and with a hiss pulled the flying sword out. Blood splattered, and with a strange cry from it, the blood gushing from its wounds suddenly transformed into a river of blood, rushing forward. At this moment, Zhao Liangkai had just reached the door, and the river of blood quickly chased up behind him, wanting to swallow him. Zhao Liangchen grabbed Zhao Liangcai's shoulder and threw him back, then with his left hand picked up a talisman and pushed it out with his palm. Bang! The rolling river of blood hit the talisman, a red light flashed, and it exploded with a loud bang. But that wasn't the end. After the river of blood, the true body of the baby spirit suddenly lunged out, covered in filthy blood, with a ferocious appearance. Flash. Hiss. Annihilation. Zhao Liangchen gripped the flying sword again, looking at the flickering light on the sword body, unable to help but feel a pang of heartache. This magical flying sword was stained by the baby spirit's blood, and its spiritual light was damaged. It would take considerable effort and materials to reforge it. Immediately, this heartache turned into anger, causing him to glare fiercely at Zhao Liangkai. You fool. You have such guts. Zhao Liangkai saw that the baby spirit was dead and puffed out his chest, awkwardly saying, Isn't it because I saw Gongsun girl was frightened, so I was too anxious? But Gongsun Ro didn't pay attention to his heartfelt words. She saw Li Chu and Wang Longqi walking out from next door and immediately rushed over. Gongsun girl, are you okay? Wang Longqi asked. I'm fine. Gongsun Ro shook her head, noticing Wang Longqi limping and asking, are you injured? Hee, I just fought with a ghost, and in the end, Li Chu and I worked together to kill it, Wang Longqi said. Since they were being paid, Li Chu thought this and forgave Wang Longqi's shamelessness in his heart. Shameless, the 5 little ghosts said in unison. They also followed Li Chu out, lining up behind him. Upon seeing Zhao Liangchun, they quickly slipped over and hid behind him. Wang Longqi felt something was off and pointed at Zhao Liangchun. Zhao Liangchun ignored him, quickly using a black bottle to collect the few little ghosts again. Then said solemnly, this building has a big problem. We should leave first. Huh, didn't he the ghost already get killed? Zhao Liangkai said unwillingly. He and Wang Longqi had a bet, so he naturally didn't want to leave easily. Zhao Liangchun glared at him again and said, the yin energy here is too dense. There are definitely more than just 3 or 2 ghosts. Perhaps there are ghosts in every room. What? Everyone was astonished. Li Chu was not surprised. As the night deepened, the yin energy here became more and more intense. And he also sensed it. It was just a bit strange because he couldn't feel the source of this yin energy. It was as if it had appeared out of thin air. He swallowed hard and looked at Zhao Liangkai. The bet is off. How about we go out together? Zhao Liangkai stiffened his neck, wanting to say something tough, but he didn't dare to stay any longer. So he said, since you regret it, I'll give you a chance. Zhao Liangchun took the lead and walked down the stairs. The others quickly followed him, with Wang Longqi walking the slowest due to his injured foot, and Li Chu slowed down to accompany him. Gongsun Ro wanted to get closer to Li Chu, so she also slowed her pace, and the 6 gradually split into 2 teams. The 3 Zhao family members walked in front, and Zhao Liangchun reminded them in a low voice, be quiet, don't disturb them. Okay. Zhao Liangkai quickly nodded in agreement. Just as his words fell, suddenly a withered, dark face poked out from the door on his left. Zhao Liangkai was startled and stumbled back 2 steps, crashing into the railing, his body bent. And he screamed as he fell down. Fortunately, there was a net below, but that net had been there for decades and was no longer sturdy. Plus, he was quite heavy, and with 2 tearing sounds, the net broke, and he fell to the ground with a bang. This caused quite a commotion. Zhao Liangchun made a gesture with his left hand, pointing at the ghost's head, and with his right hand, he shot out a fire talisman. Boom. All the tightly closed doors trembled, and in an instant, more than 10 ghosts burst out from the door walls, beginning to float eerily. Among these ghosts were an old man with a gaunt face and white hair, performers singing in a high-pitched voice, a strong man in armor with a green face, elegant female ghosts dressed in clothing from previous dynasties, and many more that were not even human-shaped. Their only commonality is that their cultivation levels are not low. None of them are easy to deal with. Zhao Liangxin frowned tightly, grabbing Zhao Xiaomiao's arm and leaping down, landing beside Zhao Liangkai. Zhao Liangkai was still rolling in the broken net on the ground, making a ruckus. Zhao Liangxin kicked him in the butt and shouted, "Stop yelling." He lifted both of them and quickly rushed towards the main entrance on the first floor, eager to leave this place of chaos as soon as possible. Suddenly, a strange roar was heard, and a massive creature leaped out, blocking their path. Meanwhile, Li Chu was still calmly walking with Wang Longqi and Gongsun Ro. Gongsun Ro looked around as more and more ghostly figures appeared, her face already pale, but her courage did not waver. She bit her lip and remained silent. Li Chu couldn't help but glance at her again. This Gongsun girl appeared delicate, but had a strong character. In contrast, Wang Longqi, who already walked with a limp, felt his calves cramping from fear, making his movements even slower. Especially when he looked up and saw that almost all the ghosts from the rooms had emerged and were gradually converging downwards. There were all kinds of ghostly figures. Too many to take in at once, leaving him stunned with fear. Suddenly, it was a night of 100 ghosts. It was utterly despairing. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Li Chu, you take Gongsun Ro and leave first. Don't let me hold you back. After you get out, take good care of Gongsun Ro for me, and I will bless you in the underworld. Don't worry about me. I'll be a good man again in 18 years. He intended to say this with righteous fervor. But just then, a 3-headed night demon descended from the sky, unable to contain its bloodthirsty killing intent. Each of its 3 heads had green faces and sharp fangs, a fearsome sight that could scare some timid people to death. Its 6 muscular claws descended, and one could crush a lion or tiger's skull. The sudden terror left Wang Longqi speechless, his heart nearly stopping. Then, without even a glance, Li Chu unsheathed his sword and waved it. Whoosh! The sharp white light pierced through, and before the sword light even reached halfway, the 3-headed night demon's ghostly body couldn't withstand it and exploded into pieces. "I told you to be careful," Wang Longqi stammered. "Oh, Chapter 25, why aren't you leaving? Yahoo!" Zhao Liangxin's face turned ashen, as if facing a great enemy. Blocking their way was a huge, ghostly creature with red hair, a human face, a cow's body, and horse legs, its enormous eyes like bronze mirrors reflecting a chilling glare. According to legend, in ancient times, Yahoo was once a celestial being, but was harmed by humans and fell into the weak water, transforming into a ferocious beast of the ghost clan. Since then, this bloodline has only been passed down in the underworld, and there was only one place in the human world where Yahoo's remnants might exist. Could this place be related to the ghost kingdom? Cold sweat trickled down Zhao Liangchen's ugly face. Just the mention of that term was enough to make a young cultivator like him feel a chill, but he didn't need to think about the distant implications. The immediate problem was escape. A fully realized Yahoo possesses strength that even gods and demons cannot rival. In ancient times, when Yahoo emerged from the ghost kingdom, it was only due to the intervention of the great god Ho-E that it was killed. The Yahoo standing before them, guarding the entrance, certainly wouldn't possess such power. However, Zhao Liangchen was also not Ho-E. Overthinking was pointless. A glint flashed in Zhao Liangchen's eyes. Surrounded by hundreds of ghosts and facing the imposing Yahoo, he had to carve a bloody path out. Thunder and lightning, swift as the wind. When he was not selected as the chief disciple, his master consoled him by giving him a Thunder Department exorcism talisman. Thunder is the righteous force of the world. This item is most effective against evil spirits. The thunder rumbled. Although he later learned that his junior brother used dozens of Thunder Department exorcism talismans to overwhelm his enemies, diminishing the talisman's value in his heart. Its power remained undiminished. In an instant, the bright azure light illuminated the entire ghost tower, and countless ghosts above let out fearful howls, retreating in fear. The Yahoo at the door was bombarded by 12 thunders activated by the talisman, also letting out a howling cry of trepidation. Now's the time. Zhao Liangchen suddenly leapt into the air. Although the flying sword stained with infant spirit blood had lost some of its spirituality, he could still unleash his strongest attack. The secret sword that was passed down in the sect. The flying sword technique. Zhao Liangchen unconsciously shouted out, as if this could enhance the sword's might. A beam of rainbow light as thick as a barrel descended from the sky, a sword flying from the west, like an immortal descending from the heavens. A tense emotion seemed to flash in the massive pupils of Yahoo. With a thunderous roar, its red hair suddenly stood on end. It seemed to be ignited. No, it was indeed ignited. It was a blood-red flame. The sword light pierced into Yahoo's body, simultaneously being scorched by this blood flame. 3 feet. Zhao Liangchen gritted his teeth in frustration. The flying sword only penetrated 3 feet into Yahoo's back, and the rainbow light was almost completely consumed, ultimately getting stuck inside. If only he had the divine sword knight dragon bestowed upon him by his sect, with his current cultivation. He could definitely penetrate this Yahoo's ghostly body and kill it completely, if it hadn't been tainted by infant spirit blood earlier. This flying sword could have gone at least 3 feet deeper, penetrating 6 feet, enough to inflict serious damage on this ghostly creature. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. 3 feet deep was a level that could cause Yahoo to feel pain. It was just enough to provoke its anger, but not enough to impair its combat strength. It was a perfectly terrible situation. As a man, Zhao Liangchen felt an urgent, yet disheartened emotion for the first time. If only it could go deeper. But Yahoo did not think so. It originally thought this sword could only scrape the surface. To its surprise, it actually broke through its protective blood flames and brought pain, which shocked and enraged it. Its pupils turned bloodshot, and blood flames erupted around it. Rampaging. A strong sense of deathly threat instantly enveloped Zhao Liangchen and his younger siblings. Zhao Liangkai, who had completely collapsed. He never expected that his reckless thought would lead to such a situation. How could a small Yuhang town have an evil spirit that even his cousin couldn't handle? He couldn't comprehend. Zhao Liangchen could sense his younger siblings' despair, but at this moment, he too felt helpless. In fact, he still held a trump card that could help him escape, but doing so would mean abandoning others. However, this Yahoo definitely possessed the strength of a ghost general. He truly couldn't handle it. As for the others, the Buddha once said, when the father dies and the mother remarries, everyone looks after themselves. Sorry about that. Just as he was secretly forming seals and chanting spells to escape, a calm voice suddenly sounded behind him. Why aren't you leaving? Li Chu's question caught Zhao Liangchen off guard. The seriousness of his expression made it seem like he was very earnest. So much so that for a moment, Zhao Liangchen was in a daze, wondering if it was him or Li Chu who had the problem. Why am I not leaving? Yes, damn it, why aren't we leaving? Don't you see that huge Yahoo in front of us? Even if you don't recognize it, you can at least tell that it's fierce, right? And you're asking, show me one that can leave. Wait a minute. As he was internally complaining, Li Chu truly walked up slowly, as if he didn't see the rampaging Yahoo at all. In that moment, Zhao Liangchen couldn't figure out whether Li Chu was a fraud or a fool. Meanwhile, the Yahoo, engulfed in blood flames, bared its cruel fangs at him. Its outline vaguely resembled the majesty of its ancestors from ancient times. Roar! The Yahoo roared, in front of Zhao Liangchen. The scene of Li Chu being torn apart by the Yahoo seemed to have appeared. Thinking of that extremely handsome face being chewed in the Yahoo's mouth, he even felt a strange sense of pleasure. So what if the face is good-looking? It wouldn't taste any better when eaten. But the next moment, all his emotions were replaced by shock. He saw Li Chu holding a sword, raising it, and then bringing it down. A magnificent and domineering sword aura swept through. What kind of sword was that? Zhao Liangchen suddenly thought of his master, a powerful cultivator at the peak of the god harmonization realm. He had once unleashed the strongest sword aura Zhao Liangchen had ever seen when they went to hunt a two-headed river dragon, destroying one of the dragon's heads with a single strike. From that moment on, he decided to choose a flying sword as his core magical weapon, wanting to become a powerful sword cultivator like his master. Thinking of this, it wasn't because Li Chu's sword was as strong as his master's. It was because after witnessing this sword, he suddenly felt that his master was nothing but trash. For some reason, at that moment, he suddenly wanted to point at his master's nose and curse. You dare to teach others how to use a sword? Bah! The Yahoo's body couldn't withstand this powerful sword aura and instantly shattered. When a ghostly being's ethereal body bears too much powerful damage, it will shatter on the spot. However, achieving such a level is very difficult. When Zhao Liangchen killed that infant spirit, he only managed to sever it. This Yahoo was likely hundreds of times stronger than the infant spirit, especially being a primordial relic. Even in ghost form, its body remained extraordinarily formidable. Yet under Li Chu's sword, it was as fragile as something that could be punctured with a poke. This could only be described in 4 words, terrifyingly so. Zhao Liangchen watched Li Chu walk out of the small building, and even from behind, one could see the elegance and grace emanating from him. So handsome, so powerful. Unconsciously, 2 lines of clear tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. Wait, why am I crying? 300 miles northwest of Yuhang town, there is a bone mountain. On Bone Mountain, there is a corpse cave. Suddenly, 2 hoarse and muffled voices echoed within the cave. Something happened at the ghost tower. Someone went in and came out alive. What? The seal of our king is about to be broken. The arrangements there absolutely cannot go wrong. They shouldn't have discovered too much. But what if? Did you not release the Yahoo? After a moment of silence, another voice spoke again. I released it. One sword killed it. What else is there to say? In any case, we must keep a close watch on the affairs of Yuhang town. As long as our king returns to the world, no one can obstruct our steps again. I hope so. Night, deep and silent. Chapter 26. Set a small goal first. The sun shone brightly under the old locust tree. Yu Qianan was sitting by the well, eating watermelon. Li Chu walked over and saw his master eating watermelon with such an ethereal demeanor, every gesture exuding an indescribable charm. Hey, want a piece? Yu Qianan said with a smile. Thank you, master. Li Chu also sat down. Yu Qianan looked at Li Chu and thought that even his disciple looked so handsome and suave while eating watermelon. Every lean forward and every wipe of the mouth reminded him of his own youthful charm. He stroked his beard and laughed. Thank you for what? These fruits were sent by that girl Li yesterday. She came to find you, and I just benefited from it. Li girl? The name sounds quite obscure. I forgot. She's a girl with a slim waist, long legs, full chest, and rounded hips, very well proportioned. Li Chu shook his head, unable to recall. Oh, she has a mole on her left heart. Yu Qianan added. Li Chu was even more puzzled. By the way, she also left 50 taels of silver. As he spoke, he winked. Does Li Sini have a mole on her left heart? No. His confusion was why such a small matter of sending money was left to Li Sini. In the past, Zhou Dafu would directly send a small constable. Yu Qianan said timely. It seems she had other matters to discuss with you, but when she saw you weren't around, she had to leave first. Oh, Li Chu nodded. Yu Qianan ate another piece of watermelon, wiped his mouth, and glanced at Li Chu. Aren't you going to ask her what it was about? If it's important, she'll come again. Li Chu shrugged nonchalantly. Sigh. Yu Qianan looked at his disciple and sighed in frustration. Master, I have something to ask. Distracted by Yu Qianan, Li Chu almost forgot his purpose. Oh, what is it? I have a question. If there is a group of ghostly beings, and they are peacefully staying in one place, and humans do not disturb them, and they also do not harm humans, can I go and eliminate this group of ghostly beings? Li Chu asked seriously. Aren't you already doing this all along? Yu Qianan countered. In the past year, Li Chu had been grinding low-level monsters at Shirley Slope. Although Yu Qianan did not know his purpose, he was aware of this behavior. But these ghostly beings have higher cultivation, have already gained intelligence, and are different from the lantern monsters, Li Chu said. Yu Qianan thought for a moment and replied slowly. We cultivators walking the world have a saying, demons can be taught, but devils are hard to deal with. Li Chu leaned forward, displaying a humble eagerness to learn. What that means is, these 4 types of evil beings, demons, monsters, ghosts, and devils, are actually different. Demons are beings that have cultivated from various life forms. They are a form of life as sublimation. Demons themselves do not possess good or evil. Good demons do good deeds, while bad demons do evil. Good demons can be taught and guided, just like that little fox that comes to worship every day. We can coexist peacefully with them. Only bad demons need to be eradicated. Monsters are naturally occurring alien beings, fundamentally no different from birds and beasts. Similarly, if they keep to themselves, humans should not disturb them because they have their own paths to follow. Their own paths, Li Chu murmured, seeming to ponder. As for devils and ghosts, they can be exterminated without regard for good or evil. When encountered, they should be eliminated. Because of this, exterminating ghostly beings is referred to as saving. Saving can accumulate merit. Regardless of whether they have intelligence, it cannot be considered killing. Therefore, the standard for judging whether to kill or not is whether the being is on the right path. Right? Li Chu asked. You could say that. Yu Qianan nodded with a smile. Li Chu nodded thoughtfully, watching Li Chu stand up to leave. Yu Qianan muttered to his retreating figure, I wonder which ghost is so unfortunate. That night, at the Liu family ghost tower, the disturbances of the previous night seemed to have no effect here, still maintaining the same serene yet eerie atmosphere. However, as a figure in a green Taoist robe slowly approached, the scene took on a certain aesthetic appeal. In fact, Li Chu had been thinking lately that the experience points provided by the lantern monsters were becoming less and less. If only there were a new, slightly higher level grinding spot. But he wasn't familiar with distant places, and there might be trouble. The appearance of the Liu family ghost tower perfectly fit his needs. Few people, many ghosts. And close to home. Moreover, it seemed that the ghostly beings here could appear out of nowhere. This meant they could potentially keep coming. It was almost as if it was prepared for him to level up. The only concern was that these ghostly beings originally lived here peacefully. If no one came to provoke them, they wouldn't go out to harm others. Would coming here to level up on them be somewhat inhumane? Today, Yu Qianan's words had alleviated his concerns. He wasn't leveling up. He wasn't killing these ghostly beings. He was saving them, helping them, who had strayed from the right path. To return to the right path. Just like a doctor treating the sick, a teacher educating the youth, it was a great and noble deed. I eliminate you for your own good. Of course, during the process of healing or learning, there might be some pain. But he assured, it would only hurt for a moment. After the pain, they could start a new life. With such noble feelings, Li Chu walked into the door of the Liu family's ghost building again. At this moment, the light of the righteous path shone on the ghost building. He followed the order and knocked on the first door. Is there a ghost inside? There were strange noises coming from inside, suggesting that there indeed was one. Li Chu pushed the door open and walked in, seeing a ghost dressed as a performer, wearing a spring shirt with flowing sleeves, making it hard to tell whether it was male or female. Upon seeing Li Chu enter, it sang in a sharp voice, Pain, 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 gently push the young man. The voice trembles, a slight blush emerges. Li Chu listened and thought this singing ghost was a bit indecent. However, he still politely said, Hello? I am here to enlighten you. It might hurt a little. Please endure it. It will be over soon. The singing ghost seemed to understand his words and wanted to express its opposition physically. But Li Chu didn't give it a chance. Whoosh. Enlightenment successful. Li Chu felt a bit more elevated. Accordingly, he was one step closer to the 72 levels. Walking out of the room and looking at the full 4-story loft, Li Chu thought he could set a small goal first. Let us aim to reach level 100 first. 300 miles northwest of Yuhang Town. Whitebone Mountain. Corpse Cave. 2 hoarse and muffled voices sounded again. This time they clearly carried panic. What? You can't do anything about him at all? If you saw how he drew his sword, you wouldn't say such foolish things. We must do something. Otherwise, on the day our king lifts the seal, you and I will both be punished. Another voice fell silent for a moment before speaking again. I have been praying that he doesn't come again tomorrow. Chapter 27. The Koi Girl Who Came to the Door. Someone noticed that the water of the Blackwater River was becoming clearer. The originally pitch-black water had changed to a piece of blue waves after recent days. Some said it was because a passing immortal punished the water ghost, while others said it was the water ghost who had transformed into a river god and began to wash itself clean. Supporters of the former view were slightly more numerous. After all, no one wanted the evil ghost to achieve its goal. However, under the years of accumulated power of the water ghost, no one dared to test the waters. At most, some bold young people would run over and take a quick glance at the river surface. On this noon, with grass growing and orioles flying, a little girl with double ponytails came from the direction of the riverbank. From a distance, she was wearing a cloud dress with colorful tassels. Her skin was crystal clear, and her features were as delicate as a porcelain doll. With her double ponytails swaying as she walked, she appeared adorable and innocent. As she walked, her big, bright eyes curiously observed everything around her. As she got closer, one could hear her reciting something with great enthusiasm. Likely phrases like, hello, my name is Yue. May I ask? After walking for a while, she spotted a farmer carrying a hoe and quickly sprinted over. Hello. She rushed in front of the farmer and almost stumbled to a stop. The farmer, seeing someone suddenly dash out from the side and nearly bump into him, initially frowned. But upon seeing it was a fair-skinned and beautiful girl, his furrowed brows immediately relaxed and the corners of his mouth turned up. Girl, what's wrong? He asked gently, putting down his hoe. The girl took a couple of breaths and quickly asked, hello, my name is Yue. I'm looking for a very handsome little Taoist. Do you know where he is? Oh, you must be talking about little Li Daozhang. The farmer immediately knew who she was asking about without needing to think. He patiently pointed the girl in the right direction. Just follow this willow embankment straight. Don't cross the river. After going down the embankment, turn left, walk 3 miles. And you'll see a small hillside. The Daiyun temple is on that hillside, and little Li Daozhang is usually inside the temple. Thank you. The girl named Yue earnestly thanked him and happily walked along the riverbank. The farmer watched her joyful figure, smiled, and continued on his way with his hoe. She scratched her head. Huh? Should I cross the river? At that moment, an old man happened to walk down from the bridge, and the girl quickly ran over again. Hello, my name is Yue. I'm looking for a very handsome little Taoist. Do you know where he is? She repeated this sentence. Oh, little Li Daozhang, right? Just follow the riverbank straight, turn left after going down the embankment, and you'll soon reach Daiyun Temple. The old man chuckled and patiently pointed her on her way. Thank you. The girl bowed to the old man and cheerfully continued along the riverbank. Soon, after walking a short distance along the embankment, the girl went down and suddenly froze, staring blankly at the fork in the road. Huh? Which way should I go? She looked left and right and spotted a farmer's wife with a headscarf, so she ran over again. Hello. All the buildings of Daiyun Temple needed repairs. The front and backyards were completely renovated, and an extra guest room had to be added so that when guests come in the future, Li Chu wouldn't have to squeeze in with his master. The entire courtyard was bustling with activity, and the master and apprentice had no choice but to sit on a small stool outside the gate, side by side, watching the lively scene inside. They wore matching happy smiles, as if they were watching the empire they had built. Yu Qianan initially refused. Although there was nothing of value in the temple, he had some treasured items he was afraid of being seen or lost, so he had to stay behind to supervise. Li Chu, on the other hand, generally kept a respectful distance from unnecessary social interactions. To him, Wang Longqi had already spent money, which was enough to prove the friendship between the two. Those unquantifiable niceties and enthusiasm were better avoided if possible. Thus, the scene before them unfolded. The master and apprentice sat in a row on the threshold, doing nothing but feeling happy. Suddenly, there was a particularly hurried sound of footsteps behind them. She looked very excited, arms outstretched, tassels dancing, hair messy, looking travel-worn. Li Chu calmly stood up. He had encountered overly excited girls like her before, and just as she looked ready to leap into his arms, he calmly extended a finger. Poke. His index finger poked the girl's forehead, completely stopping her forward momentum. Ah, that hurts. She covered her forehead and squatted down. Li Chu sat back down on the small stool and said, Sorry, the Daiyun Temple is closed these days. I came specifically to find you. The girl rubbed her forehead, then looked up with sparkling big eyes at Li Chu. You must be the very handsome little Taoist my grandfather mentioned, right? Beside them. Yu Qianan smiled at the girl. Although I don't know who your grandfather is. The most handsome Taoist within hundreds of miles of Yuhang town is definitely here at our Daiyun Temple. Yes, it must be you. The girl carefully examined Li Chu's face, then nodded vigorously. Is there something you need? Li Chu asked. The girl said earnestly, word by word, My name is Yue. My grandfather said to come to Yuhang town to find a very handsome little Taoist and recognize him as my master. Only he can save our clan. Save people? Li Chu tilted his head, feeling a bit confused. Master? Yu Qianan quickly caught onto the key point, his eyes revealing a curious glint. The girl continued, My grandfather said he has seen you. After you eliminated that water ghost, it came to thank you. You're not human? Li Chu suddenly remembered who she was talking about. After eliminating the water ghost, an old man transformed from a koi had come to him in a dream to express his gratitude. So it was him. Yes. My grandfather is the leader of the koi clan, and I am the most beautiful, colorful koi in our clan, Yue said, lifting her nose a little proudly. But soon her mood sank again. Koi. Yu Qianan's eyes brightened even more upon hearing this. Our entire clan has been captured by bad people. Only I managed to escape. My grandfather sent me to find you. He said only you can save them. Please, I recognize you as my master. Help us. Yue pleaded. Looking pitiful, let us not rush into other matters. First, tell me where they are, Li Chu said. I'm not sure. They were taken by bad people. Yue shook her head. Who took them? Li Chu asked again. I don't know. I don't recognize them. Yue shook her head again. Then how can you let me save your people? Li Chu asked finally. I don't know, but my grandfather said only you can save them. Yue said pitifully in the end. Li Chu fell into silence. Yu Qian also shook his head, thinking that the pretty girl was a fool. Chapter 28. It's great to have koi. A gentle breeze brushed against Li Chu's clothes, as if a crow flew over the Deyun temple. The air fell silent. She stammered. It's fine, Yu Qian said with a smile. Since that's the case, you can stay here for now. When we have clues about your people, we can go save them. Save the fish, okay? Yue's gaze wandered between the master and disciple, a bit conflicted, but she eventually nodded. Well, anyway, my grandfather told me to recognize him as my master. Miss Yue. Li Chu wanted to say something, but Yu Qian tugged at his sleeve, giving him a look, urging him to turn away. Recognizing a master is a huge opportunity. There are many benefits. Just accept it, Yu Qian reminded. But Li Chu frowned slightly, still feeling it was somewhat wrong. He always believed in equality among all beings, and had never thought about things like demon slaves before. The so-called recognition of a master by koi means binding of fate, Yu Qian explained. After recognizing a master, she can help you increase your fortune. The stronger your fortune, the more beneficial it is for her cultivation. It's a win-win situation. Her grandfather might have sent her to find you because he saw your fortune and thought you could be a promising host. I see. Li Chu nodded in understanding. Yue blinked. Okay, master. For the first time, Li Chu felt that language was so pale and powerless. You can't blame the girl. Yu Qian chuckled softly. She hasn't fully transformed yet. Although she looks human now, she probably still can't adapt to human memory. Once her cultivation improves, it will gradually get better. The spirituality of koi among the generally foolish aquatic creatures is extremely rare. They not only possess the unique ability to change fortune, but can also comprehend the mysteries of transformation earlier than other demons. Like the Yue before them, she could be seen as a person with a fish brain, or a fish with a human body. With an additional member in the temple, this was a big deal. The master and disciple were about to discuss how to accommodate her when they suddenly heard a commotion from the workers. Soon, the foreman came over holding a small box. Daoistly, this was dug up from under the old wall. It should have been buried by the previous generations of your temple, right? The workers hired by the Wang family were all strong laborers from nearby villages and were familiar with the Yun temple, so they had no intention of embezzling. Moreover, under the watch of the three pure ones, they were even less likely to have such thoughts. Li Chu glanced at the box he brought over, which looked a bit old. The seal was damaged and covered in dirt, not knowing how long it had been buried underground. After taking it and opening it, he was astonished to find it was a box full of silver, brimming, probably around 100 taels. Wow! The master and disciple were overjoyed. The Yun temple had been established for some years, and they had done a lot of digging before, but this was the first time they had dug up money. Yu Qian looked at little Yue with kind eyes. It seems our Yun temple is really going to turn its fortune around. Do you like this thing? Little Yue had been looking at them with her innocent and beautiful big eyes. Ahem. Yu Qian coughed lightly. As cultivators, we naturally do not value wealth. Li Chu also said seriously, wealth is an external thing. But finding money should always make one happy, Yu Qian added. Right. Li Chu said. Is that so? Then you can have all of this. Yue reached into her plain little chest and took out a small pouch, pouring out a pile of loose silver and copper coins. And surprisingly, a little gold fish the size of a finger. How does a water creature have so much money? I picked it up. Yue said nonchalantly. I don't know why, but every time I go ashore to play, I find these things. I think they look pretty shiny. So I save them all. Li Chu looked at her deeply. Then, he said solemnly, please make sure to keep it in the Yun temple. In the evening, Li Chu went to the Lu family's ghost building and specifically took a look at little Yue. She was temporarily residing in a large water tank in the kitchen, with fine sand at the bottom, her long body over 4 feet long, her scales colorful and beautiful. When she saw Li Chu's face appear on the water surface, she bubbled out a string of bubbles. Li Chu observed carefully and found the reason was that she couldn't close her eyes to sleep. This problem is not complicated, but getting a fish accustomed to sleeping with its eyes open to close them is as difficult as getting a person used to sleeping with their eyes closed to open them. The water tank was still a bit cramped. Li Chu thought the next goal for building the temple was to create a dedicated pool for her. Cost didn't matter. Koi are worth it. Countless wealthy families have dug ponds specifically to raise koi, and they only raise ordinary feng shui fish that lack spirituality. A koi like little Yue, who is spiritually aware and is a rare colorful koi, is something that can't be sought after. Further down the line, it might even become a beast of fortune capable of influencing the national luck. Additionally, the urgent task is to cultivate her hobby of walking, which Yu Qian is responsible for, taking the little girl out for walks every day. Walking the fish, after all, is something the old man loves to do, especially when there's money to be picked up outside. Moreover, the koi's fortune not only helps people find money, but when Li Chu arrived at the Lu family's ghost building, he found that the experience points for the ghostly beings he transformed tonight were particularly high. He had just broken through level 72 last night, and by the end of tonight, he was already close to level 73. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Having Koi is really great. Whitebone Mountain, Corpse Cave, 2 Sema faces, 2 deep voices. Tonight, I organized a group of elites to resist, but the outcome was no different. All were killed in one strike. I suspect the little Taoist might not have even noticed their strength has changed from before. At this rate, in less than 2 months, my king's subjects will be killed off. Can we avoid the limelight for now and keep the ghostly beings in the spirit world from coming out? After the spirit world loses the support of my king's power, the ghostly beings inside will also die without a long-term supply of yin energy. So what should we do? We can only speed up the process of breaking the seal. As long as my king returns to the human world, all enemies will pay blood for blood. Chapter 29. Copper coins bought with lives cannot be spent. The mountain wind is gentle, stirring the clothes. Butterflies fluttering among the flowers and grass look like the skirts of young girls, lively and vibrant. Outside Diyun Temple, 3 small stools were lined up in a row. Yu Qian led Li Chu and Little Yuer, striking the same pose of resting their chins on their left hands, staring blankly inside together. On the first day, it felt happy. On the second day, it felt fulfilling. On the third day, it began to feel a bit boring. Only Little Yuer still maintained her enthusiastic demeanor, occasionally asking what this was for, what that was for. Of course, most of the time, it was the same question she had asked yesterday. Sometimes she remembered that she had asked this question yesterday, but still wanted to ask again. Life in the temple was like this. As if the leisurely white clouds outside the mountain floated by, Li Xinyi's arrival broke this tranquility. Her attire today was extremely eye-catching, a rose-red color. With her left shoulder slanted open, exposing her entire white and smooth shoulder and half of her deep collarbone. Her chest was perky, and her narrow waist showcased her proud curves. A pair of snow-white long legs peeked out from the slit in her skirt. Her long hair was still tied up high, and a pair of beautiful eyes sparkled with light as she locked onto Li Chu's lazy figure from afar. As she approached, the workers laying bricks in the front yard became distracted. However, they were not scolded, as even the foreman was mesmerized. As she got closer, Li Xinyi noticed the young girl sitting next to Li Chu. The girl's delicate face and bright eyes suddenly made Li Xinyi feel a sense of tension, as if facing a formidable enemy. When her gaze fell on the girl's chest, the tension dissipated somewhat. Since ancient times, heroes have loved high mountains, and have not heard of steeds trampling flatlands. Taoist you, Taoist Li Xinyi greeted. Li Chu watched as Li Xinyi walked up confidently, deliberately glancing over there. There really is a mole. This frank and unreserved gaze naturally fell into Li Xinyi's eyes. She smiled slightly. Men. After a series of mutual unawareness of psychological activities, she finally clarified the main topic for coming here today. In short, the case of the vengeful spirit was not yet concluded. The day before, I came to find you. But you were not here, and an incident had already occurred. 2 constables bought steamed buns together on their way to the station in the morning. Unexpectedly, one of the constables suddenly died after turning around with the buns in hand. He died without any warning, leaving the other constable dumbfounded, who shouted for a long time before remembering he was an officer. After the body was taken to the yamen for examination, the coroner was momentarily perplexed. Because there was nothing wrong with the body, the constable was usually strong and healthy, with no diseases, no poisoning, no injuries, and even no emotional fluctuations. A perfectly healthy person just died out of nowhere. It seemed the case could only be explained as a mystery. Just when Zhou Dafu was at a loss, something caught his attention. The vendor who sold the buns handed over all the money received from the constable to the yamen, saying he dared not accept money from a dead person. Just a few copper coins, nothing serious. Zhou Dafu usually wouldn't care. But at that moment, he was completely at a loss and stared at those copper coins for a while. Upon closer inspection, he suddenly noticed something was off. Normally, the copper coins were marked with He Luo Tong Bao, but among these coins, one was marked with In Si Tong Bao, a phrase he had never seen before. He immediately handed the case over to Li Xinyi. Li Xinyi reported to the court of heavenly purity and learned that In Si Tong Bao was the currency of the ghost realm. The human world and the ghost realm, as legend has it, is a kingdom established by countless spirits that exist in the Yang realm. Ethereal yet tangible, passed down since ancient times. Each appearance in the world brings about great calamities. This was serious. Zhou Dafu then went to investigate where the deceased constable had obtained this ghost realm coin, and to his shock, found that it was related to the previous 2 vengeful spirit cases. On the day of the tragedy in Xiayu village, the deceased constable had gone to collect the bodies, and the little girl's body was found by him at the foot of the mountain. This coin had been clutched in the little girl's hand at that time. When he was collecting the bodies, the coin fell to the ground, and he casually picked it up without a second thought. Another colleague had even joked about him, saying that picking up money from the dead might bring retribution. However, he was greedy for small advantages and laughed. saying it could be considered a reward for helping her collect the body. Later, he casually used this coin to buy bonds. And right after spending the money, his life was lost. Zhou Dafu was an experienced captain, and he still had a good sense of smell. He immediately went to check the corpse of Madame Xue. After Madame Xue committed suicide, her body was collected by the Xue family. Zhou Dafu and his men pried open Madame Xue's coffin and found that she too had a coin in her mouth. It was indeed Insi Tong Bao. When pieced together, the hidden connections finally surfaced. Why were mysterious cases occurring frequently in Yuhang Town? And why were rare vengeful spirits appearing one after another? There was a powerful ghost causing trouble behind it. Although the case had not yet been resolved, it completely proved his innocence. He had not mishandled the case, nor falsely reported the mysterious incident. I am not lying. I am being targeted, do you understand? Zhou Dafu said with raised eyebrows. After that, it was Li Sini's turn to worry. This was an extremely sinister trick, specifically designed to tempt those with grievances, using this money to buy lives. And once a person died, they would turn into a vengeful spirit. As for the constable's death, it was indeed somewhat an unjust calamity. He spent someone else's life money, and in return, lost his own life. Fortunately, he had no grievances and thus would not turn into a vengeful spirit. She realized that there was indeed a major case she had been looking forward to, and if she could solve it, it would be a great achievement. But at the same time, she was also worried whether her abilities were enough to resolve this mysterious case. After all, she had almost capsized dealing with a vengeful spirit last time. That was why she had come to seek Li Chu's help. However, she had come up empty-handed, so she had to think of a way herself. Reviewing the previous vengeful spirit cases, she found that the ghost behind the scenes should have a method to sense grievances. Whenever there was a surge of grievances, it would go and tempt people, making them sell their lives to it in exchange for the opportunity to turn into vengeful spirits and seek revenge on their enemies. Before a vengeful spirit appeared, someone must have died first. So she instructed Zhou Dafu and the other constables to keep a close watch day and night. And if anyone went missing or died within the jurisdiction of Yuhang County, it must be reported immediately. Sure enough, within 2 days, news of a new death came. As she spoke, the men, women, and children of Diyun Temple gathered around, as if listening to a story. After she finished, Xiao Yuer shrank her shoulders in fear and whispered, "So picking up someone else's money can lead to death?" Yu Qian quickly patted the little girl's shoulder, reassuring her, "Don't be afraid. We only pick it up. We won't spend it. I guarantee it will be fine." If Xiao Yuer became afraid to pick up money in the future after hearing this story, it would be a huge loss. As she was now a key figure in revitalizing Diyun Temple, Li Sini looked at the handsome profile of the young Taoist. "Can you come help me?" Li Chu had been somewhat bored these past few days, so he thought nothing of it and nodded directly. "Okay." A smile immediately appeared on the woman's face, like a flower blooming. She took the initiative to mention, "The reward will be as before, and if we can catch the true culprit behind the scenes, there will be an additional bonus." Li Chu nodded, calm and composed. With Xiao Yuer as a stable source of income, he really didn't need to care too much about the unstable rewards from the yamen. Earning money is troublesome. Picking up money is much more convenient. He agreed to help this time partly out of a sense of justice to maintain the peace of Yuhang Town. Well, at least a small part. All right, let's go see the deceased now. Li Sini quickly stood up. "Where to?" Li Chu asked. "Chunman Tower," Li Sini replied. Chapter 30, The Good Girls in the Brothel. Chunman Tower was the only brothel in Yuhang Town. Originally, even if there were prostitutes in Yuhang Town, they were merely some hidden courtesans, not on the table. Since Chunman Tower opened, it quickly became a gathering place for local literati and gentlemen due to its beautiful environment and first-class service. This was the gentle hometown of Yuhang Town's men, and also a thorn in the eyes of Yuhang Town's women. Whenever it was slightly late, every household's wives had to keep a close eye on their husbands, lest someone find an excuse to stroll around the street where Chunman Tower was located. Most people had no chance to enter, but they could wander nearby, watching those underdressed good girls leaning against the door and flaunting their charm. And sometimes they might even catch a flirtatious glance, which was quite good. The seasoned scholar Wang Longqi once said that Chunman Tower was not inferior to the brothels in Hangzhou. What he was comparing was, of course, the most critical aspect of a brothel, the good girls. A large brothel must have all-around talents. Fresh young girls new to the trade and seasoned beauties who have been through the battlefield. These meet the diverse needs of customers, can only be considered bottom-tier good girls. Above them, there must be talented courtesans who can stand out. The requirements for a courtesan are not merely about beauty. To gain fame in the brothel, one must possess skills that can truly open people's eyes. To be treated like a treasure, one must excel in both looks and talent. Spring Full Building has a few such courtesans. The deceased from last night was one of them. Her name was Ruan Hongmei, stage name Mei Xiang. A courtesan at Spring Full Building. Standing outside the elegant and refined pavilion, Li Sini introduced. She even pouted her lips to remind, "Don't look around too much once we go in." Li Chu nodded. Scholars and gentlemen have always enjoyed gathering at night. During the day, Spring Full building is quiet, with few passers-by, and the two small doors left open show no signs of entry or exit. Inside, it was quiet, exuding a lazy scent of powder. Occasionally, one or two disheveled women would open the windows, stretch, yawn, take a breath of fresh air, and then close them again. But today, the closed windows immediately opened again. A sleepy girl rubbed her eyes and suddenly turned around, screaming, "Sisters!" Li Sini had miscalculated. It wasn't about whether Li Chu would look around in the brothel. It was about being looked at by others. In other places, if a woman saw a handsome man and felt affection, she might just shyly glance at him. But the girls in the brothel didn't care about such things. In an instant, a large group of chirping girls surrounded Li Chu, almost reaching out to touch him, which greatly angered Li Sini. Li Chu blinked. He lacked experience in such situations and could only use a cold expression to signal strangers to keep their distance. Fortunately, Li Sini was there to help disperse the crowd with her imposing demeanor. "What is going on? What is going on?" Someone in the crowd spoke lazily, sounding as if they had never seen the world. The group of girls immediately restrained their behavior and stepped back, clearly intimidated by the newcomer. Li Sini then breathed a sigh of relief and looked towards the parted crowd. It was Chun Sin-yang, the owner of Spring Full Building. It is said that Chun Sin-yang was a famous figure in Shenluo City back in the day, and after saving enough money, she redeemed herself and came to Yuhang Town to open Spring Full Building. Shenluo City is the second largest city in the Hua dynasty, and unlike the imperial capital of Chaogu, which has an air of authority, the entertainment industry is well developed, earning it the nickname Flower Capital, known for its boundless pleasures. The annual Flower Capital Conference is the largest event in the Hua dynasty. Chun Sin-yang truly lives up to her origins, training excellent girls to quickly establish the reputation of Spring Full Building. In contrast, the surrounding girls suddenly seemed rather vulgar. She had met Li Sini this morning, and with a crescent moon-like smile, she said, "Lord Li, hasn't he the magistrate already come to investigate and confirm that Mei Xiang committed suicide? The body has been collected. Why are you here again? Oh, and you brought such a handsome young Taoist. Are you here to perform a ritual for Mei Xiang?" Li Sini looked at her flirtatious demeanor with an unfriendly gaze and said sternly, "It's already concluded that Miss Mei Xiang committed suicide. We're here for other matters. This is Li Daozhang from Diyun Temple. I specifically invited him to exorcise evil spirits, so please show some respect." "Oh, what other matters?" she continued. "Take us to Miss Mei Xiang's room, and I will discuss it further with you. With so many people around, what kind of decorum is this?" Li Sini glanced around and frowned. Compared to those girls, her attire today looked like that of a refined lady. "Have you never seen such a handsome man?" One girl whispered. "Tomorrow, I'll send you to Diyun Temple to become a nun." Chun Sin-yang shot her a glare, scolding while also giving her a slap on her plump backside, making a loud thud. The two followed her upstairs, after taking a couple of steps. Li Chu seriously said, "Our temple is not accepting anyone right now." Chun Sin-yang glanced at him, squinted her eyes, and smiled. "Little Daozhang is truly interesting." Li Sini looked at her smiling face and then at her chest, feeling as if he was facing a formidable opponent. The second floor was where the courtesans' rooms were located, each bedroom much larger than those downstairs, with parlors, and each parlor had an elegant name. As soon as they went upstairs, they heard a pleasant sound of a guqin, soft like a trickling stream, but deeply soothing to the soul. Passing through the front courtyard, they reached the terrace in the center of the loft and saw the player. It was a woman dressed in light gauze of lotus color, her figure partially hidden behind 8 folding screens, revealing only an elegant silhouette. Behind her were flowing clouds and distant skies. In front of her was a beautiful guqin. The scene had a poetic ambience. Li Chu suddenly stopped, feeling that this woman looked somewhat different, but he couldn't pinpoint how. Upon closer inspection, he noticed her face was covered with an additional layer of veil, making it hard to see her features. Chun Sin-yang smiled again. "This is Miss Bai Luo, our newly recruited courtesan. However, Miss Bai Luo only sells her art, not her body. She wants to even show her face." "Oh," Li Chu responded and wanted to continue walking. Suddenly, the music stopped, and Miss Bai Luo retracted her delicate fingers, asking, "Does the young Taoist want to see my face?" Her voice was soft and melodious. "That wouldn't he do?" Chun Sin-yang quickly shook her head. "You said before, if anyone sees your face, you have to marry them." Miss Bai Luo stood up, her garments fluttering in the breeze, smiling. "If the young Taoist is interested, then it wouldn't hurt to let him take a look." The implication was somewhat intriguing. Li Chu then said seriously, "No need at all." Li Sini immediately smiled and pulled him away, leaving Miss Bai Luo alone, looking somewhat disheveled in the wind. The layout inside Spring Full Building was quite large, so they walked for a while before arriving at Mei Xiang's bedroom. As one of the courtesans, Mei Xiang's room was also spacious and elegant, with a parlor and inner and outer chambers. The maidservant who attended to Mei Xiang was also called over. She was only 12 or 13 years old, and despite having already been frightened for a while, she still cried uncontrollably when asked. I slept in the outer room last night. The young lady was in the inner room, and she was fine before sleeping. Who would have thought? Who would have thought she would hang herself without a sound? Chun Sen-yang patted the little girl's shoulder, glancing at Li Sini with annoyance. We clearly asked this in the morning. Why do you have to make this child repeat it? Li Sini was silent for a moment, then said, we can conclude that after Mei Xiang's death, she will turn into a vengeful spirit. After a moment of shock, the girl shook her head. No, that is not right. Mei Xiang hasn't suffered any grievances in her daily life, even if there were things she was unhappy about. How could she have such great resentment? That is what I want to ask you. Li Sini said. Who did Mei Xiang hold grudges against in her daily life? Who is the person she most wanted to take revenge on? This is the key to the problem. Even though Mei Xiang died in Spring-Full Building, her resentment will gather wherever it is directed. To prevent her from harming others, one must first identify the source of her resentment. She stared at the little maid, who was so frightened by her gaze that she kept shaking her head, unable to say anything. Chun Sen-yang hugged the little maid and replied, the girls in our building have limited contact with people. Mei Xiang is usually proud and doesn't get along well with a few of the other courtesans. But to say she would turn into a ghost to take revenge, that really doesn't seem likely. Li Sini thought for a moment and changed the question. Did Mei Xiang ever complain to you about anything? Did she curse anyone before hanging herself last night? You should have heard something since you were always by her side. The little maid sobbed a couple of times, thought for a while, and said, last night, the young lady did curse someone for being heartless and ungrateful, not remembering old feelings. Who? It was the 7th young master of the Wang family. Chapter 31. Of course, I choose to forgive her. Do you think I'm having a bad stroke of luck? I encountered a ghost as soon as I stepped out, and it's not the same ghost. Now it's worse. I'm staying home and still getting involved in this kind of thing. Wang Longqi said with a bitter face, looking at Li Chu and Li Sini indignantly. Li Chu thought for a moment and felt that having a vengeful spirit come to his home didn't seem too bad. It would be convenient for leveling up. However, he quickly reconsidered. To get involved with such a spirit, he must first find an opportunity, so he decided against it. It was too troublesome. But then again, there are no free lunches in this world. If Wang Longqi could see what he was thinking, he would surely be in awe of his godlike logic of cause and effect. Li Chu was lost in thought, while Li Sini looked at Wang Longqi with disdain. Humph. If it weren't for your heartlessness and abandonment, how would you end up like this? From the perspective of Chao Tianke, she certainly had to protect Wang Longqi's life and prevent any civilians from being harmed by the vengeful spirit. However, from a woman's standpoint, she utterly despised Wang Longqi's shameless behavior. By heaven's conscience, I don't know why Mei Xiang would harbor resentment against me. I was not the one who started and abandoned her. Wang Longqi swore with a spear in hand. Li Chu, do you remember the other day when I told you that someone at Chunman Lu was speaking ill of me behind my back? That person was Mei Xiang. Li Chu nodded. Sigh. Wang Longqi sighed again. Back then, she and I were intimate, and we had feelings for each other, even secretly promising to be together for life. But who would have thought that after I was enchanted by the female ghost, she not only stopped caring for me, but also deliberately avoided me and mocked me behind my back. It was from that moment on that I saw her true colors and distanced myself from her. This person only comes to you when she needs something and ignores you when she doesn't. Just yesterday morning, she suddenly called a little maid to ask me to meet at Chunman Lu. She probably needed money again. After all, we were once close. You could say I did my best for her, and yet she still complained about me before her death, even turning into a vengeful ghost to seek revenge on me. That's really unreasonable. After listening to his words, Li Chu thought for a moment and said, if she comes looking for you tonight, you could try explaining things to her. Maybe you can purify her resentment. In his view, since the lady could dissipate her resentment over a face she had never seen before, perhaps purifying resentment wasn't that difficult after all. Let us just leave it at that. Wang Longqi shrank his neck. It's better to give her a swift end. I'll explain slowly at her grave another day. We can't let our guard down at Chunman Lu either. Li Sini said. From what you said, it seems Mei Xiang's resentment towards you isn't that strong. So perhaps her vengeful spirit will still appear at Chunman Lu. Li Chu agreed with her statement. Li Sini continued. Then let's split into 2 groups. One person stays here to protect him, and one person stays at Chunman Lu. How about that? Li Chu pondered for a moment, feeling it was somewhat inappropriate. Last time, Li Sini had an accident dealing with a vengeful spirit. He hadn't decided whether to oppose it when Wang Longqi called out first. Great. Then let Li Chu stay with me. His tone was marked by urgency. Li Sini raised her eyebrows. What do you mean? Wang Longqi blinked and said weakly, what do you mean? Are you so eager for little Taoist Li to stay because you think he is stronger than me? Li Sini asked. Of course. Wang Longqi affirmed in his heart, feeling justified. He thought this loudly in his mind, but naturally wouldn't say it out loud. Only then was Li Xin satisfied and nodded. She knew very well that Li Chu was indeed stronger than herself. But how could this matter be known to outsiders? If it got out that the dignified Chaodian KZ guard relied on outsiders to handle cases, how would she gain fame? She stole a glance at Li Chu, who was still pondering something, looking completely unconcerned. Li Xin smiled slightly. This little Taoist's indifference to fame was truly admirable. I love it. At that moment, Li Chu raised his eyes and said to Wang Longqi, "Why don't we go to Chunman Lu together?" Huh? Wang Longqi was taken aback. Then a strange smile appeared on his face. "Is it really okay for us to go together? Li girl is still here. Or are you saying that you two aren't avoiding this at all?" Li Xin scolded. "What are you thinking?" She immediately understood Li Chu's intention. Chunman Lu is dead, while Wang Longqi is alive. Once the vengeful spirit appears, things would become straightforward. Hongji is the name of the little maid. Sigh, he sighed again, feeling deeply emotional. What a pity for Mei Xiang. Li Xin said softly from the side. She hanged herself on this chair. Oh. Wang Longqi quickly got up and changed his seat. After a while, Chun Sanyang returned with the little maid Hongji. When Chun Sanyang saw Wang Longqi, she shot him a glare. After all, Mei Xiang was a girl she had raised since childhood, and there were definitely feelings involved. Seeing Wang Longqi now inevitably made her angry. Wang Longqi quickly begged for mercy. "Sanyang, please don't give me such a cold stare. I was already heartbroken over Mei Xiang's death." "Oh, so young Master Wang still has feelings?" She retorted. "Why didn't you care when she was alive? Now that you've driven her to death, you come here to act all sorrowful." Chun Sanyang crossed her arms, her lightly angry demeanor still holding some charm. Wang Longqi spread his hands and called the little maid over. "Come, Hongji, tell Sanyang carefully. Didn't I give you 100 taels of silver yesterday to pass to the girl? I didn't say anything harsh. I just said we'd meet again another day. No need to rush, right?" After speaking, he explained how Mei Xiang had been speaking ill of him behind his back, showing why he distanced himself from her and how magnanimous he was. "It's unfair." Huh? Wang Longqi's expression changed dramatically. Mei Xiang was pregnant? Li Xin said. The coroner confirmed that Mei Xiang indeed had been pregnant for 2 months. 2 months? Wang Longqi was shocked again. Li Chu silently glanced at her. She quickly added, "Little Taoist Li is so handsome. Of course, he is an exception." "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Wang Longqi shook his head repeatedly. Chun Sanyang said, "She only ever cared for you. How could it possibly be someone else's child? I haven't seen her for half a year, let alone any opportunity. This is absolutely impossible." Wang Longqi firmly denied it. Chun Sanyang's brows furrowed tightly. Then she suddenly looked at the little maid Hongji. The little maid was trembling all over. "Did Mei Xiang have dealings with someone else?" Chun Sanyang asked. The management of the red courtesans at Chunman Lu is quite strict. Ordinary good girls can warmly welcome guests, but if a red courtesan does the same, it would be tantamount to devaluing herself. Violations would result in severe punishment. It is precisely this rule that makes the red courtesans of Chunman Lu highly esteemed. As literati and gentlemen know that if they win over such a girl, they become her one and only, even if just temporarily. This mentality is completely different. The little maid stammered. "Actually, the girl has never been with just young Master Wang. The child is indeed not young Master Wang's." Chun Sanyang pressed. "Then who is the other person?" The little maid replied. "That person is young Master Zhao Liangkai of the Zhao family. It's him." Wang Longqi instantly felt as if struck by lightning, slumping back in his chair. This feeling was akin to having his wife cheating on him. And the person she cheated with was his lifelong rival. No wonder Mei Xiang dared to ignore him. It turned out she had already climbed onto another branch. Li Chu cast him a glance. "Be strong." Chun Sanyang had a complex expression as she looked at Wang Longqi. "Young Master Wang, it seems I have wronged you. I owe you an apology. Moreover, I was unaware of Mei Xiang's situation until now. Now that the person is dead, what do I have to contend with?" Wang Longqi forced a smile. "Of course, I choose to forgive her." Chapter 32. Rescue. Today was undoubtedly a dark day for the literati of Yuhang Town, because just as dusk fell, when everyone arrived at Chunman Lu in groups or sneaked in, they found the door tightly shut with a high no war sign hanging outside. The literati couldn't help but lament. Inside Chunman Lu. In the past, at this hour, it was a time of revelry with bright lights, fine wine, and lively dancing, but today it was eerily quiet. The good girls in the building had all been gathered into a few rooms on the second floor for their protection. Everyone huddled together, whispering in hushed tones. In Mei Xiang's bedroom, Zhao Liangkai pouted, sighing heavily. "Mei Xiang did say she was pregnant with my child, but how could a courtesan easily conceive? She must have plotted against me. If it were before, marrying her as a concubine wouldn't be a big deal, but now if I take her in, what would Miss Gongsun think? Who knew her resentment would be so strong?" He stammered, feeling somewhat wronged. As he spoke, he looked at Li Chu with eager eyes. Little Taoist Li, you must help me. You have great powers. Subduing vengeful spirits should be a piece of cake. Perhaps just a few days ago, he had no impression of Li Chu, but after experiencing the ghost building of the Liu family, that impression became deeply etched in his mind. Just look at his cousin. It was evident how strong the psychological shadow Li Chu had cast on him was. Get lost. Zhao Liangkai shot him a glare. Don't just sit there making sarcastic comments. Is this something a person can think of? Wang Longqi chuckled mischievously. Li Chu rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat offended. After thinking it over, he realized that casualties could easily occur during exorcisms. Occasional accidents were to be expected, right? Such as certain wealthy second-generation individuals who spoke without thinking. Zhao Liangkai seemed to sense Li Chu's gaze and turned to him, showing a sycophantic smile. Miss Li stood in a corner, looking like a subordinate. She squinted her eyes, sizing up the few people in the room for quite a while before pulling Li Chu aside and whispering, "This time, I will take action against the vengeful spirit. You don't move yet." This was similar to her previous warning to Li Chu, but the meaning was entirely different. Last time, she was worried that Li Chu would act rashly and complicate things for her. This time, she was afraid that if Li Chu acted too quickly, he would not leave her any chance to shine. Seeing Zhao Liangkai and Wang Longqi's expressions, Li Sini felt frustrated. Why did they give Li Chu sycophantic smiles but treat her with indifference? As if she were just a useless vase. She had to restore the prestige of the Xiaotian. Li Chu glanced at her and nodded in agreement. He had always been a cultured and easygoing person. As night deepened, it soon reached midnight. Zhao Liangkai was anxious and on edge, wanting to say something, but no one paid him any attention. So he could only sit trembling against the wall. Wang Longqi, however, was sleeping soundly. Ever since he found out the child was Zhao Liangcai's, he felt much more at ease. Although hearing this news initially made him uncomfortable, upon reflection, it was actually a good thing. Because this way, Mei Xiang's resentment would likely not be directed at him. I'm too clean. So he slept peacefully. He even started to snore. Li Chu was sitting cross-legged, meditating. The wind picked up. His clear eyes suddenly opened. A wave of Yin energy approached. After encountering many ghostly beings, he became increasingly sensitive to the levels of Yin energy. He sensed that this particular wave of Yin energy seemed unusual. Normally, the strength of a vengeful spirit's Yin energy would be about equivalent to that of 200 lantern monsters. However, this wave seemed to be at least 443 lantern monsters strong. It was slightly stronger. But remembering the confident and determined look in Li Sini's eyes when she told him not to act yet, she must have been certain of her victory. After all, it was only slightly stronger than an ordinary vengeful spirit, and for orthodox practitioners of the Xiaotian, it shouldn't make much difference. With that thought, he calmly closed his eyes again. Suddenly, the lights in the entire Chunman building went out in an instant. A wave of panic erupted, and screams filled the air, spreading like wildfire. Everyone stay calm. With the adults from Xiaotian here, we'll be safe where we are. Chun Sanyang shouted, quickly restoring order. The cold wind blew in from the terrace and windows, pushing open the shutters one by one. The chill was bone deep. I'll go take a look. Li Sini pushed the door open. Everyone had been settled in a few nearby rooms, and she stepped into the corridor, where she could observe the situation in several rooms at once. Soon, she noticed a stream of liquid flowing toward her from the corridor. It was a deep red color, with a thick consistency. It was blood. Her brow furrowed. She felt that things were not simple. Sure enough, along with the flowing blood, a small shadow crawled over, resembling a baby, but even smaller. A baby spirit. Li Sini's heart jolted. How could such a thing exist? But she quickly realized that Mei Xiang had committed suicide while pregnant. It wasn't he, just the mother who transformed into a vengeful spirit. This was bad. The baby spirit, entirely crimson with a wrinkled face and two small eyes with a misty white hue, suddenly grinned at Li Sini, exclaiming eerily, giggling. With that strange laugh, a torrent of blood surged toward her at a terrifying speed. Li Sini was in the middle of the corridor, with nowhere to dodge. She raised her hand and cast a talisman. Boom. A broad golden shadow appeared out of thin air, intercepting the first wave of the blood river's impact. But then there was a tearing sound, and the talisman lost its spirit, automatically ripping apart and falling down. The blood of a baby spirit is an extremely strange existence. It can taint magical tools and talismans, which is one major reason many practitioners are reluctant to encounter baby spirits. But Li Sini had no choice. She could only grit her teeth and summon her flying sword. With a swoosh, the famed sword Xiao Yu Haidang was in her hand. She used her left hand to form a seal and swung her sword with her right, shouting, "Little Meihua, sword chi." Whoosh, 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 whoosh. An invisible sword chi left the sword, instantly multiplying into dozens, like a rain of arrows. The tiny baby spirit was immediately bombarded by the arrows. Thud, thud, thud. Ah! A rain of sword chi fell upon it, and the baby spirit howled in distress, rolling on the ground. However, as the sword chi struck, bloodlight erupted, and every drop of blood that left its body turned into denser blood, merging back into the blood river. Xianxia gritted her teeth. This was another troublesome aspect of the baby spirit. If you couldn't kill it, any damage you inflicted would only make its blood river stronger, and its attacks would multiply in power. In short, this was a type of ghost that became more powerful as its life force diminished. Sure enough, the blood river that surged forth this time was even more turbulent. Xianxia, pained, twirled her long sword, and the transformed sword light instantly formed a circular shield, blocking the blood river's next wave of attack. However, she was knocked back a few steps by the impact, and the sword's brilliance dimmed. But with so many civilians in the nearby rooms to protect, she couldn't afford to falter. Little Taoistly, she called softly. Now calling for Li Chu to help posed no psychological burden. If it were an ordinary vengeful spirit, she could handle it herself. But first, the vengeful spirit created from the life-saving money was stronger than an ordinary vengeful spirit, which she had already experienced. Furthermore, this was a unique baby spirit among vengeful spirits. Altogether, this baby spirit was now far beyond the norm, possibly nearing the strength of a ghost general. So what if I ask someone for help? It's not that I'm incompetent. I've been targeted. Huh. Li Chu opened the door, initially thinking he wouldn't need to intervene. Xianxia looked at him. Her expression justified and succinct, and said one word. Save. Chapter 33. Isn't it enough to just kill it with one sword? At the end of the corridor, the baby spirit saw Li Chu emerge and suddenly arched its back, rising like an enraged animal, its white, misty pupils glowing red. Usually, a baby spirit's resentment is directed at the mother, but this one seemed to be directed at the father, making its hostility toward men even stronger. Li Chu silently speculated. Of course, it doesn't matter. After all, the infant spirit, this pitiful yet detestable evil thing, must never be allowed to survive in this world. The sooner it is exorcised, the sooner it can be reborn. Doing all this is for the child's own good. Behind the windows on both sides, countless pairs of eyes are hiding, secretly peeking at the situation outside. Some timid ones have already fainted from fright, but many brave ones have witnessed the ferocity of the ghostly being. Just as Xianxia came out, no one spoke. Then Li Chu appeared, and immediately a good girl couldn't help but cheer, "Go, little Taoistly." As soon as she finished, there was a loud clap, as if someone had slapped her somewhere. Fearing she would provoke the ghost, Li Chu heard it and nodded politely toward the source of the sound, saying, "Thank you." The other good girls couldn't hold back any longer, and suddenly many of them started shouting together. "Go, little Taoistly. Little Taoistly is the best. Little Taoistly, I want to have your children. Hey, don't mix personal feelings in. Little Taoistly, don't be nervous. No matter win or lose, we all love you." In the dark corridor where the lights were out, the eerie wind howled, and the blood river flowed. Because of Li Chu's appearance, it suddenly entered a strange yet fervent atmosphere. Li Chu could only vaguely nod. "Thank you, ladies." Xianxia held her forehead, her face filled with dark lines. Did these people become fearless just because they saw a handsome guy? Or did they really not know how fierce the infant spirit was? To make Li Chu more vigilant, she specifically reminded him, "You must be careful. The infant spirit is different from ordinary vengeful spirits. Its blood river can taint people's magical tools. Moreover, every time it is harmed, it will strengthen the power of the infant spirit's blood. You need to guard against its strength suddenly increasing." Li Chu looked at her, seemingly wanting to say something. However, before he could speak, the infant spirit on the opposite side couldn't hold back any longer. The sudden noise around made it feel as if it was being despised. "I have been abandoned, hated, and feared by this world. I have been deprived of the right to be born. Now you don't even want to look at me. Oh, from this moment on, I will make the world feel pain." The resentment of the infant spirit reached its peak in an instant, and in extreme anger. It charged forward like a beast pouncing on its prey. Berserk. Accompanying it was an endless vortex of blood river. Typically, when faced with a rampaging vengeful spirit, even cultivators with greater strength would retreat, afraid to confront it head-on. In an instant, all that remained in everyone's sight was a sea of blood. The venue fell silent. And after a moment, continuous screams broke out. They were worried about Li Chu's safety, while also fearing for their own. This infant spirit was so heavy with malice that if Li Chu failed to exorcise it, no one here would be able to escape. But those cries barely had time to escape. Then it was as if something had blocked their mouths, and they could not scream any longer. They didn't know what had happened. They only saw a dazzling silver light filling their entire vision. It shattered the mountains and rivers. Xianxia, standing behind the young Taoist, clearly saw his movements. It was as simple as drawing his sword and swinging it. The sword rose and fell. There was hardly any difference from last time. It seemed like he just casually struck out. Compared to the terrifying vortex of blood river in front of him, his movements were as casual as waving away a fly. Yet, that sword strike was accompanied by thousands of sword lights. The blood river, which charged aggressively, was instantly engulfed and obliterated before this sword light. Reduced to nothing more than a pile of dirt and rubble, it melted like snow under hot soup, without any reason. In the midst of the white light, the small black shadow managed to survive for just a moment, but that was only for an instant. After that, it too was annihilated in the sword light. It was a complete annihilation. Its resentment, its malevolence, its unwillingness, its anger, all turned to ashes. The sword light was fleeting as well, and afterward, everything returned to calm. As if a heavy snow had fallen. In the blink of an eye, the dust settled. Why let it grow stronger? A single sword strike would have sufficed. He clearly remembered that in the past, when playing games, the best strategy against those continuously strengthening characters was to take them down quickly with high burst damage. Speaking of which, since Li Xin knew the characteristics of the infant spirit, why didn't she do it this way? Strange. Li Xin's mind was still blank. And upon hearing this, her expression froze as she forced a smile. She could imagine Li Chu eliminating the infant spirit, but she never expected it to be such a casual scene. Yes, since it grows stronger when harmed, why not just kill it with one sword? You make a good point. If anyone else had asked, she would have definitely said, is this something a person can ask? However, after Li Chu struck that sword, Li Xin suddenly felt that what he said didn't seem so out of place. Perhaps he really thought that way? The surrounding uproar woke her up, and the good girls around, seeing Li Chu's dazzling sword resolve the battle, immediately erupted in cheers. Especially after the sword strike, Li Chu, with his disheveled clothes and extraordinary appearance, radiated an ethereal and transcendent aura. He was simply a celestial descending to earth, thinking that such a person was protecting them. Who wouldn't be moved? Seeing them about to rush out, it was certain they would surround Li Chu, and who knows how many would offer him kisses. Imagining that terrifying scene, Li Xin immediately perked up. She shouted, "Don't move yet. Stay calm. Mei Xiang's vengeful spirit hasn't appeared. Yes, everyone stay calm." Chun Shenyang's voice also rang out, stopping the enthusiasm of the good girls. In the room, Zhao Liangkai shrank in the corner, nervously asking, "Wasn't Mei Xiang the one who just came?" "No," Li Xin said. "It was the infant spirit she was carrying, which is your child." "Oh." Zhao Liangkai's expression shook, and for a moment he couldn't speak, not knowing what was going through his mind. Then everyone waited together for Mei Xiang's vengeful spirit to appear. Vengeful spirits do not possess complete intelligence, and they do not have the psychology of fleeing when they see a strong enemy. So as long as her resentment remains here, she will definitely come. They waited until dawn. When the rooster crowed, Wang Longqi, who had slept through the night, finally opened his eyes, yawned, and looked at the people around him, groggily asking, "Did we succeed?" In terms of exorcism, he had absolute confidence in Li Chu. Zhao Liangkai, sporting two large dark circles under his eyes, said blankly, "Mei Xiang hasn't come." "Huh." Wang Longqi rubbed his chin in confusion. Could it be she has another lover? Impossible. She's already involved with both you and me. Why would she need to flirt with others? Zhao Liangkai shook his head. But soon, Zhou Defuc hurried to them. Seeing the sweat on Zhou Defuc's forehead, Li Xin had an ominous premonition. What happened? Not good, lordly. 2 people died in a household on the west side of the town, Zhou Defuc said. Preliminary deductions suggest it was the work of a vengeful spirit. Chapter 34, Rampaging Li Xin. The deceased were a scholar from Yuhang town and his mother. The scholar's surname was Huang. His family had once been wealthy, but they had fallen into decline and moved here, relying on each other since childhood. But would such a family have anything to do with Mei Xiang? After inquiring, Zhou Defuc learned that the scholar had always been a devoted son, obedient to his mother's words, but the day before, he had a big fight with her. Some well-meaning neighbors had eavesdropped and heard that the scholar wanted to marry a girl, but she was a courtesan, and his mother firmly opposed it, even threatening to die if he persisted. He then went to Chunmanlu, calling for the trembling maid Hongji. Mei Xiang only occasionally mentioned him, saying that the scholar was handsome and a good person, worth entrusting her life to. At first, she interacted with him as an ordinary girl from a common family, but later she confessed that she was a good girl from a brothel, and the scholar showed no signs of disgust. Looking back now, it could indeed be related to Huang Sheng. However, Mei Xiang had never spoken ill of Huang Sheng before, so the little maid did not connect him to the situation. Zhou Defuc stroked his chin thoughtfully, piecing together a thread of logic. Mei Xiang was quite a character. On the surface, she was involved with the young master of the Wang family, while secretly having an affair with the young master of the Zhao family. Not only was she entangled with the 2 richest young masters in Yuhang town, but she also had another honest man on the side. She was like a cunning rabbit with 3 burrows, Zhou Defuc remarked. What does a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows mean? Zhao Liangkai suddenly asked. Are you stupid? It means exactly what it says, Wang Longqi replied irritably. Oh, Zhao Liangkai nodded in realization. Indeed. So, Mei Xiang first approached the Wang family, was rejected. Then went to the Zhao family, and was also rejected. Finally, she turned to that scholar, only to find that Huang Sheng's mother firmly opposed their marriage, which likely ended badly. Li Sini summarized. Thus, she harbored resentment, and when the ghostly entity appeared behind her, it tempted her to sell her life, turning her into a vengeful spirit. But why was her resentment directed at Huang Sheng? She glared at Wang Longqi and Zhao Liangkai with a hostile look, full of the implication of why it wasn't the two useless men who died. Clearly, among the three men, only Huang Sheng was the most innocent. However, Mei Xiang ended up hating him the most. Wang Longqi and Zhao Liangkai both awkwardly laughed and quickly took their leave. Thankfully, there was an honest man, so they managed to escape this time. They slipped away. Perhaps she had always thought she had many options to fall back on, but unexpectedly, all these men turned against her, leaving her with no way out. Huang Sheng's rejection was the last straw that broke the camel's back. As he spoke, Zhou Defuck sighed again. Alas, what have we honest people done to deserve this? Huh. Li Sini and Li Chu both silently spat in their hearts. After arriving at the Huang family, Li Chu suddenly felt a bit angry. This was the second time he had felt such an emotion since coming to this world. The Huang family was very poor. The mother and son lived in a small corner of Yuhang town, an area where the impoverished gathered. His mother worked hard to raise Huang Sheng. Huang Sheng was also quite capable, excelling in both studies and conduct. He was just waiting to go to the capital for the imperial examination next year, which could fulfill his lifelong dream. Unfortunately, he encountered the beautiful Mei Xiang, and he never expected to end up in such a situation. With Mei Xiang's talent, beauty, and status, even if she didn't marry Huang Sheng, she would still have many choices. If she had calmed down, such a tragedy would never have occurred. It seemed to be a muddled account, but ultimately, all the blame should be placed on those ghostly entities. Who hasn't experienced moments of resentment, anger, and other negative emotions in their lives? If every instance of resentment led to such transactions, how terrifying the world would be. Li Chu asked, is there any way to make people sense resentment? His idea was that as long as they could perceive resentment, they could know where those ghostly entities would appear, thus lying in wait for them. Li Sini thought for a moment and said, in the Tao sect, there are profound methods of observing qi, allowing one to see the myriad of energies in heaven and earth. However, those are secrets not passed down by major Taoist sects like by Yujing or Qingyang Palace. Our heavenly K has no such supernatural powers. After a moment of silence, she continued, however, once a cultivator reaches the divine harmony stage, they can extend their spiritual consciousness, significantly enhancing their perception. A powerful cultivator could cover the entire Yuhang town with their spiritual consciousness, making it easy to detect any ghostly entities as soon as they appear. Once today's matter is resolved, I will report to the sect and request a master to come here and deal with these ghostly beings. It frustrated her that even with rigorous precautions, new murders still occurred. Li Chu nodded gently, lost in thought. Li Sini's words instilled a sense of urgency in him. He needed to think of a way to enhance his perception. His eyesight and hearing were decent, but he lacked the so-called spiritual consciousness of proper cultivators. Compared to those cultivators whose spiritual consciousness covered the entire town, wasn't he just like a blind and deaf person? Correspondingly, those high-level demons and ghostly entities must also possess unique perception abilities to survive in such struggles. Thinking of how he had wandered aimlessly on the road, only to be pierced by a flying sword from hundreds of miles away, not realizing what had happened before dying, he couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. In the evening, Li Sini began to arrange the formation. This time, she frowned deeply, setting it up with extreme precision, complexity, and tediousness. There were dozens of materials for the magical artifacts that Li Chu had never seen before, including yellow talismans, magical swords, copper beads, silver bullets, jade slips, golden chains, and red ropes. Layer upon layer, there wasn't a single clean patch of earth in the area of several dozen zhang. When Li Chu asked her what she planned to do, she looked at him with two flames burning in her eyes and said, to restore the prestige of our heavenly K. It wasn't until Mei Xiang's vengeful spirit appeared that he understood Li Sini's intentions. That night, a slender, graceful shadow appeared outside the Huang family's door. Even though the mother and son had already been harmed by her, she still only remembered to come here seeking vengeance, sustained only by a lingering resentment. She met Li Chu, who was waiting there. Are you willing to marry me? She asked. Her voice was ethereal and clear, quite pleasant to hear. Infuriate her, Li Sini calmly directed. So, Li Chu replied, I am not willing. Why? The vengeful spirit's long hair stood on end. Her clothes began to flutter wildly, and resentment surrounded her. Do you find me dirty? The vengeful spirit's garments billowed, and her eyes turned a menacing crimson. Li Chu said again, look, she is getting anxious. The vengeful spirit could no longer contain herself. Boom. She exploded with rage on the spot. However, it seemed that it wasn't he, the vengeful spirit, who was going berserk, but rather Xianxia. She made intricate gestures, suddenly pausing. Beneath the vengeful spirit, a complex, interwoven golden formation of sword energy suddenly illuminated. It was splendid, magnificent, and grand. Ninth Palace, Plum Blossom, Sword Formation. Xianxia shouted, her gestures flashing. Whoosh. Dozens, hundreds, thousands of sharp sword energies suddenly shot towards a single point, creating a thunderous sound. Mei Xiang was instantly enveloped in a blossom-shaped golden light, her fate unknown. In fact, given the power of this formation, it was 99% likely that she was already dead. But Xianxia didn't care. She reversed her gestures and shouted again. Copper Thunder Silver Electric Formation. Boom. The copper pills and silver bullets buried underground were all valuable thunderbolts and electric beads, highly effective against ghostly entities. The scene was indescribably radiant, like a massive firework shooting into the sky. Li Chu felt that if she had arranged this last night, perhaps the infant spirit doll wouldn't have escaped either. But it wasn't over yet. In the thunder and fire, Mei Xiang's shadow had completely disappeared. But Xianxia activated another formation to whip the corpse. Golden Gate Divine Chain Formation. Immediately, a phantom of a golden gate appeared out of thin air, crashing down in the center of the open space, surrounded by dozens of large red chain phantoms swirling around, searching for the shadow of the ghostly entity, trying to pull it into the golden gate. But nothing was caught. The pitiful, vengeful spirit Mei Xiang had long since turned to ash, her remains scattered to who knows where. Boom. After a long while, the dazzling light and shadows in this area finally faded. By this time, many nearby residents had come out, witnessing the stunning light display in the air, with some even kneeling in worship, thinking it was a miracle. Li Chu was also somewhat shocked. Indeed, what a great spectacle. Xianxia clapped her hands in satisfaction, looking blissfully at the distance. Today's grand display was worth it, even if it brought her to the brink of tears from the pain of the cost. As long as enough people saw it, it was all worth it. The repeated failures in exorcism were absolutely unacceptable to her, especially last night, when she had to ask Li Chu for help in front of so many people at Chunmanlu. If this got out, how could she continue to live her life? She needed to put on a grand show to demonstrate her strength. With this thought, she glanced at Li Chu and found him looking at her as well. She couldn't help but secretly smile. Surely, little Taoist Li must have a new understanding of her now. Meanwhile, Li Chu thought to himself, Chao Tianke truly deserves its reputation as a celestial sect. Even the novice disciples can display such impressive abilities. Although little Taoist Li was indeed handsome, from the perspective of a disciple of a celestial sect, he had to let the people of Yuhang Town know that Yun Guan was just for fun when it came to exorcism. They had to rely on Chao Tianke. Chapter 35, Heart Eye Technique. From beginner to master, a thick shadow still loomed over the small Yuhang Town. When leaving Chunmanlu earlier, Chun Sanyang had quietly told him, Little Taoist Li, if you ever feel like not working hard anymore, you can come find me, while giving him a flirtatious glance. To this, Li Chu was dismissive. What a joke. Not wanting to work hard? How could that be possible? This world is so dangerous. Even fierce and mysterious ghostly beings exist right at our doorstep. If I don't work hard, wouldn't I be waiting for death? The day after resolving the Mei Xiang grievance, Li Chu returned to the Zashi Zhai. The old shopkeeper looked the same as ever, dressed like an old scholar, exuding the scent of old paper, dozing in a beam of dust-laden light. When he saw Li Chu walk in, the old shopkeeper opened his eyes and asked with a smile, Little Taoist, what books are you looking for today? Li Chu replied that he still wanted to find some cultivation techniques, as the iron cloth shirt had worked very well last time. This time, he wanted to see if there were any methods to enhance one's perception. He spoke in detail, fearing that if he was vague, the old shopkeeper would take him to look at some 18 forbidden things again. Oh, you've mastered the iron cloth shirt already? The old shopkeeper asked in surprise. He found it hard to believe that someone could actually master a secret book from the store. A slight achievement, Li Chu humbly replied. Little Taoist Li truly has exceptional talent, the old shopkeeper could only say. Not really. The perception ability, the old shopkeeper mumbled, walking over to the box of martial arts techniques from last time. In truth, he wasn't very familiar with the contents of that box. It had initially been bought just to enhance the store's appearance, to fill the bookshelf. After all, they were all common goods that were not worth mentioning. Anyone serious about martial arts would know they should at least seek out a proper sect and find a legitimate master, who would spend all day scouring a bookstore for second-hand techniques. Moreover, Li Chu was still a Taoist. He could only be described as a peculiar case. However, despite being peculiar, he couldn't turn down business. The old shopkeeper rummaged for a while and actually pulled out a hard, yellowed book. It looked like the book was not much younger than him. Heart Eye Technique, From Beginner to Master. Li Chu took the book, glanced at the cover. and felt an inexplicable sense of awe. How could a blind person have such high swordsmanship? It was because of this hard-eye technique that he could sense the breath of others, never losing ground in a confrontation. The predecessor said he had a dream to help more people break free from the shackles of their bodies, to turn all blind people under heaven into sword masters. The predecessors of the blind god sword were truly noble, and Li Chu couldn't help but admire him, a wave of reverence swelling within him. On Shirley Slope, flowers bloomed and willows swayed. A girl dressed in colorful clothes ran and jumped among them, lively and beautiful. Beside her was another graceful beauty holding a green paper umbrella, clad in a flowing cloud-patterned dress. Miss Gongsun, Li Chu greeted. The girl playing on the grass was none other than the long-missed Gongsun Ro. Little Taoist Li. Gongsun Ro greeted back gently, her brows and eyes soft and warm. At this moment, the small pouch had already taken on considerable scale. Li Chu's eyes brimmed with kindness. As warm as Yu Qian sitting at the doorstep watching two beauties play. I heard De Yunguan is undergoing renovations. So I came to see if there's anything you need, Gongsun Ro said with a gentle smile as she sat opposite Yu Qian. Yes, Miss Gongsun is very thoughtful. Yu Qian replied with a smile, looking meaningfully at his disciple. Li Chu merely nodded lightly, saying, Thank you, Miss Gongsun. Additionally, Gongsun Ro hesitated for a moment and said, I also have something I'd like to ask of little Taoist Li. Please go ahead. Last time, when the Qingyi building sent assassins to kill my father and me, it was thanks to the accidental intervention of little Taoist Li that we escaped the calamity. However, my father received news yesterday that the higher-ups of the Qingyi building were furious upon hearing that the 8-armed Shura had been defeated. They are preparing to send more advanced assassins to carry out the task, leaving no room for survival. As Gongsun Ro spoke, her brows furrowed slightly in worry, resembling misty, distant mountains, evoking a sense of pity in others, making them want to brush away that cloud of gloom for her. Li Chu pondered for a moment and said, as a court official, how could Gongsun Darun allow demon people to assassinate him? Haha. Gongsun Ro laughed, either helplessly or ironically. Court officials shouldn't be like that. But if the one who wants my father's life is also a court official, and one whose rank is 100 times higher than his, then naturally he can suppress all his demands. Saying this, she even winked at Li Chu. Li Chu was taken aback. His master had a look that seemed to say he should know what to do, but he completely didn't understand. However, looking into Gongsun Ro's sincere and beautiful eyes, his sense of justice wouldn't allow him to refuse. So Li Chu nodded and said, in that case, it is naturally my duty. Thank you, Taoist you. Thank you, little Taoist Li. Gongsun Ro repeatedly expressed her gratitude, her eyes sparkling. They agreed that the next morning, Li Chu would report to the county office, and Gongsun Ro gracefully left. Master, what did you mean just now? As soon as Gongsun Ro left, Li Chu asked Yu Qian in confusion. Such matters shouldn't be said too explicitly. Haha. Yu Qian replied with that knowing smile again. Those who understand, understand. Li Chu was even more puzzled. Li Chu nodded in agreement, but he still didn't grasp what Yu Qian meant. Seeing his indifferent expression, Yu Qian furrowed his brows in frustration and said directly, her father is still a county magistrate. You must cherish this opportunity. Oh, I understand. Li Chu suddenly exclaimed. Earlier, Gongsun Ro hadn't mentioned anything about a reward, and he hadn't felt comfortable asking. Now, with his master repeatedly hinting, he suddenly understood. Gongsun Zhe was a county magistrate. If he went to protect him and completed the task, the reward would certainly not be small. Without further ado, he decided to improve himself right away. With that, he strode excitedly into the courtyard. Yu Qian looked at the excitement in his eyes and felt he was probably misunderstanding again. He sighed and thought, you understood? You understand nothing. Chapter 36. The blind predecessor is truly a divine being. Due to the renovations in the front hall, Li Chu could only cultivate his new technique in his bedroom. The small room didn't have very good lighting and was somewhat dim, but Li Chu didn't mind much. He carefully took out the book hard eye technique, from beginner to master, from his pocket. His movements were very gentle, fearing that even a slight touch would turn a page to dust. After all, from the cover to the pages, the book was thoroughly yellowed. He flipped through the small yellow book in the dim room. The book was old, but he read it earnestly. The so-called hard eye technique, when talking about its principles, didn't seem too complicated. Everything in heaven and earth has breath. In the book, it is described to close one's physical eyes and use the body and mind to feel the breath of all things, which is the qi of all things. This qi cannot simply be explained by smell, breath, or aura. Instead, it is an abstract, invisible essence that living beings naturally emit. Just like there are no two identical leaves in the world, there are also no two identical qis. However, these qis, because of their different types, states, and emotions, can converge into various collections, such as good spiritual energy, good fortune, happiness, or bad energies like negative energy, malevolent energy, and resentment. The world seen by the mind's eye is the world of qi. According to the book, this practice is extremely difficult to cultivate. The first threshold is talent. Some people, even if they meditate for a lifetime, cannot perceive the existence of qi. The second threshold is time. Even after sensing qi, to expand it to a radius of 3 zhang could take as little as 3 years or as long as 10 years. As for what Li Chu thought, perceiving the entire town may take hundreds of years according to this cultivation pace. However, Li Chu is not worried about the speed. It is well known that he has always been a fast person. Just like when high school textbooks said it would take 3 years to learn, he finished in less than a year. When it was said that cultivating the iron shirt would take 30 days, he only took an afternoon. So how long it really takes still needs to be tested. After reading the entire book, he flipped back to the beginning and sat cross-legged according to the guidance. With his 5 hearts directed towards the sky, sinking into a meditative state, he felt the breath of heaven and earth. Breathing. Soon, he had a pleasant dream. He slept soundly. He hadn't slept much in the past few days, and even though he was full of energy, his body would still enter a state of hibernation at the right time. An hour later, he opened his bright eyes. He had actually fallen asleep without feeling drowsy. Li Chu murmured. Recently, he felt something strange about his body. No matter how long he stayed awake, he never felt tired, always full of vitality. However, in a familiar sleeping state, he could quickly fall asleep in an instant. It seemed that his sense of fatigue had disappeared. Similarly, the feeling of hunger had also vanished. He had tried skipping meals, but never felt hungry. Likewise, he rarely felt full after eating, only able to taste the flavors. It was as if he no longer needed to eat. He felt a bit anxious. Could this be a problem with his cultivation? He remembered his master saying that fasting was always a vague legend. In this world, even terrestrial immortals need to regularly replenish their energy. They might eat a large amount of food in one meal and then not eat for a long time, but fasting is impossible. If terrestrial immortals cannot do it, then he certainly can't. He couldn't make sense of it. However, these questions were not urgent. The priority was still to cultivate the mind's eye technique. He re-entered meditation, feeling the breath of all things, breathing. Suddenly, he discovered that the entire room had turned into a hazy mist, mostly black, white, and yellow, all in faint, dull colors. Wait, he was meditating and hadn't even opened his eyes. Could this be qi? Wasn't it said that many people go their whole lives without being able to perceive it? And it appeared while he was sleeping? Well, that's okay. There was nothing to be surprised about. He concentrated his spirit to see more clearly. Sure enough, beneath this mist, there were vague outlines of objects. The room had a breath. Its breath was very ancient. The flowers and plants in front of him had a breath. Their breath was very lively. His sword had a breath. Its breath was very weary. It felt as if it had been drained. Had he been using it too much? He tried to expand his spirit outward, and a flood of images surged into his mind. Every person and every item in the Diyun Academy was emanating its own aura, some weak, some strong. In the entire courtyard, the strongest aura surprisingly belonged to that old locust tree with a bluish-green qi that nearly blocked out the sun. It seemed that there was still a faint qi flowing beneath the well, but it was blocked by the well cover, and his spirit couldn't penetrate it. The workers had transformed into intertwined red and blue human forms. This should represent the yin and yang energies within the human body, with red being dominant for the yang energy and blue being dominant for the yin energy. Occasionally, there would be faint black qi drifting by, which should represent their emotions. Working under the blazing sun, some people's emotions might not be very good. Li Chu suddenly thought, could it be that when black qi accumulates into a mass, it indicates that a person has deep resentment? At that moment, could they be vulnerable to ghostly intrusions? His perception was like a massive spider web, covering all directions, expanding a large area with each step. Gradually, the qi within a radius of several miles came into view. Mountains, rivers, flowers, birds, insects, and fish all had their own breath. Li Chu was profoundly shocked by this world. Was there really such a side to the world? Or was this its most genuine appearance? When he felt a slight dizziness in his brain, his perception had already covered half of Yuhang town 10 miles away, witnessing the thick human smoke and fire. However, he distinctly felt that his spirit remained very full and was not exhausted. Perhaps it was because his brain was processing such a vast scene for the first time that it felt tired? After all, it was the first time, so it was better to move slowly. There was no rush to delve deeper in the future. Opening his eyes, Li Chu looked at the mind's eye technique in front of him, his gaze revealing unexpected delight. He truly did not expect to find such a miraculous technique from a miscellaneous bookshop twice in a row. Compared to the previous iron shirt, this mind's eye technique was even better. It not only enhanced his perception ability, but it was not an exaggeration to say that it allowed one to touch the essence of the world. After a long time, he couldn't help but exclaim, the blind master truly is a divine person. A sneeze. Somewhere in Jiangnan Prefecture, a blind old beggar sneezed violently. He rubbed his nose and muttered, "Whose sesame cake smells so good, it's making my nose itch." Following the scent, he arrived at a sesame cake stand. Hee. The blind man revealed a flattering smile. "Boss, have a heart, and give me 2 sesame cakes. They smell so good." The seller of the sesame cakes was a short man who impatiently waved his hand. "Go beg elsewhere. I have a small business. Where is there any extra food for you?" "Hey, I'm not trying to eat your sesame cakes for free. From the sound of it, I can tell you're a once-in-a-million martial arts genius. So, I'll pass on my unique secret manual to you. You don't even have to call me master. Just give me 2 sesame cakes," the old blind man said, pulling out a tattered book titled Mind's Eye Technique, From Beginner to Master. The short man looked at it and laughed. This broken book is obviously a scam just from the title. Even a fool wouldn't believe it. "You still want to trade it for sesame cakes? If you don't want to trade, then fine. Why say it's a scam?" The old beggar muttered a couple of words and turned to leave. The short man called out, Forget it. You leave this book, and I'll give you a sesame cake." "All right." The old beggar happily took the sesame cake and walked away. "Now you've been tricked." A nearby jewelry vendor laughed. This old blind man used to claim he was some divine sword of the blind and was always swindling people. Now he just passes around that broken book to anyone he meets. Haha, even the toilet paper is too hard for him. "Hey, I'm just pitying him." The short sesame cake seller shook his head and laughed. Chapter 37. I bumped into a Taoist. The moon is bright, the wind is light. The leaves obscure the window. In a small, dark room, there is the sound of dripping water. Drip drop. No, it's not water, but blood. A Chong stared at his fist, gritting his teeth, as the pain and resentment in his heart surged uncontrollably. Why is this world so unfair? He looked up and asked. He once had a childhood sweetheart named Jean. The two had grown up together, and for over a decade, they only had eyes for each other. He had long regarded Jean as his wife, and she had long considered him her husband. However, a few days ago, he heard that Jean was going to marry a wealthy man from the county. He couldn't believe it and ran to Jean's house to ask. But Jean's parents wouldn't let him in. They told him not to look for Jean anymore. Why? He said no one had feelings for Jean deeper than his. He wasn't lying. He had always believed that no one loved Jean more than he did. Jean's parents scoffed. No matter how deep your feelings are, can they compare to the bride price? Today is Jean's wedding day. Chong, in a frenzy, rushed over and blocked the bridal sedan. He finally saw Jean. He just wanted to ask one question. Did Jean not want to marry that old man? As long as she said yes, he would take her away and never care about anything else. But Jean said, "Don't come to find me anymore. I'm afraid my husband will misunderstand." So she was willing? Were all those years of affection just a facade? But the pain of the body was nothing compared to the pain of the heart. He felt like a fool, having been toyed with by this treacherous heaven for over a decade. Why treat me like this? He painfully tore at his clothes. At that moment, a sinister voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Because you are too weak. Who? Chong widened his eyes in shock. The room was empty, with no other figure in sight. Who is speaking? Is it an illusion? Because you are too weak, you are destined to be trampled underfoot. You hate them. You hate that rich man for marrying a young and beautiful concubine at his age. You hate that filthy woman, who shows no compassion as she watches you beaten to death. You hate her parents, who look down on you and fawn over the wealthy, huh? You have too many people to hate. But you can only hate. You can do nothing. The voice continued to ring in his ears, clear and undeniable. Chong's heart raced as he anxiously asked, "Are you human or ghost? Does it matter?" That voice floated ethereally, yet seemed filled with endless temptation. "What matters is, I possess immense power that can make all those you resent pay a bloody price." "Power? What are you talking about?" Chong leaned against the wall, trembling. "Your life is destined to be that of an ant. Even if you are trampled into the mud, you cannot struggle, only harbor this resentment until you die. But I have a power that can make you strong, that can make them regret provoking you in their next lives, that can make this unfair world tremble for you. Do you want it?" Chong's eyes widened, panting heavily, and stammered, "I want it." "Then, are you afraid of death?" The voice became even more alluring, and Chong's eyes gradually sparkled with a strange light, sinking into an unusual emotion. He felt like a traveler who had been thirsty in the desert for days, suddenly seeing fine wine and roasted meat ahead, with an uncontrollable urge bursting from his heart. "I'm not afraid." "Then you only need to make a simple transaction." "How do I trade?" Chong found it strange to hear this. As he was clearly backed against the wall, that glance sent chills down his spine. There was a face on the wall behind him, with distinct features and lively eyes. It was a living face. Were you just scared? Remember this fear. Think about what you will bring to them in the future. It will be 100-fold. 1,000-fold of this fear. Isn't that desirable? The face gradually protruded, revealing the body below, and soon a strange figure in a dark blue robe appeared before Chong. "Who are you?" Chong trembled as he asked. He had already guessed that the other party was not human. Perhaps it would be more accurate to ask what kind of ghost it was. I am a messenger from the ghost realm, and I am here to help you. My friend. The ghostly being continued in a voice filled with temptation, pulling out something from its robe and handing it to a xiang. He opened his hand, and in the bony palm with sharp nails lay a dirty little copper coin. Take it, and you will possess terrifying power. But you must sell your life to me. In this unfair world, this is a rare, fair transaction. Do you agree? A xiang was frightened and wanted to turn and run. But another voice in his heart told him to take the coin and seek revenge. Death is nothing to be afraid of. It's about dragging those people down with him. Just then, at the moment his heart was racing, a clear voice suddenly came from outside the window. I don't agree. Huh. The ghost frowned and looked outside, a chill suddenly radiating from its body, causing a xiang to shiver. A xiang's first thought was that if he looked like that, perhaps a xian wouldn't have left. But he quickly dismissed that thought. If he looked like that, would he still want her? While he was lost in thought, the little Taoist said to him, sorry. I climbed over the wall since the door wasn't open. Oh. A xiang nodded blankly. The blue-robed ghost squinted. Where did this little Taoist come from? So unaware of danger. It was about to raise its hand to take the little Taoist's life when a flash of lightning crossed its mind. Wait, a Taoist? Could this Taoist be the one? It looked closely at Li Chu and the iron sword behind him. Seemingly ordinary, but out of caution, it still asked, Little Taoist, have you ever been to the Liu family's ghost building? I've been there a few times. Why? Do you have a connection with the ghosts inside? Li Chu retorted. If this ghost wanted to chat with him, he didn't mind engaging. And it would be even better if he could find out its origins and its purpose for creating vengeful spirits. However, his wish was dashed. Upon hearing Li Chu's words about having been there a few times, the ghost's expression changed drastically. It trembled like a startled animal, and then turned to flee. Its speed was astonishing, almost a flash of blue light. To prevent it from escaping, Li Chu had no choice but to draw his sword and slash out. The blue-robed ghost had already summoned all its strength to escape in an instant, but feeling the terrifying sword pressure behind it, it realized death was imminent. It could only send out a message with all its might. I've run into a Taoist. Oh. Chapter 38. Kill that Taoist. Li Chu sheathed his sword, looking at the empty night sky ahead, feeling a bit regretful. Although he had killed the ghost, he hadn't gained much. He vaguely felt that things wouldn't end so simply. A xiang turned his head, looking at the empty courtyard ahead, doubting life. Where's my wall? Such a big wall, and it just disappeared? The little Taoist's voice interrupted his shock. Before the resentment on a xiang dissipated, it was best not to let him stay here any longer to avoid any unexpected incidents. Caution was necessary in such times, as life is precious. Oh. A xiang quickly got up. He was somewhat scared, but when someone in front of you can clear everything from several dozen meters away with a single sword, it's hard to refuse them. Li Chu walked silently ahead, and a xiang followed behind, keeping his head down. After turning a few streets, a xiang immediately recognized that this was the road to the county office. He gathered his courage to ask, Are you an official from the Xianxiaaudiobooks? No, I'm from the Diyun temple outside the town. Li Chu shook his head and replied simply, Oh, you must be the young Taoist Li. A xiang immediately recalled. He had heard people mention a particularly handsome young Taoist in the Diyun temple before, and upon thinking of Li Chu's face, it all clicked. He then remembered that it was a xian who had told him about this. Another wave of sadness washed over him. Li Chu knew he must have something very sorrowful weighing on him, but he wasn't good at comforting others. He led him all the way to the county office, where there were 3 shifts of guards on duty, with Captain Zhou Dafu personally leading the team. He handed a xiang over to Zhou Dafu, and it was good enough to leave the follow-up matters to him. Returning to the courtyard of the office, he saw Li Sini waiting in the yard. Did you resolve it? Li Sini knew what he had gone to do. Yes, it went smoothly, Li Chu replied. Li Sini looked at him with a complex expression. Just the day before, the two had discussed the matter of observing qi, and she had wanted to report to their sect to request a stronger practitioner to come over. Who would have thought that tonight he could monitor the entire area of Yuhang town? Earlier, Li Chu had discovered a place filled with strong resentment and went there in advance to wait for a catch. Sure enough, he had eliminated a ghostly entity that came to stir up trouble. However, Li Sini really wanted to loudly question the man before her. Why are you so quick? But she knew that asking wouldn't yield any results. She had already asked him during the day, and at that time, Li Chu calmly told her that he had mastered the heart-eye technique of the blind sword elder. Li Sini immediately threw him a charming look. Desire, longing. When a beautiful woman shows such a gaze, not many men can refuse. Moreover, Li Chu had no intention of being stingy. The blind sword elder was so great to have shared his secret techniques with the world. How could he be petty? Thus, he carefully took out a stiff little yellow book. If this book had been produced by someone else, Li Sini would have definitely thought he was a fraud. But Li Chu's expression was so serious that she genuinely believed his nonsense. She took the secret manual from Li Chu's hands as if holding a treasure. However, upon seeing the cultivation methods written inside, she began to doubt again. just by closing her eyes and feeling, without any incantations. Could she suddenly perceive the breathing of all things in the universe one day? It looked like a scam. Even a child wouldn't believe such nonsense, right? But she still practiced according to the methods written inside for a whole day. She felt nothing. Indeed, it was a scam. However, she didn't feel disappointed. It should be like this. Only a fool would fall for such tricks. Miss Li, you're being unreasonable, she exclaimed. But Li Chu explained earnestly. To observe qi requires the heart eye, which you currently do not possess. Just take your time to feel. Indeed, according to the book's claims, that was the case. But no matter how she listened, Li Xini felt it was like a personal attack. And regardless of her disbelief, Li Chu's ability to observe qi was real and undeniable. She couldn't refute that. So frustrating. Whitebone Mountain, the corpse cave. This place had once been a lush mountain. It was said that during the Battle of Yiluo, over 100,000 soldiers from the southern country were slaughtered here, and gradually, the entire mountain became barren. After hundreds of years, a mountain flood washed away the mountain walls, revealing a large number of bones, filling the surrounding area. The locals reburied the bones. But fearing the emergence of ghosts, they invited a celestial master from the Qingyang Palace, one of the 12 celestial sects, to perform a ritual. From then on, this mountain became known as Whitebone Mountain, and the cave where the bones were buried was called the Corpse Cave. Years passed. At this moment, moonlight slanted into the corpse cave, illuminating four distinct shadows. To the east sat a figure dressed in attire from a previous dynasty, with a wide white robe and large sleeves, fluttering gently. Upon closer inspection, one would find that the clothing seemed to be empty beneath. Looking up, one would see a skull on the clothing. The stark white bones had hollow eye sockets, within which two flickers of ghostly fire danced. It raised a hand, which was also a white bony skeleton. I've run into a Taoist. Ah! The exclamation ended with a piercing scream. The white-robed skeleton spoke in a low, hoarse voice. Taoist? Is that the one who went on a killing spree in the ghost tower? Seated to the south was a tall, ghostly figure clad in heavy armor. The moonlight couldn't illuminate its face clearly. One could only see the bloodstains and rust on its iron armor, which evidently had endured many years. Its voice was grating and harsh, like metal scraping against metal. It must be him. The white-robed skeleton replied. After the incident at the ghost tower, we were worried that if this continued, our defectors from the ghost country would eventually be wiped out by him. So we hastened our collection of life silver. Who would have thought that even the collection of life silver would fall victim to his poisoned hands? Foolish. As long as we break the king's seal, we can have as many lower-level followers as we want. Thus, in our eagerness to succeed, we have instead sacrificed a ghost general. Haha. Seated to the west was a figure with an extraordinarily broad back. It stood about 3 zhang tall, with shoulders over a zhang wide. Though its shape resembled a human, it was clearly not human. Heya! The white-robed skeleton shouted. You must understand, accelerating the collection of life silver is a decision made jointly by Lon Kai and me. And it's not that we are not anxious to break the king's seal, that Taoist might be coming for us. Exactly. The last ghost in the cave, seated in the northern shadow, spoke in a sultry, lingering voice. It was a woman. She slowly said, in this small town in Jiangnan, how could such a powerful Taoist suddenly appear? Most likely, it's either by Yujing or a prominent figure from Qingyang Palace who has discovered some clues and is watching us here. What shall we do now? I'd like to hear your plans, the white-robed skeleton asked. The armored ghost to the south replied, the king's seal is about to be broken. We only need a little more life silver. Why don't we go elsewhere to gather life silver? Even if it's farther away, as long as it's safe. The white-robed skeleton fell silent. The ghost known as Heya to the west remarked, where else can we hide? Have we not hidden far enough already? If you ask me, there will be other practitioners elsewhere as well. Instead of waiting, we might as well kill him directly and be done with it. Always relying on the king is not going to make it easy to gather life silver. Before we know it, we might be slaughtered one by one. The sultry-voiced woman hesitated and said, though that is so, we are still unclear about the Taoist strength. Heya added, if he were truly a master, he would have found this place long ago. How could we be sitting here calmly discussing this? But the woman wanted to say something more. But the white-robed skeleton interjected, all right. Heya and I are in agreement. The white-robed skeleton continued. I also believe that killing him sooner is the best choice. He has already caused a massacre in the ghost tower, and now he is obstructing our collection of life silver. It's clear he is coming for us. Well said. Heya, we cannot always rely on the king. Hee. Heya chuckled twice. Then I'll leave this matter to you. Heya, first, investigate the Taoist's background, and then prepare to take action. You must ensure everything goes smoothly with Qing Jia and Hong Ling at your disposal. Heya's laughter abruptly stopped. He hesitated, paused, and asked, by Jianyu. The white-robed skeleton immediately replied, I need to stay here to refine the life silver I gathered earlier. I cannot leave at this critical moment. If this delays the speed of breaking the king's seal, it would be a loss. But you. Heya wanted to say more. Then the white-robed skeleton said, Heya, you wouldn't fail to do this, would you? Just now. It was you who spoke so passionately. I thought you were indeed the first ghost general. If you are afraid, we can take our time to discuss it. How could I be afraid? Blacktooth shouted, suddenly standing up and striding out of the cave, exuding an air of confidence. His footsteps were as simple as a blank sheet of paper. Chapter 39, The Assassin, A Pat on Your Back. I made a little dragon bone soup, Daoist Xiaoli. Why don't you give it a try? Gong Sun Ro walked in wearing a home silk robe, holding a bowl of soup. The soft fabric clung to her body, revealing her slender and graceful lines, like rolling spring hills. At this moment, she should be in her most authentic state at home, with her lush long hair a bit disheveled, and her face free of makeup, still gentle and lovely. Thank you. Li Chu took the bowl of soup, opened the lid, and sniffed. It smelled great. We don't have the habit of drinking soup in Chaoga, but after coming to the south, I found that every family loves soup. And slowly I've come to like it too. Gong Sun Ro sat beside him and said softly. Li Chu focused on the soup bowl, which had many edible ingredients like chestnuts, yam, and pork bones. Following the principle of not wasting, Li Chu scooped everything out to eat. Gong Sun Ro touched her flat and soft belly. I've gained a few pounds recently from drinking too much. Li Chu waited for the soup to cool slightly, then simply picked up the bowl and tilted his head back to drink. If others did such a thing, it might seem unrefined, but when he did it, it inexplicably exuded a unique elegance. Gong Sun Ro asked again, What do you think, Daoist Xiaoli? I specially learned for 3 or 4 days. And this is the first time I've made it for someone other than my father. Huh. Li Chu put down the soup bowl, sighed, and smiled. The taste is excellent. To be able to make such soup after just 3 or 4 days of learning, Miss Gong Sun is quite talented. Gong Sun Ro immediately smiled with her eyes curved. She tidied up the soup bowl and took it out again. These chores were usually done by servants in the yamen, but she still came personally. When she got to the kitchen, she served another bowl of soup and brought it to Gong Sunja. Although it was already late, Gong Sunja was still handling official business at his desk. From the perspective of being an official, he was indeed a good official. Having only been in Yuhang County for a short time, he had already cleared out the long-standing backlogged cases in the county. The reputation of County Magistrate Gong Sun spread quickly among the common people. Father, try the soup tonight. Daoist Xiaoli just said it was delicious. Gong Sun Ro said. Hee. Gong Sunja chuckled. The one I practiced on a few days ago was for me. And today's good flavor is for Daoist Xiaoli, right? The father and daughter lived in 2 adjacent courtyards in the yamen, and after Li Chu moved in, he was arranged in Gong Sunja's courtyard. So the old father watched his daughter's actions just now. Not at all. If you keep talking nonsense, I won't let you drink it in the future. Gong Sun Ro pouted. All right. I'm afraid. Gong Sunja laughed a few times and began to focus on drinking the soup. The room fell silent for a moment, and suddenly, Gong Sun Ro murmured, If only Daoist Xiaoli could stay here forever. Cough, cough, cough. Gong Sunja choked on a mouthful of soup upon hearing this, coughing for quite a while. Father, what's wrong? Gong Sun Ro walked over to pat his back. Cough, cough. You girl, are you hoping your father gets assassinated every day? Cough. Gong Sunja glanced at his daughter. Gong Sun Ro hadn't thought that much before. But being questioned by her father made her face turn red. But she couldn't help thinking in her heart. If only father didn't have to be assassinated. And I could see Daoist Xiaoli every day. That would be wonderful. The moonlight was clear. Li Chu stepped out of the room and quickly climbed up the ladder to the roof. This was something he recently discovered when using the hard eye technique. The effect was better without obstacles around. At the same time, the higher the place he was in, the better the effect. Thinking of the old-fashioned antenna at home, Li Chu chose this rooftop position. Although he had slain a ghost last night, he didn't relax his surveillance of the resentment. Gradually, he found that he was beginning to enjoy this feeling of looking down on everything from the clouds. Today, there was no intense resentment generated. Good. It seems that the entire Yuhang town has passed another day of civilization and harmony. As for the faint resentment, there was plenty. But this level of resentment was not enough to attract ghosts, so there was no need to worry. Outside the courtyard's surrounding wall stood a figure made of yin and yang energy. This was usually not a problem. However, in an instant, a powerful earthy yellow aura suddenly burst forth from this figure. Li Chu had seen this kind of aura on Xiaoyu. It was demon energy. Normally, a demon that transformed into a human form would not be discovered if it didn't use its demon techniques. Their demon energy would be well concealed within their bodies. In this situation, it seemed that a transformed great demon was lurking behind the wall and had unleashed all of its demon power. Moreover, in the moment Li Chu was pondering this, it had already leaped into the air. The target was Li Chu. So fast. Leopard 5 was a silver-ranked assassin from the Qingyi Tower, nicknamed Thunder Fist. But he felt he couldn't blame himself. He could only blame those people for being too weak. It was just a punch, and those people exploded. How could he be blamed for being too heavy-handed? He was addicted to this feeling. Every time he saw a human body shattered into pieces by his punch, he was thrilled beyond measure. Because of this, although he was a silver-ranked assassin, he received an unusually high number of contracts. As a high-end power in Qingyi Tower, silver-ranked assassins usually controlled the level of contracts they accepted to maintain their value. But Leopard 5 didn't care. He accepted all contracts without discrimination. Compared to making money, he was more addicted to the act of killing itself. Today, his contract was no different. It was just to kill a middle-aged human with no strength to bind a chicken, and previously, a copper-ranked fool named 8-Armed Azura had actually failed and had gone missing. According to the rules, it should have been upgraded to a silver-ranked assassin for action. But the other silver ranks were unwilling to take it on because it was too simple. So Leopard 5 came. When he discovered the target was a county magistrate, he changed his mind. Why kill just one person? There are so many humans protecting him. It would be reasonable to kill them all. Blasting people is exhilarating. Keep blasting people, and it's always exhilarating. Let us start with that little Taoist sitting on the roof. Look at his calm expression. He probably has no idea he is about to die. Leopard 5 bent his knees, activated his demon power, and leaped. Bang! His body shot up like a cannonball, directly crashing towards Li Chu. Leopard 5's first move was his strongest punch. This punch was called, "The Sky Falls and the Earth Cracks, Golden Hammer." The souls that died under this punch numbered in the hundreds, and not a single one survived. His punches were always lethal. When his fist was clenched, Leopard 5 already wore a sinister smile. Explode in front of me. There is nothing more beautiful than blood and flesh flying everywhere. In a flash, Li Chu had just withdrawn from the hard-eye technique state and hadn't had time to react. He was struck on the back by Leopard 5's punch. Boom. One punch sent him crashing down. Both felt it. Then they quickly leaped, almost turning into a demon wind, fleeing from the Yuhang County Yamen. When Li Chu stood up, it had already vanished like a flash of lightning. Li Chu frowned in confusion. He felt a hit on his back, although it wasn't enough to cause pain. It still felt quite heavy. But just now there was such a powerful aura, coming in fiercely. The result was just a punch that didn't hurt or itch. What is this? Just a simple pat? He didn't even catch a glimpse of the assailant's figure, and it had already fled far away. So there is no way to guess its purpose. After thinking it over, the only reasonable guess he could come up with was that this was a ploy by the monster to lure him away. It was using a small minion to provoke him. Once he chased after it, they would come to assassinate the defenseless magistrate Gongsun. Of course, Li Chu would not fall for it. He sat cross-legged again, but this time he heightened his vigilance. Earlier, it was because the range of perception from his hard-eye technique was too broad, making him less sensitive to the changes around him. He must be careful in the future. Such a situation where someone could easily get close to him must never happen again. The previous situation was too dangerous. If that punch had been 1,000 times stronger, wouldn't he have been injured? Thinking of this, Li Chu couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. Chapter 40. Where are the assassins? Run, run, run. Leopard 5's heart was pounding like thunder, almost shaking his eardrums. After running for an unknown distance like the wind, he dared to stop and catch his breath. Then, he felt a sweet and fishy taste rising in his throat, followed by intense pain in his internal organs and dantian. His right arm was limp. Surely, his entire right arm had shattered into pieces? What he feared most was the injury at his dantian. He didn't dare to check, but he already had a vague feeling. His demon core must have cracked. A shattered demon core, displaced organs, half of his bones shattered. Simply put, it meant death. For a transformed demon that had lived for many years, death was not a simple matter. Especially for Leopard 5, his agility, explosive strength, and incredible speed were the guarantees for his survival after countless kills over the years. Those who could catch up to him couldn't defeat him, and those who could defeat him couldn't catch up to him. But he never expected to die in such a ridiculous situation. When he used all his strength to throw a punch that could crush the heavens and the earth, hitting the little Taoist, he felt no sensation of flesh tearing. And the opponent didn't even move. He sensed something was wrong. Could this little Taoist be made of adamantine? Even a mountain should tremble when he punched it, right? What surprised him even more was that, in an instant, he was crushed utterly. This punch unleashed great terror. Leopard 5 was instantly terrified. He turned to run. But as he ran, he could still feel the backlash raging within him. After a long time, he finally stopped among the lush green trees. Leaning against a tree, gasping for breath. Since death was inevitable, it was better to save some strength to do something useful. That little Taoist didn't chase after him at all. In fact, Leopard 5 sensed that from start to finish, he didn't even glance at him. Indeed, in his eyes, such a small demon was perhaps no more than an ant. An ant provoking him could be killed by mere backlash. Why bother to chase? But Why did a human possess such a terrifying body? Why did such a great deity suddenly emerge in this small town in Jiangnan? With such cultivation, why not reveal it earlier? To die like this is truly unwilling. But there was nothing he could do. Such an enemy was not someone he could harbor hatred against. Right. He quickly took out a palm-sized statue of a blue bird from his bosom. It looked colorful and lifelike. The statue held a scroll in its beak. He pulled it out, opened it, and wrote a few words in blood. The Taoist is terrifying. Do not come. Whoosh. After the statue was infused with demon power, it spread its wings in the wind and transformed into a real colorful blue bird, swiftly flying into the sky. Seeing the blue bird fly away, Leopard 5 finally let out a breath. If his sworn brothers and sisters knew he died here, they would definitely come to avenge him. The final outcome would surely be total annihilation. This absolutely cannot happen. Leopard 5 stared blankly at the direction the blue bird flew away, for a long time, not even closing his eyes. Now the blue bird had turned into a living being. Instead, it was Leopard 5 who felt vividly alive. In his last moments, he seemed to see the running figure under the sunset that day. That was his lost youth. Time passed quickly, and summer was nearing its end. Li Chu had been staying in the yamen for some time. During these days, Yuhang town was calm and peaceful. For those who harbored deep grievances, the yamen's constables would handle things overnight, refusing to stop until the disputes were resolved. Justice never arrives late. Ghostly beings had not appeared again, making Li Chu somewhat doubt whether there was really only that one ghost causing trouble behind the scenes. The only change was the soup sent by Gongsun Ro. She made different kinds of soup for Li Chu every day, such as turtle and goji berry soup, reishi mushroom and honey date duck soup, and lamb and cordyceps soup. Li Chu was puzzled. Why did all the soups sound like they were for kidney tonics? He thought about it. Indeed, there was one more thing. He had been in the yamen for these days and had little contact with the outside world. He still didn't know he had already become famous. However, this time at Chunman Tower, his heroic act of slaying the infant spirit under everyone's gaze had been witnessed by many good women. In this era, the hubs of information flow were basically large restaurants, tea houses, and other crowded places. Among them, brothels were relatively upscale. The literati and elegant gentlemen who gathered at brothels would inevitably discuss strange cases, often recommending the deeds and appearance of little Li Daoist to the good women. Soon, these stories spread throughout the streets and alleys of Yuhang town. That day, Gongsun Zhe went out to a banquet, and the banquet was held at a restaurant in town. Li Chu accompanied him. In the restaurant, there was a special stage for storytellers. The storyteller, upon mentioning the wooden clapper, began to sing. The most sorrowful is the late cool sky. The haggard person is hard to pity. Inviting wine to break the heart, 3 cups drunk. Seeking fragrance and awakening dreams in the cold of early morning. The phoenix hairpin, dear as tears. The wisteria flowers have made me fated to be without you. The small building is lonely, my heart with the moon. Difficult to hook and difficult to round. Clap. Ladies and gentlemen, today we will not talk about kings and nobles, nor about talented scholars and beautiful women, but specifically about a remarkable person from our Yuhang town. This remarkable person lives 10 miles outside the town, on a slope where Diyun Temple is located, and he is a little Taoist from Diyun Temple, named Li Chu. In the private room, Li Chu's face turned red. Usually, those who listened to these ghost stories were mostly men. The storyteller spoke of Li Chu's story, and surprisingly, most of the audience below were women. Moreover, they seemed quite familiar with Li Chu's deeds, often cheering in advance when the story reached an exciting part. Besides calling out little Li Daoist, there were also shouts of my lord, or I love you, and even mother, I love you. This made Li Chu feel quite uneasy. After the old man finished telling Li Chu's story, they immediately dispersed with clear intentions. Yet, in such a short time, the rewards left behind were more than a day's worth. The storyteller chuckled, his wrinkled face revealing the joy of having glimpsed the secret to wealth. Li Chu waited until they had all left before daring to leave the private room, proceeding cautiously. Recently, the flow of visitors to Diyun Temple had suddenly surged. In the beginning, the surge in worshippers made him so happy he could hardly contain himself. But as the number of worshippers continued to increase and became incessant, the old Taoist gradually couldn't keep up. Every evening, he was so tired he would pound his lower back, holding a teacup filled with goji berries. Trembling as he looked towards Yuhang town, his eyes brimming with tears. Master, I miss you. In fact, Li Chu had also been puzzled in the yamen. Why hadn't the assassins from Qingyi Tower come yet? Was their plan to let Gongsun Zhe live until he grew old and died? Chapter 41, The Koi's Fortune Talisman. After waiting for a few more days, Li Chu still did not see the assassin from Qingyi Tower, but instead, a professional team arrived. One day, a group of 4 young Taoists came to the Yuhang County office. They were all dressed in uniform deep blue and white Taoist robes, with sleeves tied and legs bound. 3 men and 1 woman, all looking spirited and energetic. upon presenting their visiting cards. It turned out that these individuals were all disciples of Taoist Chang Shouchong from the Xinshu Temple outside Chaoga City. Gong Sunja had a deep friendship with Chang Shouchong and had written to him for help when leaving Chaoga. Gong Sunja was immediately overjoyed. He introduced Li Chu to the group, and when mentioning that Li Chu was from the Diyun Temple at Shirley Pei outside the town, the Xinshu disciples showed some disdain in their eyes. Xinshu Temple is a prestigious Taoist sect with a 1,000-year heritage, holding a high status and ranking among the top sects in the martial world, second only to the 12 Immortal Gates. It was natural for them to feel a bit haughty in front of a small-town Taoist like Li Chu. However, Li Chu politely nodded. He had always been courteous and did not care how others perceived him. The young Taoist leader then said directly, "Since we are here, Lord Gongsun's safety will naturally be our responsibility. It is best if outsiders do not interfere." He did not even glance at Li Chu while speaking. Although both belonged to the Taoist sect, the difference in their backgrounds was as vast as a chasm, and not everyone could be addressed as fellow Taoist. Gong Sunja's expression changed slightly, showing some displeasure as he glanced at his daughter beside him. Gong Sun Ro stood up and said, "Little Li Taoist saved our lives. He is a great benefactor to my father and me. Although these Taoists are esteemed disciples, they may still need little Li Taoist assistance as they are unfamiliar with the situation here." The young Taoist's attitude towards her was quite gentle as he replied slowly, "My master sent us here to be at your service. If Miss Gong Sun insists on keeping him, we have no objections. I just feel it is unnecessary." Gong Sun Ro's brows twitched as if she wanted to say something else. He was indeed glad to have someone take over his responsibilities. He had not leveled up or made any money during these days, and aside from frantically replenishing his energy, he had gained nothing. Although Gong Sun Ro was reluctant, since Li Chu wanted to leave, she had no choice but to reluctantly send him out the door. Among the Xinshu Temple team, there was a burly and ugly Taoist who saw this scene and muttered angrily under his breath, "Pretty boy." The leading young Taoist looked at Gong Sun Ro's graceful figure as she left, a hint of cold arrogance flashing in his eyes. Humph. From a distance, seeing the vibrant scenery of Shirley Po, Li Chu felt a wave of relief. But soon, he was stunned, as if he had seen something unfamiliar. The renovation of the Diyun Temple was completed, and its scale was nearly doubled compared to before, mainly due to the expansion of the backyard. However, this alone did not make him feel strange. What felt unfamiliar was that the front courtyard was now filled with people, and the queue had extended outside the door. Such a bustling scene. Was this still the Diyun Temple he was familiar with? Especially when the women in line saw Li Chu, they suddenly erupted into a chaotic scream, with some bold ones rushing directly towards him. Li Chu immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Danger! He turned and ran. After a considerable effort to maneuver through the crowd, he finally shook them off and jumped into the front courtyard. His hairpin was askew, his clothes were disheveled, and there were red stains on his face. Good heavens! He had never looked so disheveled even in the face of 100 ghosts. Upon returning to the temple, he saw Yu Qian sitting cross-legged on a cushion, exuding an air of immortality. Xiao Yuer, dressed in a female Taoist outfit, sat obediently beside him, holding a small basket. They both looked quite exhausted. The crowd that originally came to offer incense had all rushed out to chase after Li Chu, so they had only taken a short break. Seeing that she still remembered him, Li Chu was quite touched. Looking at Xiao Yuer's outfit, he curiously asked, "Xiao Yuer, have you become a Taoist too?" "I just dressed like this to help receive guests. When you weren't here, everyone liked to find Xiao Yuer for help," Yu Qian said, with a hint of melancholy in his tone. It seemed to be the kind of sadness that came from a former idol of middle-aged women in Yuhang Town suddenly being relegated to the third most popular person in Diyun Temple, creating a significant contrast. "Why?" Li Chu asked. "Because they all like to hear me bless them." Hee, Xiao Yuer said with a smile. Li Chu glanced at the small basket in her hand, which indeed contained intricately folded talismans. He was somewhat surprised. Xiao Yuer can draw talismans? The reason for his surprise was that Diyun Temple had never sold talismans before. "I can't. And my master never gets distracted with these trivial matters. I can't." Xiao Yuer shook her head in denial. "I'm a lucky koi, so I can just draw randomly." Yu Qian smiled, stroking his beard. Now Xiao Yuer's fortune talismans can sell for 500 won each. Li Chu was even more surprised this time. 2 talismans would be 1 tael of silver, and looking at the number of incense visitors outside, it seemed they could sell hundreds in a day. This was faster than picking up money. He couldn't help but hold Xiao Yuer's hand tightly, and said, "You've worked hard." Xiao Yuer was a bit dazed but felt she was being praised, and was happy. Of course, among the many incense visitors, Xiao Yuer's fame only accounted for a small part. Most of the people had come because of Li Chu. Due to the chaos caused by Li Chu's first appearance, the master and disciple decided to temporarily close the temple gate. Li Chu thought about it and realized they needed to set up a sign outside the temple to respect Taoists and promote civilized incense offerings. Also, They needed to add a note. No touching. Violators will be fined. Heavy penalties. Sorry, we are closed today. Please come back tomorrow, Li Chu said. Li Chu. Is that you, Li Chu? Open the door. I have something I want to ask you for help. A surprised voice came from outside. It was Wang Longqi. Li Chu's heart stirred, as if he saw friendship shining before him. Chapter 42, The Revenge Ghost Alliance. After several days, Wang Longqi looked much better. His eyes and brows regained their spiritedness. Behind him was a young man dressed like a scholar, wearing an indigo rough cloth long gown with a plain lining. And he had a slender build. His face was also thin, and although he looked somewhat delicate, his features were a bit hard, as if he couldn't make expressions. When looking at others, his eyes also moved very slowly. Dazed, Li Chu led them to the main hall, carefully closed the door, and then they each sat on the cushions. What happened? Did you encounter evil spirits again? He asked Wang Longqi. Hey, this time it has nothing to do with me. It's my friend here, Wang Longqi said, patting the scholar beside him. The scholar then seemed to wake up from a dream, cupping his hands towards Li Chu, and said, This humble scholar is Chun Xian. I have met little Taoist. Hello. Li Chu nodded lightly. After Chun Xian greeted him, he fell silent, and Wang Longqi sighed, continuing to speak for him. Xian and I were classmates. Li Chu was slightly surprised. Wang Longqi squinted. Don't make such a surprised expression. I know what you mean. I have been to school for a few years, and my academic performance was quite good. Li Chu was even more surprised. Wang Longqi had actually been to school. Indeed, one should not judge a person by their appearance. Chun Xian added, Seventh young master indeed studied with me for a few years. Our teacher often praised him for being smart, saying that if he applied himself, he could definitely achieve success. Yeah, you don't know how much the teacher liked me back then, but unfortunately, his daughter liked me more, otherwise I wouldn't have been kicked out. Wang Longqi reminisced with a hint of nostalgia about his youthful past. Li Chu had no interest in his romantic history and decisively said, Tell me why you are here. Missing? Yes, at that time. We were walking side by side in the mountains. Just a moment ago it was clear and calm, and suddenly a strange wind arose, making it impossible to walk. At that moment, a temple appeared beside us, so we thought of going in to take shelter from the wind. But as soon as we stepped inside, in the blink of an eye, my wife disappeared. After that, no matter what, I could never find her again. Chun Xian said heavily, his speech slow and his eyes vacant, as if he had been frightened. Wang Longqi continued, There have been rumors in the town these days that there are monsters in Miaofeng Mountain, and Xian is worried that his wife might have been taken by them. He sought my help, hoping to find some people to accompany him into the mountain to search for his wife. I thought, if there are indeed monsters, then I must come to find you. If you have time, why not help him this once? Are there monsters in Miaofeng Mountain? Li Chu had been in the county office for a while and was quite cut off from news, so he had not heard of it. However, it shouldn't be anything too powerful, otherwise he would have seen the ominous aura long ago. As his experience in exorcising evil grew, Li Chu no longer felt as timid as he did at first. After all, courage comes from strength, and having encountered so many malevolent beings without a single one being able to withstand his sword, his confidence in himself had slightly increased. A little bit. He was still clear-minded enough to know that he was just in a small town of Yuhang and could not underestimate the evils of the world. But at the same time, he felt that at least in this small piece of land in Yuhang, he could be a bit more assertive. So he nodded and said, Good, let us not delay, we'll set off immediately. Soon, Li Chu, Wang Longqi, and the somewhat wooden scholar Chun Xian set off together towards Miaofeng Mountain. The Jiangnan region is hilly, and Yuhang County is full of mountains and waters, but usually, they are just small hills, with very few real big mountains. Miaofeng Mountain is the only large mountain nearby. The mountain is high but not steep, deep but not abrupt, covered with lush forests and bamboo, making it a nice place for outings. However, in recent days, rumors of monsters have spread, and more than one person claimed to have seen traces of monsters in Miaofeng Mountain, which has kept tourists from bringing their families. At this time, beneath a steep cliff in the mountain, a giant 3 zhang tall sat cross-legged, dressed in black with a menacing aura. In the bright daylight, it seemed to emit black flames all around. Its face resembled a human, but was not quite human, with a pair of black fangs protruding and a twisted wong pattern on its forehead. Next to it stood a tall man in ancient armor, but compared to the giant, even the tallest person seemed somewhat petite. The armored man had no color in his face, appearing iron gray, standing straight, as if somewhat stiff. If one looked at his hands, they would find his nails frighteningly long. The two monsters remained silent. After a long while, a red shadow suddenly flashed by. It was a woman in a flowing red dress, looking like a solitary red crane, her wide sleeves and flowing ribbons moving gracefully. Yet, her fair long legs could not be concealed, appearing enticing with every movement. These three beings, or rather these three monsters, were the same ones that had appeared in the corpse cave before. Black tooth, green armor, they had set off. The woman in red slowly descended, revealing a face that, at first glance, could be described as stunningly beautiful, with perfectly exquisite features. However, such a perfect combination of features, if stared at for too long, would seem somewhat eerie. Have we hooked them? The voice of green armor was rough and unpleasant, like metal grinding. Yes, just as I thought. If we go directly to him, he might have some suspicions. Blacktooth grinned maliciously. But if we approach through his friend, he won't suspect anything. A good plan from Black Mountain King. The woman in red also revealed a charming smile. Blacktooth looked at her. It's tough on you to keep an eye on his movements. This is the most dangerous task. In fact, I've observed that little Taoist for a long time. Apart from being extremely handsome, he is quite ordinary and seems to lack any true energy. Red Silk hesitated. I suspect we might have the wrong person. Blacktooth said, impossible. We've gathered information in Yuhang town for so many days. Everyone says he is the best at exorcising evil. Who else could it be? What do those mortals know? They just follow the crowd. He doesn't seem to have the strength to kill Lon Kai. Could it be his master? Red Silk speculated. The old Taoist from Diyun Temple always has an air of superiority, which is indeed suspicious. Blacktooth frowned, the Wong symbol on his forehead flaring up. No matter what. Since he has already come, he must die. If it's not him, we will find someone else. Green armor stiffly licked his lips. If he is weak, then all our meticulous plans would be in vain. In that case, I must make him die the most painful way. Red Silk looked at the two ugly beings in front of her and sighed subtly. What a pity for such a beautiful face. I must remember to peel it off and keep it later. Chapter 43. The White Fox Blocks the Road. Looking from afar, Miaofeng Mountain is lush and green. As one approaches, the sound of the mountain wind blowing from south to north through the valleys can be heard, a sound reminiscent of a flute's wail, surprisingly melodic, which is also the origin of the mountain's name. Autumn was approaching, and the air in the mountains had begun to cool. As the sound of footsteps crunching on fallen leaves drew closer, the trio arrived at the foot of the mountain. Li Chu walked quietly, not uttering a word. Chun Xian remained silent, his movements somewhat stiff. Although he was leading the way to search for his wife, he walked at the back. Thus, along the way, only Wang Longqi's voice occasionally broke the silence. Back in the day, there was an old goddess temple on Miaofeng Mountain, said to be particularly effective for praying for children, and many people would come here to burn incense. But later, this old goddess temple fell into disrepair. Do you know why? Because later, Taoist Yu Qianan came to Diyun Temple, and everyone said it was more effective to ask him for children. Ha, why aren't you laughing? Wang Longqi slowly fell silent, feeling that the atmosphere was a bit strange. It was normal for Li Chu not to like chatting, but Chun Xian used to be different. He would always support whatever he said, perhaps because he often treated him to meals. It seemed he might be too worried about not finding his wife to be in the mood for jokes. Li Chu had previously used his insight technique to scan the entire mountain. The vast mountain was filled with mixed energies, demonic energy, yin energy, and human energy, but he was unable to pinpoint where Chun Xian's wife was. His insight could only observe, unlike the divine sense of high-level practitioners, which could truly see far and wide. He could only follow Chun Xian up the mountain to check. The three quickly reached halfway up the mountain. This was the narrowest part of the mountain path, a winding little road flanked by steep cliffs, allowing only straight passage ahead. As they passed through, the mountain wind picked up significantly. Li Chu's nose suddenly twitched. The smell in the wind was off. There's demonic energy. Before he could carefully check the surroundings, a loud rumble echoed, and looking up, he saw a huge round boulder rolling down from above the cliff. If it hit them, the three would be turned into mush. Step back, Wang Longqi shouted, quickly retreating a few steps. At this moment, Chun Xian was surprisingly agile, also backing away quickly. On the contrary, Li Chu did not rush to dodge, standing calmly in place, first directing his gaze toward the top of the cliff, where the boulder had rolled down. A flash of white shadow zipped past. He frowned in surprise. Boom. Although it looked terrifying as it rolled down, the place where the boulder landed was still 2 zhang away, so there was no real danger. Chun Xian's expression also changed. There is only this path up the mountain. If we take a detour, it might take us 2 more hours. Wang Longqi said anxiously. 2 more hours means it will be dark, and it will be troublesome to search for someone then. Just then, Li Chu said, step aside. Huh. Wang Longqi was taken aback and quickly retreated behind Li Chu. He was very familiar with this tone. Sure enough, Li Chu drew his sword from its sheath and waved it in the air. Swish. Bang. The massive boulder blocking the path suddenly exploded, shattering into pieces that rained down from the sky. It also revealed the astonished faces of Wang Longqi and Chun Xian, who had been hidden behind the stone. Wang Longqi's mouth fell open in disbelief, and even the usually expressionless Chun Xian wore an exaggerated expression. They couldn't comprehend how a single person with an iron sword could shatter such a large boulder with just one strike. However, Wang Longqi was used to the surprises brought by Li Chu, having witnessed even more shocking scenes before. He quickly regained his composure and patted Xianxian on the shoulder. "See, I told you Li Chu is strong," he said, his face filled with pride. Xianxian nodded in a daze and remarked, "Little Taoist Li is indeed a divine being." Li Chu sheathed his sword calmly, shaking his head. "I'm just at the beginning of my cultivation journey." After saying this, he resolutely walked forward, his cloth shoes stepping on the path covered in rubble, making a humble sound. The two followed closely behind him. According to Xianxian, the small temple where he and his wife sought refuge was just ahead, beyond the forest on a clearing not far away. However, after walking for a long time through the woods on the mountainside, the three of them still hadn't seen it. Xianxian's expression darkened as he surveyed the terrain around him. "It should be right ahead, but let's keep looking," Li Chu suggested, observing the surroundings quietly. After about half an hour of walking, the three still hadn't exited the forest. Xianxian's face changed dramatically, a hint of fear appearing in his eyes, as if he was afraid of something. "What?" Wang Longqi suddenly stood up. "Is it a ghost wall?" "Something similar, but it should be caused by a monster." Li Chu nodded. He had noticed a faint aura of demonic energy surrounding them. It felt somewhat familiar. This illusion was different from typical illusions. It altered the terrain around them, obscuring the true path, making it difficult for even the strongest mental energy to avoid getting trapped. He had never encountered such a situation before, but now that he understood their predicament, there must be a way out. Just like encountering an unfamiliar question on an exam, one must remain calm and think carefully. Often, familiar principles are hidden within unfamiliar questions. Thus, Li Chu quietly sat down. "What's wrong?" Wang Longqi asked. "I'm thinking of a solution," Li Chu replied calmly. Wang Longqi turned to Xianxian and said, "It seems your wife really has been taken by a monster. This is clearly a trick by the monster to block our way, preventing us from finding her." Xianxian ignored him and looked at Li Chu. Before Wang Longqi could finish speaking, Li Chu stood up. "Have you thought of a solution?" Wang Longqi asked in surprise. He knew Li Chu was quick, but this was a bit too quick. "Yes," Li Chu nodded. He had figured it out. This illusion relied on the terrain to confuse people, such as the surrounding trees and rocks. Therefore, as long as there were no such objects around, the illusion would naturally lose its effect. He drew his sword again. Wang Longqi sensed something was off and quickly pulled Xianxian back a few steps. Suddenly, a loud rumbling echoed through the mountains. With one swing of the sword, boom, the white light of the sword transformed into a towering wave, sweeping across the forest. Wherever it passed, trees toppled and rocks shattered. The forest, already small, was instantly reduced to a few hundred bare stumps after being swept by the rolling sword energy. Wah! Wang Longqi shook his head in disbelief. Does it really need to be this exaggerated? Xianxian's eyes widened in shock, and his pupils subtly shifted before he suddenly shouted, "There!" The obstructing trees vanished, revealing a small dark temple not far away, looking quite out of place and rather strange. The three hurried their steps towards it. Just then, a sudden roar from a beast erupted nearby, and a white shadow flashed, lunging towards Xianxian. This time, Li Chu did not draw his sword. Instead, he pulled Xianxian behind him. The white shadow, seeing Li Chu blocking Xianxian, immediately changed direction, swishing its tail and landing ahead, revealing its form. It turned out to be a slender, bushy-tailed white fox. It crouched on all fours, looking at Li Chu and making soft whimpering sounds. When it turned to Xianxian, it immediately bared its teeth, displaying a fierce demeanor. "Is this the monster that took your wife?" Wang Longqi asked. I don't know," Xianxian replied, somewhat flustered, shaking his head. "I only know my wife disappeared in that temple." "Why are you blocking our way?" Li Chu questioned. He was familiar with this white fox. It came to the Yunguan every morning, more devout than anyone else, and was the little fox that was about to transform. He believed this white fox would not do anything harmful. The white fox blocked the entrance of the temple, its expression fierce, clearly indicating it would not let them enter. "This fox is clearly a monster. It's afraid to let us in," Wang Longqi said. The white fox bared its teeth menacingly at him. Li Chu said softly, "Step aside." The white fox anxiously called out a few times, as if trying to say something, but it had not yet transformed and could not speak human language. Suddenly, a white stream of liquid shot out. A gust of wind brought an indescribable stench of urine. Wang Longqi quickly covered his mouth and nose, exclaiming, "This fox is quite malicious. Damn, this is a seal." The white fox urinated at the entrance of the temple, effectively creating a seal that made it impossible for ordinary people to approach. Chapter 44. Swallowing the young Taoist. The small temple that suddenly appeared in the mountains had 3 large characters inscribed on its plaque. Mountain Lord Temple. It was quite small, with a single door and no windows, entirely black, as if painted with ink. Inside the temple, it was dark, making it impossible to see clearly. A white fox, usually reverent in worship, boldly urinated inside, indicating that whatever deity was enshrined inside was unlikely to be impressive. Just as Li Chu was puzzled by the white fox's actions, he suddenly heard a woman's delicate cry from within the temple. Husband! Xianxia's face changed dramatically, and he lost composure, shouting, wife. He immediately attempted to rush into the temple, but the white fox was still growling at him at the entrance. Li Chu had already stepped inside. Seeing that it could not stop Li Chu, the white fox glanced around and suddenly transformed into a white shadow, quickly fleeing. Li Chu covered his mouth and nose with his sleeve, enduring the stench of fox urine as he stepped into the Mountain Lord Temple. Inside, everything was intact. As soon as he entered the temple, the light and sound from outside seemed to be cut off, and a faint glow illuminated the interior. On the altar stood a black lacquered golden-eyed fierce tiger, posed as if descending a mountain, exuding an intimidating aura. Especially its pair of eyes staring directly at the temple entrance, resembling a hungry tiger gazing at its prey. The space inside the temple was extremely narrow, and he could see the end at a glance. There were no women present, yet he wondered who had just cried out. Li Chu quickly scanned the surroundings, his gaze locking onto the area behind the deity's statue. If anything was hidden in this temple, it could only be there, concealed by the altar. He quickly approached and found that beneath the black tiger, there was indeed a deep cave, glowing with a dark red light, quite eerie. Li Chu did not dare to step inside directly. Instead, he leaned to the left and peered in. At that moment, his pupils constricted sharply. He saw 2 rows of bloody corpses hanging inside the cave, all fresh human bodies that were neither decayed nor rotten. If it were just corpses, it would not be enough to shake him. But the first row on the left, hanging closest to him, contained a slender scholar dressed in plain clothes. It was clearly Xianxian. Boom. Indeed, the gate of this temple suddenly fell heavily from above like a drawbridge. In an instant, there was no light, and the world was plunged into darkness. Soon after, the ground beneath Li Chu began to tremble, and the entire temple shook violently. This small space began to reveal its true nature. Outside the temple, Wang Longqi also heard that delicate cry and saw Xianxian's expression change drastically. Li Chu charged into the small temple first, and he also showed an urgent expression. However, he thought to himself that the smell of fox urine was so overpowering from outside. If he went in now, he might faint immediately. It was better to put on an act and shout a few times. Once they all went in, he could just keep watch outside. So he pretended to shout loudly. There are people inside. Hurry and save them. Xianxian continued to shout beside him. Wife, wait for me. Don't be afraid. The 2 of them shouted together for a while. Then they both noticed something was off. They exchanged glances and found that neither had taken a step forward. A thought crossed their minds at the same time. Could this guy be acting too? Wang Longqi thought, that's your wife inside, not mine. I don't want to endure that stench. Can't you hold it together? Xianxian, on the other hand, wondered, has he found out? At that moment, he pointed behind Wang Longqi and said, 7th young master, look behind you. Huh. He was instantly startled and wanted to move closer, but after looking a few more times, he realized something was off. The woman's features were exquisite. She had perfect willow eyebrows, almond eyes, a delicate nose, and red lips. Yet, when combined, there was an indescribable awkwardness, as if they didn't belong on the same face. In this desolate wilderness, a strange and alluring woman suddenly appeared, and it looked like Xianxian seemed to know her. Why? He looked at Xianxian, who was gazing at the woman with what seemed like great respect. This made Wang Longqi even more suspicious. This appearance isn't bad at all. The woman in red suddenly laughed, her voice like silver bells, but unfortunately, after seeing that little Taoist-esque skin, the rest of the men seemed somewhat uninteresting. Hearing her words, even Wang Longqi, who was not the sharpest, realized that this person was not to be trifled with. He cautiously smiled and said, Miss, you're quite amusing. The red-clad woman suddenly shifted her gaze sharply. Amusing? I'm going to peel your skin off. Boom. Just as she finished speaking, the black gate of the small temple crashed down with a heavy sound that made Wang Longqi's legs go weak. Don't scare me. I'm not afraid of you, Wang Longqi said as he retreated a dozen steps. The situation seemed off. The woman in red appeared to be deliberately toying with him, slowly approaching and saying, I'm a ghost, aren't you afraid? Wang Longqi glanced at the tightly closed temple door, swallowed hard, and forced his chest out, saying, afraid? What is there to be afraid of? I'm known as the Wraith Knight. Am I afraid of female ghosts? Then you're quite impressive. The red-clad woman smiled lightly, as if she was about to make a move. Wang Longqi hurriedly shouted, Don't act rashly. I tell you, that little Taoist who just went in is the bane of evil in Yuhang town. He's South my close friend, a brother for life. Do you dare to provoke me? He'll cut you down with a single sword. Oh, really? Before he finished speaking, the black little temple suddenly underwent a dramatic change, and a loud rumble reverberated from above. The entire temple seemed to be uprooted from the ground and lifted up. The next second, a flash of light appeared, and the whole temple transformed into a gigantic black tiger's head. This tiger head seemed to be painted black with gold accents, its light flickering. A pair of tiger eyes exuded a fierce aura, with a pair of pure black fangs resembling cold swords. Then its entire body emerged from the ground, letting out a roar towards the sky. Roar. Suddenly, a suffocating malevolence enveloped the area, turning into a raging wind. The air was filled with a nauseating chill. The wind came from the tiger. The ghostly wind came from the ghost tiger. Wang Longqi was so frightened that he fell to the ground. This was actually a gigantic black tiger nearly 10 zhang long. It had burrowed underground, leaving only its head above ground, transforming into the temple. And Li Chu had thrown himself into the tiger's mouth. Wang Longqi cursed inwardly 3 times. Bad, bad, bad. He looked at Xianxian, the one who had led him and Li Chu here. At this moment, he was respectfully looking up at the manifestation of the black tiger, clearly knowing this would happen. Wang Longqi realized he had fallen into this guy's trap. Just then, he heard a rush of wind behind him, turned to look, and saw a tall man clad in heavy armor land. He was a dull gray, clearly not a living person, moving stiffly. One of his hands, with sharp nails, was holding a barely alive white fox. Although Wang Longqi had never seen such a creature before, a word quickly came to mind: zombie. This fox almost ruined our big plan. I don't know what connection it has with that little Taoist, but let it die alongside him. The armored zombie's voice was extremely unpleasant, like metal scraping, making Wang Longqi shiver. Just as Wang Longqi looked over, the zombie happened to look at him and asked coldly, "Didn't you just say you and the little Taoist are close friends? Brothers for life?" The tone was chilling. Wang Longqi's body tensed. He hesitated for a moment, revealing a smile that was worse than crying, and said, "Actually, we're just ordinary friends." After a pause, he added, "Not very close." Chapter 45. Why is your stomach glowing? Blacktooth was a great demon in life. After death, he transformed into a ghost tiger, retaining formidable power. In the realm of humans and ghosts, ordinary ghostly beings typically require hundreds of years of cultivation to possibly ascend to the rank of ghost general. However, from the day Blacktooth entered the ghost realm, he was among the top-ranked ghost generals. Yet, a few years ago, when the king chose one of his ghost generals to be promoted to ghost commander, he chose Bai Jian instead. When he directly asked the king why he wasn't chosen, the king's reason was that Bai Jian had brains. Years later, he finally understood that the king might have meant to say he was brainless. He felt a bit angry but didn't dare to refute. While the king was still around, he, as the valiant first ghost general, held a status not lower than that of Bai Jian, the ghost commander. But when they followed the king to rebel against the ghost realm, the king was soon sealed away. Their circumstances took a turn for the worse. Bai Jian, as the ghost commander, became the decision-maker for the team. Qing Jia, Hong Ling, and Lan Kai all supported Bai Jian, believing that skeleton had brains. Ridiculous. He was determined to prove himself to them through this incident of killing the Taoist, showing that he was indeed very clever. Tiger-headed and tiger-brained. Sure enough, his strategy was successful. That little Taoist, completely unguarded, threw himself into the tiger's mouth and was swallowed whole. After transforming into a ghostly being, he no longer had any organs in his belly. Instead, it was a cave filled with malevolent energy, where any living creature sent inside would die instantly, without exception. Roar. He let out a triumphant roar, reverberating through the mountains. Wang Longqi sat slumped on the ground, despairingly looking at the zombie, the skin changer, and the ghost tiger, pondering how he could escape unscathed. Zombies are known to suck blood and kill. Maybe he could leverage the help of that fox? If only he could get the white fox to urinate on him. The zombie probably wouldn't be able to stomach it. But he didn't know if the poor white fox still had the mood or ability to do that. He dared not even glance at the gigantic black tiger and could only calculate in his mind. I'll first take out my dagger for self-defense. If it pounces at me, I'll slide under it and directly gut it. With this plan in mind, Wang Longqi wasted no time and directly knelt down. He knelt on the ground and pitifully cried out, "Great lords, spare my life." After thinking it over, it's all fake. He's not a fool. In this situation, it's clear that begging for mercy is the only way out. The terrifying black tiger took just 2 steps to reach this side. It smacked its lips and suddenly asked, "Hey, why do I taste something strange in my mouth?" Qing Jia lifted the white fox in his hand, and Hong Ling quickly gave him a look to stop him, then said, "Hey, you don't ask. You wouldn't want to know." Hey Yu's barbed tongue licked back and forth, and the more he licked, the more he felt something was off. At that moment, the diminutive Xianxian said, "Hey Shanjun, I have done as you instructed. You have eaten that Taoist now, can you let my wife go?" "Your wife?" Hong Ling stepped forward, charmingly asking, "Does my nose look like your wife?" Hey Yu mocked, "You don't really think that someone I've eaten can come back to life, do you?" "But I am clearly still alive." Xianxian shook his head. You are lying to me." All the strength in Xianxian's body seemed to be drained, and he collapsed to the ground. He didn't care about his own life or death, but but hearing that his wife couldn't be resurrected made him feel utterly hopeless. Heyu sneered. Xianxia, they are all yours to deal with. Xianxia grinned savagely, revealing his sharp, white fangs. Wang Longqi's face turned pale. Stop. Chun Zian suddenly raised his head and shouted. Since you have harmed my wife, can you let the seventh young master go? He is my best friend, and he is innocent. Xianxia looked at him, then at Wang Longqi, and slowly nodded. All right. I have always respected those who value loyalty. In life, he was a great general who died from countless arrows while covering his comrades' retreat, and even after death, he still valued loyalty. Really? Can I leave? Wang Longqi suddenly felt a glimmer of hope and was overjoyed. He quickly got up and then looked up at the massive black tiger. I have one more question before I go. Heyu lowered his head, his dark pupils reflecting the small figure of the human. Wang Longqi pointed at him and asked, Why is your belly glowing? Heyu bent down but couldn't see what was happening below his abdomen. However, both Hongling and Xianxia could see it and quickly displayed expressions of horror. Beneath the massive form of Heyu, a point of white light was emerging. At first, it was just a dot, then it extended into a line, and soon, this white line widened into a large crack. A torrent of white light surged out like a giant wave. This was sword light. Boom. An expression of disbelief flashed across Hongling and Xianxia's eyes, and the same thought raced through their minds. How is this possible? Heiyu's mind was already blank. His tiger head and body were instantly sliced in half as the white line continued to extend. One tiger became two tigers. Everyone present, both humans and ghosts, watched as this incredibly massive ghost tiger was abruptly severed in two. Then, a cyan figure emerged from within, landing lightly on the ground. His appearance was handsome. His demeanor ethereal, as if a celestial being descended from the heavens to cleanse the mortal world. Dressed in clean blue robes, he was spotless, as if he had just bathed and changed. It was as if he hadn't just been eaten, but had gone to freshen up. Hongling let out a sharp scream. Let's go together. All right. Xianxia echoed, rushing forward. Flying zombie. Those who could become ghost generals and escape from the fierce battles in the ghost realm all possessed extraordinary abilities. Xianxia was no exception, transforming from an ordinary zombie into a rare flying zombie. It had faced numerous hardships along the way and had never encountered a moment of such great crisis. But past experiences told it that when you think the enemy is invincible, trying again often shows that they fear you too. Indeed, just as it broke free, another powerful enemy suddenly charged in, and Li Chu felt a chill in his heart. In a moment of desperation, he quickly swung his sword again. Xianxia had always been confident in its physical strength, a zombie body tougher than steel that could fly and escape. Even powerful cultivators rarely had ways to counter a flying zombie. It never expected that someone could kill it with a single sword. After Xianxia's upper and lower half separated, its lower half continued to charge forward while its upper half fell with a clang. In the moment before losing consciousness, it saw Hongling's figure. She had flown far away from Yaofeng Mountain. It turned out that when she shouted to go together, she meant to charge forward herself to buy time for its escape. Xianxia cursed inwardly, damn it. The female ghost is not loyal. Chapter 46, the soon-to-appear king. The green mountains were silent, only the wind rustling. The sunset came quickly. At the moment Heyu was slain, the ghostly Chun Zian also dissipated. His expression was peaceful. Perhaps he was thinking that he would finally reunite with his wife. Wang Longqi stared blankly at Chun Zian disappearing from the spot. His expression complicated. How come even you are a ghost? He felt somewhat broken, bowed his head, and began to doubt life. Is there really no living person in this world? A blue Taoist robe appeared before him. Wang Longqi calmed down a bit. No matter how many ghosts there were in the world, Li Chu was definitely not one. Now that he thought about it, this white fox might have been cultivating on Yaofeng Mountain and inadvertently discovered the plans of several ghostly beings, trying to stop him from entering the temple. Thinking that it even went so far as to urinate publicly to prevent him from taking risks, Li Chu felt quite moved. Knowing it was a good fox, Wang Longqi developed great interest in it. This is not an ordinary fox. It is a fox demon about to transform, Li Chu explained. Transform? It means it is about to take human form. Wang Longqi's eyes brightened. A fox spirit. If I can cultivate our master-servant relationship before it transforms. Li Chu looked at the light in his eyes and found it hard to understand. Isn't a fox that has transformed into human still a fox? What's so exciting about that? Strange. After it heals, you can ask it. If it agrees to recognize you as its master, I have no objections, Li Chu said calmly. When they returned to Diyun Temple, it was already getting dark. Yu Qian saw the white fox in Li Chu's arms and found it strange, asking, was everything smooth? Li Chu nodded. It was relatively smooth. No. What about the scholar? He died too. Yu Qian blinked. What kind of success is this? Immediately, Li Chu recounted the entire sequence of events to Yu Qian. After listening, Yu Qian squinted. These ghostly beings are specifically targeting you. Li Chu had already sensed something was off. This was clearly a trap aimed at him. They had even investigated his relationships and used Wang Longqi as bait to lure him in, making it hard to guard against. In fact, when he was swallowed by that black tiger and enveloped by the Yin energy, he had sensed a hint of danger. If he had stayed in such intense Yin energy for a year and a half, perhaps his body would have really suffered some damage. Thinking of this, Li Chu couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. These ghostly beings were truly malicious. They killed an innocent couple just to set a trap for him. But he questioned himself, having always acted with grace and kindness. What kind of ghostly beings would have such deep hatred towards him? Soon, he thought of the life-buying money. The matter of the vengeful spirits was indeed not so simple. Thinking of a group of extremely vicious ghostly beings lurking in the shadows, Li Chu felt a shiver down his spine. However, this trip wasn't without gains. The experience points gained from the black tiger and the zombie were beyond imagination. The zombie was roughly equivalent to 2,200 lantern monsters, while the black tiger was about 4,396 lantern monsters. In terms of experience points, they were by far the strongest opponents he had encountered, even though the battles were quite similar. In this way, his level directly broke through level 73 and began to approach level 74. As one progresses to the later stages, the experience required to level up increases significantly. However, correspondingly, the growth in strength afterwards is quite considerable. In this incredibly dangerous world, strength is the foundation for survival. Even in such a small place, there are still unexpected crises lurking, which could erupt at any moment. Sigh, it's truly frightening. While he was lost in thought, Yu Qian had already bandaged the white fox. Xiao Yuer was beside him, continuously stroking the fur of the white fox, looking very happy. It was fluffy, smooth, and very pleasant to touch. Yu Qian's eyes sparkled as he said, "If we could keep it here to take care of it while it heals, that would be great. We can cultivate our bond before it transforms. A fox spirit that can take human form, that's well known." Li Chu looked at the light in his master's eyes and felt a sense of familiarity. It seemed he had just seen something similar somewhere. At the Bone Mountain. In the corpse cave, a skeleton dressed in wide sleeves sat on the ground, facing a terrified woman in red. This cave once had as many as 5 ghost generals sitting in a circle, later reduced to 4, and now only 2 ghosts stared at each other. The night wind swept in, and both ghosts felt a chill. I knew that worthless He would fail, but I didn't expect 2 ghost generals to die directly. Bai Jian said solemnly. No, it's not that. Hongling shook her head. He's strategy was very successful. He swallowed the little Taoist, but he came out unscathed. Her tone was still filled with panic and disbelief. What realm could his physique possibly be? Bai Jian asked, unable to sense his chi fluctuations. And he didn't seem like a martial artist. Perhaps he was some kind of ancient supernatural legacy. In any case, he is not someone we can deal with. Hongling said. Bai Jian looked at Hongling and sighed slightly. Clearly, she had been scared out of her wits. They had all survived a brutal battle in the Ghost Kingdom and shouldn't be this way. One could imagine how terrifying that Taoist was. She stood up and said, "Since this matter is so serious, it seems we must seek the king's decision." Hongling raised her head. "Are you going to wake the king?" Although it might provoke the king's wrath, there was truly no other choice. The death of 3 ghost generals was an unbearable pain. Watching Bai Jian's back as he walked deeper into the cave, a new fear emerged on Hongling's face. The fear of the Taoist was sudden, while the fear of that king was deeply engraved in the hearts of every ghost general. It was much more profound. Deep in the cave, a rumbling vibration was heard, as if magma was rolling underground. Every bone in its body trembled uncontrollably, making a crackling sound. "What now?" Hongling asked. And Bai Jian's tone was grim. "The king may want to see him in person." Chapter 47. A new trend in the Jianghu. The white fox left. The physique of a demon is inherently much stronger than that of a human, and after a few days of careful care, it quickly healed its wounds. However, it refused Yu Qian's invitation to stay. The relationship between the white fox and the master-disciple duo in the Deyun temple, at its largest, could be considered a bond of incense, and at its smallest, it was merely an acquaintance. It had already done its best by risking itself to stop Li Chu that day. To expect it to give up its freedom to submit to a master was somewhat wishful thinking. Along the way, Wang Longqi came by once, excitedly asking the white fox if it wanted to follow him, deliberately flaunting his strong copper smell. But evidently, this tactic that worked on good girls was ineffective on good foxes. Without saying a word, the white fox served him a hot cup, waking him up on the spot. Most of the visitors were women. The remaining men were mostly there to see Xiao Yuer. Indeed, the coy maiden now had her own group of admirers. Apart from her pure and charming appearance, the main reason was that the locals were spreading the word that receiving a blessing from this girl could make one's wishes come true. A warning sign was also erected outside the Sanqing Hall, stating, "Respect Taoists, no touching, violators will be fined." This sign could indeed warn most of the incense seekers who came out of curiosity, But for a small portion of wealthy individuals, the fine was merely a price tag. There were still people who wanted to take risks to get close to Li Chu. At this time, he often had to showcase his evasive skills and sternly warn them, the Diyun Temple is not a lawless place. This young lady should be cautious in her words and actions. Surprisingly, often the colder his attitude, the more infatuated those people would become. Like some kind of legendary special physique. Li Chu was greatly puzzled. The temple master Yu Qian initially felt quite disappointed for a while. But there was nothing to be done. Those old sisters who once followed him had already passed the age of fervor. The waves of the Yangtze River pushed the waves ahead, knocking the former waves down onto the beach. Sigh. But soon, he pulled himself out of sadness. Displaying the high quality of a temple leader, Daoist Yu set up a large donor board in the front courtyard of the Diyun Temple, recording the names of the top 10 incense donors of the month. The donor ranked first would receive a free exorcism service from Little Li Daoist. The remaining 9 donors would receive a specially made talisman. This created an atmosphere where being closer to the top of the board meant a deeper love for Little Li Daoist. The incense seekers went crazy. Now the temple received more incense in a day than it did in an entire month before. Yu Qian's face was as joyful as a blooming chrysanthemum every day. However, Li Chu felt that this was somewhat inappropriate. After all, they were a temple, earning money to help people avert disasters, not a gathering place for cultured gentlemen. Yu Qian seemed to sense his concerns and comforted him. Disciple, times have changed. In our era, the person with the biggest fist spoke the loudest. The strong were always right. But not anymore. There aren't that many evil spirits for you to slay. Today's Jianghu is not filled with flashing blades. Whoever has more followers has the upper hand. Look at those ancient legacies, the 12 immortal sects, and the hidden families. They all need to promote a few representative figures walking among humans. Like the famous Xiao Xiang of the Xinxiao sect, the Qing Jianling of the Guanghan sect, and the well-known Zhan Luming of the Chaotian Ke in Hangzhou. Each of these heroes and heroines often has thousands of admirers, with crowds wherever they go. Compared to these people, what we have is just small-scale events. If we can use your fame to promote our Diyun Temple, why not? Li Chu nodded. He understood the reasoning. In fact, he was very familiar with this situation. It was a perfectly normal behavior of chasing stars in his past life. But he didn't expect such a circle to form here so early. Although he still found it a bit strange. He didn't raise any further objections because they had given too much. On a certain day in early autumn, a group of 3 entered the land of Yuhang town. Leading them was a strong man with golden hair and curly beard, his hair fluffy, tall and mighty, with his upper body half naked, showcasing his muscular chest and bulging arms, attracting frequent glances from passers-by. To his left was a tall, thin man whose appearance looked sharp and monkey-like, with 2 small black mustaches at the corners of his lips. The kind of face that didn't seem like a good person at first glance, but appeared worse the more you looked at it. On his right was another striking woman. She wore a white cross-collared skirt, with a red embroidered bodice underneath, tied at the waist with a water-green satin ribbon, and had a lazy demeanor. What attracted the most attention was her chest, which was notably prominent and magnificent. Her hair was styled in a twin floral cloud bun, her skin as smooth as cream, and her eyes bright and shallow. She was indeed a woman of considerable grace. It's a pity that such a charming face is often overlooked at first glance. The tall, skinny man said in a sharp voice, "Big brother, lower your voice, or the vendor selling pancakes by the roadside will know we're here for revenge for the 5th brother." The blonde, muscular man replied with a grunt, then spoke in as low a voice as possible, yet still loud. The task that the 5th brother took on was to assassinate the county magistrate of Yuhang here. Killing a mortal shouldn't be a difficult job. But since there have been consecutive failures, it indicates that the magistrate must have someone protecting him. As long as we continue to target this magistrate, we are likely to find the one who killed the 5th brother. Hey, big brother, calm down. Did you forget how we discussed this on the way? The tall, skinny man quickly stopped him. Didn't we agree to take our time and plan? The blonde, muscular man frowned. Then where's the long-term plan? He said heavily. Fine. Let's listen to you for now. Suddenly, the woman in white yawned lazily, and her strapless dress tightened suddenly, making the pedestrians by the roadside collectively gasp. Itchy. My nose is so itchy. The woman felt the atmosphere around her was a bit strange and casually squinted at her surroundings, curiously asking, "Huh? Why is everyone here with a nosebleed?" The skinny man covered his nose and replied in a muffled voice, "Maybe it's because of the dry weather as autumn approaches? Let's find a place to settle down first and plan for the long term." The blonde, muscular man also covered his nose and said, "Okay, let's plan for the long term." Chapter 48, The Dream Lover. Though autumn in Jiangnan arrives late, it has eventually come, and the weather is gradually getting cooler. Li Chu looked at the fragrant female customers who were still dressed scantily and wondered if they weren't cold. Li Chu half understood. Around noon, there was some commotion in the line of customers in the front yard. Someone shouted, "Which little bitch dares to cut in line?" Don't you know you have to follow the rules to see little Taoist Li? Step aside. I am a member of the Purple Guard under the Chao Tian Ke. Who dares to block me? Li Chu hurried to lead the person to the backyard. Li Sini had disheveled hair, furrowed brows, and was pouting while sitting at a stone table, crossing her arms, looking very irritated. Of course, she was irritated. Li Chu poured her a cup of tea. She looked at the little Taoist and said softly, "It's really hard to see you lately." Li Chu nodded. "The incense in the temple has been strong recently." Li Chu said casually, "It just means we earned a lot of money. Many people recognize us when we go out, and many people praise us for doing things. Other than that, there's nothing good." Li Sini's chest heaved violently a couple of times, and some words that would be filtered out were on the tip of her tongue. But looking at Li Chu's face, she ultimately held back. After all, what did she, the heroine Li, fight for in the Jianghu all this time? Isn't it for these things? How could she still sound so indifferent? Among the stories spread about little Taoist Li, there were certainly shadows of her as well. But most of them were evaluations like clinging to a big shot, lying down to win, being a slacker, or a lackey of the Chao Tian Quebec. It was truly infuriating. What was even more frustrating was that whenever she encountered something she couldn't solve, she still had to come to Li Chu for help. But just a few days ago, Li Chu told her about being schemed against by several ghostly beings. Li Chu simply mentioned it as a routine matter. After all, innocent people were harmed because of it, but Li Sini sensed a different flavor from it right away. Ghostly beings that can appear in broad daylight are usually called sun-walking ghosts, and each one is definitely no good. Because the nature of ghostly beings is to prefer the night, even if they can withstand the fierce yang energy during the day without dying. Their strength will be significantly weakened. Those who dare to commit crimes in broad daylight are not ordinary sun-walking ghosts. They might even be ghost generals. According to Li Chu, at least 3 ghost generals were gathered in Yuhang town, although he had killed 2 of them. But behind this, there must be bigger fish. She was increasingly eager to explore the truth behind the grudge spirit case. Perhaps she could catch a ghost commander. If she truly resolved this matter, it would not only bring her fame and fortune, but also a promotion and raise. That's why she decided to stay. As for why Li Chu could escape unscathed from a trap set by 3 ghost generals and even kill 2 of them, she no longer wanted to ask. The more questions, the more motivation one loses in life. When she was in Yuhang County, all the strange cases would be reported directly to her by Zhou Defuc, and she handled some minor matters easily. But recently, there was a strange matter that she couldn't handle either. Facing the gentle breeze, she slowly explained to Li Chu. At the foot of Miaofeng Mountain, there is a place called Gejia Village, which also belongs to Yuhang County. Gejia Village only has one big landlord, which is the Gu family. The rest of the villagers are basically tenants working the land for the Gu family. This kind of landlord is not like the Wang or Zhao families in the town who became wealthy through business, but passed down through generations. And their family wealth might not be any less. By the time of the current head of the Gu family, although he married 7 concubines, he only had 1 daughter. As he gradually aged, he became more open-minded and decided not to have more sons, treating this 1 daughter as a precious jewel. The Gu family's young lady was beautiful and lively, always well-liked. Mr. Gu was also hoping to find a good son-in-law, but despite searching for a long time, he still hadn't settled on a husband for his daughter. About half a month ago, the young lady suddenly became listless, looking sickly. However, after consulting many doctors, they couldn't find any symptoms and could only say it was a case of heart sickness. When asked if the young lady had any worries, she would just blush and remain silent. One of the maidservants attended to the young lady at night and overheard her mumbling in her sleep every night, as if she were talking to someone, with questions and answers, and if one listened carefully, the content was quite unspeakable. After several occurrences, the maidservant dared not conceal it any longer and reported the matter to Mr. Gu. Until this point, the Gu family did not consider the possibility of something supernatural. They only thought the young lady had some health issues. Mr. Gu thought, could it be that his daughter was getting older and unmarried, starting to think about men? So he began to look for a son-in-law, and as soon as the news was released, handsome young men from all around came flocking. Now the young lady no longer kept quiet. She mustered her spirit and created quite a scene, crying and throwing tantrums. In the midst of the chaos, Mr. Gu advised her, saying, "You will have to marry sooner or later. Marrying a bit earlier isn't a bad thing." Upon hearing this, the whole family was shocked. So it turns out the young lady already had someone in her heart? Could it be that her recent illness was due to lovesickness? Mr. Gu didn't want to stop her. Having someone in her heart was a good thing, and no matter which young man it was, he was willing to give his family fortune to ensure his daughter's happiness. However, the daughter stubbornly refused to reveal who this young man was. After much coaxing and deception, she finally revealed that this young man was someone who had been coming to her dreams every night for the past month. In short, there was simply no one more perfect than him in the world. In her dreams, the young lady had already gone to Mount Wu with him, experiencing several rounds of passion, with heavy rain pouring down. It was only after this continuous downpour that the young lady woke up feeling increasingly listless. Yet she didn't think this was the young man's fault, merely attributing it to her own overthinking. She didn't know where this young man came from, nor did she know where they would go, but she felt that her time spent with him in these days was incomparable to the previous 20 years, and she would gladly accept death. Mr. Gu was shocked. This was no ordinary lover. This was clearly a ghostly fascination. He didn't dare to be negligent and quickly reported it to the authorities, wanting to invite the officials from the Chao Tianke to exterminate the ghost. Unfortunately, the young lady was very resistant, and Li Sini couldn't understand much of the situation with her. She guarded outside the young lady's bedroom for 2 days, but found no signs of any evil spirits. However, the young lady's mumblings in her sleep still persisted. It seemed this is not some evil spirit's illusion, but rather that the evil spirit is moving back and forth in dreams. She recalled a legendary ghost, the Yuan. This ghost specializes in entering people's dreams to absorb their yang energy for cultivation, making it quite troublesome. With no other options, she had to seek out Li Chu. This had almost formed a habitual way of thinking. Li Chu had no real experience dealing with such ghosts, but he did not refuse. After all, he couldn't just stand by and watch a young girl be harmed by a ghost. He had to give it a try. So, he went to Gujia village with Li Sini. In the entire Gujia village, there was only one vast mansion, undoubtedly belonging to the landlord, Mr. Gu. Upon arriving at the Gu residence, Mr. Gu was exceedingly grateful, shaking Li Chu's hand and making all sorts of promises. As long as they got rid of the harmful ghost, there would be plenty of benefits for both of them. However, Li Chu was no longer the naive young Taoist who had never seen money. Mr. Gu, feeling the noticeable increase in Li Chu's grip strength, nodded repeatedly. I understand. I understand. How could the young Taoist care about such mundane things? But this is all I have to offer. If my daughter comes out of this safely, I can double the promised reward. Li Chu's grip casually doubled, making Mr. Gu wince. After some pleasantries, he personally led the two to Miss Ji's quarters. Just as they entered the courtyard, they heard Miss Ji's weak yet sharp voice. Stop dreaming. Zhang Lang is the best man in the world, and we have already promised each other 3 lifetimes. I would rather starve to death or hang myself here than be moved by anyone else, so get lost. Then came a series of crashing sounds as a group of matchmakers, looking disheveled, hurried out. Li Sini clicked her tongue and whispered, Miss Gu is becoming more difficult to deal with. Chapter 49. A glance at Li Chu leads to a lifetime of regret from now on. Zhang Lang is just a passerby. At that moment, Miss Gu lay on her bed, looking disheveled, her complexion dull and yellow. Her once fair and plump face had become gaunt, and her vaguely beautiful eyes lacked any luster. But she didn't care, because as long as she entered her dreams, she could regain her flower-like beauty, even more beautiful than before. As long as she looked good in front of her beloved, wasn't that enough? Recently, she had been feeling increasingly weak. Just scolding those matchmakers had left her dizzy. She hadn't wanted to shout, but those matchmakers were too much. Puffing up every rotten fish and shrimp as if they were unmatched treasures, all to scheme for their own family's wealth. If those men were really brought over, they wouldn't even be worthy of holding her Zhang Lang's shoes. Humph. While she was trying to recover her spirits, she heard footsteps again. A young maid came to the screen and said, Miss, the master has brought someone to see you. Miss Gu frowned again, angrily saying, Didn't I say I wouldn't see anyone? Tell them all to get lost. Before she finished speaking, her voice gradually diminished. She thought perhaps her eyes were playing tricks on her. What did I see? A broad figure blocking her view, an annoying fat man. Oh, it turned out to be my father. Behind the fat man was a young man in a Taoist robe, dressed in blue and white, with a long gown that flowed elegantly, exuding a carefree demeanor. His hair was tied up casually with a bamboo hairpin, looking seemingly careless yet charming. His pair of brows and eyes sparkled like countless stars shattered within them. How could such a nose and lips be so perfect? Why? Could such a face and demeanor truly exist? Oh, Miss Gu couldn't help but blush and let out a groan. Mr. Gu hurried forward, asking, My dear, what is wrong? Are you unwell? Miss Gu quickly covered her mouth. What? That sound just now was clearly a groan from her heart. Did she inadvertently make a sound? That was so embarrassing. But seeing such a face, who could contain themselves? Li Chu's gaze turned to her, and as their eyes met for an instant, she felt as if this young Taoist's gaze was like 2 sharp arrows piercing her heart. With a clear sound of shattering, it felt like something was gushing out. Warm and slippery. Oh my God, how could such an ethereal and stunning man exist in this world? The tears of West Lake, my water. I would rather turn into a flame with you. Li Chu looked at Miss Gu and thought, her energy center is dark, her complexion gloomy, her eyes lackluster and with eye crust. She is indeed suffering from the ghost's energy theft. Wang Longqi, who was once entangled by a ghost bride for a night, had also shown similar signs. However, Miss Ji's condition was even more severe. If this continued, She might not last a few more days. Their gaze lingered for more than 2 breaths. And Miss G's heart nearly stopped. He is gazing deeply into my eyes. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Wait a minute. Miss G suddenly remembered that she hadn't washed her face in 3 days. Could there still be eye crust in my eyes? Oh. She hurriedly covered her face with the quilt. Mr. G noticed his daughter's changing complexion and her wandering gaze, suddenly worried that she didn't dare to face anyone. My dear, what's wrong? Miss G, hiding behind the quilt, said in a muffled voice. Father, don't say anything. I'm willing. Mr. G was taken aback. Willing for what? Who brought him here? Miss G extended a frail hand and pointed at Li Chu. I brought him here, Li Xin said. Miss G stole a glance at her, somewhat puzzled. Which matchmaker are you? I don't think I've seen you before. Never mind. Just go collect 100 taels as a reward. I agree to this marriage. Li Xin blinked. What matchmaker am I? I've been here for 2 days to exorcise evil spirits, and you don't even remember who I am? Besides, what marriage are you agreeing to? You must be joking. Just because you agree doesn't mean I do. Do the countless women in Yuhang Town agree? So infuriating. But she still had to maintain a smile. Li Xin forced a smile. Miss G, you might be mistaken. I'm not a matchmaker. Miss G's eyes rolled around. Whether you're a matchmaker or not isn't important. Is he here for a blind date? Li Chu looked confused. Of course not. Without another word, Miss G fainted. Oh dear. Oh dear. Mr. G hurriedly slapped her cheeks and pressed on her acupoints, while saying, young Taoistly, my daughter is very weak right now. Please be gentle with your words and don't stimulate her. I'm sorry. After much effort, they finally managed to wake Miss G up again. She weakly looked at Li Chu. You're not here for a blind date? Mr. G immediately looked nervously at Li Chu. Li Chu pondered for a moment, then said, to put it gently, absolutely not. Miss G's vision went black, and she nearly fainted again. Fortunately, Li Xin slapped her face, bringing her back to her senses. She covered her hot face, looking confused at the others. Li Xin gestured to Li Chu, indicating he was the one who did it. Miss G's face immediately broke into a happy smile, and the heat on her face turned into a secret comfort. Oh, Li Chu said seriously, Miss G, your current situation is very dangerous. We are here to save you. Miss G instantly looked terrified. Really? Li Chu nodded. You are likely being enchanted by a yuan. It is stealing your yang energy. If this continues, you might die within 3 days. It's so wicked. What should I do? Miss G looked at Li Chu with her big eyes, weak and helpless. Li Chu Dao said, tonight, you will meet it as usual. I will try to see if I can eliminate that ghostly creature. Okay, little Taoist, you must help me. Miss G replied, seizing Li Chu's hand. I'm only 19, and I don't want to die yet. Miss G, please rest assured, we will do our utmost. Li Chu said calmly, withdrawing his arm and leaning back slightly to create distance between himself and Miss G. So can you sleep with me tonight? She asked, her eyelashes fluttering with shyness. Both Li Chu and Mr. G were taken aback. Li Xin quickly said, we will monitor the situation inside the bedroom from the outer room. Miss G can be assured, we will never leave you alone. That's exactly what I meant, Miss G said, her face turning red as she spoke bashfully. Li Xin was speechless. Her eyes widened in disbelief, having seen through Miss G's little ploy, and she couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. You might be a young maiden in reality, but it's been raining heavily in dreams for so many days, and you're still pretending to be pure? She then coldly snorted at the Tianke purple guards and said, but Miss G, don't be fooled by your Zhang Lang, or you'll lose your senses again. If you can't control yourself, we won't be able to save you. Zhang Lang. Miss G froze, her eyelashes fluttering nonstop, her face full of the question, who is he? This made Li Xin sigh in admiration. All right, impressive. You really are something, good Suihua. Chapter 50. Am I invincible in the dream? Dreams are a mysterious thing. As the saying goes, what one thinks during the day, one dreams at night, but people cannot truly control what they dream about at night. Moreover, those who dream often do not know they are dreaming. Everything in the dream feels real. It is as if a briefly generated world. According to legend, if a person dies in a dream, a ghostly creature called Eam may be born. It has the ability to enter others' dreams and can absorb their vitality to cultivate. After deepening its cultivation, it can forcibly pull people into dreams. This kind of ghostly creature is rare, but once it appears, it is difficult to deal with because it can easily harm people. In dreams, no one can resist Eam. To eliminate this ghostly creature, one must find its true body and suppress it. That night, Li Chu and Li Xin stood guard outside Miss G's bedroom, each meditating with their eyes closed. However, Li Chu did not need to rely on energy cultivation to enhance his strength. He was using his heart-eye technique to observe the surroundings. Although Eam comes and goes from dreams without any real trace, just because it cannot be seen by the naked eye does not mean it is not there. He wanted to use the method of observing Qi to see if he could find any clues. As he became more proficient in the hard-eye technique, he gradually gained some insights. The range of perception of the hard-eye technique is related to the degree of his soul's immersion. If he only perceives within 10 zhang in front of him, he can move freely without being affected. However, if he expands his perception to the entire Yuhang town, he must invest all his energy, causing his other senses to become much duller. This is, in fact, a rather dangerous state. After a long time, Li Xini finished running 2 complete cycles of energy and slowly opened her eyes, looking at the moon that had already passed its zenith, feeling a bit puzzled. Why is it so calm tonight? She murmured. In previous nights, Miss Gu would have already started her fervent dream talk. Just then, they heard a faint voice from inside. I'm not asleep yet. Li Xini slapped her forehead and understood. Yin can pull sleeping people into dreams, but it can do nothing to those who are awake. Therefore, theoretically, one can avoid the harm of Yin by not sleeping. However, that is just talk. If Miss Gu wants to completely end this with Yin, she cannot hide from it. According to their prior agreement, Miss Gu was supposed to try to find out the origin of that Yin tonight, which is its true body. Unexpectedly, she was unable to sleep. Li Chu heard their conversation, and just as he was about to open his eyes, he suddenly saw a nearly transparent mist hovering over the roof of the Gu family house. It's here. Is this the power that Yin relies on to enter dreams? Unfortunately, this mist was too ethereal, and Li Chu did not see its path of entry. Since Miss Gu had not fallen asleep, this mist continued to swirl above the roof. Unable to enter, he heard Miss Gu say meaningfully from inside, when I couldn't sleep as a child, my father would gently pat me to help me sleep. If someone could come in and pat me now, I should be able to sleep. Li Xini stood up suddenly. I'll do it. Miss Gu hurriedly said, no need. It's not a bother. I feel it. As she repeatedly declined, Li Xini had already pushed open the door and strode to the bedside, delivering a precise chop to her neck. The force of this chop was perfectly measured to make her lose consciousness without causing any extra harm to her body. Moreover, it felt quite satisfying. Li Xini clapped her hands and said, I found you unsightly for a long time. Humph. As Miss Gu closed her eyes, the swirling mist began to slowly descend, fully merging into her body. Green mountains and clear waters, the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared in this picturesque scenery. Miss Gu, no longer in her previous weak state, was now dressed in a light yellow silk skirt adorned with pearl tassels. Her hair styled in a flying fairy bun and a string of pearls pinned in. With bright eyes and white teeth, her red lips dotting her face. In a slender figure with a hint of delicacy, she looked particularly lovable. In front of her stood a man dressed in emerald green robes. He wore a green round hat inlaid with emeralds and jade, his long robe fluttering, exuding elegance. With a face like a crowned jade and bright starry brows, he truly was exceptionally handsome. It was no wonder that Miss Gu was so enchanted by him before meeting Li Chu. However, at this moment, Gu Zihua looked at her paramour with a complex expression, devoid of the previous infatuation. After hesitating, she softly asked, Zhang Lang. You previously told me your name is Zhang Yuyan, a person from Chaoga, but you haven't told me why you came to Yuhang County? Zhang Yuyan looked at the woman in front of him with a puzzled expression. Suihua, why do you want to know this? Because I want to meet you. Not just in dreams. I want to see the real you, Miss Gu said hesitantly. Zhang Yuyan stared at her, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. But then his expression suddenly changed. His tone turned fierce. You betrayed me. Miss Ge's expression tightened, and she panicked. Zhang Lang, what are you talking about? I was just asking casually. Zhang Yuyan sneered. Do you think you can hide this from me? In dreams, I know everything and can do anything. Your thoughts cannot escape my perception. Miss Gu retreated a few steps, finally realizing why she had previously felt that Zhang Lang was so perceptive. It wasn't that he understood her well. Rather, all her thoughts were laid bare before him. This was terrifying. Let me see who it is. Who can make you change your heart? Isn't it good to be with me? Here I possess the most handsome appearance and the strongest abilities. There can be no one more perfect than me in this world. How could you change your heart? Zhang Yuyan's gaze was cold, his voice low, his emerald jade hat glimmering. As he spoke, he suddenly turned to look into the distance, angrily saying, Is it him? Right beside you. As he reached out, a hazy mist appeared out of nowhere. When the mist dissipated, Li Chu's figure emerged. Li Chu was quite surprised. At this moment, he had not fallen asleep, but was in a state of perception through the hard eye technique. He was simply deeply immersed in thought, which could be considered deep meditation. The intricacies of this, perhaps, required much research. This was also his first time entering someone else's dream world, although he was forcibly pulled in. A slight experience seemed to reveal that it was not much different from the outside world. As Zhang Yuyan silently observed his surroundings, he fell into silence as well. He was a nightmare, a ghostly entity, and everything around was a dream woven by him, including his own body. This appearance was crafted according to the most handsome features he remembered, a perfect face that only existed in imagination. But today he realized that human existence was beyond imagination. In short, he never dreamed that a person could look like this. After a moment of silence, his almost perfect but less handsome face than Li Chu's gradually twisted in anger. Zhang Yuyan suddenly roared, "I want you dead." Boom. With his command, the heavens and earth changed color. In this dream, he was the ruler. He could possess all the powers he could imagine. Not to say he was a land deity, but at least his words could manifest. Amidst the booming sound, a thick and brilliant beam of light descended from the sky, like divine punishment. It instantly engulfed Li Chu's tall figure. "Ha, die," Zhang Yuyan sneered. Killing in a dream wouldn't cause immediate death, but it would inflict trauma on the soul. If he kept targeting Li Chu, he could kill him whenever Li Chu fell asleep, just like stealing Miss Ji's life force. Sooner or later, it would lead to his death from soul exhaustion. This was his plan. The existence of a face he could never even dream of was intolerable for a ghost. But soon, something even more intolerable happened. When the towering beam of light dissipated, the mountains beneath were almost flattened. Yet, a figure slowly stood up from the spot. Li Chu frowned. The nightmare in the dream was indeed powerful. The force of that strike was almost suffocating. He had actually been knocked down. Moreover, he was slightly injured. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He wiped it away and then drew his sword. Zhang Yuyan was somewhat dazed. "Why? I am a nightmare. This is a dream, my home ground. I am invincible in the dream." When Li Chu swung that sword, Zhang Yuyan suddenly remembered. The so-called invincibility in dreams actually has limits. This limit is his imagination. Everything in the dream could be manifested according to the nightmare's imagination, so-called words manifesting laws. But imagination cannot be fabricated out of thin air. It must be something he has seen, heard, or at least has a concept of to be manifested. Just like all the most handsome features he had seen combined together were still not as good as Li Chu's face. The limit of power he had witnessed seemed also not as great as Li Chu's sword. No way. In that moment when the sword light was upon him, a sense of absurdity flashed through Zhang Yuyan's mind. Could there really be such a person in the world? I must be dreaming. Oh, it hurts so much. Chapter 51. The Key to the Secret Realm, incomplete. The moment Zhang Yuyan's figure was engulfed by the sword light, the entire dream shattered. Miss Ge and Li Chu woke up simultaneously. Li Chu paused, then immediately closed his eyes again to open his mind's eye. In the vast sky, a wisp of ethereal smoke was fleeing rapidly. One kill in the dream was not enough to destroy this nightmare, but it could inflict considerable damage on it. Following the trace, Li Chu saw the smoke eventually land in a hidden part of Miaofeng Mountain. Sure enough, the range of movement for the nightmare was also limited. Its lair is in Miaofeng Mountain? After the dust settled, Li Chu opened his eyes again. He saw a delicate little face in front of him, looking at him with the eyes of someone observing a monster. Li Chu frowned. What is it? Li Sini had just heard Miss Ji's account of what happened in the dream and felt her worldview had been overturned. Isn't it common knowledge that nightmares are invincible in dreams? But why could Li Chu kill the nightmare in a single strike in the dream? That was too shocking. But thinking about it, he was Li Chu, so it didn't seem so surprising. Aside from being a monster, she couldn't think of a better explanation. After watching for a while, Li Sini finally calmed down and said, "The nightmare was killed by you in the dream, and the trauma it suffered is far greater than that of an ordinary person. It should be unable to cause chaos for at least 1.5 years. But we still need to find its true body to completely eliminate this hidden danger. I found it. Its true body should be in Miaofeng Mountain. I remember its trajectory and can go find it now," Li Chu said. Li Sini looked at the little Taoist in front of her, and her heart, which had just calmed down, stirred again. She didn't know what to say. This ghostly entity was quite unfortunate. Perhaps even the masters of the God Harmonization Realm or Dragon Transformation Realm would find it difficult to deal with such a formidable nightmare. Yet it happened to encounter Li Chu. Being cut to death in the dream was one thing, but he even had the ability to trace its path to suppress its true body in reality. He was swift and ruthless. While she was lost in thought, Li Chu had already stood up, decisively strapping on his long sword and preparing to set off. He was always proactive when it came to bullying ghostly entities weaker than himself. He immediately called for Old Gu and the maid to take care of Miss Ge, and the two set out directly from Miaofeng Mountain. Miss Ge wanted to chase after Li Chu to say goodbye, but as soon as she lifted her head, she exclaimed, "My neck hurts so much." Miaofeng Mountain was not far from Ge family village. When they arrived, the night was still deep. Li Chu relied on his memory, but some paths were blocked along the way, causing him to take a slight detour. By the time he found that hidden part of the mountain, the sky was already dimly brightening. This hidden mountain cavity, after clearing away the fallen branches and trees outside, was completely frozen. Li Sini knocked on it with her hand. It was as hard as iron and stone, looking like it had been there for years. Inside was vaguely a mass of ink color, making it impossible to see what was sealed within. After pondering for a moment, she said, This ice wall contains sword intent, resembling the ice-sealing sword imprint of the Guanhan sect. The Guanhan sect is also one of the 12 immortal gates and the only sect that only accepts women. Its disciples are known for their aloofness and pride, and they don't wander the martial world much. The mountain gate of the Guanhan sect is located at the Xianyu mountain in the northern region, which is 100,000 li away from Jiangnan. It would indeed be strange if any disciples came here. Li Chu was unaware of these martial arts mysteries. He only knew one thing. The true body of the nightmare was beneath this ice. He said. Li Xini nodded, took out 4 fire talismans from her pocket, and affixed them to the 4 corners of the ice wall. Then she activated her true energy to invoke the talismans, and 4 fire dragons suddenly emerged, spiraling around the ice wall, dancing fiercely. As the flames licked at it, water began to flow from the hidden mountain cavity, quickly forming a babbling stream. The true form inside gradually revealed itself to the two. The mountain cavity was empty, previously filled with solid ice. Now that the ice had completely melted, a spacious area appeared. In the center of the open space sat a young man in a dark blue and white Taoist robe, seemingly preserved in time due to the freezing, looking vivid and lifelike. Li Chu looked at his attire and vaguely felt he had seen it before, but he couldn't be sure at the moment. Given his current posture, many would just assume he was sleeping and would never guess he had been dead for many years. Although his appearance was different, Li Chu recognized him immediately through the familiar energy. This was the true body of the nightmare. Li Xini pondered for a moment and said, he must have been frozen to death during meditation, harboring resentment, which is why he transformed into a nightmare. As long as we suppress his true body, the nightmare will disappear. Saying this, a flash of light appeared at her wrist, and the famous sword Xianxiaaudiobooks was once again in her hand. After she had spent a considerable amount of money to reforge it, Xianxiaaudiobooks had regained its former sharpness, the sword light flickering, exuding a terrifying edge. Just as Li Xini was about to form a seal and chant incantations, she suddenly heard a scream. Wait. A wisp of ethereal smoke floated up from the corpse, gradually forming into a humanoid figure. The nightmare that Li Chu had heavily injured had finally revealed itself. The ghost named Zhang Yuyan pleaded, please, spare me a life. I've been cultivating in the mountains for many years and have only just begun to make some progress. I have never dared to harm anyone. Li Xini rebuked. If it weren't for us stopping you, that lady from the Gu family would have been drained of her yang energy within 3 days. And you still say you don't dare to harm people. That was just a moment of weakness. I promise to turn over a new leaf and be a good ghost from now on. I absolutely won't commit any more offenses. Humph. Li Xini naturally wouldn't listen to his nonsense and raised her hand, intending to kill this nightmare. Wait, I have treasures to offer. Willing to exchange this treasure for my ghostly life. Zhang Yuyan shouted loudly. Li Chu raised an eyebrow slightly and said, let's hear what good things he has. The tip of Li Xini's sword was just raised but then retracted. Zhang Yuyan's eyes darted around and said, you both must agree first. If I present a treasure that satisfies you, you must promise not to kill me. Li Chu nodded. I can guarantee that she won't kill you. Li Xini frowned and looked at him, but he waved his hand to stop her questioning. Zhang Yuyan waved his robe sleeve, and the corpse beneath him glowed at the chest. A wisp of smoke wrapped around a shimmering object and flew before the two. Li Chu reached out to catch it, discovering that it was a fragment of a seal. It seemed like a white jade seal cut into 4 pieces, and this was just one of them, engraved with a complex, secret character. Li Xini took a glance and exclaimed, secret realm treasure key. She looked sharply at Zhang Yuyan. Where did you get this thing? Which secret realm is it a key for? Zhang Yuyan replied, I don't know. Ever since I became a ghost, I've lost all memories of my past life. I only remember that this is an extremely important treasure, but I don't know what it is or where it came from. Li Chu asked, is it very valuable? Li Xini gave him a deep look and said, it's priceless. I'll explain it to you later. All right. Li Chu nodded and drew out his iron sword. Zhang Yuyan's entire body trembled with smoke, screaming, you are going back on your word. I am not. Swish. A satisfying stream of experience points flowed into his body. Chapter 52. Some matters regarding the secret realm. The secret realm is a mysterious domain independent of this world. Some are ancient and eternal, while others are opened up by cultivators using unique methods. Throughout history, many powerful beings have sought or opened their own secret realms, refining them into their own abodes. These refined secret realms are hidden and safe. Without a treasure key, one cannot enter at all. When a powerful being falls, some may pass their secret realm to their sect or disciples, but there are many who, for various reasons, do not hand over the treasure keys, leaving these realms ownerless. Almost every powerful cultivator accumulates much wealth over the years, including elixirs, talismans, magical treasures, and divine abilities, which may be stored in secret realms and never see the light of day. At such times, secret realms signify treasure. If it is a wild, unrefined outer world, It can be even more precious, as these outer worlds are usually larger than artificially opened secret realms, making them extremely valuable to a sect. Take the 12 immortal sects as an example. Each sect possesses at least one such outer world. A hidden place of inheritance is extremely important for major sections. Because of this, various sects in the martial world eagerly search for secret realms. Almost every large secret realm, before its opening, attracts several sects to vie for it. And the final result often leads to collaborative exploration and shared control. Over time, some unwritten rules have formed. However, major sects emphasize rules and do not tear each other apart. Many small sects, however, do not adhere to such principles. A secret realm could conceal cultivation wealth that allows an entire sect to leap to greatness, driving many cultivators to madness. Bloodshed incidents triggered by secret realms have never ceased over the years. The saying in the martial world, "A commoner is innocent, but holding treasure is a crime," illustrates this principle. A secret realm can be a great treasure or a death sentence. Danger lies not only outside the secret realm, but also within it. If a wild outer world is rich in spiritual energy, it may give birth to some innate spirits that regard this land as their territory and will fiercely attack any uninvited guests. If it is entirely empty, one must be even more cautious, as it may indicate that this secret realm cannot sustain life or may harbor terrifying existences capable of causing extinction. Secret realms that have been refined by powerful beings are equally dangerous, as they are someone else's world. Each secret realm master will modify the realm according to their preferences, meaning each secret realm has different rules. I once witnessed a secret realm that only allowed women to enter. If a man entered, he would trigger thunder and fire. It is said that some secret realms have rules against wearing clothes, deeming it indecent. Some whimsical powerful beings deliberately design various challenges within, and those who enter must pass these to earn treasure rewards. There are also some that hide extremely sinister traps and poisons, specifically intended to kill all intruders. Such dark-minded powerful beings, wishing to take intruders down with them, are not few in number. As for the threshold for entry, that is the most common. Some secret realms only permit those below the Dragon Transformation realm or below the Divine Union realm to enter. Of course, if someone surpasses the realm master, they can forcibly break in. However, this could cause immense damage to the items within the secret realm, and major sects strictly prohibit such actions. In summary, although these things are precious, they are also hot potatoes. Li Chu listened attentively, pondering for a moment, and said, "Why do I feel like you are trying to scare me? Are you trying to make me think this thing is extremely dangerous so that I will willingly hand it over to you?" But that's the truth." Li Sini blinked and said, "Moreover, the treasure key you have is only 1/4 of the whole. It is not complete. If you don't know where to find the rest of the key, this thing is meaningless to you. So what do you want to do?" Li Chu asked. "You give me the treasure key, and the Heavenly K can give you a portion of monetary compensation. How about that?" Li Sini said. Li Chu nodded. "That suits me." He had no intention of keeping this thing anyway. Although Li Sini had been emphasizing the dangers of the secret realm, she was speaking the truth. If it were a complete treasure key, he might have to think it over. But since this item was incomplete, and he had no idea where to find the next part, it was indeed meaningless. If he could exchange it for money, that would be great. Li Sini said, "Then name your price. I must remind you, what treasures are in this secret realm is still unknown. And it is not a complete treasure key, so don't think of asking for too much." Li Chu pondered for a moment and said, 500 taels. "All right, 500 taels of gold. No going back on your word." Li Sini decisively sealed the deal, showing a hint of impatience. Li Chu's pupils subtly flickered. He hadn't thought about wanting gold. 500 taels of gold would be 5,000 taels of silver. This amount could buy a fairly luxurious residence even in Hangzhou or Chaoga City. This shows how valuable this secret realm is in Li Sini's mind, and it seems he had underestimated its worth. Li Sini recalled how he had promised that nightmare earlier and muttered, "A man's words are like a ghost's lies." It's nothing." Li Sini quickly shook her head and changed the subject. "Actually, I've always been curious. You don't seem like a very materialistic person. So why do you care so much about wealth? Many practitioners regard gold and silver as worthless. Why care about money?" Li Chu thought for a moment and said, "Money, as a general equivalent, is a great invention of human society. Since then, many things that cannot be quantified have gained their value. For me, I cannot understand many thoughts and feelings of others. I can only reach a consensus through general equivalence." Li Sini listened, feeling puzzled. After a pause, she asked, "But I don't see you spending money usually. You and your master both live quite simply. What do you plan to do with all that money?" Li Chu answered without hesitation, "Buy a house." Li Sini was taken aback. Li Chu's eyes shone with a penetrating light. In this world, anything could go wrong. But buying a house would definitely not be a mistake. Li Sini's heart slowly formed a question mark. At the same time they were descending the mountain. On the other side of Miaofeng Mountain, Two figures were also slowly leaving. Li Chu had seen these two, the ugly, strong Taoist from the Xianxiu temple and the short, ordinary-looking Taoist, who were brothers walking side by side. The ugly, strong Taoist said angrily, "It's all this damned mountain's fault. It's so big, and we have to search carefully. It might take us 10 days or half a month to finish." His cursing was truly unreasonable. The little master uncle is about to reach Jiangnan, and brother Zhang is also eager to show off in front of him. After all, it is said that our next temple master will very likely be the little master uncle. Humph. The ugly, strong Taoist snorted. If he is in a hurry, he should come himself. His own brother went missing here, and he doesn't come to look for him, but just urges us from over there. What's that about? Hey, brother Shui, mind your words. The short Taoist quickly pulled him back, saying that brother Zhang stayed at the county office to protect Gongsun Darren, which is also a priority for us since that is our nominal task. The ugly, strong Taoist spat. Protect my ass. He just has his eyes on that girl. He is lusting after her. How despicable. Brother Shui, you can vent your complaints to me, but don't let others hear it. Brother Zhang has a bad temper. Am I the one with a good temper? I say the same in front of him. He. The bright moon hung high, and the quiet mountain was silent. The two Taoists did not notice that a pair of sharp eyes were watching them from behind. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Chapter 53, The Master of Meishi Study. In her opinion, exchanging 500 taels of gold for a quarter of the secret realm treasure key is an incredible bargain. Not just her, but probably every practitioner from the sect would think so. To most practitioners, gold and silver become useless after a certain point. Only things that benefit cultivation can be considered wealth. The secret realm is undoubtedly a windfall. Obtaining this quarter of the secret realm treasure key can even be said to be a greater achievement than eliminating a ghost commander. After all, for a sect at the level of the 12 immortal gates, no matter how powerful the ghostly being is eliminated, people would only consider it a matter of course, and it's hard to gain prestige. However, the secret realm can directly bring huge benefits to the sect. Compared to the weak Li Chu, a giant like Xianxiaaudiobooks has a significant advantage in finding the other 3 treasure keys. Although this matter was initiated by someone, Miss Li also paid for it. The 500 taels of gold were easily approved, but there is another issue. The matter of the secret realm is crucial. It cannot be left to Li Xin alone and must be handled by a true expert to ensure safety. After all, the process of finding the secret realm is not without the risk of others coveting it. Concerning interests, no one would back down just because of your Xianxiaaudiobooks name. In fact, the larger the sect, the more it should have learned from bloody lessons. However, Xianxiaaudiobooks is different from other immortal gates. Its disciples are distributed across the 72 prefectures of the 9 provinces, which is quite a terrifying number. Even among the giants at the level of the 12 immortal gates, few forces can be spread so thin. At the same time, due to the numerous sects in Hangzhou, with dozens of large and small ones, it is easy to find assistance when dealing with evil. Therefore, there are not many experts from Xianxiaaudiobooks stationed in Hangzhou. Many times, they prefer to collaborate with outsiders to deal with evil. Li Xin would rather ask Li Chu for help multiple times than request aid from the sect. Partly due to this reason, insufficient manpower. Of course, the key reason is that Li Chu is just too useful. Good quality at a low price. However, collaborating to deal with evil is acceptable, but finding a secret realm is clearly not. Such matters involving fundamental interests must be handled by their own people. But at this moment, the experts stationed in Hangzhou happen to be dispatched. After all, there are dozens of small counties like Yuhang County, and the number of strange cases combined is quite significant. Not every place has a Li Chu. Just as the superior was pondering where to draw manpower from, Li Xin said, "Perhaps I can ask my master to come out." The superior was overjoyed. If the master of Meishi study can come out, that would be wonderful. Li Xin's master, known as the master of Meishi study, also called Meishi Shirtai in the martial world, is a renowned figure within Xianxiaaudiobooks. In recent years, she has reached a bottleneck in her cultivation and has been in seclusion at Meishi study outside Hangzhou, ignoring mundane affairs. However, Li Xin is her disciple and often visits her master, knowing her condition better. After all, in Xianxiaaudiobooks, those in seclusion can take long paid leave. This is the benefit of relying on the court. Once everything was settled, she immediately left the city and arrived at Meishi study. 7 miles outside the city, there is a hillside planted with plum trees, with a clear stream winding around the base. When the plum blossoms bloom, they cover the mountain stream, hence the name. Meishi study is located at the back of this hillside. Meishi Shirtai is not a nun, but a female Taoist. Xianxiaaudiobooks does not belong to a single lineage of Taoism, but it does not prohibit its disciples from practicing Buddhism and Taoism. Meishi Shirtai chose to become a nun on her own, unrelated to cultivation. Li Xin arrived at Meishi study and knocked on the door. After a while, a gentle voice sounded, "Xin, come in." Li Xin then respectfully pushed the door open and entered. Passing through the front courtyard, She arrived at the backyard, where Meishi Shirtai was burning incense and meditating in a clean room, looking as if she hadn't moved for a long time. She had just used her voice transmission. Disciple greets master. Hee, it's been a while since you've come to see me. How is it? Are you having fun with that little Taoist from Yuhang Town? Meishi Shirtai opened her eyes and teased. Practitioners do not age easily. Although she is called Shirtai, she still looks radiant and spirited, with a tranquility in her eyes that reflects years of experience compared to a youthful girl like Li Sini. Li Sini stood in front of her, feeling like mother and daughter, or like sisters. Oh dear, master, you are teasing me again. Li Sini huffed, moving a cushion to sit opposite Meishi Shirtai. I came this time because I have an important matter to discuss with you. Oh, what important matter? Meishi Shirtai asked with a smile in her eyes. Li Sini said, I would like to ask you to come out of seclusion for a while. Then, Li Sini recounted the events of the past days in detail. After all, in front of her master, there was nothing to hide. Of course, she still had to conceal her infatuation with Li Chu. After listening, Meishi Shirtai pondered. The secret realm is indeed an important matter. I have never heard of any powerful beings appearing near Yuhang Town before, and I wonder where the treasure key of the secret realm has come from. Anyway, since I have nothing to do, I can go with you to take a look. Li Sini was delighted. Thank you, master. By the way, I also want to meet that little Taoist you've been thinking about. What are you saying, master? Li Sini's face turned red. I haven't mentioned him much. Exactly. If you weren't thinking about him all the time, why would you keep deliberately avoiding him? Meishi Shirtai stood up and walked outside, her face filled with the smile of someone who has been through it all. Li Sini fell silent. Meishi Shirtai entered the courtyard, waved her sleeve, and with a whoosh, a plum tree branch appeared out of thin air in front of her. Although this plum branch had no roots or soil, it bore 7 blooming plum flowers, which was quite extraordinary. The plum branch hung in the air, swelled in the wind, and elongated by 100-fold, transforming into a massive branch as thick as a house beam, with the 7 plum flowers growing to the size of grinding discs. Let's go, Meishi Shirtai called out, lifted her foot, and lightly sat on one of the plum flowers. Li Xianxiaaudiobooks also climbed onto another plum flower. The enlarged plum flowers were soft, yet sturdy, and sitting on them was accompanied by a wave of fragrance, making it rather comfortable. Li Xianxiaaudiobooks buried her face in the flower and took a deep breath. It had been many years since she sat on her master's 7 wonderful flower branches. She still remembered how much she loved playing on these plum flowers when she was younger. You must work hard in your cultivation. When you reach the realm of divine harmony, I will gift you one, Meishi Shirtai said with a gentle smile, waving her sleeve again, and the plum branch slowly ascended into the sky, leaving the dust behind. In just a moment, the plum branch arrived above Shirley Slope. Seeing many people waiting below in Deyunguan, Meishi Shirtai descended from afar, and the master and disciple walked over on foot to avoid disturbing the common people. At this moment, Li Xianxiaaudiobooks, familiar with the place, shouted from a distance, "Come to the gate of Chaotianke to do business." Li Chu came out to greet them. Li Xianxiaaudiobooks said, "This is my master, the owner of Meishi Zhai. You can also call her Meishi Shirtai." Li Chu hurriedly bowed. "I have met the Shirtai." Upon seeing Li Chu, Meishi Shirtai's eyes brightened. "You are indeed a person of good appearance. My disciple mentioned your stunning looks earlier, and I thought she was exaggerating." Li Chu smiled. "Thank you for the compliment, Shirtai. I am undeserving. Please, both of you, come inside." He generously offered a smile, because he knew these two were there to bring money, leading them into the courtyard. Meishi Shirtai said, "Your temple is quite lively. In terms of incense offerings, it might rival many larger temples in Hangzhou." As she spoke, she noticed the monthly incense offering list in the courtyard. It was the end of the month, and the numbers were already quite exaggerated, prompting her to praise. "What a remarkable achievement." Li Chu replied, "It was my master's idea. It seems your master is quite an extraordinary person." Meishi Shirtai said with a smile as she walked into the Sanqing Hall. Li Chu pointed, "This is my master, you Shirtai?" He didn't finish his sentence because he noticed that the moment Meishi Shirtai saw his master, her shoulders trembled. Her beautiful eyes instantly became dazed, as if they were filled with stories. Yu Qian was still reading the palm of a female worshipper, turning her hand over for quite some time before saying a couple of words. It was probably something ominous, scaring the female worshipper so much that she tightly grasped his old hand. After a while, the female worshipper left after buying 2 fortune-turning talismans, and he straightened up. When he looked up, he saw Li Chu leading the visibly emotional Meishi Shirtai standing at the door. Yu Qian was also stunned at the scene. Her eyes instantly turned red, her lips trembled, and she called out, "Lei Gu." This call was filled with heartbreak. Chapter 54, The Master's Ex-Girlfriend 1. This call of Lei Gu made Yu Qian's old face flush, and he couldn't quite express his emotions. Finally, he just smiled and said, "Let's go to the back courtyard." He turned and walked ahead, while Meishi Shirtai followed silently, her eyes red. Behind Yu Qian, Xiao Yu Air and behind Mei Shi Shirtai, Li Xiane, both girls' eyes were ignited with intense gossip flames. There was definitely something going on. Li Chu appeared calm, but he quickened his pace and, as he passed Xiao Yu Air, reminded her, take care of things here. However, Xiao Yu Air was unwilling. She pouted. Feeling wronged, I want to see the excitement too. You bully fish. In the back courtyard of De Yunguan, beside the stone well, Yu Qian and Mei Shi Shirtai sat facing each other. He poured 2 cups of tea, one for Mei Shi Shirtai and one for himself. His movements were composed, with a casual elegance, accompanied by a gentle breeze. His robes fluttered, and his hair swayed, carrying fallen leaves on his shoulders, exuding an indescribable otherworldly aura. Mei Shi Shirtai was momentarily mesmerized. In a daze, she seemed to see that year when spring was in full bloom on the long street, riding together. With rain mist like a dream, taking shelter from the rain under the eaves, she gazed into a pair of deep eyes, like the gentle breeze carrying fine snow from Mount Hua. Oh, the lean face from her memory overlapped with the wrinkled, old face in front of her. Her tears finally couldn't help but rolled down in big drops as she cried out, Lei Gu, you've aged. Haha, yes. Yu Qian chuckled lightly. You still look so beautiful, even more so than before. He raised his teacup and took a sip. Mei Shi Shirtai looked at Li Chu standing behind him and asked, is he your son? No wonder he has your youthful demeanor. Uffed. Yu Qian nearly spat out his tea, hurriedly wiped his mouth, and explained, no, Li Chu is just my adopted disciple. We have no blood relation. Well, if you insist he resembles me, I would admit it. Perhaps after so many years by my side, he has picked up some of my qualities. Mei Shi Shirtai broke into a smile, and behind her, Li Xiane saw the atmosphere soften a bit, placing her hand on her master's shoulder and asking, Master, why do you call Taoist you Lei Gu? Growing up in Mei Shi Zhai these years, she vaguely knew that her master was thinking of someone unspeakable, but she never imagined that this person would actually be Yu Qian. She had always thought that Li Chu's master was a strange old man. Well, specifically, what was strange about him? Strange in appearance. She had some concern that her master might have been deceived. Mei Shi Shirtai stared at Yu Qian and said, Taoist you. Wasn't your name that spread throughout Hangzhou back in the day, Li Lei? Everyone looked at him curiously. Yu Qian chuckled awkwardly. In the Jianghu, one must prepare several aliases. Moreover, he waved his sleeve, gazing into the distance, and sighed. People like me, no matter where we go, are always burdened by fame. It's something we can't escape even if we want to. Unfortunately, I have to change my name wherever I go to find some peace. In these years, I have been in the Tao sect and inquired about your news. But no one knew. I didn't expect you had changed your name, Mei Shi Shirtai said with a hint of melancholy. Even more unexpected is that with your extraordinary cultivation, you would remain incognito in this small temple outside of town. Yu Qian responded, big temples, small temples, it's all about the Tao. What does it have to do with the temple? His tone was filled with an undeniable aura of a master. Li Xiane blinked curiously and whispered, is Taoist use cultivation very high? She had always thought that Li Chu's master was just an old man without much skill, only staring at her chest. Of course, even if he had skills, it wouldn't affect her evaluation of his other behaviors. Mei Shi Shirtai reminisced, 30 years ago in Hangzhou. Who didn't know about the sudden emergence of Taoist Li Lei? He was handsome and extraordinary, debunking the 10 high monks of Shuangfei Temple with eloquence, and slaying demons at Yinda Mountain, returning with wine under the moon. It's a pity no one has truly seen him take action. Those who have witnessed his powers are all dead. Yu Qian waved his hand. Let's not mention that. Yes, some things are better left unsaid, but some matters should be addressed. Mei Shi Shirtai changed the subject and her gaze turned stern. I have been looking for you all these years to ask you one question. Why did you leave without saying goodbye? Now that we have met, it seems heaven wants to give me an answer. Yu Qian's eyelids twitched. Indeed, no matter how old a woman gets, she can change her expression in an instant. Li Chu's pupils also contracted. Although Mei Shi Shirtai's tone was calm, he had already keenly sensed the aura of danger from it. It was likely that if his master said something wrong next, it would immediately stir up a storm of bloodshed. He had heard Li Sini mention the name of Master Mei Shi, a renowned figure within the Chaotian. With cultivation at the peak of the transformation dragon realm, which could not be said to be weak. However, the master's cultivation was sky-high, so naturally, he could suppress her. Even if it really came to a fight, he shouldn't need to lend a hand. As a junior, it was better to just watch quietly. Yu Qianan's throat rolled a few times, and after a long pause, he slowly said, Mayor, the reason I left without saying goodbye back then is all because of you. Because of me? Master Mei Shi was taken aback. The sentimental feelings have always led to empty regrets, and this regret is endless. Yu Qianan suddenly recited 2 lines of poetry. Shaking his head, he continued, I have always been someone who dislikes being bound. Your feelings for me are too much. Too sincere and too heavy. They weigh down on my shoulders, and I fear they will diminish. Even a bit of loss would cause me pain. But it has already reached its peak. It cannot increase, only decrease, and I am afraid. Gradually, I have been bound by this feeling. Rather than watching it disappear day by day, I thought it would be better to leave while it is still at its most intense. This way, we can leave the deepest impression of each other in our hearts. After so many years, when we meet again, we can let go and sit here calmly. Isn't that good? Master Meishi pressed further. Have you let go? Yu Qianan smiled slightly, looking at her with a profound gaze, and remained silent. After a long time, Master Meishi looked up at the layers of clouds in the sky and softly said, "So love will disappear, right?" When the two left the Diyun temple, it was still early, and in fact, they hadn't stayed long. The conversation between Master Meishi and Yu Qianan was but a few sentences, but for the two who had been separated for a long time, it seemed to be enough. Leaving money and taking the key to the secret realm, Master Meishi got up and left without nostalgia. Outside, Li Sini cautiously asked, "So, Master, did you give me the surname Li because of him?" Master Meishi's secular surname was Han, and after adopting her, she named herself Li, which she had been curious about before. Now thinking about it, it might be related to Yu Qianan's alias. Master Meishi said nothing more, just nodded. "Master, you've been looking for him for so many years. Why did you just say a few words and leave?" Li Sini asked again. Master Meishi smiled. "When I was young, I always felt that the past was full of bitterness, and I needed to seize everything. But now that I'm older, I feel that there is plenty of time ahead. Anyway, he can't just leave without a word like he did back then. If he could run away, could the Taoist not escape? You plan to. I plan to complete the tasks of the sect first, then we will go to Miaofeng Mountain." Master Meishi turned around, her eyes shining with a sharp light once again. Inside the Diyun temple, Yu Qianan was nervously twisting his beard, lost in thought, muttering, "No. No." After thinking for a long time, he looked up at Li Chu and said, "Disciple, how about we run away?" Li Chu was taken aback, but didn't Master Meishi already leave? Alas, seeing her leave so easily, I guess she didn't plan to let me go easily. Yu Qianan sighed repeatedly. This was the first time Li Chu had seen Yu Qianan so flustered. He couldn't help but feel that matters of the heart were too complicated, even disrupting the master's state of mind. Touching the fresh silver notes in his pocket, he felt secure. Wasn't this thing fragrant? Chapter 55, Two Taoists. At this moment on Miaofeng Mountain, the ugly strong Taoist and the short Taoist slowly opened their eyes, leaning against a sturdy tree trunk, watching the leaves rustle above and the fragmented blue sky. Feeling a bit dizzy. Did we seem to be ambushed? On this vast Miaofeng Mountain, they didn't know when they would find an end. Clearly, they were waiting for the little master uncle to arrive, so he could sweep the area with his divine sense, and they estimated it would take just 2 days to search the entire mountain. However, Senior Brother Zhang insisted they use such a primitive method to search the mountain, wanting to show the little master uncle their results. There was no other way. Since he had high cultivation and status, the 2 little lackeys had to obediently come out to work, feeling very unlucky. Who knew that they hadn't gone far up the mountain when suddenly a gust of wind came from behind, and both of them felt darkness in front of their eyes and fainted. Speaking of which, they were disciples of the Shinshu temple. Although they were young, their cultivation was in the mid to late stages of Qi-Si realm, and they generally wouldn't be so easily subdued. They had no idea who the ambusher was, but the attack was surprisingly swift. While they were thinking, they heard a sharp voice nearby. "Oh, you guys are awake. Huh." The ugly strong Taoist and the short Taoist moved slightly, realizing they could only turn their heads, and then they fully understood their situation. It turned out they were both tied to this big tree. The two quickly exerted force to struggle. Normal ropes naturally couldn't bind cultivators, but the rope binding them was made of some unknown material, and for a time, they couldn't break free, and the more they struggled, the tighter it became, making them almost unable to breathe. That sharp voice continued, "Don't struggle. This is East Sea Viper Dragon Tendon, which tightens the more it encounters true energy, specifically made to deal with cultivators." The two had no choice but to give up and resignedly look towards the speaker. Next to the tree stood 3 people, all glaring at them with unfriendly eyes. One was a burly, fierce-looking blonde man, and the other was a lanky, sinister-looking man, both sitting cross-legged on the ground. These 2 men had the kind of appearance that if you accidentally looked at them while walking on the street, you would feel a shiver in your heart, thinking you might be robbed of money or something else. In any case, you would lose something, let alone in this kind of situation. Both Taoists couldn't help but feel a tightness in their hearts, hoping they were only after money. Next to these 2 men stood another person. Wait a minute. So big. The 2 Taoists couldn't help but exchange a glance, both seeing a hint of shock in each other's eyes. Why is it so big? A monster. It must be a monster. However, this was not the focus they should be concerned about right now, right? But it really is very big. Indeed. After a brief exchange of glances, the The two Taoists reached a tacit understanding without words. If it was her, then being robbed of color wouldn't be a problem. The third person was a languidly graceful woman, dressed in a pale white wide-sleeved cross-collared skirt, with a light veil draped over her shoulders, ribbons fluttering, and a brocade white embroidered bodice, on which two mandarin ducks were embroidered. The poor mandarin ducks were quite burdened, already somewhat deformed. Indeed, this was the trio who had come to Yuhang town that day, determined to take revenge for Leopard 5. They had been secretly observing the few Taoists of the Shenshu temple for several days, finally figuring out the movement patterns of two of them, and decisively chose to strike at Miaofeng Mountain. The blond man approached the two and remained silent, but his heavy pressure made both Taoists feel a chill in their hearts. The blond man's cheeks had 3 faint golden whisker marks on each side, which weren't noticeable unless you looked closely. Seeing this, the ugly strong Taoist suddenly widened his eyes and shouted, "Golden Lion! You are the gold medal killer of the Qingyi Tower, Golden Lion." He had seen this person at the city gate of Chaoga before. It was this monster's wanted poster. At that time, it had infiltrated Chaoga City to assassinate a high-ranking official, then retreated unscathed. The current authorities were furious and ordered the diviners of the Chaotian K to conduct a thorough divination, which revealed the identity and appearance of this fiend. Unfortunately, they had never been able to catch it. Although he couldn't remember the exact appearance, those golden whisker marks left a deep impression on him. "Humph," Golden Lion sneered. "Since you recognize me, you must have heard of my reputation, so I won't hide anything from you." He pointed to the two people beside him. "These are my sworn brother and sister, Li Si and Mao Jiao. We have some questions for you today." The ugly strong Taoist looked at the few people in front of him and silently cursed. The Qingyi Tower was filled with ruthless killers, and it was natural for them to lack humanity. Once they fell into their hands, escaping would be difficult. The woman Mao Jiao suddenly said lazily, "Why do these two look so lecherous?" Li Si immediately replied, "Blind them." The short Taoist Pu Ai simply closed his eyes. Otherwise, it would be really hard to control himself. "Enough nonsense. Let me ask you, where did you Taoists come from?" The muscular man with golden hair asked directly. "Are you here to protect Gongsunjia?" "Yes. Our master is the renowned Chang Shoucheng from the Shenshu temple." Pu Ai Taoist swallowed and said, "Our master is good friends with Lord Gongsun. Hearing that he is in danger, he sent us to protect him. Moreover, my master is very protective. If he finds out someone harmed his disciple, he will definitely track down the culprit no matter where they are." "Humph." The Golden Lion sneered again. "Do you think I would be afraid?" Pu Ai Taoist shrank his neck and weakly said, "Just a kind reminder." "All right, then let me ask you again. How many people did you bring this time?" "4, the ugly and strong Taoist replied. The Golden Lion's expression stiffened, twisting his neck. "How many exactly?" Pu Ai Taoist and the ugly strong Taoist exchanged glances. "Where did the 5 come from? These monsters are fierce. If they know there are only a few of us, what if they come to the Yamen and start a massacre? No one in Yuhang town can stop them." "What do you mean?" "We just said that our little master uncle has already arrived. He can make them wary." "Good. Brother, stop looking at that pair of mandarin ducks. If you keep looking, I won't be able to help it either." "I'm done," the ugly strong Taoist slowly said. "There are indeed 5 of our little master uncles from the Shenshu temple as well. I just forgot earlier." "Little master uncle?" The tall, thin man frowned. "I've been watching you for days. How come I've never seen this person?" My little master uncle came early. He usually keeps a low profile, so it's normal if you haven't seen him," Pu Ai Taoist explained. The Golden Lion's face revealed a strange smile. "Is he highly skilled?" "My little master uncle, Jiang Shoyin, has the bearing of an earth immortal. He is exceptionally talented and unrivaled in Chaosong City. We can't even confirm how high his cultivation is. He was at the initial stage of the dragon transformation realm yesterday, and today he might be at the mid-stage, and tomorrow possibly at the late stage. In short, he is very powerful," Pu Ai Taoist exaggeratedly said. The ugly strong Taoist understood his intention and secretly admired his cleverness. Not specifying the realm of the little master uncle would leave these monsters uncertain and more likely to instill fear in them. I said, "How could these wasteful fellows kill the 5th one? It turns out they're a big fish." The Golden Lion grinned maliciously. Both the ugly strong Taoist and Pu Ai Taoist were taken aback. "What does that mean? Who is the 5th? That's about enough. Jiomei, deal with them," the tall, thin man said. Cat 9 slowly walked forward, her beautiful pupils staring directly at the two Taoists. "Look into my eyes. Don't look down. Do you not understand? Raise your eyes." After a scolding, the two Taoists finally raised their eyes to meet hers. Suddenly, the world spun and colors blurred. The two Taoists simultaneously had the last thought. "Oh no, soul capture." Chapter 56, The Little Master Uncle Riding a Donkey. Outside Hangzhou Prefecture, a donkey ambled out onto the official road. This donkey had a shiny blue coat, its eyes sparkling with vitality, looking even more impressive than an ordinary tall horse. On the donkey's back leaned a little Taoist dressed in a deep blue robe with a white base. He looked to be in his teens, perhaps a little older, with a baby face making it hard to judge his age. His skin was fair, his phoenix eyes long and narrow, exuding a casual demeanor. On his head, he had a slightly tilted Taoist bun, resting on the donkey's back while dozing off. On both sides were fields of grass swaying in the breeze. And in the distance stood the rolling green mountains, creating a rather poetic scene with the little Taoist riding the donkey. However, a sudden clatter of hooves broke this tranquility. The Taoist frowned slightly and squinted to see a group of horse-riding youths coming up, shouting. This group seemed to be wealthy young masters, dressed in fine garments, riding horses recklessly, causing chaos at the city gate. As they passed by the little Taoist, someone sneered at his donkey and let out a few mocking laughs. Some even deliberately cracked a whip near the donkey's ear, trying to scare it. After they passed, the little Taoist appeared unfazed, closing his eyes to doze off again. But when this group of galloping youths continued forward and had galloped for a while, they suddenly noticed another donkey appeared on the official road ahead. On the donkey's back was another baby-faced Taoist, just like the previous one. Hey, they looked somewhat puzzled, and a bold one came forward, unceremoniously asking, Taoist, weren't you left behind by us? How did you get ahead so quickly? The little Taoist glanced at him and closed his eyes again, clearly showing he was too lazy to respond. Humph. The young man snorted coldly, spurred his horse, and galloped ahead. A cloud of dust immediately enveloped the donkey behind. Enjoy the dust. The horse's hooves flew, this time running faster than before, but before long, they saw another donkey appear ahead. The donkey's back still had that same baby-faced Taoist. All the youths suddenly had ghostly expressions. Some, not believing in evil, stepped forward and shouted, Taoist, did you use magic? How can this donkey repeatedly get ahead of us? This time, the little Taoist didn't even bother to open his eyes, just casually waved his hand as if swatting at a fly. The young man, having received such cold treatment, raised his hand to whip down. But he didn't dare aim at the mysterious Taoist. Instead, he aimed for the donkey's rear. He wanted to see if this donkey would panic and run around, or if it could remain so composed. But before the whip could fall, the donkey raised its head and let out a loud bray. The sound was as loud as thunder, exploding in the clear sky. Several youths were startled and nearly fell off their horses. But the ones more frightened were the horses beneath them. It was unclear what divine power was in the donkey's bray, but all the surrounding horses were scared out of their wits, bolting away in a panic. The once peaceful official road was now filled with their frantic cries. My horse got spooked. My horse got spooked. My horse is gone. My horse too. The little Taoist on the donkey seemed to be asleep, but upon seeing their plight, he gently smiled. Before long, the donkey appeared outside Yuhang town. The little Taoist then slightly raised himself, surveying the bustling market around, revealing an interested expression. The donkey ambled to the outside of the Yuhang County office, and the little Taoist finally dismounted and approached the gatekeeper, saying, I am Jiang Shoyin from the Xianxia Temple in Chaosong, here to pay a visit to Lord Gongsun. Please report. The gatekeeper, seeing his impressive demeanor, knew he was not an ordinary person, and said, Please wait a moment, Taoist, and hurried to report. Upon receiving the news, Gongsun immediately came out to greet him personally, followed by another disciple from the Xianxia Temple, Zhang Yushi. Haha. I often heard of the name of little Taoist Jiang while in Chaosong City. It's a pity I never got to meet him. But I didn't expect to see him here, Gongsun smiled. I travel the world seeking opportunities to break through. Passing through Jiangnan, I heard some of my junior disciples were here, so I thought I'd stop by for a visit. I sincerely apologize for disturbing Lord Gongsun's official duties. Jiang Shoyin also politely bowed. Gongsun repeatedly said, Not at all, not at all. However, in reality, he was somewhat busy. The previous county magistrate hadn't left him any capable hands, and the Yuhang County office was basically filled with a bunch of good-for-nothings. He had been planning to recruit a couple of clerks or advisors to help him handle affairs. He had just been discussing matters with someone when he heard that a little master uncle from the Xianxia Temple had arrived, so he hurried out to meet him. Jiang Shoyin was quite a prominent young talent in Chaosong as well. At his age and cultivation, he was indeed extraordinarily gifted. But to say that Gongsun held him in such high regard was not entirely accurate. More importantly, he was virtually the designated successor of the old master of the Xianxia Temple, which was why he was valued by many. Zhang Yushi was the leader of the disciples from the Xianxia Temple who had been here previously. He had always given off an impression of arrogance and treated his fellow junior disciples with a temperamental haughtiness. However, in front of Jiang Shoyin, he was all smiles and very obedient, despite being 5 or 6 years older than Jiang Shoyin. This time, seeing the little master uncle's inner light subdued and his true intent harmonious, it was likely that the time for the 3 elements to merge and transform into a dragon was not far off. Xianxiaaudiobooks was quite adept at flattering and could do it effortlessly. It was hard to say. The dragon gate was difficult to pass. Perhaps it would be tomorrow. Or perhaps he would never ascend in this life. It all depended on opportunities. Jiang Shoyin shook his head. The little master uncle had practiced body refinement at 9, reached the Qi Si at 11, and entered the realm of merging the divine at 15. Even the legendary heavenly spiritual roots were no better than this. If you said you couldn't transform into a dragon, I, Xianxiaaudiobooks, would be the first to disagree. Xianxiaaudiobooks patted his chest and said. Jiang Shoyin glanced at him. Stop flattering me all the time. How is the task assigned by the temple going? Xianxiaaudiobooks' voice faltered. I sit here every day guarding Lord Gongsun. And the secret tasks are handled by Junior Brother Shui and Junior Brother Lu. They have been searching Miaofeng Mountain day and night recently, but have yet to yield any results. How could I trouble my little master uncle with such matters? Jiang Shoyin frowned slightly. The matter of the secret realm of the hidden dragon is very important to me. As long as we can find it. I don't mind the trouble, but I'm afraid the people from the Guanghan sect will get there first. Xianxiaaudiobooks blinked. The people from the Guanghan sect are here too? I heard that a disciple from the Yaoqi of Guanghan sect is about to break through. It's strange if they don't come for the dragon fruit in the hidden dragon secret realm. They might arrive even earlier than us. The scoundrels from the Guanghan sect. They likely harmed my brother back then and even framed him for something he didn't do. My brother's fate is still uncertain. Xianxiaaudiobooks gritted his teeth. Yes. Xianxiaaudiobooks could only nod. He understood Jiang Shoyin's intention. Becoming a named disciple meant he could be kicked out at any time, thus avoiding all responsibilities. Those who made mistakes would become named disciples even if they weren't. This was an old trick of the sect. Just then, the door attendant suddenly brought in a letter. Xianxiaaudiobooks took it and handed it to Jiang Shoyin. The little Taoist opened it and saw a line of crooked large characters on it. We have your 2 people. If you want them to live, come to the southern peak of Miaofeng Mountain at midnight tonight. Jiang Shoyin was taken aback upon reading the letter. He had just arrived in Yuhang town. How could local enemies come looking for him? Strange. Chapter 57. Who have I offended? Xianxiaaudiobooks quickly shook his head. We follow our master's teachings and dare not be reckless. On the surface, we are protecting Lord Gongsun while secretly intensifying the search for the secret realm. Junior Brother Shui and Junior Brother Lu have been in the mountains all day. How could they have made enemies? Moreover, the other party specifically named you. Hesitating for a moment, he ultimately didn't dare to say the latter part. Jiang Shoyin sensed his meaning and laughed in anger. I just arrived in Yuhang town. How could I have made enemies here? If it were enemies from elsewhere, how could they have come here in advance to target them? Yes. Xianxiaaudiobooks quickly nodded, paused, and then said, Junior Brother Shui and Junior Brother Lu are also not weak. Who in this small town of Jiangnan could deal with them? Could it be the people from the Guanghan sect? Jiang Shoyin pondered for a moment and shook his head. This is not the style of the Guanghan sect. Forget it. Thinking too much is useless. I'll go take a look tonight. Xianxiaaudiobooks said. All right, why don't I go with you, little master uncle? Although this side of the Yamen only has junior sister Yuning left to hold down the fort, I still worry about your safety and fear it might be a trap to lure you away. You absolutely cannot take risks alone. He hesitated for a long time, appearing torn between what to do. Jiang Shoyin silently rolled his eyes. You just stay here. If I can't handle it, how can you make a difference? Xianxiaaudiobooks secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but wore a face full of self-reproach. It's all my fault for being useless. I can't help my little master uncle. If you really want to help, go feed the donkey. It's still somewhat useful, Jiang Shoyin said lazily. Yes, Xianxiaaudiobooks replied and went out. But upon reflection, he felt something was off. Tonight, Miaofeng Mountain was exceptionally quiet. The baby-faced little Taoist rode his donkey slowly up the mountain, lost in thought on the donkey's back. Who could have kidnapped his 2 disciples and specifically asked for him to come rescue them? From Chaoga City to Yuhang Town, or rather, for most of the past decade, he had been quietly cultivating. When he interacted with others, he had always been cautious and humble, believing he had no significant enemies. If it were due to slaying evil spirits, he had always eradicated evil thoroughly, never leaving any loose ends. Could it be that the other party was targeting Xianxiu Temple? Wanting to take advantage of the fact that he, the hope of Xianxiu Temple, was out traveling to secretly eliminate him? Thinking this way was indeed reasonable. However, although he was often said to be exceptionally talented, he was well aware that while he might be called a genius, he was not some heavenly spiritual root, reincarnated great power, or naturally born immortal body that would warrant others going to such lengths to eliminate him. Whether it was demonic cultivators or righteous peers, there was no need to target him when they had those who shone like stars. Could it simply be a straightforward kidnapping for ransom? Impossible. The other party hadn't mentioned anything about money. If it were for lust, he had an impression of the appearances of those 2 disciples. If that were the case, he could only give a big thumbs up to the kidnappers, praising them as real men. Wait a minute. A flash of lightning crossed his mind. What if the other party's lust was directed at him? He touched his smooth, tender skin and thought again about his handsome demeanor. Suddenly, he had an epiphany. Everything made sense. Where did these so-called enemies come from? It was simply someone coveting his body. Nowadays, even bad guys, while despicable, still have good taste. He felt he had seen through the other party's intentions and couldn't help but chuckle, his lips curling up high. Suddenly, he heard a woman's delicate voice cry out, "Help!" Xianxiaaudiobooks had appeared to be lost in thought all the way, but in reality, his divine sense had been enveloping a range of dozens of feet, taking in every blade of grass and tree in the night. At this moment, he saw a slender woman in white gauze running out from the forest, her expression panicked. Looking at her face, she seemed to be a beauty, and observing her figure, she was quite ample. Xianxiaaudiobooks, despite his good temperament, was still a teenager, and having focused on cultivation for many years, he had never seen such a scene. As the woman ran towards him, Xianxiaaudiobooks quickly sat up straight on the donkey. The donkey brayed twice. Xianxiaaudiobooks' face turned red, and he could no longer sit still, jumping off the donkey. Just then, the woman stumbled as she ran out of the woods, tripped by the underbrush, and fell forward. Xianxiaaudiobooks hurriedly stepped forward, reaching out to support her arm, and gently asked, "Miss, have you encountered some danger?" "Taoist." The woman grasped his hand and instinctively hugged his arm to her chest, causing Xianxiaaudiobooks to feel as if his soul had left his body. He then heard the woman whispering in his ear, "There are monsters on this mountain." "Monsters?" "Yes. Taoist, save me. That monster is fierce." As the woman cried out, she looked up at Xianxiaaudiobooks. Her beautiful pupils suddenly shifted, and an unusual color burst forth. Unbeknownst to her, Xianxiaaudiobooks instantly closed his eyes. At the same time, his left hand had already clenched a palm thunder, and with a forceful push, bang, he had been prepared all along. This palm hit the woman's chest, sending her flying and crashing hard against a tree trunk. When she fell to the ground, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Xianxiaaudiobooks opened his eyes and said, "You monster! I saw through you from the beginning." This woman was none other than Cat 9. Seeing her plot fail and getting injured instead, she quickly got up and turned to flee, moving with great speed, transforming into a streak of white light in the forest. But Xianxiaaudiobooks would not easily let her go. He usually seemed slow in everything he did, but when facing an enemy, he appeared to have transformed into a different person. He called to the donkey, "Wait for me at the foot of the mountain," while simultaneously launching a blue sword pellet. With a clang, the sword pellet transformed into an ancient sword with pine patterns, radiating an imposing aura. This was the legendary sword of the Xianxiu temple, the Qingtian. The ancient sword soared through the air, and Xianxiaaudiobooks stepped onto the blade, instantly transforming into a streak of sword light that darted away. Swordsmanship. When a cultivator reaches the Qi realm, they can use wind techniques to fly briefly. Only upon reaching the Divine Union realm can they use magical tools to fly. And the most spectacular of these is, of course, flying with a sword. The Qingtian sword drew a dazzling tail flame as it sped through the forest, scattering trees and shattering anything that it touched. In just a moment, the sword light was about to catch up with that white shadow. Even if Cat 9 was uninjured, she could not be faster than the sword light. At that moment, a thunderous shout suddenly echoed, and a golden figure descended from the sky. It came so quickly. Xianxiaaudiobooks flipped his hand to raise the 8 trigram seal of the Tao Gate, positioning a black and white 8 trigrams diagram as a shield. Boom. The 8 trigram seal, raised with all his cultivation, was nearly shattered by a single punch. With a bang, Xianxiaaudiobooks was knocked off the flying sword by the immense force, and the sword came to a halt. He flipped over and landed on the ground, sword in hand, ready to face the enemy. However, he saw that the golden figure had swiftly leaped away, disappearing back into the dark forest dozens of yards away. Xianxiaaudiobooks exhaled a breath of foul air, feeling a heaviness in his chest. This person was too formidable, or perhaps they could not be called a person at all, though they had fully taken form. The thick demonic aura could no longer be concealed once they made a move. They were monsters. Little Martial Uncle, save us. Had Little Martial Uncle come? Just as he was in doubt, he heard someone ahead calling for help. Xianxiaaudiobooks extended his consciousness in the direction of the voice and saw 2 Taoists tied to a large tree in the forest ahead. One was ugly but strong, and the other was of ordinary appearance and short stature, his 2 unfortunate disciples. He cautiously scanned the surroundings, confirming that there were no ambushes with every step before slowly approaching. Little Martial Uncle, you finally came. Both the ugly strong Taoist and the ordinary short Taoist called out in unison. While Xianxiaaudiobooks waved his sword to help them untie, he asked, "What have you done? Why did you attract such a highly skilled monster? Does Little Martial Uncle not know?" The ugly strong Taoist retorted. Xianxiaaudiobooks looked at him. Suddenly, the ordinary short Taoist's eyes flashed with a glint, and his right hand transformed into a long sword, stabbing toward Xianxiaaudiobooks. Jiang Shuyin had no guard against these two and was struck in the left rib by this sword. Fortunately, his reaction was quick, as the sword tip pierced his body. He struck the ordinary short Taoist away with a palm, then flipped his hand to intercept the ugly strong Taoist sword, kicking him away as well. Subduing these two took only a moment. At the same time, he realized that they must have fallen under a soul-capturing technique. His experience in the martial world was still insufficient. Despite being so cautious, he was still lightly injured. A stream of blood light followed the long sword as it left his body, and strange sounds immediately echoed through the forest. After several ambushes, were they finally going to launch a full-scale attack? These monsters were so cunning and venomous, clearly wanting to put him to death. At this critical moment, another thought arose uncontrollably in Jiang Shuyin's mind, one that he couldn't shake off. That is, who the hell did I offend? Chapter 58. At this moment, a little Taoist happened to pass by. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Shuyin dispelled the distracting thoughts in his mind, opened his senses fully, and awaited the upcoming challenge. From the previous lightning-fast exchanges, he had already estimated the opponent's approximate strength in his mind. Very strong. However, even though the opponent was strong, it wouldn't be so simple if they wanted to keep him here permanently. At this moment, his mind was clear, and soon, images of the surrounding forest appeared in his mind. There were 3 enemies. The demoness from earlier was guarding at a distance, likely not planning to enter the fray just yet. Behind him, a tall, thin shadow crouched in a tree, its eyes shining brightly in the dark, perhaps waiting for an opportunity to ambush. Directly ahead, a burly blond man was striding towards him, and it seemed he was temporarily facing it alone. Heh! The golden lion walked over, crushing branches and trees underfoot without caring that the cracking sounds might alert its prey. I said to just take action directly, but they worried your strength was too great, so they set a few small traps. But I said, for a true powerhouse, these traps wouldn't have any effect. The golden lion wore a sinister grin, its fighting spirit blazing. Jiang Shuyin looked at it, and thought, I really want to ask, what kind of enmity do we have that warrants you going to such lengths to kill me? The golden lion coldly replied, it seems you don't know who we are. It pointed to the side. I am the golden lion. These two are my sworn brother and sister, Li Si and Cat 9. Speaking of which, it pointed to the sky. I also have a sworn brother named Leopard 5. After hearing this, Jiang Shuyin replied with an Then he asked, but what does this have to do with me? The golden lion glared at him. Did you not know who it was when you killed my 5th brother? Jiang Shuyin fell silent. He quickly searched his mind, but couldn't recall having killed any monsters associated with them. But the golden lion wouldn't give him time to think, shouting, today, I demand you pay blood debts with blood. Boom. Before its voice could fall, it had already taken a step forward, darting toward him like an arrow. It was fast enough to leave an afterimage. Jiang Shuyin furrowed his brow, grasped the 8 trigram seal, and stomped heavily. Boom. This time, beneath his feet, a massive black and white 8 trigrams diagram instantly illuminated the area, covering a radius of 10 yards, with both the golden lion and him inside it. Boom. The golden lion punched and instantly killed Jiang Shuyin. It was effortless. Without pausing, it swiftly turned around, its lion eyes scanning left and right. As a battle-hardened elite assassin, it certainly knew that things wouldn't be so simple. A moment of negligence could lead to a fatal crisis. Indeed, a flash of light revealed that what it had crushed was merely a paper cutout. Jiang Shuyin's figure appeared 10 yards away, where it had started. The situation seemed to have reversed. Jiang Shuyin took a breath, already raising the Qingtian sword, the ancient patterns on the blade shimmering as if an ancient sword spirit was reciting sword formulas. Punishing demons and suppressing calamities, this sword is divine. Fast. The secret sword technique of the Shinshu Temple. With a clang, the sword rang out, and a gust of wind accompanied a sword energy that surged toward the golden lion like a horizontal tornado. It roared, good, come at me, and threw a punch. A true man should meet force with force. Boom. Amid the explosive sound, the golden lion actually managed to disperse that powerful sword energy. Although the sharp winds left many small wounds on its skin, it seemed unaware and continued to charge forward. But following closely behind the sword energy was Jiang Shuyin's Qingtian sword. Again, using sword techniques. After just slashing out the sword formula, he hurled the flying sword, transforming it into a rainbow light. The golden lion, who had just emerged from the sword energy collision, nearly collided with this rainbow light. Even with its powerful physique, if struck by this flying sword, it would undoubtedly penetrate its flesh. However, it was just at the moment when its old strength had been exhausted and new strength had yet to be born. It could only forcibly twist its waist in midair, skillfully dodging the flying sword, looking perilously close. Bang! Its footsteps once again left a deep crack in the ground. At this moment, Jiang Shuyin was empty-handed, seemingly in a vulnerable position. The golden lion naturally wouldn't let this opportunity slip by and once again flew out. Boom. Jiang Shui's figure was once again shattered by it. The golden lion frowned. This little Taoist had actually used the substitute technique twice in a row, using others to take his place. As the rainbow light left the range of the 8 trigrams, a flash of light appeared, and a small human-shaped talisman attached to the sword instantly transformed into a real person. That was the real body, in the formation set up by Jiang Shui. He moved like a fish in water, stealthily evading and making the golden lion spin in circles. However, that was as far as it went. He was acutely aware of the opponent's formidable strength, and with 2 other enemies watching closely, even if he exhausted all his trump cards to defeat the golden lion, it would be meaningless. Thus, his initial plan was to take advantage of its unpreparedness and slip away. As the sword light opened, there was no love lost. He would fly. The golden lion, angered, thought, "This little Taoist is so quick to escape. You are not a real man. I just stood firm, and you softened." In a fit of rage, it could no longer care about much else, letting out a long roar that shook the mountains and forests. The older brother, Li Si, who was hiding in the dark, seemed to want to dissuade it, but was also startled into silence by this roar. With this lion's roar, many animals hiding in their nests on Miaofeng Mountain, already trembling, died on the spot, scared to death. Jiang Shui was just about to escape when he suddenly felt a darkness overhead, and the light of the stars and moon vanished. He looked up and couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn!" What blocked the stars and moon was not a dark cloud, but a gigantic flying lion. Its golden fur billowed, its mane like fire, and its muscles coiled like dragons and snakes. The most terrifying thing was the pair of wings that seemed to be made of pure gold on its back. With a slight flap, it stirred up a storm, its body soaring hundreds of feet. For monsters skilled in physical combat, their true form was naturally the strongest. However, transforming into a human form had many advantages, making it easier to walk in the human world. If one easily revealed their true form near human settlements, their demonic energy could not be reined in, and the commotion would be too great. No matter how strong you were, you would eventually be hunted down by cultivators. Just like now, the golden lion's roar could probably be heard by the entire populace of Yuhang town, which was quite dangerous for it. But at this moment, the golden lion clearly had no time to think about that. It wanted the enemy who killed its brother dead. Jiang Shui's heart sank. This was simply playing dirty, right? He had no time to think further, instantly channeling his true energy to the maximum. In an instant, the figure on the sword became indistinguishable, and all that could be seen was a blurry meteor streaking across the sky. Whoosh! At this moment, a small Taoist carrying a sword happened to pass by. Li Chu had just finished his evening class at the Lu family's ghost tower, completing a round of leveling up. It seemed that only the old, weak, sick, and disabled were coming out now, and the experience points had dropped significantly. What he didn't know was that the Lu family's ghost tower was the only place of Yin evil within hundreds of miles, capable of producing a continuous stream of Yin energy. Those pitiful ghosts were trapped in a spirit realm for some reason. In that spirit realm, due to some reason, the supply of Yin energy had been cut off, and they would soon die, like humans suffocating to death. Therefore, the higher-level ghost generals opened a passage for the ghosts to enter the ghost tower in batches every night to absorb the Yin energy. This situation gave Li Chu the illusion that the ghosts were respawning. Today he was shocked to realize that perhaps the ghosts in the Lu family's ghost tower were not endless. This was too sad. In this light, the lantern monster was still better. Li Chu had excellent eyesight and quickly saw that someone was flying with a sword. Sword control technique? He murmured. So flashy, so envious, a bit wanting. But this feeling of envy lasted only a second before a roar came. Immediately, a more terrifying shadow soared into the sky. Li Chu's pupils dilated slightly. A giant flying lion? Why would such a terrifying monster appear in a small place like Yuhang Town? Could it be that there were immortals fighting in Miaofeng Mountain? Thinking about the earlier matters regarding the secret realm, it was possible that things had been a bit unsettled there recently. He didn't expect that in midair. That flying lion flapped its wings twice and caught up with the sword light that had already flown nearly 1,000 feet away. Then, with a paw, whoosh. It was like swatting a fly. The soaring sword light and the sword-flying cultivator were heavily knocked down. Unfortunately, the place where he fell was not far in front of Li Chu. Bang! The figure of the sword-flying cultivator looked vaguely like a Taoist, and he had barely been smashed to the ground when he immediately stood up from the dust. He had to do so because the flying lion was already diving down. Its claws were fierce. Looking at its diving momentum, it seemed that the area within dozens of feet would be leveled to the ground. Li Chu frowned. What bad luck. Chapter 59. He dared to draw his sword? Jiang Shui gritted his teeth, furrowing his brows as he looked at the monstrous figure hovering in the air, his heart racing. When the golden lion had called out its name earlier, he hadn't paid much attention. Now seeing its true form, he suddenly recalled. The flying lion was clearly the gold medal killer from the Qingyi Tower. Although there weren't many gold medal killers in Qingyi Tower, there were enough that not every one of them was famous throughout the Jianghu. But the golden lion was different. It had committed a major crime in Chaoga City and then fled, which had once angered the current ruler. Jiang Xiaoyin racked his brain, but couldn't he remember when he had offended someone from Qingyi Tower, let alone killed the golden lioness sworn brother. It should be known that this organization was something many in the Jianghu avoided like the plague. Because Qingyi Tower had a significant background, it was far from being an ordinary killer organization. During the previous dynasty, the court managed the cultivation forces through an organization called the Tianhai Wing. Among them, the Tian department recruited cultivators from all over the world, stationed in various regions of the 9 provinces, and was responsible for expelling evil spirits and other matters. Later, when the previous dynasty collapsed and Halua established itself, this Tian department also sided with the Hula royal family and rebranded itself as one of the 12 immortal sects. The Zhongzhou Imperial Court, Chaotian, Quebec. Thus, the relationship between Chaotian K and the Halua court was always ambiguous and hard to grasp. The High Department recruited martial artists from all over the world and integrated them into the military, reinforcing the border troops. Therefore, most of the High Department were diehards from the previous dynasty who had never surrendered. Over 800 years later, even though the once mighty High Department had long since fragmented, there were still several factions that continued to fight in the shadows to overthrow Halua and restore the previous dynasty. These rebels mostly operated under the banner of the High Department's orthodoxy. The Yi Department, on the other hand, was the most sinister of the 3. It recruited monsters from all over the world. Indeed, the previous dynasty permitted monsters to enter the court. This move was a significant reason the previous dynasty lost the hearts of the people. Humanity is ultimately exclusionary. After allowing monsters into the court, many scholars claimed it was shameful to be in the same hall as monsters. However, the monsters that joined the E department were all assigned to carry out tasks that human cultivators were unwilling to do. Surveillance, kidnapping, torture, assassination, extermination, various unsavory deeds were much more convenient for monsters to carry out than for humans. During the Halua establishment period, one of the banners they raised was to exterminate evil monsters, so the E department naturally could not surrender. However, the monsters from the E department were also unwilling to confront the new dynasty directly, so they simply hid in the shadows, transforming into a killer organization. This is the Qingyi Tower. The gold and silver killers of Qingyi Tower were mostly newcomers who transformed after the Halua dynasty was established, and they did not pose a significant threat to so many sections. But the higher-ups of Qingyi Tower, such as the 8 jade figures above the gold medal killers, along with those predecessors who had hidden away for many years, were ancient monsters from the previous dynasty. Once gathered, they would undoubtedly be a force that would give the 12 immortal sects a headache. This means that if Jiang Xiaoyin were to die here today, even Xianxia Temple would find it difficult to avenge him. Of course, he was not worried about dying. As the most favored disciple of the old temple master, he naturally had his last resort hidden away. Although it was precious, it had to be used. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, but they were just in the blink of an eye. Then, he flipped his hand and took out a palm-sized white jade talisman, with a silver shuttle carved on the front and complex array engravings on the back. It was a 100-li silver light talisman produced by the Dan Ding Pavilion. This talisman contains a powerful divine ability. Once released, it is equivalent to using the Qian Kuan Supreme Treasure, the 100-li silver light shuttle, which can instantly teleport anyone 100 miles away. In the entire Xianxiu Temple, only disciples like Jiang Xiaoyin could possess one for themselves. To put it bluntly, if other disciples died, the loss to the sect wouldn't be enough to justify such a talisman. As Jiang Xiaoyin took out the 100-li silver light talisman, he noticed that there was another Taoist in front of him. The appearance of this Taoist made even the self-proclaimed handsome Jiang Xiaoyin feel a bit dazed. However, it was only a momentary daze. At this moment, with that massive creature about to pounce down, how it looked was meaningless. The Taoist had a sword on his back, but there was no fluctuation of true energy around him. He should just be a small Taoist performing some rituals in the countryside. Unfortunately passing by and unexpectedly getting caught up in the battle between himself and the golden lion, about to be crushed into pieces in the next second. Quite tragic. Seeing him standing there dumbfounded, looking up at the flying lion, Jiang Xiaoyin couldn't help but feel a hint of shame in his heart. I'm sorry for involving you in this. You are bearing what I should bear, but there is nothing to be done. This is fate. Jiang Xiaoyin silently said to the young Taoist in blue. Immediately, he threw the white jade talisman high into the air, activating it with a spell. It had to be quick. The shadow of the golden lion loomed like dark clouds over the city, and under its immense pressure, even Jiang Xiaoyin felt a moment of suffocation. It was the feeling of impending death. Bang! The white jade talisman instantly shattered into powder in midair, and almost simultaneously, A large silver shuttle phantom appeared, enveloping Xianxiaaudiobooks. The radiance enveloped his body, giving him a slight sense of safety. Looking back at the young Taoist in blue, Xianxiaaudiobooks was somewhat surprised. He was actually drawing his sword against the flying lion in midair. Hiss! He even pointed it at the fierce and terrifying giant lion shrouded in dark clouds above. It was as if he was a tiny ant trying to set the world on fire. Xianxiaaudiobooks immediately concluded that he must have been scared silly. Indeed, a normal person would collapse upon suddenly witnessing such a scene. However, looking at the young Taoist's bright eyes and calm expression, it seemed he wasn't too frightened. It was as if he truly believed he could slay that massive creature with a 3-foot iron sword. Xianxiaaudiobooks blinked, forming a new hypothesis. Perhaps he was just a fool? Fortunately, before he saw the young Taoist being crushed to pieces, he had already escaped with the radiance, leaving the scene. No need to witness such a cruel scene. Time passed quickly. Xianxiaaudiobooks activated the 100-li silver light talisman to flee, while Li Chu, with no other choice, drew his sword towards the sky. It was all a matter of a breath. Li Chu hadn't wanted to do this, but with disaster striking, he had no choice. It seemed difficult to end things without slaying this flying lion. After all, it was attacking indiscriminately. All of this happened in the eyes of the golden lion. It revealed its true form without hesitation, harboring a deadly intent towards Xianxiaaudiobooks. Who would have thought that this Taoist would be so slippery, just knocked to the ground, and yet instantly turn into light to escape? The golden lion was furious. It then saw a scene that struck it as ridiculous. There was another small Taoist that it had almost overlooked, a weak human just passing by, actually drawing a sword against it. Did he dare to draw a sword? This existence, which appeared to it as an ant, dared to provoke the majesty of a king? The golden lion immediately decided to unleash all its pin-up rage on this ignorant ant. Its momentum did not decrease. Instead, it flapped its wings, increasing its pressure. In an instant, it felt as though the air along the riverbank had been sucked dry. Spreading its wings in midair, its claws were fierce. Die. Seeing this, Li Chu furrowed his brows tightly. This creature was too terrifying. This sword strike had to be delivered with all his might. Chapter 60, a full power strike. It was an unsettled night. On a desolate slope 10 miles across the river, there was a dilapidated earth temple where a white fox was kneeling in worship. As it performed 3 bows and 9 prostrations with sincere movements, dark clouds began to gradually coalesce in the night sky. Strangely, this cloud cover only encompassed a small area of a few miles. Leaving this slope, one could still see the brilliant starry sky. This white fox was the only living being in this land. After a long time, it finished its worship and exited the earth temple. It knew that the most important moment of its many years of cultivation was approaching, the thunder tribulation. In preparation for this tribulation, it had been making arrangements for a long time, visiting every temple and shrine in Yuhang County that it could worship at daily, just to increase its luck during the tribulation. It also traveled hundreds of miles to find a place to undergo the tribulation. Although it resided on Miaofeng Mountain, there were too many beings on Miaofeng Mountain, and not a few of them were its enemies. In the eyes of some humans, it seemed that all demons were one race. But for demons, most of the time, they did not consider each other as kin. Wolves, tigers, leopards, all were different. It was common in the demon world to disturb others during their tribulations. The demon world had no laws, only the law of the jungle. Thus, the white fox came to this secluded, desolate slope, lent to it by the earth god. Tonight, it was extremely quiet here. The rumbling of thunder began to sound. The black clouds thickened and finally formed a sea of clouds. Within the sea of clouds, rolling golden dragons appeared. The thunder tribulation for a demon's transformation typically involved 9 thunderbolts, and one only needed to deal with these thunder dragons. However, this was by no means a simple matter, especially for a wild fox that had cultivated for less than 100 years and had never received any help. It also knew that some demons would choose to sell their freedom to exchange for cultivation and assistance during tribulation, even going so far as to become slaves for 100 years. It knew that as a fox, doing such a thing was especially popular, but it was unwilling. It preferred to take on more risks in exchange for precious freedom. Boom. 2 golden dragons intertwined, creating a piercing roar. The white fox felt an invisible force locking onto it in the world, and in an instant, it gained enlightenment. Realizing this was the prelude to the thunder tribulation. It was coming. Roar. Whether it was the roar of the thunder dragon or the howling wind, a beam of golden light suddenly descended from the pitch-black clouds, and the thunder dragon burst through the cloud layer, beginning to lose its golden hue, transforming into a blue-black color. But its divine might was not diminished in the slightest. The white fox's body shimmered with light. This was it drawing upon all its accumulated cultivation over the past century. In the face of the thunder tribulation, hiding was useless. Even if one avoided it, they would never be able to transform. Only by enduring the baptism of the thunder tribulation head-on could one completely complete the transformation. Boom. The first thunder struck down upon it. With just one blow, the light around the white fox instantly extinguished. And that was not all. Part of its fur on its back immediately became charred. Fear began to show in its eyes, completely unprepared for the fact that this was only the first strike. Its weak barrier had been easily broken, even though it had imagined the power of the thunder tribulation at its maximum. At this moment, it understood that it had been too naive. If one compared itself to a container and the power of the thunder tribulation to water, with just the first infusion, it had already filled itself to the brim, and it was about to overflow. Boom. When the second thunder dragon fell, fear had already taken over its heart, and it wanted to flee. But under the thundercloud, how could heaven allow you to escape? This thunder dragon struck it down to the ground, its body charred black, almost unable to rise again. And this was only the second one. No, it was going to be ruined. It began to whimper, as if begging for mercy. But the cold, unfeeling thunderclouds showed no sympathy. Under the laws of heaven, there are only two outcomes. The strong evolve, and the weak are exterminated. Boom. The third strike. The white fox summoned its last trace of demonic power, attempting to resist, but it couldn't withstand even a moment. The demonic power shattered, and its physical body was ravaged. If this continued, its fragile vessel would surely be blown apart by the impact of the tribulation. This is what is referred to as turning to ash. The fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth strikes followed, 5 consecutive tribulations falling with immense force. The white fox was already unable to bear the onslaught. Life and death were uncertain. Now, not to mention its fur, from a distance, it looked like a pile of burnt, rotten flesh. Only in its pair of pupils was there still a glimmer of vitality. What supported this trace of vitality was perhaps unwillingness, perhaps longing. But nothing mattered anymore. It had long since lost the strength to resist, only able to lie down in despair, letting the tribulation ravage it. The fierce impact had already left it battered, and it didn't dare to entertain even a trace of the thought of resistance. The ninth tribulation brewed a little longer, not falling for a while. It rolled its eyes, mistakenly believing that the tribulation had passed. But when it looked up, it saw a golden dragon rolling in the sea of clouds, still gathering power. The power of the ninth tribulation is often stronger than the previous 8. Now it should be unable to withstand even a normal tribulation. Is it time to go? Regret began to surge in the white fox's heart. At this moment, it wanted to live more than it wanted freedom. But there was no chance left. Li Chu rarely wielded his sword with full force. Previously, only when facing the water ghost of the Blackwater River had he used a bit more spiritual power. In his usual exorcism, he typically just swung his sword casually, allowing a bit of spiritual power to spill out, and the evil would be casually vanquished. If he used too much force, it might cause unnecessary destruction. So until today, he didn't quite know what would happen when he wielded his sword with all his might. However, facing the flying lion descending from the sky, he resolved to exert all of his spiritual power. There was no choice. The opponent was simply too brutal, too terrifying, too fearsome. The giant lion with wings soaring in the night, silhouetted against a full moon, looked like a water-ink painted epic of gods and demons. The visual impact was overwhelming. This was the strongest enemy he had ever encountered in his life. Thus, he also unleashed his first full-powered strike. Even before drawing his sword, Li Chu let out a clear shout, a symbol of exerting force. Whoosh! He slashed out. The golden lion's head was already very close to him. Li Chu could see its gaping maw and sword-like fangs, could see its golden pupils, and he could even see a trace of mockery within those pupils. But half a second later, that trace of mockery turned into shock. Those huge pupils expanded wildly, almost wider than the moon. The golden lion could hardly believe what its eyes were seeing. It saw a wave of sword energy sweeping toward it, saw a massive crescent-shaped sword light, saw death. It suddenly couldn't help but want to loudly question its own self from a moment ago. Is this an ant? This is clearly a deity descending. The question is, why would a deity happen to pass by here? Is it because I am unlucky? Undoubtedly, this was the strongest sword strike it had ever encountered in its life. So powerful that it couldn't even muster a thought of resistance. And its life was coming to an end. Terrifying indeed. As a demon, dying under such a sword seemed like a decent end for its 800 years of sinful existence. It was just a pity it couldn't kill that Taoist to avenge its brother. Now it only hoped that its younger siblings wouldn't come here. It was too terrifying. Wait. It suddenly seemed to remember something. The Taoist is terrifying, do not come. This phrase suddenly flashed through its mind, unstoppable. Could it be? It looked at the person wielding the sword in front of it. Taoist robes? It was indeed Taoist robes. It seemed to want to shout something loudly. But it was too late. The sword light swept past in an instant. The body of the flying lion was split in two. The physical body of a demon. Unlike that of a ghost, would not completely vanish even under the strongest attacks. The lion's head, filled with astonishment and anger, along with the urgency of having words left unspoken, was thrown high into the air, landing nearly 100 feet away, rolling far away. Blood rained down, accompanied by a stench. Stench and blood rain. Li Chu blinked. The momentum of the charge was so frightening, soaring through the air, yet the result was this? Why did it feel like slaying it was no different from other evils? It looked so massive, he thought it was strong, but it turned out to be just bluster. And it kept getting larger, appearing like a new moon emerging in the sky, until it disappeared from view. Who knows how far it had to fly to dissipate. But it was easy to imagine that everything that collided with this sword light would meet the same fate as that lion. Li Chu secretly clicked his tongue. So this is what a full-powered sword strike feels like. Looks like he needed to be more careful in the future. Fortunately, this strike was directed upward. If it had been aimed at the ground, there might have been collateral damage. Even if no one was hurt, harming flowers and plants wouldn't be good either. Just when the white fox had already lost all hope of living, it suddenly saw a crescent-shaped light flying from the sky, like a new moon. Was it an illusion before death? It was somewhat puzzled. But in the next second, it saw this white light collide with the thunderclouds in midair. A loud tearing sound rang out. This white light, for some unknown reason, shattered the condensed thunderclouds with a single touch. Amid the piercing sound, the thunderclouds, along with the golden dragon rolling in the sea of clouds and all the brewing powers of the tribulation, were all severed by this white light, completely dissipating. Disappeared? It was somewhat dazed. What is this? It was just a little fox that had never been to school, at this moment, apart from a stunned exclamation. It didn't know how else to express its feelings. Not long after, a white light radiated from its body. At the same time, a warm current flowed into its body, making it feel incredibly comfortable, as if it were the essence of life. Its wounds healed with the influx of this warm current, and its body began to change in the white light. From the white light emerged a pair of long legs, followed by a pair of slender arms, a forward-curving chest, a shapely waist, and a delicate face. Is this transformation? Did it just pass through its tribulation? Until this moment, it was still somewhat incredulous that the white light that had suddenly flown in from the sky had actually shattered its thunderclouds. When the white light faded, standing in its place was a graceful and beautiful young girl. She wore simple white garments, ethereal and elegant, yet exuding an indescribable allure. The most peculiar thing was that behind her, there was a fluffy large tail sticking up. Oh no! The girl touched her tail and exclaimed in surprise. This was the price of not fully undergoing the tribulation. Her transformation had not completely succeeded. Oh, what to do? The girl scratched her head, troubled. Chapter 61. Is it him? When Li Si and Mao Jiao arrived at the battlefield, they only saw a massive corpse split apart. They hadn't transformed back into their original forms, but had come in human bodies riding the wind, so they were a bit delayed. This delay helped them escape a disaster. They had initially thought they would find the Taoist's corpse, or at the very least, see him escape. They never expected the dead one to be the golden lion. Li Si's eyes flickered, his expression darkening, unable to describe what he felt, his body trembling slightly. Mao Jiao, on the other hand, was filled with fear, covering her mouth and taking a deep breath. The two demons were extremely shocked and momentarily at a loss. Cat 9 glanced at it and nodded. Good. Big brother. Li Si looked at the corpse of the golden lion, gritted his teeth, and stepped forward. Cat 9 asked, "What are you going to do?" Li Si replied, "While it's still warm." With a puff, it actually plunged its sharp claws into the golden lion's lower abdomen, and then its entire arm went inside. After a moment of spinning, it pulled out a fist-sized golden ball, which looked dull in color but contained a sinister aura. The demon core. Every demon condenses its own demon core, which contains most of its demonic power and can be considered its most precious treasure. When wild demons kill each other, they will quickly dig out each other's demon core and swallow it while it's still warm to prevent the power within from dissipating. However, direct consumption can cause significant waste. If it were a human cultivator, they would choose to use the demon core as a medicinal guide to refine new pills, which could yield several times more benefits than direct consumption. Offering this 800-year demon core of the Big Brother to Lord Jade Lynx, it would definitely be willing to support us. Li Si said. Cat 9 did not oppose. It just hadn't thought of it earlier. If it had, it would have done the same. Demons do not have so many taboos. A corpse is just a corpse to them, and making full use of it is indeed the best way to handle it. Li Si then reminded Cat 9, "I'm leaving now. Be careful. You can't have any more accidents." Cat 9 nodded. With a whoosh, a black light enveloped Li Si, transforming it into a flower raccoon about 10 feet long, slim and elongated, which resembled its humanoid form. The flower raccoon spread its 4 legs and sprinted forward, kicking up a cloud of black smoke and quickly merging into the night. The journey was long, and it could no longer ride the wind. Revealing its true form to run was the fastest way. After it left, Cat 9 looked again at the corpse of the golden lion. The evening breeze brushed against her clothes, bringing a slight chill. A hint of faint melancholy flashed in her beautiful eyes. But that was all. Having survived the cruel jungle world, they had long grown accustomed to such things. No matter who died, the sun would rise again tomorrow. The next morning, as dawn broke, Xianxiaaudiobooks arrived at the yamen with a serious expression. Fortunately, Gongsunja got up early every day, or he would have been woken up by him. But Xianxiaaudiobooks could not afford to wait even a moment longer. Lord Gongsun, there is a major crisis in Yuhang town. You must issue a warning to the people immediately and request assistance from the Xiaotian, the young Taoist said earnestly. Gongsunja smiled wryly. Taoist Jiang, let us first discuss what happened. If requesting assistance from the Xiaotian were that easy, he wouldn't have kept that fool Zhang Yuxi around to protect himself. Some people from Chaoga had already made contact with the Hangzhou government, and as the magistrate of Yuhang town, he wouldn't be able to mobilize a single soldier from the Xiaotian Quebec. Those lower-level purple guards like Li Sini and the Xiaotian were allowed to act freely in Yuhang town, not subject to any control from him as the magistrate. Xianxiaaudiobooks said, last night, I was ambushed by the demon from the Qingyi building on Miaofeng Mountain, and the assailants were the Golden Lion, a gold medal assassin, and his two subordinates, who are extremely powerful. Gongsunja was taken aback. It seemed that the Qingyi building was likely targeting him. However, after thinking it over, he felt a bit confused. Those assassins should have been hired to kill me. Why are they targeting you? Could it be that they want to eliminate the people protecting me first? Those assassins seemed to have been possessed by some evil spirit, insisting that he had killed their brother. Xianxiaaudiobooks said angrily, if I find out who framed me, I will definitely not let them off lightly. Gongsunja asked anxiously, Taoist Jiang, aren't you no match for that golden lion? Xianxiaaudiobooks smiled bitterly and shook his head. If he were in human form, it would be fine. Last night he transformed into his true form, and I had almost no power to fight back. That's why I want you to warn the people not to approach Miaofeng Mountain in the coming days, and it's best not to leave the city. That demon should not dare to openly attack Yuhang town for now. But it's still wise to quickly invite some experts to stay put. Gongsunja furrowed his brows, lost in thought. At this moment, a middle-aged scholar in wide sleeves walked into the hall, pale-faced and beardless, with a gentle smile and a slender figure. He belonged to that kind of appearance that, while not particularly remarkable, easily garnered goodwill. He stepped forward and said warmly, my lord, there are many commoners outside who claim to have brought a strange object as an offering. Xianxiaaudiobooks looked at the middle-aged scholar, his gaze slightly flickering, as if sensing something was off, and looked at him a few more times. Gongsunja saw the look in his eyes and introduced, this is my recently recruited secretary, Mr. Bai Jian. Mr. Bai is knowledgeable and well-versed in ancient and modern matters, a person I highly respect. Xianxiaaudiobooks still couldn't discern anything unusual, so he gently nodded at Bai Jian. The scholar Bai Jian clasped his hands and said, I'm flattered. Gongsunja then asked, Mr. Bai, have you inquired what they are offering? He had just heard the news about the Golden Lion and was feeling exhausted. If it was some trivial matter, he wanted to hand it all over to Bai Jian to deal with. He had great confidence in this newly appointed secretary's abilities. Bai Jian replied, it's a lion's head. Gongsunja sighed. What does this official have any heart to eat right now? Have them take it to the kitchen. Bai Jian chuckled lightly. My lord, it is not a braised lion's head. Rather, it is a huge lion's head. The commoners who came to offer it said that there was a huge noise by the river last night, and this morning, they found a massive lion's corpse that had collapsed the riverbank. However, the corpse is too large to transport here, so they could only bring the separated lion's head for you to see. I just want to take a look, and this lion's head is definitely not an ordinary item. It should belong to a great demon. Oh, Gongsunja was taken aback. Xianxiaaudiobooks couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart, and immediately said, I'll go take a look. He quickly walked out of the hall, led by someone to the front yard, and indeed saw a huge lion's head placed in the courtyard. The lion's eyes were wide open in anger, and it seemed to have died with great unwillingness. The cut was smooth, indicating it was a clean strike, with no sign of struggle. He had seen the lion's face in his nightmares last night. It was definitely the Golden Lion. He never expected to witness its ferocity last night and see its corpse this morning. Hiss. Xianxiaaudiobooks couldn't help but take a deep breath. What kind of terrifying person could slay this great demon with a single sword? A vague blue shadow surfaced in his mind, calm and composed, raising its sword to the sky. Was it him? Chapter 62. You have to take responsibility for me. In the early morning, Li Chu was preparing to open the temple gates in the front yard. Yu Qianan also followed him to the main hall. There were many worshippers now, and it was difficult to manage alone, so he needed to step in every day. In terms of attending to people, he was much more skilled than his disciple. As the master and apprentice entered the main hall, they saw a girl already kneeling on the meditation cushion inside. She had smooth hair cascading down, a delicate oval face, A high-nosed bridge, a pair of smoky brows, and crescent moon eyes. Her eyes seemed to carry a mist of charm, making it hard to see her pupils clearly. She appeared pure, yet had an indescribable allure. Strangely, a large, fluffy white tail was sticking out from behind her. A demon? Li Chu's gaze sharpened. A fox girl? Yu Qianan's eyes brightened. The fox girl's gaze turned towards them. Though she did not speak, just a soft look from her made one's heart flutter. She looked gently at Li Chu, pouted slightly, and her soft voice said the first line. You have to take responsibility for me. Li Chu was somewhat puzzled. Yu Qianan glanced at the fox girl, then at his disciple, and immediately felt pleased as he stroked his beard. Has my disciple finally woken up? Is my true legacy finally going to have a successor? The Daiyun Temple delayed its opening time today. In the backyard, Yu Qianan and Xiao Yuer sat across from the fox girl with serious expressions. Yu Qian looked at Li Chu standing beside him with a stern gaze. Stand straight. I want to ask this young lady what she has done. Li Chu shrugged. I don't even know her. The fox girl, Xianran, looked like she was about to cry. She came to you asking for help, and you still say such things. Yu Qian snorted coldly, then reassured. Don't be afraid, young lady. I will not cover up any wrongdoing. I will definitely seek justice for you. Xiao Yuer nodded vigorously and glared at Li Chu. The fox girl bowed her head and said, Thank you, Taoist. Yu Qian waved his hand. It's all part of my duty. Young lady, please tell me your name. I don't have a name yet. The fox girl shook her head. I just transformed and have not taken on a human name. Every word from the fox girl was delicate and timid, making it hard for anyone, even knowing she was a monster, to not feel a strong desire to protect her. For example, Yu Qian sighed directly. You must have suffered a lot in the wild over the years. The fox girl nodded. Li Chu's heart stirred. Are you the white fox that came to worship before? He naturally remembered the white fox that visited daily, which had helped him on Yaofeng Mountain and stayed in the temple to recover for a few days. Later, it did not come for a while, according to his master. It probably went to prepare for the heavenly tribulation. That's right, I am the wild fox that came to worship daily before, and I finally passed the heavenly tribulation the day before yesterday, the fox girl confirmed. Oh, then why do you still have this tail? Yu Qian hesitated for a moment, his eyes shining with curiosity. Is it some kind of kink? At this moment, his face displayed 4 big characters, deeply to my liking. No. The fox girl quickly shook her head. She glanced at Li Chu before saying, When I was undergoing the heavenly tribulation, I passed the first 8 tribulations. But just as the 9th tribulation was about to fall, a sword light flew in from outside and shattered my thundercloud. Even now, recalling that scene still made her voice tremble with disbelief. Such a large thundercloud just vanished in an instant. Anyone would find it hard to believe their eyes. But it did happen. Upon hearing this, Li Chu's heart sank. Although it was directed at the sky, did it still inadvertently harm something? The fox girl continued softly. Since I didn't complete the thunder tribulation, my transformation is incomplete, so I can't get rid of this tail. I asked the earth god, and he said that sword light was struck by you. Although every word she said was true, it didn't tell the whole story. To others, it sounded like Li Chu had caused her to not fully transform. In fact, although Li Chu's sword light interrupted the thunder tribulation, the most critical point was that it saved her life. The earth god also mentioned that after practicing for hundreds of years, he had never seen such a strong cultivation level in this young Taoist. Little fox, you must seize this opportunity. After experiencing that brush with death, she understood how difficult cultivation was. That was why she came here, wanting to seize this opportunity. Yu Qian's eyelids twitched as he looked at Li Chu. This kid's strength is already enough to sever thunderclouds? For those with profound cultivation, shattering clouds isn't considered a big deal. But that was a thundercloud. Even the weakest 9th-level thunder tribulation still symbolizes the majesty of the heavenly way. Anyone daring to challenge thunderclouds would probably be easily struck down. This was not something to think too much about. Yu Qian quickly picked up his teacup, took a sip, to cover his astonishment. Li Chu immediately said, Miss, this was purely an accident. I had no idea beforehand. I'm very sorry for affecting your thunder tribulation. What compensation do you want? I will do my best to fulfill it. A glimmer of cunning flashed in the fox girl's drooping eyes, quickly replaced by a soft and weak gaze as she looked at Li Chu. I want to follow you in cultivation. Can you be my master? She asked. Uft. Before Li Chu could respond, Yu Qian spat out his tea, nearly choking. To take in a well-endowed, fair-skinned, beautiful, pure, and alluring fox slave for free? This isn't compensation. This is a gift. Is there really such a good deal in the world? Can I have one too? Unexpectedly, Li Chu furrowed his brows and asked, Miss, why is that? The fox girl replied, Originally, after transforming, I could enter the human world, but now I can't get rid of this tail. Everyone recognizes me as a monster, and I can only live in the mountains. If I want to live a human life, I can only recognize a master. Li Chu said, Actually, we can coexist as equals. Yu Qian stood up and pressed Li Chu's shoulder. Disciple, why don't you just accept her for now? In the hearts of monsters, the only way to establish a relationship with humans might just be to recognize a master. Your relationship can be adjusted slowly later. It's not that monsters only recognize this way in their hearts, but the human world, or rather the current Hua dynasty, only recognizes this way. If you say this is my friend, people would just think you are crazy. The human world does not recognize any close relationship between humans and monsters other than master and servant, which is why monsters can only hide their identities or recognize a master to integrate. Of course, explaining this would take too long and involve some human shortcomings. So Yu Qian only simply said this. The hearer was saddened, and the listener shed tears. Li Chu had no choice but to say, all right, we can temporarily coexist this way. You can just be like Xiao Yuer. He pointed to the koi girl. Since she joined, the affairs of the Diyun Temple have been thriving, and both master and disciple believed it was her contribution. Xiao Yuer giggled. She was very happy to have a monster playmate. Thank you, master. The fox girl also smiled brightly. Like flowers blooming in the southern mountains and butterflies coming to the northern shore, indescribably charming and lovely. Li Chu said, you don't have to call me master. You can call me Li Chu or Xiao Li Daoist. Okay, master. Li Chu. By the way, master, please give me a name too, the fox girl said. Li Chu looked at Yu Qian and said, let the master handle the naming. Yu Qian nodded, stroked his beard, pondered for a moment, and said, you are a white fox, naturally pure. So how about calling you Baijia? Baijia? The fox girl repeated. Hiss. Li Chu sucked in a breath, advised. This name is too mature. It doesn't sound like a young girl. How about calling you Xiao Bai, just like Xiao Yuer? Simple and cute. Yu Qian smiled at the fox girl. What do you think? The fox girl rolled her eyes and smiled. I like both names, from now on. My full name will be Baijia, and everyone can call me Xiao Bai in daily life. How about that? Yu Qian smiled and nodded. And Li Chu had no choice but to agree. Just as they were talking, a loud knocking sound came from the front courtyard. Li Chu hurried out, and before he could say anything, he heard someone outside shout, Li Chu, open the door. Your best friend has come to visit you. It was clear that it was Wang Longqi again. Li Chu opened the door and welcomed him in. This time he came by himself, looking cheerful. And didn't he seem to have encountered any ghosts again? It was unclear what was going on. Entering the main hall, the two sat facing each other on the mat. Li Chu nodded. Of course, your actions don't all need my consent. After saying this, the fox girl twisted her waist and walked out of the Taoist temple. Wang Longqi's eyes were wide. Master's tale? This is something even I haven't tried. Li Chu sighed. This is a long story. You should tell me why you came first. The rest can wait. Wang Longqi's eyes sparkled. Chapter 63. Have you heard of the water monkey? Li Chu rolled his eyes in silence. That's not it. That's how it grows naturally. Grows naturally? Wang Longqi was momentarily stunned. This was beyond his knowledge. Oh, Wang Longqi suddenly understood. It's that thing. It was still on me at that time. As he spoke, he seemed to recall some image, and a lewd smile suddenly appeared on his face. She has already transformed. But for some reason, I must take her in now, Li Chu explained briefly, then glared at Wang Longqi. What exactly are you here for? He. Wang Longqi smiled awkwardly and said, I'm really here for something serious. After a pause, he lowered his voice and asked, have you heard of water monkeys? Water monkeys? Li Chu thought for a moment. This thing is quite famous. Almost everywhere there is water, there are legends of water monkeys. However, what their true form is remains a matter of debate. Seeing Li Chu's expression, Wang Longqi knew he wasn't too clear on it either, so he began to speak mysteriously. Li Chu nodded. Yuhang town is close to the sea and has numerous waterways, with many fishing villages under its jurisdiction. The Wang family started out by collecting seafood, and although they later branched out into many other businesses, this remains their main operation. At the easternmost edge of Yuhang County, there is a fishing village called Wangyu Village, which is the closest village to the sea in Yuhang County and a bit far from our town. Our shop has been in close cooperation with their village for many years. Yesterday was the 15th, and as usual, our shop's people went to collect goods. But this time they received nothing. The workers obviously had to ask about it, and the people from their village were evasive, eventually revealing something astonishing. Their village is small, with only 2 large boats that can go out to fish, each with dozens of sailors taking turns at sea. Huh. Li Chu frowned. Real water monkeys? Yes. They look very much like monkeys, but their bodies are covered in green scales. They can move on land, but must soak in water every few hours. Li Chu asked again, were the sailors harmed, or did they turn into this? Wang Longqi replied, they probably turned into them. You'll understand as I continue. Some villagers thought it was some kind of spirit and picked up weapons to attack, but those water monkeys began to plead for mercy and gestured. Although they couldn't speak human words, they could understand and even recognized everyone in the village. Only one person on the boat knew some characters. He could step forward and communicate by writing in the dirt. He wrote many things that only the family would know, confirming that these were indeed the sailors from the boat. turning people into spirits? Li Chu pondered for a moment. This was indeed a strange matter. After much communication, the villagers finally understood the sailor's plight. A particularly fierce storm had lasted unusually long. When the rain cleared, they found their boat had been blown to a small island. On that island, there was actually a palace. The sailors were running out of food and water and were exhausted from the storm, so they wanted to go ashore to rest. The owner of the palace welcomed them warmly, claiming to be a fallen noble who had moved all his belongings to this small island, creating a paradise. He even prepared a lavish dinner and invited beautiful maidens to dance for them. After a hearty meal, he even asked the maidens to serve them in bed. Those maidens were gentle and proactive. Li Chu wondered, did the water monkeys write all this? That's just my imagination. Wang Longqi scratched his head and chuckled. But the general process should be similar. The next day, when they were about to leave, they were all reluctant to part. The host said he was willing to pay a hefty price for all the fish they caught, offering prices more than 100 times the actual value. Up to this point, everything seemed good. But then strange things happened. Not far from leaving the island, one sailor turned into a water monkey. The other sailors initially thought they had encountered a monster, but soon no one was spared. They all transformed into this form, because this matter was too sinister. The villagers of Wanyu village did not dare to speak out, fearing outsiders would think there was a group of monsters in their village. They originally planned to secretly report to the people at Xianxiaaudiobooks in Hangzhou, but they worried that if the officials were too afraid to go to sea to find the island, they would show no mercy and just eliminate all the water monkeys on that boat, which left them conflicted. My shop's assistant has heard about your matters. Haha. I helped promote you. Wang Longqi patted his chest. So he told the villagers that there is a young Taoist named Li Chu in the town who is very good at exorcising evil, and perhaps they could let him give it a try. Wang Longqi looked at Li Chu with eager eyes. Li Chu hesitated, saying, we don't know what kind of evil spirit is on that unknown island. I actually think it's better to find Xianxiaaudiobooks, after all. They have a profound background and many skilled experts. I have had some dealings with Miss Li. They are not like the officials. He paused, as some words were hard to say. Those who understood knew. Li Chu took his hand. We must set off immediately. We can't let the villagers suffer any longer. All right. Li Chu nodded. His belongings were simple, a set of blue Taoist robes with white lining. Since he had been wearing this style for many years, it often led to the misunderstanding that a little Taoist never changed clothes. But there was also an advantage. He never had to think about what to wear when going out. Yes, let me accompany you, the fox girl said softly. Li Chu was taken aback. What do you want to do? The fox girl slowly replied. I can do many things. I can help you with chores, keep you company while you sleep, fight for you, chat with you, and I can even learn to cook for you like a human. Li Chu raised a hand. Wait, did something strange mix in there? Chapter 64. Li Chu's equality of all beings. The warm sun hung high, the breeze was gentle, and the river water, like a jade ribbon, shimmered with light. This was the fastest waterway to Wanyu village, and the cool autumn weather was quite suitable for a boat ride. On both banks were fields of blooming flowers. Vibrant and flourishing, birds flitted about, and butterflies danced in pairs, while dragonflies mated. Although autumn was gradually deepening, the southern mountains and waters still faintly retained the remnants of summer. A small boat drifted downstream, its light white sail billowing in the wind, displaying a character Wang. Small boats and rafts along the river saw it and actively avoided it, some even calling out greetings. The Wang family was not a rich and unkind household, and they had a good reputation in Yuhang County. The fox girl, Xiao Bai, was leaning on the boat's railing, gazing at the scenery on both sides with great interest. The river breeze lifted a few strands of her hair, revealing her delicate ears and charming profile. She was stunningly beautiful. Wang Longqi sighed deeply as he watched. To be honest, Li Chu, he patted the little Taoist beside him. I've never envied anyone since childhood. But I truly envy you. Li Chu thought for a moment. Are you insulting me? Wang Longqi rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache. He moved closer with a move he thought was cool, brushing his hair back. Xiao Bai, seeing this river reminds me of a poem. The fox girl blinked her misty big eyes. What poem? Wang Longqi gazed far into the distance toward the end of the water. Guan Guan Ju Jiao. On the river's islet, a graceful and virtuous lady. The fox girl ignored him and bounced over to Li Chu's side, smiling brightly. Master, this is my first time on a boat. She had been cultivating in the mountains before, so she obviously never had the chance to ride a boat, making her quite excited. Li Chu smiled and glanced at Wang Longqi, who was still talking to himself, and asked he, just a little distraction. The fox girl said humbly, but her tail involuntarily perked up. You can use illusion? Li Chu suddenly realized that it was the overly weak little koi that had given him a stereotype, treating the fox girl as a lucky charm. But the fox girl had cultivated step by step from the wild. Without combat ability, she would never have survived to this day. After all, she was a demon who had transcended and transformed. In ordinary mountains and forests, she could be considered a powerful demon. Hee. The fox girl blushed slightly and softly said, "Our fox clan is quite famous for our talent in illusions." Li Chu looked at her with slight anticipation. "Let me feel how strong your illusions are. If I can have one more powerful helper, it would be a huge gain to have collected this demon servant. In the future, as the Taoist temple business grows, if there are things that cannot be handled, she can be left to handle them on her own." In an instant, Li Chu even thought about the possibility of opening a branch temple in the future. Good. The fox woman realized this was Li Chu's first assessment of her, and she immediately held her breath and focused, treating it seriously. She stared directly into Li Chu's eyes, gathering her demonic power, her gaze becoming increasingly beautiful, like it contained a brilliant galaxy. After a moment of silence, it seemed as if a crow cawed noisily overhead. Li Chu wondered, "What are you looking at me for? Let's start." Huh. The fox woman blinked her long eyelashes. "Don't you feel anything at all?" She knew Li Chu was strong, otherwise she wouldn't have come to acknowledge him as her master. However, her nearly full-powered illusion could not even confuse him, nor could it make him feel anything. The fox woman's small hand formed a fist, silently cheering herself on. "No, if I perform this poorly on the first try, I will definitely lose favor in the future." She mobilized all her demonic power, mustering all her spirit, and fixed her gaze on Li Chu's eyes. Li Chu finally felt something. A layer of hazy mist rose from in front of him, as if trying to obscure his vision. With a thought, that layer of mist gently dispersed. "Is that it?" He felt a bit disappointed, but still encouraged her, saying, "Not bad, keep it up." What he didn't know was that the Fox clan was indeed gifted in illusions, and the Fox woman's illusion was even stronger than that of the river ghost from that day. However, he was no longer the same Li Chu who had cut down the ghost at the river. After slaying that flying lion, his level had already reached 74. With the upgrade, the increase in spiritual power was evident, but the enhancement of his soul was not so obvious, and he didn't pay much attention to it. In reality, his soul had already strengthened a lot. Still using the metaphor of mountains and rivers, for the level 71 Li Chu back then, the fox woman's water might have moistened the foot of his mountain. For the current Li Chu, however, the fox woman's water was too little, hardly enough to evoke any feeling at all. Although Li Chu spoke kindly, the fox woman, with her keen intuition, sensed that the man in front of her was disappointed in her. So she proactively asked, "Master, when will we sign the spiritual contract?" Spiritual contract? It is the ceremony that all demon clans undergo to acknowledge a master, ranging from simple spiritual oaths to complex spiritual contracts. And some even require spells to be inscribed on demon cores. As she spoke, the fox woman's voice grew quieter. She was also quite afraid of these ceremonies. Li Chu shook his head. "I don't need these." In fact, there was something else he didn't dare to say. "I don't know how to do them either." No one had taught him these things. When the little koi acknowledged him as her master, both of them were clueless, simply calling him master. The only one who knew how to do it, Yu Qian, had never mentioned it for some unknown reason. However, the fox woman hesitated. She didn't know why, but it seemed she was somewhat looking forward to Li Chu giving her some constraints. Initially, she thought Li Chu had forgotten and was glad to avoid these. But Li Chu's continuous silence on the matter made her feel a bit anxious. After thinking for a moment, she said softly, "Are you not planning to accept me? Was it because I didn't satisfy you just now?" Li Chu frowned. "Why do you say that? Since I promised to take you in, I naturally won't go back on my word." But how could such a fox woman lower her head, her tail shaking restlessly, without any constraints? "Aren't you worried that I might one day turn against you?" Li Chu smiled and asked in return, "Will you?" "I shouldn't," the fox woman said weakly. Li Chu then asked, "Who told you about these rules for acknowledging a master?" Logically speaking, the fox woman grew up in the mountains and shouldn't be so clear about human affairs. Later, she couldn't stand staying in the mountains for a few years, saying it was too lonely, and that the bustling human world was more interesting, so she left again. She said that acknowledging a master required signing a spiritual contract. Then the master would teach you magical powers, grant you magic tools, give you spiritual medicines, assist you in cultivation, and you would obey all your master's commands, such as fighting and serving. There were some things she was too shy to say. That older sister also said that to capture a man's heart, you first had to seize his kidneys. Li Chu raised his hand to stop her. "I don't know what the rules are for others, but the rules of my Diyun temple are like this." His tone was gentle yet firm. "I will treat each of you demons equally, as my friends. If I need your help, it will not be in order, but mutual assistance. Likewise, if you have any requests, you can also bring them to me. If you feel that my requests go against your will or principles, you can completely refuse. I will not force you. However, if you do something that goes against my principles, I will not show favoritism. The most important principle among these is that harming others is not allowed, just as I will not permit others to harm you. All beings have spirits, and all lives are equal." This statement seemed to overturn the fox woman's understanding, and after a long while, she remained in a daze. She repeatedly thought about Li Chu's words, and her eyes slowly brightened. Li Chu added, now? Let's lift Wang Longqi's illusion. The fox woman obediently nodded. She waved her hand at Wang Longqi, and his vision darkened. He suddenly realized that the fox woman had somehow run to Li Chu's side. He felt parched, but full of spirit. Little White, I still have a poem about reeds. The fox woman's face turned red, and she hurriedly ran into the cabin. Wang Longqi chuckled. She has listened to me recite over 200 poems. She must have been captivated by my talent. Li Chu smiled and nodded. In this world, the happiest people are always fools. Chapter 65, Setting Sail. Wang Yu village is indeed very small, situated on a delta at the river mouth. Such land is usually very fertile, but they do not rely on farming for a living. For the coastal fishermen, the vast East China Sea is a treasure trove. After years of fishing, the people of Wang Yu village have gone from nothing to forming 2 large boats, with the village's able-bodied men distributed between the 2 boats, taking turns to go out to sea. These large boats allow them to venture further out to sea, catch more fish, and live better than other fishing villages. However, going further out to sea also increases the risks. The East China Sea not only has treasures, but also countless mysteries. It is well known that there are far more living creatures in the sea than on land. Correspondingly, there are also more evils in the sea. And just like this ancient ocean, the evils in the deep sea are even older and more mysterious. What happened in the small Wang Yu village might just be a drop in the bucket, but for the families in this village, it represented the collapse of nearly half of them. Therefore, Li Chu took this matter very seriously. After arriving at Wang Yu village, he saw the old village chief and a group of villagers waiting here early. As soon as the boat docked, they received a warm welcome from the villagers. The old village chief took the lead, and the villagers eagerly stepped forward to shake hands with Li Chu, especially the young women in the village, to appease their emotions. Li Chu comforted each of them. However, as they shook hands, more and more girls ran out of the village, and soon a long line formed. Unable to help himself, Li Chu asked the old village chief, have so many husbands turned into water monkeys? The old village chief blushed and coughed a few times, driving away all the girls who had come to inquire. Originally, the village had prepared a seafood feast to entertain them. Li Chu felt a bit tempted by this. After the little koi came to the Yun temple, a new rule was added: no eating fish. Even putting fish balls in the hot pot was not allowed. So in the neighboring Yuhang town by the East China Sea, the 2 of them hadn't eaten fish for a long time. However, thinking back to before the little koi arrived, they had to plan for half a month just to have a meat dish. Without her, perhaps there would be no thriving Diyun temple today, and that would be understandable. Li Chu could actually understand this. Once any creature gains a sense of spirituality, they might not be able to bear the sight of their kind being placed on the dining table. However, this also served as a reminder for him. The fox woman was still acceptable. Humans do not have the habit of eating fox meat. In the future, he must not accept demon servants resembling pigs, cows, or sheep. Otherwise, they might as well change their temple into a monastery. However, considering the importance of saving people, Li Chu decided to postpone the seafood meal and first go see the water monkeys. The old village chief warmly invited them, and, seeing Li Chu's firm attitude, had no choice but to take them to a pond outside the village. Since the water monkeys could not stay away from water for long, they were simply placed in the pond. Upon reaching the pond, the old village chief sighed, saying, alas, a good crew of sailors has turned into such monsters. A glance revealed that the pond was small, surrounded by a fence that seemed hastily erected and quite loose. There were also a dozen young men from the village holding red tassel spears watching over it, indicating that the old village chief was still cautious, fearing any unusual movements from the water monkeys. After all, this was related to evil spirits. As for their appearance, they looked just like what Wang Longqi described. Their size and posture were indeed similar to the wild monkeys in the mountains. The only difference was that the water monkeys were covered in dark blue hard scales, and their tails looked sharper and stronger, likely aiding them in swimming. Wang Longqi exclaimed, they seem quite at ease, playing around here. Li Chu had good eyesight and quickly noticed one water monkey on the shore, which was different from the others. It looked mournfully at the water, standing on its hind legs, with many wounds on its body, some bandaged, still oozing blood. This monkey was named Wu Er, the only one on the ship who could read. The old village chief said, thanks to him, we can understand their experiences in such detail. Li Chu then asked, how did he get injured? The old village chief chuckled and responded, little Taoistly, just from one glance. Can you tell what's different about these water monkeys? Li Chu glanced around and shook his head. No, I can't. Indeed, they all looked the same, making it hard to distinguish who was who. They had slept with those maidens on the small island, and if their wives found out, they would naturally not let them off easily. But since they couldn't recognize which one was their own husband, they had to endure for now. However, Wu Er was different. He could read, stood up first to communicate with us, and told us everything about the island. His wife definitely knew it was him, and she was the first to explode in anger. grabbing a rolling pin and charging over. If we hadn't stopped her, he wouldn't have any good scales left by now. Wang Longqi couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Knowledge changes fate." Li Chu used his keen eye technique to take a look. The chi of these water monkeys was nothing special. They appeared almost like ordinary wild beasts. If there was any difference, it might be that they had less of the negative emotions like resentment, ferocity, and killing intent. After all, they had human souls within them. After that, there was a lavish seafood feast. The seafood prepared by the fishermen may not have been as refined as that in large restaurants, but it was definitely fresh and tender, and there was plenty to fill their stomachs. During the meal, Wang Longqi kindly reminded them, "When we board the ship later, don't eat too much." Li Chu and the foxwoman both nodded. However, when it came time to eat, they couldn't care less. Eating until they were 12 parts full was not too excessive, right? Especially the foxwoman, who looked like a delicate little girl, just with an extra tail. Who would have thought her appetite could match that of 3 strong men? And her eating style, if you wanted to be polite, you could call it a whirlwind. If not, it was like a starving dog pouncing on food, left the surrounding villagers dumbfounded. After finishing, she smiled shyly, elegantly wiped her mouth, and nodded gently in acknowledgement. Graceful. This meal successfully changed the villagers' perception of her from thinking she was a monster to realizing she was indeed a monster. There was nothing to be done. She was used to being hungry. She secretly glanced at Li Chu, only to find him eating even more vigorously than she was. Yet he appeared so composed, so carefree, so wild and unrestrained. She thought to herself, "No wonder he is my master." After the meal, they boarded a large ship sent by the village, manned by 8 or 9 experienced sailors, and set sail into the sea. Shortly after boarding, Wang Longqi leaned over the back of the ship and began to vomit. He had previous experience at sea and had learned his lesson, which was why he had advised everyone in advance. And he himself had only eaten until he was 80% full. Who would have thought he would still be in such a bad state? What puzzled him was that Li Chu and the foxwoman, both first-time sailors, showed no reaction at all, leisurely enjoying the scenery of the sea, with the foxwoman occasionally shouting in excitement. Wang Longqi, pale as a ghost, walked over and indignantly asked, "Why aren't you two seasick?" The master and servant exchanged glances and shrugged, their expressions seemingly saying, "No way, no way. Could someone really get seasick? That would be too useless." Wang Longqi felt wronged and pouted as he walked away. After about 2 hours, a lookout sailor at the bow scratched his head and said, "Strange." Li Chu walked over and asked, "What's wrong?" The sailor replied, "According to the drawn sea chart, we should have arrived by now. At the very least, we should be able to see it, but..." He pointed to the barren sea surface ahead, where nothing was visible. Li Chu frowned. This was indeed a bit tricky. Could it be some secret realm or a moving island? They had only exchanged a few sentences when suddenly a sailor at the back shouted, "Oh!" Looking up, they saw dark clouds rolling in thickly. The clouds moved ominously in all directions. The sailor shouted, "The weather is changing." Chapter 66, A Huge Fish. Li Chu stood in the fierce wind, looking at the sky, where the clouds were gathering. Almost in an instant, the sea went from calm to turbulent, as if a small koi had suddenly transformed into a spring wild boar. It was a true case of a sudden change in weather. The darkened sky made Wang Longqi forget his seasickness and huddle in a corner, shivering. "Lower the sails." The sailors, experienced as they were, ran around the deck, busy lowering the sails. But judging by their expressions, this was clearly not a common occurrence. The black clouds piled up thicker and thicker, like dense ink. In the distance, a rumbling sound suddenly echoed, resembling thunder rolling or thousands of horses galloping. Looking out, they saw a line of towering waves approaching like a mountain. A lookout sailor shouted, "Everyone, get inside the cabin." Bang! The ship was hit by a wave and tossed high into the air. Under this wave, even the large ship from Wangyu village seemed powerless, merely at its mercy. This was the might of heaven and earth. Or perhaps not. Li Chu sensed something was off in the wind and quickly closed his eyes to activate his keen eye technique. Boom! A massive black vortex suddenly manifested in his mind. Their ship was caught in the currents of the black whirlpool. This black energy was unmistakably the aura of a monster. Was it a sea monster? As the first wave passed, a torrential rain suddenly poured down, pelting the deck with loud cracks. The fierce wind swept up, sending scattered items on the deck flying everywhere. A huge shadow was circling near the ship. Large raindrops hit him relentlessly, drenching him instantly, but he still stood firmly at the bow, like a flag. This grand storm seemed merely an accompanying phenomenon of the sea monster's emergence. The closer they got, the more intense the wind and rain became. Through his perception of chi, it felt as if he could see the outline of the sea monster's scales. And it seemed the sea monster also sensed Li Chu's gaze. It was unclear how this sea monster observed the vast ocean, but it seemed to have a method similar to the keen eye technique. Li Chu felt a strange sense of eye contact with someone in the depths of the void. Anger surged within the sea monster. It felt like walking down the road and suddenly locking eyes with someone who would ask, "What are you looking at?" With an explosive temper, Li Chu cautiously retracted part of his spirit, quietly observing within a small range. This could be considered a sign of weakness. However, the sea monster's anger escalated, filling its massive body with rage, as if to say, "Do you dare to look?" Boom, boom, boom. Strange noises came from below the ship, and the vessel began to shake violently. The old sailors in the cabin stumbled, struggling to hold on to something. Only the fox girl stood steadily in place, lifting a curtain and nervously watching Li Chu. Through a monster's keen intuition, she sensed that a gigantic creature was approaching. Not just a gigantic creature, but a monstrous being, moving below and making her bite her lip tightly. Boom. Suddenly, a massive wave surged up from the distant sea, like a mountain rising abruptly, getting higher and higher. After a loud crash, the seawater receded, revealing a terrifying dark golden color. Was it a dorsal fin? The mountain that suddenly rose from the sea turned out to be the dorsal fin of a fish. It was dark golden all over, covered in ancient and solemn patterns, resembling a giant bronze vessel from ancient times when viewed from a distance. It exuded a sense of divine power. The sailors gasped, their eyes wide. Even though they had traversed the sea for decades, how could they have ever witnessed such a scene? The already extremely frightened Wang Longqi's pupils suddenly went blank, dumbfounded, saying, "What a big mountain, what a big fish." Li Chu felt a hint of confusion. Upon closer inspection, this did not look like a sea monster, but rather a sea beast, and it seemed to be a creature with ancient bloodline. Such a creature should not appear in this sea area. Although it was already quite far from the shore, it was still not far enough. This was not a place for such sea monsters to live. But there was no time to think further. The wind howled and the rain poured, blocking the ship completely. Now, it could be said that it was the path of this small, humble wooden boat that was in jeopardy. With the storm pushing harder, if they collided like this, the ship would definitely meet a shattered end. The curtain in the cabin was already blown up by the wind, and the sailors inside were crying out in distress, nearly kneeling down on the spot. The reason they didn't kneel was not because they wanted to preserve their dignity, but because they simply couldn't get up. The fox girl's tail was tightly tensed, and her palms were sweating cold. After all, this was not the familiar mountains and forests, but the unfamiliar sea. She had heard that sea monsters were not bound by the laws of heaven and could grow freely. But this was too big, right? So big it made her breath quicken. Just revealing a dorsal fin was so terrifying. If it showed its full appearance, wouldn't it be equivalent to half a Miaofeng mountain? In contrast, the previously loud Wang Longqi was now unusually quiet. He huddled in a corner, holding onto a wall to stabilize himself, his expression blank and indifferent, muttering something under his breath. If one were to get closer and listen carefully, they would hear him repeatedly saying, "Li Chu bless, Li Chu bless, Li Chu bless." Li Chu's back remained straight, unpredictable in emotions. He stood at the bow of the ship, eyes closed, his slender blue figure facing the dark golden mountain ahead. His clothes fluttered, and his hair danced in the wind. In his mind, that was not a mountain, but merely the tip of an iceberg. Below the dorsal fin, the full form was a monstrous fish with 2 horns on its head, resembling a bull's head and somewhat hinting at a dragon's head. It stared with huge eyes, like the sun and moon in the deep sea, causing the small fish in the surrounding waters to flee in terror. Li Chu sensed its aura and felt it was not a bad monster, because it was not heavily tainted with resentment. However, it was indeed blocking the ship's path. And without making a choice, the ship was bound to be destroyed along with its crew. Thus, he drew his sword. Sword raised, sword fell. Looking at the sea and sky merging, listening to the wind rise and rain fall. The giant fish seemed to sense something, its scales suddenly flaring up, emitting a fierce cold light. Was it wary? Or did it want to wait until the ship collided with it before completely pulverizing it? But the first to touch it was a sharp and magnificent sword light. Open, open, open. As the sword light passed, the fish's back suddenly opened up smoothly, like a skilled chef slicing a fish in a restaurant, removing a whole row of fish bones, perfectly dividing it into 2. The sailors behind them gaped, but could not make a sound. From their perspective, it clearly looked like a tiny human wielding an iron sword had split open a mountain. However, in Li Chu's feeling, it seemed that this fish was easier to cut than that lion last time. They shared the same characteristic. They were both large and appeared terrifying. But once the sword came down, it turned out to be insubstantial. Li Chu pondered for a moment and reached a conclusion. Large things often have average hardness. Chapter 67, Yongla Island. A dark golden mountain peak with menacing scales appeared with a smooth crack. The ship slowly entered through it. At first, it was just a small gap. But as they went deeper, the passage widened. The 2 halves of the sea monster's body separated. This was an extremely shocking experience for everyone on the ship. The sailors rushed onto the deck, gasping in awe. My goodness, little Li Daoist can't be a deity, right? One sailor finally couldn't help but shout. Li Chu shook his head. It's just a slightly bigger fish, nothing much. Everyone was speechless, looking up at the sunlight filtering down. It felt like walking in a towering narrow sky. You call that slightly bigger? One would feed a village for half a year. They looked at Li Chu's humble back, their gazes turning to awe. The fox girl suddenly called out, "Master, look." She placed one hand on the ship's front edge, tiptoeing and pointing ahead, where beyond the gap, there was a faintly colorful scene. The fox girl had sharp eyesight, and so did Li Chu. He glanced and saw the scene over there. An island. From a distance, there were overlapping mountains, lush vegetation, and in the valleys, there were faintly visible clusters of golden palaces. Just like what the sailors who had turned into water monkeys had described. But before the storm, they had found nothing in that direction. After experiencing this storm, the island suddenly appeared. This matched the sailors' experiences. But this storm was clearly triggered by that sea monster. If the sailors had the same encounter, then they should have encountered the sea monster as well. How could mere mortals escape? Could it be that the sea monster had a specific target? Upon reflection, it seemed that the monster had become angry because he had used his insight to peek at its true form. Thinking about it this way, did it attack the ship because it was shy? Li Chu gently shook his head, dismissing this absurd thought. After a moment, the giant halves of the fish's body had sunk into the sea, and the sky had long cleared up. The setting sun of dusk cast a brilliant light on the calm sea, like fireworks. The ship finally approached the island. Suddenly, a horn sounded from the island. And looking in the direction of the sound, someone in golden white armor was blowing a horn at the shore, seemingly alerting the people on the island of an uninvited guest's arrival. The ship finally docked on a soft sandy beach. And just 100 steps ahead of the beach was a dense forest. Before the crowd could disembark, they heard rustling sounds coming from the woods. Many people were approaching. The people on the ship immediately became alert, nervously staring at the patch of forest. The dense sound of footsteps grew closer, and there were many of them. Suddenly, a shiny belly emerged first from the woods. This belly belonged to a short, chubby man, whose entire body resembled a round ball, appearing quite comical due to his short and fat stature. This little chubby man was dressed in luxurious garments adorned with intricate gold embroidery, which looked quite valuable. But no matter how expensive the clothes were, they couldn't hide his belly, which popped out with a little effort. To his right stood a row of tall and imposing guards, each clad in golden armor and wielding long spears and halberds. The moment this group stepped out, they brought an overwhelming sense of grandeur, akin to the golden palace behind them, which was extravagant and ostentatious. However, Li Chu thought it looked quite nice. He even imagined that when he had money in the future, he would decorate the Yun Temple in a similar fashion, commonly referred to as Teheo gold. The little chubby man approached the ship, straining to look up with a beaming smile, and said to the people on board, "Welcome, guests from afar, to Yonglou Island." It seemed that the other party did not have any immediate intention of starting a fight. Li Chu led the fox girl and Wang Longqi down from the ship. A group of sailors exchanged glances but chose to stay on the ship and wait for them. One reason was that there were evil spirits on the island, which frightened them. Another reason was that they had heard the maidens on the island were very hospitable, and their wives were also afraid. So they had established a rule to stay on the ship. Therefore, only 3 people actually disembarked. Wang Longqi, not forgetting his original intention, thought to himself. The little chubby man greeted Li Chu and the others warmly, asking, "Aren't the guests on the ship coming down to sit for a while? I am the steward of Yonglou Island, and our island master is very hospitable. Every guest will receive the best treatment." "No, they're waiting for us on the ship." Li Chu replied frankly, "We have business to discuss with your island master." "Oh." The little chubby man did not ask what the business was, but smiled first. "The island master will be very happy to hear that." At that moment, accompanied by a group of maidens and soldiers, the 3 walked through the dense woods toward the shining golden palace. When viewed from outside the island, the palace seemed nearby. But in reality, the mountain path was quite far. It was unclear how these people had arrived shortly after seeing the ship. When they finally approached the palace, even Wang Longqi, a proper rich second generation, couldn't help but gasp in amazement. The entire palace was adorned with exquisite carvings and brilliant colors. Almost everything in sight was covered with a layer of gold leaf. The ground was paved with white Han marble, perfectly smooth and seamlessly connected, with no visible signs of seams. Upon entering the main hall, they did not immediately meet the so-called island master, but were arranged to rest in a side hall. The other party's attitude was very polite, so the 3 patiently waited. It was only when the sun had completely set that someone came to notify them that the banquet was ready and the island master was waiting in the main hall. When they entered the main hall, they finally met the mysterious island master. This island master bore a resemblance to the little chubby man. He was also round, but much taller, with a large head that made him look like one round ball stacked on another. He resembled a snowman, which was quite amusing. The island master warmly said, "Welcome, esteemed guests, to my Yonglou Island." "Haha, You are all indeed handsome gentlemen and beautiful ladies, making this little island shine brightly. The three were guided by the maidens to sit at the dining table. The table was filled with sumptuous dishes, and at a glance, there were all kinds of delicacies in game. However, as Li Chu looked at the dishes on the table, he suddenly blinked. Then he said, "But I have a question." "Oh." The island master raised his hand, indicating to go ahead. "With such a lavish banquet, why is there not a single fish?" "Hee." The island master waved his hand, saying, "To be honest, we live on an island and have long grown tired of seafood. Here, this is what is most precious. But as far as I know, you seem to have purchased a lot of seafood just yesterday," Li Chu replied leisurely. Upon hearing this, the island master's eyes flashed with a glint, and his smile gradually faded. Chapter 68. My master's cultivation is boundless. Wang Longqi looked at Li Chu nervously, not expecting him to jump straight to the point without any foreplay. It was too abrupt. The atmosphere in the hall instantly grew tense. He glanced at the two beautiful maidens beside him, who had been prepared to serve them but now stood awkwardly to the side. Sigh. He sighed inwardly, realizing he should have discussed this with Li Chu beforehand. At least they could have waited until after the night to start the discussion. The island master stared at Li Chu, and after a moment, suddenly smiled and said, "But I don't know how to address you, young Taoist." Li Chu slowly replied, "I am Li Chu, a disciple of the Yun Temple at Shirley Pu, outside of Yuhang Town." He then raised his hand and gestured behind him. "This is the fox demon Xiao Bai, who is cultivating in my temple, and this is a friend of mine." The island master nodded lightly, and then said, "Young Taoist Li, it seems you have quite an understanding of matters on my island from your earlier question, not one to beat around the bush." Li Chu straightforwardly stated, "I am here on behalf of the villagers from Wangyu village by the East Sea to investigate the matter of dozens of fishermen turning into monsters. Their only unusual experience prior to this was visiting your island. Therefore, I thought the island master might know the reason behind it." Hee. The island master chuckled lightly. "Young Taoist Li is quite straightforward, so I won't lie to you." He leaned back casually and said, "It was I who used sorcery to turn them into water monkeys." Upon hearing this, Li Chu remained calm, but Wang Longqi's heart sank. It seemed both of them were a bit too bold. If a fight broke out later, he had no idea where to hide. He had thought that with Li Chu around, things would be fine. He just wanted to take advantage of the situation, spend a night, and leave quickly. Who knew Li Chu would skip straight to the main plot? It seemed this island master was also a tough character. Who knows if Li Chu could still protect himself if things escalated. The hall had a total of 4 exits, 1 front door, 2 side doors, and 1 back door. The front door was guarded by 4 guards, while each side door had 2 guards. The back door was unguarded, but it's unknown where it led. There were 36 large windows and 72 small windows in the hall, with the large windows capable of allowing a person to pass through. There were 38 tables in the hall, all of which could provide hiding spots, though not very discreetly. The hall had 18 beams, behind which one could also hide, but only one side could be concealed. "Wait, what did I just see?" Li Chu then asked. "Why?" The island master, looking down from his elevated position, said, "On my territory, I have no obligation to explain myself to you, but I am not unreasonable, so it's fine to tell you." He first raised his stature and then explained, "In fact, I am not only the master of Yongla Island, but I am also the Dragon King of the sea area within hundreds of miles." After saying this, he smiled broadly. Dragon King? This surprised Li Chu a bit. He was familiar with the history of the Hala dynasty. Before the human race, the dragon race was once the ruler of all beings, the overlord of this world. Perhaps this realm was not even known as the human realm back then, but that is no longer certain. However, after numerous earth-shattering battles in ancient times, the human race ultimately seized the position of overlord. From then on, the demon races began to transform into human forms. Meanwhile, some branches of the dragon race, which were closely related, still retained the legacy of transforming into dragons. Even among the 7 realms of the human race, there remained a realm named after dragon transformation. Even though this dragon transformation is not the same as that dragon transformation, it still shows the deep influence of the dragon race on the human race. However, as the human race grew stronger, the dragon race continued to weaken. Nowadays, true dragons have not appeared in the human world for a long time. The island master seemed to know what he was thinking and immediately added, "Of course, I am not a pure-blood true dragon, but I am certainly not an ordinary dragon descendant. I inherit the true dragon bloodline, which is why the surrounding aquatic creatures regard me as their master. This means that his father is a true dragon. A second-generation dragon descendant like him, nearly pure blood, is already quite noble among the dragon clan and has the hope of advancing to a pure-blood true dragon." As he spoke, he smiled proudly, and a shimmering light appeared on his forehead, revealing 2 horns pointing skyward. His original snowman-like appearance transformed into a snowman with long horns because of these 2 dragon horns. It looked even more comical. Li Chu vaguely guessed the reason and said, Is it because the fishermen are fishing nearby that you are punishing them? Indeed. The island master spread his hands and said, I protect the surrounding aquatic creatures, and they have been fishing here recklessly, causing many aquatic lives to perish. Is it excessive to make them work as water monkeys for 3 years? Besides, I have also given them a large amount of gold and silver treasure. Enough for them to enjoy for 30 years. Li Chu pondered for a moment and said, what you said does have some merit. Wang Longqi looked at Li Chu. Is he going to give up on the villagers of Wangyu village? But then Li Chu changed his tone and said, I came at someone else's request, so I cannot take this lightly. This punishment has already had an effect. If you lift the curse today, I can guarantee that the fishermen of Wangyu village will no longer come to this sea area. How about that? They harmed the aquatic creatures under my rule. And I can just let it go? The island master retorted. Then I can only offend you. Li Chu stood up. In a situation where a conversation could be held, he indeed did not want to conflict with an unknown powerful enemy. However, he felt he could not persuade the island master. Between different races, there are naturally different positions. As a dragon king, he must protect the aquatic creatures under his rule, which is understandable. From his standpoint, it seems reasonable to act this way. But as a human, he certainly could not accept it. The island master sneered. Do you want to fight me? A hint of mockery flashed in his eyes, seemingly ridiculing Li Chu's overestimation of himself. I came at someone else's request, so I will naturally do my best. If I am no match for the island master, my master will intervene, Li Chu said loudly. My master's cultivation is unparalleled. The island master's brow furrowed. Are you threatening me? Li Chu replied calmly, just speaking the truth. The island master fell silent for a moment. He was very clear about the complex relationships among human cultivators. It's not uncommon for a small conflict to escalate into a major disaster. However, he had never heard of the name, Dian Temple. If Li Chu had come from places like Baiyu Capital, Qingyang Temple, or Yinyu Temple, he would have respectfully sent him off without a second thought. But this obscure Diyun Temple sounded quite like a bluff. However, there are always many hidden powers in the world. ISNT had often said that the monk sweeping the floor in a certain temple is the world's top master. If his master is truly a powerful figure, he might not escape disaster. After a moment of thought, the island master came up with a more comprehensive idea. If he is indeed a disciple of a powerful figure, he would not be a fool. Why not test this little Taoist quality? So he smiled and said, Little Taoist Li, there's no need to rush. Let's have a contest first. If your strength can indeed gain my recognition, then there is much to discuss. Li Chu frowned. You want to compete with me? He felt somewhat troubled. If it were a real fight, he wouldn't have any psychological burden, but a sparring match would touch on his blind spot. Recalling the past, it seemed he had never left a life in his hands. If he spars with this unknown dragon king, if he holds back, he might lose. If he uses all his strength, what if he accidentally kills him with a single sword strike? Then who would he talk to? Seeing his troubled expression, the island master thought Li Chu was afraid of him. Don't worry, I'm not going to make it difficult for you. I 1T strike. He turned and called down to the lower hall. Bring up the human-faced crocodile. The short and chubby steward instantly changed color. Island master. You want to release the human-faced crocodile? Chapter 69, Dragon King, Han family son-in-law. This human-faced crocodile is a fierce beast that came from the deep sea, killing many lives in my waters. I personally captured it. The island master said, if little Taoist Li is truly a disciple of a great power, he must be deeply skilled in cultivation. As long as he does not let his guard down, defeating this beast should not be a problem. Li Chu did not respond. He has always been modest, cautious, and polite. He does not have the habit of making bold statements first. Before long, the sound of clanking chains came from outside the hall. 2 guards struggled to bring in an exceptionally large beast. No wonder it was called a human-faced crocodile. Its face indeed bore distinct human characteristics, but its protruding teeth were covered in blue scales. This beast's body resembled a human shape, but it stood over 2 zhang tall. If it weren't for the spacious hall, it wouldn't fit at all. It exuded a fierce aura, and its face was full of menace. Upon seeing it, Wang Longqi stroked his chin and fell into contemplation. What kind of creature could produce something like this? The human-faced crocodile was nailed with 18 dragon-pattern piercing nails, and any slight exertion of demon power would cause immense pain, so it could only allow the 2 guards to lead it. Upon seeing the island master, a chilling smile appeared on its terrifying face. Human-faced crocodile, I am giving you a chance. I want you to compete with this little Taoist. The island master did not mind and said, if you win, I can let you go. The human-faced crocodile let out a hoarse and unpleasant laugh. Can I tear him apart? No, the island master shook his head. Boring. Suddenly, a series of clattering sounds rang out as the guards began to pull out the piercing nails from its body. With each nail removed, a blood hole the size of an adult wrist appeared on it, but it seemed to enjoy it, moaning with each nail pulled out. Wang Longqi couldn't bear to watch this scene and shifted his gaze elsewhere. Throughout the process, Li Chu had been observing the human-faced crocodile and had opened his mind's eye to inspect it. He had not encountered many demon creatures, so he could not accurately assess its strength through the intensity of its demon energy. He could only roughly speculate that if it hadn't deliberately concealed its demon energy, it should be much weaker than that flying lion. If that's the case, it doesn't seem necessary to be too wary. However, in his mind's eye, the resentment attached to it was overwhelming. One could hardly imagine how many lives it had taken. It seems that he doesn't need to hold back. Eliminating such a monster is a merit. The steward also cautiously approached and quietly reminded him, "Little Taoist Li, it's best to finish quickly. This human-faced crocodile has committed numerous atrocities. Relying on an ancient scroll of divine powers it obtained in its early years to learn a technique called the anger character technique. It will become more furious during battle. And the stronger its anger, the stronger its power. If it accumulates enough rage, even our island master may not be able to stop it." He was very afraid of this human-faced crocodile and had been against the island master releasing it since earlier, worried it would lead to disaster for this reason. Thank you for the reminder. Li Chu nodded lightly. Anger character technique? It fights, it gets angry. That's somewhat interesting. However, he has a special trick for dealing with opponents that grow stronger the more they are hit. As the 18 piercing nails were completely removed, the fierce aura of the human-faced crocodile reached its peak. Despite the blood pouring from its body, pooling on the ground, it seemed unconcerned, even smiling with delight, and laughed aloud. Bring the knife? Without needing to call, 2 guards were already struggling to carry a giant golden red, curved knife forward. Get out of the way. The human-faced crocodile grasped the hilt of the knife and swung it twice with great force, scaring all the surrounding guards into a flurry of dodges. The human-faced crocodile laughed wildly. After stopping, it extended its tongue to lick the blade, grinning. This knife, which roams the seas, hasn't tasted blood in a long time. How can that be? Wang Longqi whispered. That knife must not be poisoned. After the lines were finished, Li Chu stepped out to face it, looking at it calmly. Is it just you? That's far from enough. The human-faced crocodile said coldly, everyone must die. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding maidens turned pale, and the guards appeared as if facing a great enemy. The evil aura was overwhelming. The island master shouted, "You better behave in this competition. If you dare to act fiercely again, I will definitely spare no mercy in killing you." Do you think I'm still afraid of you? Do you know how much anger I've built up during these days in prison? The human-faced crocodile shouted at the island master, raised its curved blade, and with its crimson eyes fixed on Li Chu, it said, "Come on, you're the first." It stomped its foot, shattering the ground, and its body shot out like an arrow. Blood light flickered, and its already massive form suddenly swelled even larger. Li Chu was already somewhat impatient. Seeing the enemy finally make a move, he drew his sword. He raised it and brought it down. Swish! A flash of white light passed, and the human-faced crocodile, which was still 3 zhang away, suddenly froze in its tracks. Thud! It fell to the ground. End of story. The fox girl smiled lightly. My master can even disperse thunderclouds. In front of him, what do you have to be arrogant about? Wang Longqi, with wide open eyes, said speechlessly, with this kind of strength, there's no need for so much nonsense. Looking at the shocked expressions of the maidens and guards on the island, he couldn't help but curl his lips. Is it really that surprising to kill a monster in a second? In fact, it wasn't just the servants. Even the island master himself had his eyelids twitching at this scene. Shocked. Others might not know the strength of the human-faced crocodile, but he knew it best. Back then, when he dealt with it, he also spent quite a bit of effort, and hearing it say it had built up a lot of anger, he was somewhat wary. How could it die so carelessly? If it were him, no, he absolutely couldn't do such a casual one-hit kill. How strong must this little Taoist be? Thinking about how he had just acted so arrogantly in front of him, the island master couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. But soon, he thought of something even more terrifying. If this little Taoist's strength is so horrifying, how strong must his master be? He couldn't bear to think more. Thinking about how he almost provoked such a big shot, beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Haha, the island master laughed heartily. Of course. We can talk about everything, we can negotiate. He turned and waved his sleeve. These dishes are cold, bring out hot ones. Where are the musicians? Play the music. Dance. From behind the gauze curtains of the great hall came the sound of orchestral music, not loud, but melodious and pleasant, as if everything that just happened had never occurred. The grand feast began anew. Finally, 2 maidens sat beside him to serve, and Wang Longqi was overjoyed, embracing them on both sides, grinning from ear to ear. After a meal, the 2 maidens were tired and had to softly advise, "Guest, don't touch anymore, eat something first." The maiden who wanted to sit beside Li Chu was politely rejected by him. After simply eating a bit, he spoke again, "Island master. Regarding the matter of lifting the curse for the fishermen of Wanyu village. No problem at all. as long as they no longer fish in the sea area. The island master seemed to have changed into a different person, very easy to talk to. He raised his left palm, urging out a scale in his palm. Then gritting his teeth, he pulled out the scale. The steward handed the scale over. Li Chu nodded. Thank you. In fact, the island master spoke again. Having seen the cultivation of little Taoist Li just now, I have another matter I would like to ask of you. Li Chu said, just speak freely. To talk about this request, it must start from my background, the island master said seriously. Before becoming the Dragon King here, I actually had another identity, that is, a son-in-law of the Han family. Chapter 70 Accepting the Task, Finding the Dragon Transformation Fruit. Among the forces in the martial world, besides the sects maintained by inheritance and the gangs maintained by interests, there are also families maintained by bloodlines. Among many families, the most ancient and powerful are the 7 families in southern Tianzhou, known as the 7 families of southern Tian. Although the 7 families of southern Tian are settled in a corner, almost every change of dynasty in history has their shadow behind it. Dynasties rise and fall, but families endure. After nearly 10,000 years, these ancient families have accumulated a terrifying foundation. The Han family is one of the 7 families of southern Tian. When telling his story, the island master's eyes held a hint of weariness and nostalgia. I was born not knowing who my parents were, growing up with my master. He found me in the wilderness, taught me principles, passed on my abilities, and how to be a person. So I never considered myself a dragon. I always regarded myself as a human. However, my master was not a great power. He only had 3rd realm cultivation throughout his life. Not long after, he passed away. I left the mountain gate and began to wander the martial world. That was when I realized how strong my talent was, how extraordinary the dragon bloodline was. In those years, I roamed southern Tian, full of vigor, and made quite a name for myself. Soon after, I met her, my former wife. She was from the direct lineage of the Han family and held a high status in the clan. It was widely rumored that she was the most beautiful woman of her generation in the Han family, a reputation not without merit. At that time, I was young and inexperienced, and when I encountered a woman as beautiful as a celestial being and gentle, how could I not fall in love? What was even more beautiful was that she reciprocated my feelings. I was alone at that time, with no attachments, and after marriage, I happily moved into the Han family. According to your human customs, it should be considered as entering the family by marriage, but I had no parents, so why would I care about that? The years after our marriage were the happiest days of my life. The Han family members respected me greatly, and of course, I also did a lot for them. We were loving and had no conflicts. However, perhaps it was about 4 years after our marriage. That night, she stabbed a dragon-warding nail into my back. Heh. Speaking of this, he sneered. The bone-piercing nail I used to deal with the human-faced crocodile earlier was modeled after the dragon-warding nail. This thing was specially made to harm the dragon race, causing pain countless times worse than that bone-piercing nail. It was then that I realized that everything from her marrying me to the Han family accepting me was all premeditated. All of this was simply because I am a dragon, a nearly pure-blood dragon. They extracted my dragon marrow and injected it into a young prodigy of the Han family. The Han family's prodigy, Hanju, Wang Longqi exclaimed. Although he was not a practitioner, he couldn't help but think of Hanju because he was simply too famous. The Han family's prodigy is the title specifically referring to the chosen one of the Han family of this generation in the martial world. He had already shaken southern Tian at the age of 15, and by 18, he was known throughout the world. He was a prodigy able to rival the top disciples of the 12 celestial sects, with brilliant talent. Even in the nearby Jiangnan continent, he had many admirers. In contrast, geniuses of the level of Jiang Shoin seemed to be 2 tiers lower. Hanju was known for his might and dominance, emphasizing brute strength over cunning in battles, crushing everything. Most famously, with his dragon blood, he could kill enemies across realms when ignited, which was extremely terrifying. Who would have thought that his dragon blood actually came this way? That kid is developing quite well, isn't he? It makes sense. He was already exceptionally talented and obtained my dragon marrow, which is equivalent to seizing my dragon bloodline, naturally making him invincible. The island master laughed self-deprecatingly. I was forcibly deprived of my dragon marrow, my cultivation plummeted, and I was nearly rendered useless. At this time, my wife stood up to plead with the head of the Han family not to kill me. She had just achieved a great merit, and the head of the Han family was unwilling to go against her wishes. So they imprisoned me on this overseas island, sending guards from all directions to watch over me, which was quite a hassle. Fortunately, the water tribes in the nearby seas were willing to acknowledge me as their master, allowing me to become the Dragon King of this area despite losing my dragon blood. With their help, I found many heavenly materials and earthly treasures to heal my injuries. And I have regained some of my cultivation, which is why I am in this situation today. It has been over 10 years since I was imprisoned. Li Chu listened quietly and realized that the steward beside him, as well as the maid and guards here, were all transformed from water creatures. The island master continued, I mentioned this not to ask Taoist Xiao Li for revenge. Some things I will have to do myself. But right now, I cannot escape this island at all. Without dragon blood, I can no longer advance in my cultivation, let alone seek revenge. Faced with my current bottleneck, there is only one thing that can help me regenerate a drop of divine dragon marrow. I have a natural dragon body, and with this drop of divine dragon marrow, there is a possibility to restore my dragon bloodline. This item is called the Transformation Dragon Fruit. Transformation Dragon Fruit? Li Chu obviously had never heard of this name. Yes, the island master nodded. This item is quite precious and is used by human cultivators to assist in breaking through to the Transformation Dragon realm. But it can only exert its true efficacy on dragon clans. So where can it be found? Li Chu asked. It is well known in the rivers and lakes that there are 2 transformation dragon trees in the human world, one in the western Kunlun White Jade capital, and the other in the eastern sea area of the Thunderfall at the Xianxiao Gate. Both places have already been claimed by the celestial sects, making it impossible for outsiders to obtain them. However, I happen to know that there is a 3rd transformation dragon tree in this world. The island master smiled and said, many years ago, I met a friend in Tiannan who could barely be considered a high-level figure, known by the Dao name of Fuyuanjinren. He has a secret realm he opened up himself, called the Hidden Dragon Secret Realm, and within that Hidden Dragon Secret Realm, there just happens to be a transformation dragon tree. But back then, I looked down on this item and never thought to ask him for it. On the occasion of my wedding, he came to offer his congratulations and handed me something after the wedding banquet. I don't know if it's fate, but this item turned out to be the key to his Hidden Dragon Secret Realm. Unfortunately, it is not complete, but rather a quarter of it. Oh, Li Chu's eyes brightened as he suddenly remembered. A quarter of the secret realm key, worth 500 taels of gold. The island master flipped his hand, and sure enough, a fragment appeared in his palm, carved from white jade, with a traditional character for dragon inscribed on the bottom. On that day, Fuyuanjinren told me that he felt his end was near and wanted to seek great opportunities in Jiangnan. Given the uncertainty of life and death, he divided the key to the Hidden Dragon Secret Realm, which contained all his possessions, into 4 parts and gave them to 4 people. What I want to ask of Taoist Xiao Li is to take this fragment of the key and help me find the Hidden Dragon Secret Realm to retrieve a transformation dragon fruit. However, he has been out of contact for many years, and I do not know if he is still alive or to whom he gave the other 3 pieces of the key. It may be somewhat difficult to find them. Fortunately, I am not in a hurry, as my lifespan is not as short as that of humans, and I can wait slowly. The island master walked over and personally handed the fragment to Li Chu. Li Chu examined it carefully and found it indeed matched the fragment he obtained from the nightmarish body that day. He wondered what connection there might be. He said, I have seen another fragment of this key, which was found outside my Yuhang town. Oh, the island master's eyes lit up. Taoist Xiao Li knows the whereabouts of the other piece? Yes, Li Chu nodded. I just need to find 2 more pieces. That would be great. The island master clapped and laughed heartily, adding, as long as Taoist Xiao Li brings the transformation dragon fruit here, I will definitely have a great gift for you. Li Chu looked around at the resplendent decorations and nodded in agreement. The island master thought that cultivators like him wouldn't care about wealth, so he said, don't worry. What I give to Taoist Xiao Li will definitely not be these mundane yellow and white objects. Li Chu looked at him seriously and said, actually, that would be fine. The island master was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Chapter 71 Rapid Mastery of the Sunflower Acupoint Technique. When Wang Longqi left Yongluo Island, he was radiating a sacred aura. He wore a smile, his expression peaceful, and no matter who he faced, he had a warm demeanor like a spring breeze. Miss Xiaobai, goodbye. Li Chu, goodbye. I hope we can all find the true meaning of life in this empty world. Suddenly, I really want to read a few books by sages. Alas, since ancient times, sages have always been lonely. Ouch, my waist hurts. Come help me a bit. Watching him being helped by the boatman to walk down the boat with trembling legs, Li Chu pondered. Is this the legendary moment of a sage? It takes just one night to become like this. It's not easy. Back at the Deyun temple, he settled down a bit. When he was at Wangyu village, the villagers wanted to give him the gold and silver as a reward as agreed. Part of it was gratitude, and part of it was because they thought the money came from a cursed place and didn't he dare to spend it. However, Li Chu did not accept it. He explained part of the reasons to the villagers, stating that as long as they did not approach that sea area again, there would be no more danger, and they could spend the treasures with peace of mind. This barely alleviated their concerns. In fact, he himself did not come away empty-handed from this trip. The piece of secret realm key from the Dragon King starts at 500 taels of gold. However, this piece is definitely not for sale. He could ask Li Sini later if there have been any new discoveries regarding the secret realm. In terms of finding secret realms, the power of the Coyote Yank is much greater than his own. If the secret realm opens, and he has the key in hand, it shouldn't be too dangerous to go in and retrieve a transformation dragon fruit. The most difficult part is gathering all 4 keys, but fortunately, there is no time limit, so he can search slowly. Li Chu opened the small box he kept hidden under his bed. He looked at the money he had saved inside, and couldn't help but show a simple smile. It seems he needs to take a trip to Hangzhou Prefecture sometime to look for a property that will appreciate in value. Yuhang Town, such a small place, really has no room for appreciation. I wonder if it's better to invest in a luxury house or a shop. There's still another matter at hand. The events on Yongla Island made him realize a shortcoming of his own. So far, he has never had a survivor under his sword. Perhaps, one could say he is quite strong within the surrounding area of Yuhang Town. He cannot always deal with evil spirits. In the future, he may have conflicts with people and also compete with other cultivators. If he strikes down all with one sword, it's fine for killing evil spirits. But killing people is against the law. He must have some techniques with less killing intent. He set off for the town and walked into the familiar miscellaneous bookshop. The familiar old shopkeeper was behind the familiar counter, dozing off over familiar sage books. With his studying method, it's no wonder he never scored a scholar in his lifetime. The old shopkeeper's eyesight wasn't good, but his hearing was decent. Hearing Li Chu's footsteps, he suddenly woke up. Oh, Taoist Xiao Li, back to look for secret techniques again? Li Chu nodded and said, yes. Good. What kind does Taoist Xiao Li want to find? The old shopkeeper smiled warmly. All right, let me take a look. The old shopkeeper walked into the stacks of books to search, talking as he went. Taoist Xiao Li, you're quite famous now. I often hear people in town talk about you. I want to put up a sign outside the shop that says, the bookshop most loved by Taoist Xiao Li. Is that okay? Li Chu then understood why he was so enthusiastic upon entering. It turned out he had a request. He nodded and said, that is fine. After all, this is also the truth. The old shopkeeper buried his head in searching for a while, then sighed. How about this book? Li Chu glanced over and saw that the book he took this time was particularly thick and didn't seem that old. The title was just 8 big characters. Rapid Mastery of the Sunflower Acupoint Technique. Acupoint technique? Li Chu thought for a moment. This was often seen in martial arts novels. Previous experience told him that every secret technique in the miscellaneous bookshop was a gem. No matter how unremarkable it looked, there would be extra surprises after practicing it. It was quite magical. The so-called acupoint pressing involves utilizing the complex connections between the body's meridians to influence the entire body through a single point. To learn acupoint pressing, the first step is to memorize all the acupoints in the human body. For an ordinary practitioner, this is something to be done before training the body. If one is unfamiliar with their own meridians and blindly attempts to run the microcosmic orbit, it would be akin to suicide. However, Li Chu had not gone through this, so he had to start from scratch. After looking through it, he understood why this book was so thick. The diagrams of meridians and acupoints, along with subsequent explanations, occupied a significant portion of it. There are 12 primary meridians, 8 extraordinary meridians, totaling 720 acupoints, and one must remember each of them. At least the locations and functions of dozens of key acupoints, as well as the connections behind them. This is quite a substantial amount of memory work. After carefully reading through it, Li Chu closed the book, shut his eyes, and recounted it twice in his mind. Memorized it. He sighed slightly. It had been a long time since he memorized anything, and his speed had slowed down a bit. After remembering all the acupoints and their functions, what remained was to apply the principle of acupoint pressing. It's actually quite simple. It involves penetrating the acupoint with force from the fingertips, creating a lasting impact. For an ordinary person, this is indeed quite difficult, because ordinary people lack sufficient fingertip strength. Even those with considerable finger strength will find that the force dissipates when they press down, spreading to the surrounding bones and muscles, failing to penetrate or remain. But it can be achieved with true energy. It's like condensing true energy into a nail, deeply embedding it. When mastered, and with sufficient true energy, one can even reach the highest level of acupoint pressing from a distance. Li Chu felt that the spiritual energy within him should also be capable of this. Based on past experience, it might even be stronger and more enduring. Having grasped the general principle, he was eager to find someone to test the effect of acupoint pressing with spiritual energy. This couldn't be experimented on himself. If he pressed his own acupoints, there would be no one to release them afterward. After dinner, he called Xiao Yuer into his room. Choosing the little koi was a considered decision. He definitely couldn't offend his master, and the fox girl was much stronger in cultivation than Xiao Yuer, with a more robust physique. Xiao Yuer's body was closer to that of an ordinary human. I want to try the effect of the acupoint pressing technique I've just mastered. Can you help me? Li Chu asked. Xiao Yuer obediently sat in the chair and innocently nodded. Although she didn't know what was going to happen, she was very willing to help her master. I will use the lightest force to press your acupoints and see how long the immobilization effect lasts, Li Chu instructed. If it lasts too long and you feel uncomfortable, just blink, and I will release it for you. Xiaoyuer nodded again. Li Chu cautiously injected a very slight thread of spiritual energy into his fingertip and then pressed it onto Xiaoyuer's shoulder. The finger moved like a swift wind, with the force of lightning. Uft! The little koi's body immediately stiffened. Xiaoyuer's eyes turned. As if she wanted to shake her head, but couldn't. Li Chu was delighted. It seemed the effect was there. Now it was just a matter of seeing how long this thread of spiritual energy could last. He reiterated, blink if you want me to release it. Then he sat aside and began to observe. Later, the sky brightened. The moment the little koi could move, she slid off the chair. Li Chu hurried to support her. The little koi, as if waking from a dream, touched her neck and shoulder, then her waist, and after a long while, she said tearfully, it's numb. Li Chu expected the effect to last an entire night. Just moments ago, he was internally praising the little koi's endurance. Seeing the little koi's expression at that moment, he asked in confusion, then why didn't you blink? The little koi pouted. I fell asleep after sitting for a while. Li Chu suddenly remembered that the little koi slept with her eyes open. When he sent the little koi out, she was still complaining, my shoulders and waist are so sore, my whole body is aching, especially where you pressed me. It's both sore and painful. Li Chu could only comfort her. I'll buy you some candy later. This scene was just caught by Yu Qian, who was heading out in the morning. The old Taoist sighed deeply. After Li Chu had comforted the little koi, he saw his master sitting at the stone table, beckoning him over. And he hurried to sit down. Yu Qian said meaningfully, disciple, as men, if we like girls, we must pursue them in a proper manner. We cannot deceive or bully them just because they seem a bit naive. What you say makes sense, Li Chu blinked. But what does this have to do with me? Yu Qian cleared his throat. I saw you called Xiaoyuer into your room last night, and now she just came out. I learned a new acupoint pressing secret technique and wanted her to help test its effect. I didn't expect it to take so long, Li Chu replied candidly. Acupoint pressing? Yu Qian was taken aback, then looked at Li Chu suspiciously. Is what you're talking about legitimate? Li Chu saw an autumn leaf fall onto his master's shoulder, green with hints of yellow. Chapter 72, The Major Discovery at Xianxiu Temple. The sun set. The autumn insects chirped noisily. Several disciples of Xianxiu Temple stood in a hidden part of Miaofeng Mountain. In recent days, Zhang Shouyin had been searching the mountain with his divine sense, sweeping through without missing a detail, and finally discovered something unusual. This concealed area of the mountain had new soil beneath the rock, suggesting that someone had dug a pit here. There were also some residual true energy around, indicating that a practitioner had used their powers here not long ago. So he brought people to this spot. Upon seeing the corpse of the flying lion with his own eyes, Zhang Shouyin was deeply shocked, and at the same time, a heavy stone in his heart was finally lifted. With this powerful, senseless enemy dead, he no longer needed to escape. Beside him stood Zhang Yuxi, Shui Yuzhu, and Lu Yushan. Shui Yuzhu and Lu Yushan were the two stout and short Taoists who had previously been soul-captured and nearly backstabbed the little master uncle. Fortunately, Zhang Shouyin didn't hold it against them. He merely waved his hand to have them go feed the donkey. This time, Zhang Shouyin personally led the search, and Zhang Yuxi eagerly volunteered to join, citing a compelling reason for his own brother. To this, Shui Yuzhu and Lu Yushan scoffed. Why didn't you hurry to find your brother before the little master uncle came? So your brotherly affection is only a few days a month? Such people always hid at the back when work was being done. Once the leader arrived, they would immediately jump to the front to show off. Shameless. Very frustrating. But there was nothing they could do. They still had to bow and scrape to him, calling him senior brother, even though they wished he were short and soft. Soon, Chou Zhuang and Pu Ai dug out the new soil and surprisingly unearthed a lifelike corpse. It turned out to be the disciple of Xianxiu Temple, Zhang Yuyan. Indeed, this corpse was the very one that Li Chu and Li Sini had encountered the day before, the embodiment of the nightmare. After obtaining the key to the secret realm, adhering to the humanitarian spirit of resting in peace, they had still dug a pit to bury this corpse. Little did they expect it to be dug up so soon. Brother, Zhang Yuxi immediately howled in grief. This corpse was extremely stiff, still maintaining the posture of sitting cross-legged, unable to change, and could only be laid on the ground like this. Zhang Yuxi knelt in front of the corpse, wailing loudly. Though the wails were genuine, very few tears fell. The other three watched coldly from the side. This scene looked not only sad, but also somewhat eerie. Zhang Shouyin was quite surprised. He realized something was amiss here. He had come with a mindset of let's dig and see if there's anything, and unexpectedly, he really managed to dig up Zhang Yuyan's corpse. A few years ago, Zhang Yuyan was ordered by the temple to bring the key to the secret realm to Jiangnan Prefecture to investigate the matter of the hidden dragon secret realm. Until later, the Guanghan sect sent a letter to demand an explanation, stating that Zhang Yuyan had seriously injured one of their disciples from the Xiaoyao pool. The high-ranking members of the Xianxiu View were completely unaware of the situation. After several rounds of negotiation, they finally learned the general outline of the events. At that time, the Guanhan sect happened to have sent disciples to search for the Qianlong secret realm, and the two sides encountered each other. They initially intended to travel together. But halfway through, Zhang Yuyan suddenly attacked and ambushed the Guanhan sect's disciple. There was no further information available, and even the location of Miaofeng Mountain was deduced later by the elders of Xianxiu View based on his movement path. The Guanhan sect intended to monopolize the secret realm and was unwilling to disclose any further details. They simply informed Xianxiu View that their disciple had bullied their disciple. There were no witnesses, no material evidence, and no justification, but it was asserted that their disciple was at fault. Thus, Xianxiu View offered an apology. After all, the Guanhan sect was one of the 12 immortal sects and was known for their unreasonable behavior. Bowing to them was not shameful. Once Zhang Yuyan went missing and lost the key to the secret realm, Xianxiu View no longer held any hope for the Qianlong secret realm and simply set the matter aside. Until a few days ago, Chang Shouchong received a distress letter from Gong Sunjia, learning that he was coming to Yuhang County for duty. So he sent a few disciples to thoroughly investigate Miaofeng Mountain to see if they could uncover anything. Coincidentally, Jiang Shoin was about to advance to the dragon transformation realm and hoped to obtain a dragon transformation fruit to assist him, so he also came over. This led to today's scene. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yuyan, who had been missing for several years, was hastily buried here. However, the new soil covering his body showed no signs of decay. Could it be that he had only died in the past 2 days? Daoist Pu Ai expressed his surprise. Jiang Shoin shook his head and said, his soul has dissipated for several years. The body not decaying might be because he was previously in some secret realm that was isolated from the outside world, or perhaps he was frozen. That's right. My brother must have been frozen. It must have been done by the Guanhan sect. They are always best at ice techniques, Zhang Yushi said, standing up. Jiang Shoin said, you should check if the key is still on him. To be honest, he didn't hold out much hope. The other party likely took the key after killing Zhang Yuyan. Zhang Yushi searched carefully and, as expected, found nothing. But he was not discouraged. After thinking for a moment, he said, my brother always had a habit of hiding things in the soles of his boots. Let me take another look. Saying this, he quickly removed Zhang Yuyan's old boots. A gust of mountain wind blew by, and the smell was indeed quite unpleasant. Jiang Shoin decisively sealed his sense of smell. The other two, Chou Zhuang and Pu Ai, lacked this ability. Chou Zhuang could only complain, can you really put something in your boots? Isn't that uncomfortable? Unexpectedly, Zhang Yushi actually found something while searching the soles. A sheepskin map. He opened it, and, like finding a treasure, excitedly handed it to Jiang Shoin. Uncle Shirshu, look at what this is. Jiang Shoin raised his hand to stop him from getting too close, saying, just tell me what it is. It's a map. It seems to depict the terrain of this mountain, and there appears to be a dragon marking on it. It might indicate the location of the Qianlong secret realm. Zhang Yushi exclaimed with excitement. Immediately, Zhang Yushi took the sheepskin map and led the way. The grass, trees, mountains, and rocks depicted on the map had changed somewhat over the years, but the basic paths and mountain formations remained the same. As night fell, they arrived at a cliff face. The surroundings were empty on 3 sides, with lush forests in the distance and a flowing stream, creating a beautiful scenery, especially at night. With bright stars and the moon reflecting on the cliff, it added a touch of elegance. Jiang Shoin, having some understanding of feng shui, vaguely felt that this place seemed like a good burial site. This is it, Zhang Yushi pointed, indicating a protruding stone on the cliff, resembling a relief. About the height of a person, but lacking in aesthetic appeal, only having a distinctive shape. He continued, the map shows the shape of this floating stone and a seal with the character Lin, which should be the seal needed to activate the restriction. Jiang Shoin nodded and instructed them to step back to avoid any accidents. He stood alone in front of the cliff, holding the Lin character seal, channeling his vital energy. Whoosh! A beam of energy shot from his hands onto the protruding stone, quickly receiving feedback. A white light illuminated the floating stone. Boom! Then, the cliffs on either side seemed to respond, rapidly opening a 3-meter-high large door. It was indeed a restriction mechanism. A few disciples of Xianxiu View exchanged glances. Behind the door was dark and cold, and they had no idea what secrets lay hidden. Without a second thought, Jiang Shoin stepped inside. Since it was related to the dragon transformation fruit, he had to investigate thoroughly. Chapter 73, The Eye-Piercing Reality of Master Fuyuan. The 3 behind him followed him in, and as moonlight streamed through the stone door, the first sight made them exclaim in unison. Damn! Jiang Shoin remained silent on the surface, but silently cursed as well. Inside the stone door, the space was vast but extremely simple. One could see the entire layout at a glance. The surroundings were empty, with a circular stone platform in the center, on which many characters were carved. Sitting on the platform was an old man with white hair and a youthful face. Completely naked. It was quite eye-piercing. This person had long since lost his breath. Perhaps due to his high cultivation, his physical body and spiritual power had not dissipated. So he had not decayed. Jiang Shuyin recognized him. This was indeed the master of the Qianlong secret realm, Master Fu Yuan. He was a wandering practitioner with no sect. But he practiced the orthodox teachings of the Tao. His personality was eccentric and quite free-spirited. Master Fu Yuan had been a friend of his master brother Wang Shui, and the two great figures often met in Shenluo City to discuss the Tao. So Jiang Shuyin had seen him a few times when he was very young. At that time, he found it strange that although there were many powerful figures in Chaoga City and Xinshu View was a renowned Taoist sect with an extensive collection of Taoist texts, they preferred to go to Shenluo City to discuss the Tao. Especially during the annual Mayflower Conference, they sometimes discussed for an entire month. It was only after growing up that he understood his master brother's lifelong pursuit of the Tao. But this Tao was not the same as that Tao. Unfortunately, Master Fu Yuan's cultivation remained at the Wanxiang realm, and his lifespan was ultimately limited. The last time he visited Xinshu View, he had given his master brother a share of the key to the Qianlong secret realm. After that, several years passed without seeing him again, and his master brother speculated that he might have failed in seeking great opportunities, which led him to send disciple Zhang Yuyan to investigate. A few disciples of Xinshu View approached the stone platform, looking at the characters carved on it. In terms of measure, this state ends. Those who enter this cave should call out. This scene is quite interesting. Do not panic, the so-called coming and going bear. Without attachments is the principle of human relations and heavenly reason. Furthermore, among all beings in the world, who else dares to be bare in this world? It must be none other than me. You all should bow in gratitude. Upon reading this, Jiang Shuyin couldn't help but think to himself, how can this old man be so proud? He also thought, as long as one sees it, it's a gain, right? However, one thing was true. Among all the high-level beings in the world, in terms of eye-piercing appearances, there was indeed no one like him. I am Fu Yuan, a disciple of the pure Yang orthodox path, with no disciples or companions. I have practiced my whole life, alone and solitary. What does it mean to leave behind a desolate grave? When I was young, I roamed the world, how dashing I was, but in the blink of an eye, I have become an old man. The cycle of heavenly principles, my fate is coming to an end. Complaining is useless at this point. He sighed. The great river flows eastward, reaching emptiness. Yet, I have practiced for a lifetime and still have some savings, all stored in the Qianlong secret realm. When I was heading south, I divided the key to the secret realm into 4 pieces, once hoping to gain a chance for immortality and reopen the secret realm. Looking at it now, it has become a foolish dream. Yesterday, I encountered a traitorous king from a ghostly nation in the mountains, and with my lifelong cultivation, I suppressed him, but my energy was greatly depleted. In the dark, I knew that my time was approaching. 4 keys. 1 given to the Han family's dragon son-in-law in the south, 1 given to Master Shuyi of Xinshu View, and 1 given to the Guanghan sect Xiangu. I cannot recall the 4th person I had socialized with in my lifetime. I had chosen this place as my place of transformation, and now I have made a map. If a fated person follows the map to this place and bows 3 times in respect to my corpse, they will receive the 4th key. At this point, there is nothing more to entrust. I wish to speak 1,000 words, but it would only add to the laughter. Fu Yuan, a final note. If I bow 3 times before this corpse, will I receive the 4th key? Jiang Shuyin finished reading and didn't think much of it, bowing down. He had met Fu Yuan Jinren before, and he could be considered a senior. It was nothing to bow a few times before his spirit. With sincere respect, he bowed 3 times. Dong, dong, dong. After a pause, he saw a stone slab in front of him shift, revealing a line of text. I'm lying to you. The key is behind me. Some words were on the tip of Jiang Shuyin's tongue, but he held back. He silently recited, the dead are of great importance. He stood up with a complex expression, walked around to the back of the stone platform, and indeed found a hidden box with a broken secret key inside. The key was inscribed with the character, Qian. Jiang Shuyin smiled slightly. Now that he had the locations of the other 3 keys and obtained the 4th one, whether through exchange or joint exploration, they could open the Qianlong secret realm. His transformation fruit should also have a lead now. At this moment, a green shadow suddenly flashed into the cave, as if it had floated in with the moonlight, unnoticed by anyone. Just as Jiang Shuyin reached out to grab the key, this shadow suddenly emitted a green light, seizing the key before him and whisking it away. A glint of sharpness flashed in Jiang Shuyin's eyes as he shouted, how dare you? A clear, bright sword chant rang out, and the Qing Tian's sword instantly appeared. Flash. With one sword strike, he cut through the green light, revealing only a section of a flowing cloud sleeve. Seeing Jiang Shuyin's ferocity, the green figure did not entangle further, turning to flee like the wind. Where do you think you're going? Jiang Shuyin caught the key with his left hand, threw the flying sword into the sky with his right, and leaped up to pursue. The green figure exited the cave and summoned a green light wheel, which spun wildly, lifting her form, resembling a graceful woman. With the light wheel in front and the flying sword behind, the night sky of Miaofeng Mountain was momentarily illuminated. Xianxiaaudiobooks quickly formed a technique with both hands, increasing the speed of the flying sword by another notch, transforming into a blur. The light wheel was just about to be caught up by him. The two beams of light flew low over a clear river, and the green figure, hearing the wind behind her, chose to land instantly by the riverbank. Xianxiaaudiobooks surpassed her, thrusting the sword down and landing gracefully. There stood a graceful woman by the riverbank, dressed in a light gauzy skirt of lotus color. Her figure slender. Unfortunately, her face was veiled, making her features unclear. Like smoke veiling the moon, it evoked thoughts. But just this demeanor made one feel she must be a beauty. Xianxiaaudiobooks said in a deep voice, "Miss, who are you? And why do you attempt to seize my secret key?" The woman remained silent, merely taking 2 steps back, and then quietly collapsed. Jumping into the river? Xianxiaaudiobooks' pupils constricted, and he dashed forward, hovering above the river's surface. Plop! He saw the woman calmly fall into the water, her dress softening in the current. Suddenly, her form faded, dissolving like ink in water. In an instant, there was no trace left. It was as if such a beauty had never existed. Xianxiaaudiobooks landed, released his consciousness, but could find no trace whatsoever. After a moment of contemplation, his brows gradually relaxed. As long as the key had not been snatched away, there was nothing to worry about. As for the woman's identity, even if she did not speak, he could guess a few things. A righteous female cultivator, skilled and familiar with water escape. Guanghan sect. He softly muttered to himself and turned to leave, leaving a crescent moon over the river. Unbeknownst to him, after things settled here, a red figure flashed out from behind a tree. A pair of beautiful eyes glanced at the river and then at the direction Xianxiaaudiobooks had left, seemingly deep in thought. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Unbeknownst to the branches below, the slingshot is hungry. Chapter 74. Dark currents surge madly. As the red figure departed, her form flickered like a ghost, quietly flying into Yuhang town, landing within the courtyard of the county office. Then she landed firmly and walked quickly. It turned out to be a woman in a red dress, whose silhouette was quite enchanting. Just as she crossed the moon gate of the back courtyard, 2 patrolling constables approached. "Oh, Miss Bailing, are you out so late?" The constables greeted her warmly. "Mr. Baijian? I saw him earlier. He might be in his room," she replied gently. "Thank you." The woman gracefully performed a courtesy and moved on. "Miss Bailing is truly beautiful," one constable said, mesmerized. "Yes, it feels like there's an indescribable charm about her. Very captivating," the other constable agreed. "I feel she's even prettier than Miss Gongsun," the first constable added. The second constable frowned. "Don't say that. Miss Gongsun is our recognized fairy." The first constable muttered, "I never agreed. I think Miss Bailing's features are perfect, and her figure is better than Miss Gongsun's." The first constable became angry. "Pretty is just pretty. No matter what you say, she's better than Miss Gongsun." The second constable retorted angrily, "Impossible. Anyone who comes here is less pretty than Miss Gongsun." The first constable said, "No matter how much you defend her. She is the daughter of the county magistrate. Can she marry you?" The second constable shot back, "Then Miss Bailing is the daughter of Mr. Baijian too. She won't marry you either." The two exchanged a glance and suddenly fell silent. After a while, they smiled at each other. "Right, that makes sense. Why are we arguing? Let's go to the gatehouse. Old Chin said he stewed dog meat tonight. Let's eat dog meat." The 2 constables linked arms and happily departed. The girl named Bailing familiarized herself with the back courtyard's entrance and arrived at her room. A middle-aged scholar was already waiting there, the scribe previously accepted by Gongsun Jia. At that time, Baijian claimed to be a scholar whose family had fallen on hard times, fleeing here with his daughter, coinciding with Gongsun Jia's recruitment of aides, hence they sought refuge. After a thorough assessment, he was indeed knowledgeable and articulate. Gongsun Jia gladly accepted him, allowing him and his daughter to live in the office. However, what he did not know was that this father and daughter were the 2 evil spirits in the corpse cave, Baijian and Hongling Haha. "Those Taoists from Shan Suguan indeed have ulterior motives for coming here," Hongling said leisurely as she sat down. "They came to seek a secret realm, but did not expect that the previous owner of that secret realm was the old Taoist who sealed the king back then." "He is dead?" Baijian asked in surprise. "Indeed, although I dared not enter that cave, I saw the old Taoist's corpse." At this point, Hongling gritted her teeth, evidently recalling some unpleasant memory. "Haha, back then our king had just emerged from a great battle, still not recovered, and was sealed by him while the opportunity was ripe. The king has always held a grudge about this, harboring thoughts of revenge. I didn't expect he was already dead." Baijian laughed happily. Hongling continued, "Now our only enemy left is that little Taoist." Baijian's smile faded. Hongling continued, "You were right back then. There are rules among cultivators. Since there are other cultivators in this office, the little Taoist won't come. So we can hide here without being discovered by him. But the cultivators here came only for the secret realm. They will leave sooner or later. We need to think of a way to deal with the little Taoist quickly. Bai Jian rubbed his temples. Don't rush me. Let me think. At this moment, footsteps were heard outside the courtyard. A glimmer of alertness flashed in Bai Jian's eyes, and he quickly ducked behind the screen. After a moment, someone knocked on the door. Miss Bai, have you gone to sleep? From the voice, it was Zhang Yuxi. Hong Ling frowned and asked sweetly, is it Taoist Zhang? I just went to bed. Is there something you need? Zhang Yuxi apologized and then said, I wanted to invite you to go boating on the water tomorrow. I wanted to ask if you have any free time. Hong Ling silently rolled her eyes and said, let me think about it. Zhang Yuxi was delighted. Great. Then I'll come to see you tomorrow morning. After saying that, he smiled and left. Initially, Zhang Yuxi had set his sights on Gong Sun's daughter, Gong Sun Ro. However, Gong Sun Ro's heart was as hard as iron, no matter how he tried to please her. She remained unmoved. Instead, she frequently made soup with her own hands and brought it to the little Taoist at the Yun Temple. According to her junior sister who accompanied Gong Sun Ro, the soups were all for kidney nourishment. Who could stand that? Therefore, as soon as Bai Jian and his daughter arrived, he immediately shifted his focus. This Bai Ling girl seemed shy and timid, but in reality, she was easy to approach. Their relationship developed quickly over these past few days. However, he thought it was a pity to leave just like that. He had to have some tangible progress. The presence of many people in the government office made it inconvenient to conduct affairs, so he chose the excuse of boating. At that time, he would row the boat to a remote place. For a moment, Zhang Yuxi's mind was filled with mosaics. After Zhang Yuxi left, Bai Jian reappeared. He smiled at Hong Ling and asked, what? Have you developed a spring heart? Hong Ling coldly laughed. This lady has lived for hundreds of years. What kind of man hasn't she seen? How could I develop feelings for such a fool? But you seem to be quite lively with him these past few days. Just giving him a bit of sweetness. Hong Ling, with a dreamy look, touched her beautiful face, with such a beautiful face. Someone has to like me to prove my charm. Bai Jian smiled silently, thinking to himself, bad woman. In a nearby and not far from the government office, Li Si brought a young man in plain clothes to knock on Cat Nine's door. The young man wore brown cloth clothes, tied at the sleeves and legs, dressed for traveling to Jianghu. His hair was loose, his eyes bright, and he had a pair of prominent tiger teeth. Cat Nine lazily opened the door, and upon seeing the young man, her back suddenly stiffened, her eyes widened, and her chest puffed up, losing all her calm demeanor. After a moment of shock, she finally spoke, Lord Yushuli. Although she had known that fourth brother was inviting him, she still couldn't suppress her inner fear when he actually arrived. The young man known as Yushuli smiled as he entered the guest room. He sat down, and Li Si hurriedly poured him a cup of tea. He picked up the cup, smelled it, but didn't drink, then said, you are under my command. If you encounter difficulties, I will naturally come to help. Moreover, I have also received benefits from you. As he spoke, he licked his lips. The taste of your eldest brother's demon pill is quite nice. Chapter 75. When the monster kidnapped the female ghost. Li Chu walked alone on a small path in the outskirts. He was heading towards the direction of the Jingyi River. The Jingyi River is a relatively wide river near Yuhang town, with deep water and slow flow. On good weather days, women from surrounding villages often come to wash clothes by the river, hence the name. However, in this refreshing weather, the surroundings were very quiet. Recently, there were rumors that there were water ghosts in the river. Villagers had gone to the Yun Temple to invite Li Chu, who wouldn't like a handsome and capable young Taoist. Facing the comfortable autumn breeze, stepping on the dry grass that barely reached his knees, Li Chu arrived at the riverbank and closed his eyes. He opened his spiritual eye and scanned the entire river surface. Nowadays, he was very adept at controlling his spiritual eye, almost as if it was an extension of his body, with no more sluggishness. After a few breaths, he discovered a faint aura of Yin energy at the riverbed. Found you. Almost at the same moment, a green, algae-like water ghost, which had been quietly bathing at the riverbed, suddenly exploded in panic. It distinctly felt as if something dangerous was watching it. It began to panic. Run. The moment this thought appeared, it had already swum away for several dozen feet, not daring to look up at the water's surface. But in the next second, a more dangerous feeling rose in its heart. Who is it? It ultimately couldn't resist lifting its head to take a glance above, through the shimmering water surface. It saw a handsome young Taoist, unlike any mortal, lightly waving a sword at the water surface. It looked so light and casual, almost like playing. But suddenly, the water ghost realized, I am going to die here. My brief, ghostly life is about to end. If it had anything to say, it would probably only be one thing. Spare my life. I have only been a water ghost for a few days and haven't enjoyed the fun of being a ghost yet. Bang. This wasn't Li Chu's first time killing a water ghost. He was very skilled at it. Moreover, this time the water ghost's cultivation was very low. so he didn't even need to use any special techniques. He just casually swung his sword. Even the sword energy weakened by 9/10 by the river water was enough to turn the little water ghost into dust with the remaining 1/10 of the residual wave. Killing a water ghost was as easy as swatting a mosquito for Li Chu, who then looked up at the sky with a bland expression. How uninteresting. Killing such low-level evil beings had almost made him feel no increase in experience points, especially after killing that huge fish at sea. When that massive chunk of experience surged into his body, it felt like he was being filled up, too fulfilling, too happy. If he hadn't experienced all that, he could have endured the lantern monster. But now, he had some thoughts of wanting to see the outside world. Perhaps, for his current self, the novice village was indeed a bit insufficient. Just a little. Suddenly, within the range of his spiritual eye, he saw a burst of demonic energy erupting on the distant river surface. Oh, is there an unexpected harvest? Li Chu hurried over, but the distance was still far. Li Chu suddenly felt that his speed of action was a bit slow. On the calm river surface, a small boat gently swayed. Xianxiaaudiobooks gazed dreamily at the woman before him, observing her brows, eyes, mouth, and nose. He thought to himself that upon closer inspection, Bai Ling's features were exquisite, truly perfect in every aspect. Hong Ling looked shyly at the young man before her, thinking that he could be considered somewhat handsome, but unfortunately, if she hadn't seen the young Taoist, she could have tolerated a bit of handsomeness. Now, it seemed somewhat uninteresting, but whenever she thought of the young Taoist, she couldn't help but remember the deaths of Black Tooth and Green Armor. Bai Ling, why are you trembling? Xianxiaaudiobooks asked. Had she unconsciously trembled just now? It was all the young Taoist's fault for leaving such a deep shadow on her. She shyly smiled. It's nothing. I just dressed lightly when I went out and feel a bit cold. Oh, is that so? Xianxiaaudiobooks smiled. I thought you had heard the recent rumors about Jingyi River. Hong Ling raised her innocent big eyes. What rumors? You know? Recently, it has been said that there is a water ghost in Jingyi River that can jump to the surface to catch people. Xianxiaaudiobooks said ominously on purpose. I'm most afraid of ghosts. Hong Ling raised her sleeve to cover her mouth, pretending to be scared. Looking at Xianxiaaudiobooks' smiling face, she pouted, You're so bad. Knowing there are water ghosts in the river, yet you brought me here. Hee, what is there to be afraid of? Xianxiaaudiobooks wanted exactly this effect. He puffed out his chest and said, Have you forgotten what I do? If you're scared, you might as well come closer to me. Hee, I'm not bragging. There isn't a ghost in the world that can easily approach me, Xianxiaaudiobooks. Then the female painted skin gently leaned closer to him. The beautiful woman's body was soft and cool, radiating an inviting chill. Xianxiaaudiobooks, feeling hot all over, thought that the two of them, one cold and one hot, were indeed a perfect match. Just as he was thinking of finding a flaw to push the beauty down, suddenly a shadow silently fell from the sky. Whoosh! A young man in plain clothes suddenly landed on the small boat, smiling at the two with a pair of prominent tiger teeth. Xianxiaaudiobooks was about to ask who the person was when the young man suddenly grabbed Hong Ling. Hong Ling felt a terrifying pressure from the young man's grip on her shoulder. This level of pressure she had only experienced from the king before. Even if there was a difference, it was already close. She knew she couldn't break free. However, if she immediately shed this skin, she could still escape. But doing so would completely expose her identity as Bai Ling, and might even implicate Bai Jian. From what the other party said, it seemed he was only targeting Shin Su-guan. After a quick calculation, she felt there was no need to rush. She would wait and see how things unfolded. Xianxiaaudiobooks heard the young man's words and felt a surge of anger. What does he mean, looking down on me? Do I not care about my face? He immediately yelled, and with a flash, transformed his hand into a flying sword, which instantly emitted a dragon's roar. The sword energy surged. With the sword in hand, Xianxiaaudiobooks was about to ask who the hero of the world was when he suddenly felt empty-handed. He saw that the young man had grabbed his flying sword, clutching the blade full of sword energy, and snatched it away. Then, he turned the sword sideways and stuffed the tip into his mouth. Crunch, crunch, crunch. This guy, he actually ate his own flying sword. And it wasn't a fake act like in the martial arts world. He was genuinely chewing and swallowing it, along with the residual sword energy on the blade. Finally, he casually tossed the hilt into the river. The young man smacked his lips and looked back at Xianxiaaudiobooks. Half an hour later, at the Yangshan pavilion ahead, tell Jiang Shuing to come, remember? Xianxiaaudiobooks obediently nodded. This person is ruthless. I can't afford to provoke him. The young man pulled Hong Ling and soared away, heading straight for the nearby Yangshan pavilion. Xianxiaaudiobooks couldn't help but curse inwardly. What kind of demons had his little master uncle provoked to repeatedly get others involved? He abandoned the small boat and took to the wind, heading toward Yuhang town. The young man brought Hong Ling to a large pavilion halfway up the mountain. Li Si and Mao Jiao were waiting there. As soon as they landed, Li Si licked his lips and said, When Lord Yushli makes a move, it really is effortless. Yushli replied, What is the big deal about dealing with a small pawn? Let us wait for the main player to arrive. he was able to kill your brother. So his strength might not be much less than mine. It could be a tough battle. Mao Jiao and Li Si took out ropes and tied up Hong Ling. Yushili continued, according to the original plan, I'll wait here while you two keep an eye on the situation and report any unexpected developments. As one of the 8 Jade of the Blue Wing Tower, he acted with caution, feeling that he had the upper hand. He didn't rush to the yamen but first observed the environment before luring the enemy over. He also monitored the enemy's situation at all times to ensure nothing went wrong. Understood, Li Si and Mao Jiao replied and left. Once they were gone, Yushili sat down on one side of the pavilion, propped one foot up, and carefully pulled out a bag of peanuts from his pocket, crunching on them. Hong Ling didn't dare to escape and carefully watched him. The way he ate the flying sword was not much different from how he was eating peanuts. Ruthless. Chapter 76. The young Taoist's heroic act after eating for a while. Yushili seemed to feel a bit bored and looked over at the bound Hong Ling. Although she had been suddenly captured, she appeared calm and was watching him leisurely. Yushili chuckled, "You don't seem afraid of me?" Hong Ling's eyes flickered, and she smiled charmingly. "Why should I be afraid of you?" Yushili chewed on another peanut. "My mouth can't be idle. I have to eat something. The food I brought is almost gone. If I finish it, what do you think I should eat?" He stared at Hong Ling with a hint of ferocity. Hong Ling was not flustered and blinked. "That depends on whether you like soft or hard food." "Of course hard. The harder the better." Yushili ground his little tiger teeth. Hong Ling chuckled, "Then I don't have any." In front of this Yushili, she felt more relaxed than in front of Zhang Yuxi. First, she knew he needed her to threaten others, so he wouldn't harm her before the person arrived. Second, from the way his subordinates addressed him, this was likely a powerful demon king. For a spirit that had existed for hundreds of years, demons were clearly more comfortable for her than humans. Yushili smiled. He vaguely felt he was being teased, but wasn't angry. At that moment, his feeling was probably, "Woman, you have successfully caught my attention." Yes. Yushili had a good temper. Although he was one of the 8 Jade of the Blue Wing Tower with blood on his hands, he did not relish killing. However, he had certainly killed as many, if not more, than the other 7. Otherwise, with his 700 years of cultivation, even with exceptional talent, he wouldn't have been able to enter the ranks of the 8 Jade. The reason for this was that he liked money. Gold, silver, jewels, he liked all hard, shiny metals. While others saved money to spend, he saved money to eat. He had a theory that the more expensive the metal, the better it felt to grind his teeth on. If he could, he would just like to be a wealthy merchant, lying on a pile of gold every day to grind his teeth. Unfortunately, he didn't have that kind of brain. He had once tried to do business, investing 10,000 taels, and after 3 years, ended up with a debt of 100,000 taels. Continuing like this, being rich was a pipe dream. But being in debt was quite likely. In a fit of rage, he tore apart those greedy creditors and ate them, thus giving up the path of business. He resigned himself to his fate. Not being good at business, he preferred killing people. He joined the Blue Wing Tower a bit later than the Golden Lion. At that time, one of the 8 Jade positions was vacant, and his faction needed someone to fill it, with him and the Golden Lion as competitors. The Golden Lion valued brotherhood and had many allies, while Yushili had always acted alone. In the end, he defeated the Golden Lion's group single-handedly. Out of the 9 demons that the Golden Lion and his friends had sworn brotherhood with, he killed 5. That's why Mao Jiao was so afraid of him. However, after becoming one of the 8 Jade, the Golden Lion's group was not targeted under his command because he was not a vengeful demon. He had learned a phrase from his business days, "Harmony brings wealth," and he kept it in mind. Just as he was about to chat a bit more with this interesting woman, he suddenly heard steady footsteps approaching. Soon, a young Taoist dressed in green appeared beneath the pavilion. Upon seeing this figure, Hong Ling's body suddenly stiffened. Li Chu looked at the young man in plain clothes in the pavilion. He seemed harmless, but the demonic energy that erupted on the river just now was clearly from him. It was very strong demonic energy. The girl he had taken was bound nearby, and upon seeing her, Li Chu felt a strange sense of familiarity. However, seeing her unfamiliar face, he didn't think too much and loudly said, "Let that girl go." "Huh." Yushili smiled, revealing 2 gleaming little tiger teeth, and asked, "Are you Jiang Shuyin?" Li Chu felt as if he was being insulted, but wasn't sure. So he shook his head. No matter who I am, this demon will not harm anyone. So it's just someone passing by to die." Yushili clicked his tongue, and a dangerous light began to rise in his eyes. "Scram, I don't want to kill worthless people." Uffed. Li Chu unsheathed the long sword on his back and calmly repeated, "Let that girl go." Hee. Yushili sneered. He was just too lazy to make a move. But this Taoist actually dared to draw his sword against him. He stepped forward, his figure soaring, ripping through the wind. Whoosh. So fast. Li Chu only felt a shadow flash before his eyes, and his naked eye couldn't keep up with the opponent's speed. The Jade Lynx had already arrived behind Li Chu. Raising its right hand, its 5 fingers instantly transforming into giant claws. The Jade Lynx's eyes were cold. "Block. Is it useful?" Since his birth, he had never suffered defeat in 700 years of killing, relying heavily on two things, claws and teeth. His teeth could crush everything, and his claws could tear everything apart. Any obstruction was merely futile. The moment he transformed his fingers into claws, it was as if he had already heard the sound of a tearing noise in his ears, envisioning the scene of the little Taoist's body being shredded. This was an instinct formed in his brain after countless killings of enemies. Humph! Sure enough, when his giant claw fell, it almost effortlessly tore Li Chu's sleeve apart in an instant. Half of it. As for Li Chu himself, it couldn't be said he was unscathed. 3 shallow scratches appeared on his arm, as smooth and white as jade. The degree of harm was roughly equivalent to being bitten by a mosquito in summer and scratching it with a fingernail, leaving a mark on the skin. This doesn't seem right. The cold light in the jade lynx's eyes vanished at lightning speed, its pupils rapidly dilating, shock and confusion seizing the high ground in an instant. Even if it were a pure-blooded true dragon in the world, being struck by its full-force claw should have shattered scales and drawn blood. It wanted to question Li Chu. Are you even human? Not an insult, just a question. But there was no time to ask anymore. Li Chu had already swung down with his sword. In the moment he wielded the long sword, the jade lynx could already smell the approach of death. Danger. Thus, it fled frantically, its feet barely touching the void, pulling dozens of feet away in an instant. Not to say it wasn't fast, but there was no opportunity left. The terrifying sword light, like a flying dragon in the sky, or a giant wave rolling in, roared and engulfed its agile form. Those who saw it were left puzzled. On a sunny day, how could divine thunder descend upon the world? The youngest of the Qingyi Towers ate jade. The demon's life was thus frozen in time. Dead. After the jade lynx died, its broken body transformed back into its original form, falling to the ground as a 3-meter-long creature resembling a large cat with long ears. Thud. Li Chu glanced at his sleeve and those 3 shocking wounds. Excluding that one incident in the dream, this seemed to be the first time he had sustained such serious injuries since mastering the iron shirt. It had to be taken seriously. The opponent's attack and defense didn't seem strong, but speed was currently his biggest shortcoming. If this demon had enough power to break through his defenses, combined with this speed far surpassing his own, wouldn't it be able to easily bully him? Thinking of such a scenario, Li Chu couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. Indeed, one must never be complacent at any time. He had to constantly improve. But this couldn't be rushed. The matter at hand was to first rescue that poor girl. Li Chu looked at the bound Hong Ling, who was now pale, trembling all over, her pupils shaking madly. Clearly terrified. That demon had already been slain by his sword. Li Chu smiled and approached, speaking in a gentle voice. Miss, there's no need to be afraid anymore. Chapter 77. The scene seemed to replay yesterday. Li Chu stepped forward to untie Hong Ling's ropes, and she immediately tensed her shoulders, biting her lip, involuntarily saying, Don't come near. Miss, don't panic. I'm a good person. Li Chu looked at the frightened Hong Ling, his eyes showing a hint of sympathy. Seeing her state, it was clear she had been terrified to the extreme. Simply put, she was scared silly. It seemed these demons were indeed detestable. Scaring an innocent girl to such a state. The ropes were untied, and Hong Ling was free. However, she didn't care about that. The rope had never held her. Now, as long as she could escape from here, she would go to any lengths, even if it meant shedding her skin. But this little Taoist's eyes, though bright and gentle, made her have no doubt that as soon as she showed any sign of malice, she would never escape his gaze. Thus, she dared not use any tricks. For a ghost, what could be more terrifying than having a face-to-face conversation with a little Taoist? Especially after he had just effortlessly slain a seemingly fierce demon king with a single sword. If she revealed even the slightest flaw, she might be the next one to die. However, having lived for hundreds of years, her mind was somewhat resilient. She quickly moved from extreme fear to a fear that was still intense, but manageable enough to think clearly. It was akin to reducing her fear from a cat's level to that of a spring maiden. She knew she couldn't remain silent any longer, and thus, she trembled as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, little Taoist, for saving me. I am forever grateful. No need for thanks, Li Chu said softly. Where are you from? My surname is Bai, with the given name Ling. I am not a local. I came here with my father as a refugee. Hong Ling reported her fabricated identity. Bai Ling is it? Li Chu nodded gently and asked, May I ask where you currently reside? My family is temporarily staying in the yamen of Yuhang town. Hong Ling replied. She almost cried out loud at that moment. Then, she wanted to cry even more. No, even if demons and monsters were not that common, the ruffians in Yuhang town were still plentiful. It would be bad if something unexpected happened. Hearing the phrase helping to the end, Hong Ling's heart sank. The next sentence was like sending a Buddha to the west. Was he hinting at sending her to the afterlife? Bai Ling. Seeing her lost in thought, Li Chu called out again. Okay, I'm sorry to trouble you, little Taoist. Hong Ling had to agree. No worries, it's just a small task. Li Chu waved his sleeve, gesturing for her to go ahead. At that, Hong Ling stepped forward and quickly walked out of the mountain pavilion. Unfortunately, it was for naught. The people from the Xianxiu temple arrived very quickly. There was no need to search the mountains anymore. Jiang Shuoyin and the others were temporarily holed up in the yamen. Only Zhang Yuxi was more reckless, having invited Bai Ling to go boating. When he mentioned that a powerful but unknown demon king had captured Bai Ling, specifically calling for Jiang Shuoyin to come, Jiang Shuoyin's heart was in ruins. This scene felt a bit familiar, didn't it? Once wasn't enough. It had to happen twice, right? I'm just a poor little Taoist. What did I do wrong? But there was no choice. Since the opponent's target was him, he could only go to face it. If he hesitated and let the innocent girl suffer because of him, it would not be the way of a cultivator. Several disciples of the Xianxiu temple voiced their intention to accompany him. Jiang Shuoyin's gaze swept over these individuals, to avoid having to carry anyone else while fleeing. He rejected their offer. Alone, he set off on his donkey. This mount appeared to be slow, but in reality, it moved quickly, soon arriving near Yangshan by the Jingyi River. The mountain paths here were complex, with different routes for going up and down. So he didn't encounter Li Chu and Hong Ling. However, two pairs of strange eyes had already been following him from behind. At a mountain path entrance, Jiang Shuoyin had just passed through when Li Si and Mao Jiu revealed themselves from either side. To avoid Jiang Shuoyin's spiritual sense, they had kept their distance while monitoring him. Indeed, he was alone. Li Si gritted his teeth and said, "This time, we must make him pay with blood." When Jiang Shuoyin arrived at the scene, he only saw a ground full of ropes. His brows furrowed. Was the enemy lying in ambush in the dark? Or had something unexpected happened? He quickly spread his spiritual sense, scanning a radius of several dozen feet. He soon discovered signs of a struggle in the distance. Seemingly a powerful sword energy that had swept through, cutting down all the trees along a path, leaving even those slightly touched without leaves. Among the fallen trees and leaves lay a large corpse, resembling a mountain cat, yet also like a tiger or leopard. Was it a lynx? He barely recognized the species of the corpse. This lynx must have been a powerful demon in its lifetime, even in death. The residual demonic energy on its body remained strong. Did it capture Miss Bai Ling? Jiang Shuoyin pondered for a moment, and suddenly a vague thought flashed through his mind. It was not suitable to stay here for long. If he remained in this place, it seemed he would become entangled in some inexplicable karma. After a cultivator reaches the state of divine unity, such intuitive premonitions may occasionally arise. Although not very clear, they are often quite accurate. Thus, Jiang Shuoyin quickly made a decision. He needed to leave. He immediately mounted the donkey and hurried down the mountain. This donkey was indeed extraordinary, traversing mountains and valleys as if walking on flat ground. Li Si and Mao Jiu had not waited long at the mountain path. Instead of hearing the call of the jade lynx, they were greeted by the sound of hooves. The two demons exchanged glances, both somewhat surprised. They quickly dodged and hid in the forest to watch. Sure enough, it was Jiang Shuoyin riding the green donkey swiftly descending the mountain. How could the jade lynx let him leave? As Jiang Shuoyin's figure on the donkey receded into the distance, the two demons revealed themselves again, both with a hint of confusion in their eyes. "Let's go take a look," Li Si said, without needing him to say it. Mao Jiu had already dashed up the mountain at full speed. After a few leaps, they reached the mountain pavilion. They looked incredulously at the empty pavilion. Where did such a large lynx go? How could it just vanish in this perfectly fine place? Mao Jiu's nose twitched a couple of times, pointing in the distance where there seemed to be a smell of blood. She walked over very lightly. When Li Si approached, he also gasped, taking in a chilling breath that made the entire forest feel a bit warmer. In such a short moment, the jade lynx had been slain under the sword. It was a bit disillusioning. After a long silence, "What should we do?" A hint of panic flashed in Mao Jiu's eyes, feeling somewhat at a loss. It was no wonder. Even the jade lynx could not deal with this Taoist, which was truly beyond their expectations. Li Si remained calm for a moment, not speaking, but instead walked over to the jade lynx's corpse, transforming his hand into a claw. Puffed. He took advantage of the heat again. The jade lynx had been gnawing on metal all day, and even in death, its body remained harder than gold or stone. Li Si exerted great effort, barely piercing through its lower abdomen. Soon, he extracted a demon core, white as jade, which was of a much higher grade than the golden lions, looking particularly enticing. Li Si wrapped the demon core again. His series of movements were very fluid, so skilled it was almost heartbreaking. Mao Jiu silently watched this scene, suddenly feeling it was somewhat familiar. Sad. Chapter 78, Massaging Miss Gong's Son. Although Li Chu usually didn't exude much pressure, it still made her feel breathless. However, Li Chu's attention had actually never been on her. After not coming to town for a few days, Li Chu noticed some changes. The old shopkeeper of the miscellaneous bookshop had hung a sign for the bookshop that little Li Daoist loved to visit, and business was booming. Every day, many customers came. Mostly female, and even if they just browsed without buying anything, it brought a lively atmosphere. Soon, many shopkeepers followed suit. Li Chu noticed that the tavern he had visited a few times in his youth hung a sign for the tavern that little Li Daoist loved to frequent. The pharmacy he had gone to as a child hung a sign for the pharmacy that little Li Daoist loved. Even the restaurant he had only accompanied Gongsun to once was now labeled as the restaurant that little Li Daoist loved to visit. The most outrageous was that even Chunmanlu had followed suit, hanging a sign for the brothel that little Li Daoist loved to frequent. This was a bit too much. Li Chu thought that he would have to find these bosses to discuss the issue of endorsement fees someday. After a while, the two finally arrived at the Yuhang County Yamen. Hong Ling was on the verge of tears. She had never felt a place so familiar before. As soon as they reached the Yamen's main gate, she couldn't wait to say, "Little Li Daoist, I've arrived, no need to worry anymore. I will definitely remember your kindness in saving me. Sister Bai Ling, I was so worried about you," Gongsun Ro said. Her footsteps not stopping as she quickly approached Li Chu. "Little Li Daoist, thanks to you again," she said softly. "It was just my duty," Li Chu replied indifferently. Gongsun Ro lowered her head and caught sight of the tear in his sleeve, which looked like it had been caused by a beast's claw, and quickly asked, "Are you injured?" "It's nothing serious, just a small wound," Li Chu replied. "Why don't you come in, and I'll help you apply some medicine and mend your clothes," Gongsun Ro said softly. Li Chu thought for a moment. Applying medicine seemed unnecessary, but mending clothes was indeed possible. There had been many people staring at him along the way. Although he was used to being watched, it wasn't good to be looked at when his clothes were disheveled. So he nodded. "Then I will trouble Miss Gongsun." Gongsun Ro smiled lightly. "Follow me." She happily turned around and led Li Chu inside. Hong Ling stood in place, blinking, as a gust of autumn wind swept fallen leaves past her feet. "Weren't you worried about me? Why don't you look at me? Hell, women." Gongsun Ro brought Li Chu to her room and took out a sewing box. The tear in Li Chu's sleeve was quite large, but fortunately, the robe was always wide-sleeved. So she could pull it a bit and sew it up. She had him sit down while she stood beside him to sew. After carefully examining the tear in the clothing, she said, "This must have been caused by a very ferocious monster." "Fortunately, it was somewhat formidable," Li Chu replied. "Ah." Gongsun Ro suddenly noticed the three faint, barely noticeable wounds on Li Chu's arm below the tear, and she gasped. "This monster is truly hateful, actually causing you such harm," she said indignantly. "It's nothing, Miss Gongsun, you don't have to worry. Little Li Daoist, you are really working too hard to eliminate demons and protect the way," Gongsun Ro said, her eyelashes fluttering, her eyes shimmering with tears, unable to help but gently stroke the few wounds with her finger, while anxiously asking, "Does it still hurt?" "It's really nothing." To his surprise, when Gongsun Ro's finger lifted, those white scars disappeared. They were erased. Gone. The two exchanged glances. And the atmosphere suddenly became quite awkward. Gongsun Ro silently finished mending Li Chu's clothes. After a while, 3 beautiful knots appeared on Li Chu's sleeve. If she hadn't been afraid that he would be impatient, Gongsun Ro might have even wanted to embroider a few flowers on it, to let him see how virtuous she was. "Thank you, Miss Gongsun," Li Chu said, quite satisfied with her handiwork, standing up to express his gratitude. "This was really just a small effort." Gongsun Ro smiled and said, suddenly raising her hand to touch her shoulder and neck, pouting as she murmured, "I've felt uncomfortable in my shoulder and back these past 2 days. It's a bit sore and painful after standing for a while." The speaker may have been careless, but the listener was attentive. Li Chu's eyes brightened. "Why don't I give you a massage?" Little Li Daoist can massage?" Gongsun Ro was somewhat surprised. Her first thought was that the other party was trying to take advantage of her under this pretext. But since it was Li Chu, he probably wouldn't. If he wanted to take advantage, he could just say so. "I've been studying human acupoints lately and have some insights. Perhaps I can be of help," Li Chu said. In the process of learning the sunflower acupoint technique, he had indeed gained some understanding of the human body's meridians and acupoints. Compared to the miraculous aspects of the meridians and acupoints, acupoint sealing was merely a superficial application. The flow of vital energy in different sequences could produce various stimuli on the body, as if illuminating a star map, thus forming thousands of different techniques, which was quite fascinating to think about. Although his understanding is still far from the level of creating martial arts techniques, achieving blood circulation and removing blood stasis, as well as relaxing the meridians, is quite simple. "Good." Gongsun Ro shyly nodded, went behind the screen, and obediently laid down on the bed. Li Chu hesitated for a moment and said, "Miss Gongsun, it's not very convenient to apply pressure from the front. Could you please turn over?" "Oh." Gongsun Ro's face turned even redder as she flipped over and covered her flushed face with a pillow. Although Hello had no strict separation of genders, young men and women still cared about physical contact. So, Li Chu only used one finger to press on Gongsun Ro's back shoulder. Then, the unbelievable moment began. Just as she hurriedly passed by, she suddenly heard some strange sounds coming from Gongsun Ro's room, which made her stop involuntarily, a playful expression appearing on her face. Gongsun Ro felt a stream of energy being injected into her body by Li Chu. He said it was a massage, but there was actually very little contact, which left her slightly disappointed. However, she soon had no time to think about it. The reason Li Chu did this was that pressing all the acupoints on her body was the same as using one finger to inject spiritual energy, and then using that energy to impact her entire body. He was unsure of Gongsun Ro's feelings, simply transforming the spiritual energy into a river to wash away all the stagnation within her meridians. Not just in her shoulders and back, but also in her chest, abdomen, internal organs, and limbs. The moment all of Gongsun Ro's meridians were unblocked, she felt a wave of comfort. Oh, fireworks exploded in her mind. Chapter 79. Heard that demon cores are worth a fortune? Hong Ling mysteriously arrived at Bai Jian's room. Bai Jian was holding a scroll of military strategy, glaring fiercely at the pages, as if he wanted to dig something out with his gaze. Hearing Hong Ling's footsteps, he leaned back and posed casually. He picked up his teacup and took a small sip. As Hong Ling entered, he leisurely asked, "What's wrong?" "I thought of a way to deal with the little Taoist priest," Hong Ling said directly, without any suspense. Bai Jian's brows furrowed, confirming, "Really?" "Of course, it's almost certain," Hong Ling said confidently. "Let's hear it." Bai Jian showed a hint of joy. "We kidnap a little Taoist priest who must be rescued, naturally. He will obediently come to the corpse cave, and then the king will be waiting for him." Bai Jian pondered. Using a person to threaten us was discussed before. But this little Taoist priest values profit over righteousness, has few friends, and no relatives. The only one who could barely be called a relative is his master, who is already so formidable. His master's cultivation is truly unpredictable. Have you thought of a suitable candidate? Of course, Hong Ling replied. This person is far away but right in front of us. It's the Gongsun girl in this yamen. Oh, the two of them. Bai Jian revealed a knowing smile. I just passed by Gongsun Ro's boudoir and heard something. In broad daylight. Bai Jian showed an incredulous expression. TSK, TSK, TSK. The world is indeed declining. What a disgrace. Bai Jian shook his head repeatedly. You old fossil, you don't understand today's young people. Hong Ling laughed. You speak as if you're not an old skin yourself. Bai Jian retorted. Hong Ling touched her face. I can change at any time. All right. Bai Jian didn't want to bicker with her anymore. Now that they had a target, it would be easier from here on. They just needed to send him to meet the king, and everything would be fine. Thinking of this, Bai Jian couldn't help but let out a chilling laugh. Ha 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 ha. The king. Hong Ling looked towards the direction of the corpse cave, silently praying in her heart. This time, I can only rely on you. In past campaigns, the king had never let them down. But this time, for some reason, she felt a slight wavering in her heart. Hong Ling quickly shook her head, dismissing the disrespect towards the king. The king could not possibly fail. When Li Chu came out of Gongsun Ro's room, he happened to run into a few disciples from the Xianxiu temple entering the backyard, led by Zhang Yuxi. Moreover, it was said that it was the little Taoist from the Diyun temple who saved Bai Ling, which made it even stranger. They came to ask about the specific situation. Passing by Gongsun Ro's courtyard, they saw her reluctantly sending Li Chu off. Zhang Yuxi was immediately stunned. Although he had already actively given up on Gongsun Ro, he still harbored some unwillingness in his heart. Looking at Gongsun Ro at that moment, with her disheveled hair, flushed face, and uneven breathing, it was clear that it was still broad daylight. Zhang Yuxi originally wanted to ask Li Chu, did you really save Bai Ling? But seeing Gongsun Ro's appearance, he immediately wanted to scold him, beast. The two sentences combined in his mouth turned into. He pointed at Li Chu in grief and anger. Is it you, this beast, who saved Bai Ling? Huh. Li Chu was stunned by this unexpected question. He tentatively asked back, is it wrong for me to save her? His meaning was simple. Just based on you? In the eyes of the few disciples from the Xianxiu temple, he was clearly an ordinary person without any true energy fluctuation, relying solely on his looks to deceive people. How could such a swindler kill that great demon? A certain sage named Lu once said, really? I don't believe it. Then, Li Chu nodded and said, that demon was indeed strong, and I was injured a bit, so it was a narrow victory. Humph. Zhang Yuxi snorted coldly. To him, Li Chu's humble attitude clearly showed that he was guilty, afraid that someone else killed it, and you came out to take credit? He glanced at Li Chu sideways, then looked at Gongsun Ro with sorrow. A vague taste stirred his thoughts, leading him to believe that Li Chu was a cunning villain. If at this moment one were to take out his internal organs and cook a dish, just a taste would reveal that flavor was sour. Li Chu found it a bit strange. He looked at Zhang Yuxi with a foolish expression and said lightly, I have no need to lie to you. He felt it was very strange. What was there to lie about in such matters? Was there a reward for killing that demon? Li Chu's pupils contracted. His first thought was, what do I need the demon core for? That thing can't be sold. Then he immediately thought, since he asked this, could it actually be worth money? Yu Qian had never told him about the value of demon cores, He had encountered few demons and had never actively asked. The fox woman and the little koi in the Taoist temple were both demons, so naturally, they wouldn't spontaneously say where their most valuable part was. Thus, he was completely ignorant of the value of demon cores. At this moment, he felt a little scared, thinking he might have missed something important. Li Chu's heart suddenly felt as if it were gripped tightly by a large hand. Haha. Zhang Yuxi saw him speechless and felt he had the upper hand, sneering. The most precious thing on a demon is the demon core. For a demon of that level, saying a demon core is worth a fortune is not an exaggeration. The person who kills it would not take the demon core? Worth a fortune? Li Chu felt a darkness before his eyes. His mindset collapsed. Seeing Li Chu silent, Zhang Yuxi became even more arrogant, and Gongsun Ro stepped forward. Miss Gongsun coldly said, "Little Taoist Li would never lie. The entire people of Yuhang Town believe in him." Zhang Taoist, you are being too meddlesome. Zhang Yuxi looked at Gongsun Ro, and for some reason, he felt she looked even better than before, her face inexplicably glowing. Looking at her beautiful face, Zhang Yuxi suddenly became angrier. Although he couldn't quite articulate what he was angry about, he was just angry. Damn it. Just then, another person strode into the backyard. The newcomer was Jiang Shoyin. He had long known that there were high-level individuals appearing in Yuhang Town. And now that he heard a high-level person had arrived, of course, he had to come and see. The first time he saw Li Chu, he recalled that night. A voice echoed in his heart. As expected, this face could not be mistaken. It was indeed him. I once was extremely reluctant to believe this guess. But it seems there's really no other possibility. This seemingly ordinary little Taoist, aside from being extremely handsome, actually possesses unimaginable profound cultivation. As the proud son of heaven, Jiang Shoyin first felt a somewhat confused thought. Is this world a bit unfair? When Jiang Shoyin appeared on the scene, Zhang Yuxi felt a surge of courage. If anyone in present-day Yuhang County had the highest cultivation, he would first recommend his little master uncle. So he loudly asked, "Little master uncle, did you slay that great demon?" Jiang Shoyin shot him an angry glare and shouted, "Shut up." The scolding was still mild. But this statement hit a taboo in Jiang Shoyin's heart, and he nearly wanted to slap him. Don't you think I have enough inexplicable enemies? Zhang Yuxi became a bit anxious and pointed at Li Chu, saying, "This con artist claims he killed that demon king. Do you believe him?" Jiang Shoyin looked at him as if he were a fool and said solemnly, "If it wasn't him who killed it, could it be you?" Huh. Zhang Yuxi's little master uncle unexpectedly backstabbed him twice as soon as he appeared, which was indeed beyond his expectations. He opened and closed his mouth. Unsure of what else to say, Jiang Shoyin approached Li Chu and clasped his hands, saying, "I am Jiang Shoyin from the Shinshu Guan in Chaoga. My fellow disciples were rude just now. Please forgive me, fellow Taoist. I have some questions that I truly wish to consult you about." Li Chu frowned slightly. Although he was eager to leave, since the other party was polite, he could only nod and say, "You may ask." Jiang Shoyin inquired, "Was that flying lion you killed on that day?" "It was me." Li Chu still had a deep impression of that flying lion because it was truly terrifying. He had used all his strength in a sword strike and had accidentally broken the fragile thundercloud of the fox girl. Jiang Shoyin expressed his gratitude, saying, "That lion wanted to kill me for some reason, and you slaying it was truly a relief from a major trouble for me." Li Chu nonchalantly shook his head. "It was just self-defense. There's no need for thanks. This demon king today also came after me for some reason, and thanks to your intervention, I was almost saved again. Such kindness, Jiang Shoyin will surely remember." Jiang Shoyin sincerely bowed deeply, nearly touching the ground. Seeing Jiang Shoyin perform such a grand gesture, Li Chu was all right with it. But Zhang Yuxi felt a bit broken inside. "Little master uncle, what are you doing? I treat you like a father, and you act like a grandson to someone else? Please don't." Li Chu helped Jiang Shoyin up, saying, "Where I could help you, I did so without intention. There's no need to mention kindness. The benefactor may not care, but the one who received the favor should remember it." Jiang Shoyin firmly grasped Li Chu's hand and asked, "May I ask which ancient sect or temple you come from? Baiyujing, Qingyang Palace, or Yinyuguan?" Baiyujing and Qingyang Palace are Taoist sects among the 12 immortal sects, and Yinyuguan is also an extremely mysterious ancient inheritance. If it weren't for the lack of people, it would count as an immortal sect. In Jiang Shoyin's view, Li Chu must be an exceptional prodigy cultivated by one of these renowned Taoist sections. Heavenly spiritual roots, various immortal bodies, or even the reincarnation of a powerful being could all be possible. Regardless of which sect produced such a prodigy, it would gain tremendous competitiveness in the next 100 years. As a person cultivated by Shinshu Guan as an heir, he had to be concerned. Li Chu truthfully replied, "I am a disciple of Diyun Guan, located 10 miles outside Yuhang Town, and my name is Li Chu." Huh. Jiang Shoyin was astonished. Such a prodigious talent from a local in Yuhang Town? How could that be possible? Could he be a disciple of some hidden great being? He pressed further, "May I ask the name of your master?" Li Chu answered again, "My master is named Yuqian." Xian? This name he had never heard of, and it didn't sound like a proper person either. Without the full cultivation of an immortal sect, and without a powerful being's guidance since childhood, how could someone at this age possess such terrifying cultivation? Is this still a person? Jiang Shuoyin was completely confused. Seeing him in a daze, Li Chu took the opportunity to bid farewell. That priceless demon core. Seeing Li Chu about to leave, Zhang Yushi gritted his teeth and said to Jiang Shuoyin, "Little master uncle, don't be deceived by his words. He has no fluctuations of true energy on him. He is clearly a con artist." Jiang Shuoyin shook his head. There are countless inheritances in the world, and cultivation methods vary. How can we use true energy to discern everything? Zhang Yushi refused to accept this. But did you see him kill those two great demons with your own eyes? Jiang Shuoyin pondered for a moment. If he had to say he saw it with his own eyes, then he indeed hadn't. Zhang Yushi, seeing him hesitate, knew he didn't, and sternly said, "I'll prove it to you." He was so anxious that he initially wanted to summon his flying sword but remembered that it had been eaten by the Demon King. He had no choice but to form a seal with one hand, channeling energy into his palm. A concentrated mass of true energy instantly gathered. The Taoist's palm thunder. He was furious and prepared to launch this palm thunder at Li Chu. Meanwhile, Gongsun Ro hurriedly shouted, "Little Taoist Li, be careful." Li Chu casually pointed at him with two fingers, forming a sword. Sunflower pointing technique. A needle strike from afar. Uft. The flying arrow formed by spiritual energy hit Zhang Yushi's shoulder. Li Chu felt slightly satisfied. This was the first time he used the distant needle strike technique, and it seemed effective. Zhang Yushi was about to unleash his palm thunder when he suddenly felt his whole body stiffen and could no longer move. The palm thunder was just raised above his head. Boom. A mass of furious palm thunder indeed exploded right in his palm. "I blew myself up." Zhang Yushi's head and face instantly turned pitch black, becoming a Kunlun slave on the spot, with blood seeping from his 7 orifices, looking extremely miserable. But the entire head of hair curled upwards, turning into frizzy hair, looking quite ridiculous. Worse still, after the palm thunder exploded, he remained standing in place, unable to move or speak, not even able to cry out in pain. Jiang Shuoyin saw this scene and was shaken to the core, beyond measure. A terrifying word surfaced in his mind. Immortal technique. No doubt about it. It was absolutely one of the legendary immortal techniques, the immobilization technique. This Li Chu's background was definitely not as simple as he claimed. It must be extraordinarily great. Zhang Yushi had always inexplicably targeted him and even attempted a sneak attack, which indeed made Li Chu a bit angry. However, now that he was gravely injured by his own palm thunder, it was considered self-inflicted punishment. Further inquiry would only mean seeking his life. Li Chu had never had the thought of killing at the slightest provocation. Moreover, he truly didn't want to bother with this foolish person anymore, so he nodded and turned to leave. Now, Li Chu was entirely focused on that priceless demon core. Nothing could stop him from stepping towards the corpse. Chapter 80. Wang Longqi has a sage-like demeanor. The little koi in the front hall and the fox girl raised their heads to watch him walk past, both vaguely feeling something was off. Fox girl. Yu Qian had been receiving guests in the front hall all day, and at this moment, he was taking advantage of the few people present to rest by the stone table. Seeing that Li Chu's mood was somewhat off, he asked with concern, "Disciple, what happened?" Li Chu sat across from his master, blankly saying, "I was really foolish, truly." Yu Qian chuckled upon hearing this. "This is also the master's oversight. I never taught you. How could you know?" He then leisurely added, "Speaking of this demon core, if a demon has done something heinous, it's not wrong to slay it and take its core. However, ever since the practice of using demon cores for medicine became popular in the martial world, many cultivators have emerged who kill demons to obtain cores. This group of people, under the guise of slaying demons and eliminating evil, indiscriminately hunt and kill demons regardless of whether they follow the right path or cultivate peacefully, all for profit. Such behavior is hardly different from evil spirits. Once anything becomes a business, it usually gives rise to countless sordid affairs, alas." Just then, Wang Longqi arrived at Diyunguan. At this moment, the 7th young master of the Wang family was full of energy, walking with a vigorous aura, quite different from his usual demeanor. Li Chu raised half an eyelid to look at him. "Did you bump into something evil again?" Wang Longqi first nodded and saluted the old Taoist priest, then said, "What are you talking about? Where do all these evil things come from? Hey, you don't seem too happy, what's wrong?" Hearing his inquiry, Li Chu's gaze dimmed, and he replied, "I'm really foolish, truly." Wang Longqi chuckled after hearing him recount the events again. "Just look at it more openly. Isn't it just about money? Let me tell you some good news." He cleared his throat lightly and said seriously, "My buddy got admitted to the Xianxia Academy in Hangzhou, and I'll be heading off to school soon. I came here today to say goodbye." Oh, Li Chu was somewhat surprised. The Xianxia Academy in Hangzhou is one of the 4 most renowned academies in the world, producing many famous scholars who hold significant positions in the current officialdom. An academy of this level is not something that just anyone can enter, especially the Xianxia Academy, which is said to have extremely difficult entrance exams, with only 1 in 1,000 passing. To get in through connections, one either needs to be a high-ranking official or extremely wealthy, making it harder than passing the exam itself. The Wang family is considered one of the top families in Yuhang town, but in Hangzhou, they would seem a bit lacking. Therefore, Wang Longqi definitely couldn't have entered the Xianxia Academy relying on his father's connections. So there could only be one possibility. Did your mother remarry? Li Chu asked. If this father doesn't work out, then perhaps a change of father is needed. Wang Longqi rolled his eyes. Is that even related? Li Chu said. Your current father's status isn't enough to get you in, right? Wang Longqi puffed up his chest. Am I just someone who can only rely on my father in your eyes? Li Chu stared into Wang Longqi's eyes. The meaning in his gaze seemed to say, what do you think? Wang Longqi deflated, chuckling awkwardly. I admit, I did have some youthful indiscretions in the past. But that's all behind me. My qualifications for the Xianxia Academy were truly earned through my own efforts. He then narrated. The autumn exam for the Xianxia Academy is held annually, and my family registered me early on. They didn't really expect me to pass. They just thought, what if a blind cat accidentally catches a dead mouse? I hadn't thought of this matter until 2 days before the exam. Not only did I not review, but I also went out to sea with you. As a result, haha, he scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed yet somewhat proud. That night, I felt like I had transcended. The comment I received was that although my foundation was weak, my thoughts were agile, and there was a strong air of sages in my writing. So I got admitted, haha. The old Taoist and the young Taoist exchanged glances, a shared thought rising in their minds. This can really work? Yu Qian also had his doubts. Wang Longqi looked at the two of them in silence and said, it's all true. In a few days, I will be staying at the academy long term. Can I still have a break? Sigh. Speaking of this, he sighed again. Academy life is tough. I heard that classes last 4 to 5 hours every day. And after school, I need to study various subjects. But Hangzhou is quite nice, Yu Qian said. Taogu Building and Xianxiang Studio are both top-notch places. Hey. Wang Longqi smiled. That's all old news. It's been years since you've been there, right? Now the most popular place in Hangzhou is Wenruli, which everyone praises. Really? Perhaps the good young ladies from back then have all aged, Yu Qian sighed. Time is the thief that steals beauty. I wonder how Miss Yen from Taogu Building is doing now? Back when I was mingling in Hangzhou. Are you talking about the famous Yen girl, who was renowned throughout the 12 prefectures of Jiangnan, known for her beauty and grace? Wang Longqi suddenly became interested. Oh, you've heard of her? She was famous when you were probably not even born yet. Yu Qian's eyes also brightened. Aunt Yen, her generation was the peak of Jiangnan's charm. Since her time, Jiangnan hasn't produced a courtesan that could rival the beauties from the north. I often hear people say, though I cannot reach her, my heart yearns for her. Wang Longqi's gaze became distant. Then he added, after she left Taogu Building, it seems she married and lived a few years of a good life, but later, for some reason, she came back out. Now, the manager at Wenruli is her, so I've seen her once or twice. Yu Qian said, I always said, after she turned 40, she would be even more beautiful than at 20. You have good insight. Wang Longqi nodded. Aunt Yen is now extremely popular. The men wanting to marry her can line up from Hangzhou to Yuhang town. Hey, I just remembered someone, Yu Qian said, his interest piqued. Oh, who is it? Wang Longqi began to elaborate, unable to stop. The old and the young shared a mutual appreciation. Meanwhile, Li Chu sat there dejectedly, feeling like an orphan. The joys and sorrows of humanity are not interconnected. All he felt was their noise. At that moment, heavy footsteps approached, a pair of official boots stepping in. Little Li Daoist, something big has happened. The newcomer was Zhou Dafu, and upon seeing Li Chu, he quickly shouted, his voice tinged with a hoarse sob. What happened? After so many strange cases, it was the first time Li Chu saw Zhou Dafu display such a mournful expression. He instantly sensed that the situation was serious. Miss Gongsun is in trouble. Chapter 81. It's your turn. Jiangnan has always been prosperous, and Yuhang town is not a remote place. How can the local evil spirits be so rampant? It's simply outrageous. I haven't been here long, yet I've already faced several dark plots. This time, they outright came to the county office to abduct someone. What demons, ghosts, beautiful women in disguises, and traps. Jiang Shoyin sat cross-legged, practicing his breathing, muttering to himself. Hey, little Shirshu, did you miss a line? The short Taoist priest nearby, holding water, suddenly asked. What? Nothing, just feels a bit off. While he was saying this meaningless nonsense, Jiang Shoyin suddenly felt a tightening in his chest, his brows furrowing deeply, as he conjured a smoke dragon from thin air, which circled his nose 3 times before entering. Puff. As this breath entered his body, it immediately forced out a mouthful of black blood. After spitting out this blood, Jiang Shoyin's complexion turned pale, but his expression seemed to ease a bit. Huff. He took another long breath, wiped his face with a towel from a nearby stout Taoist, and asked, "How is Yuning?" Junior sister Yuning has evil energy in her brain. Although it hasn't endangered her life, she may take some time to wake up, the short Taoist replied. At this moment, there was a rapid but cautious knocking on the door outside. Is Taoist Jiang all right? Gongsunja called out. Lord Gongsun, please come in. I'm fine now. Jiang Shoyin replied, his voice revealing an undeniable frailty. Li Chu followed behind Gongsunja and came over together. Upon seeing this, Jiang Shoyin's first reaction was to get off the bed and stand up, first bowing to Li Chu, Taoistly. Then he saluted Gongsunja, Lord Gongsun. He further apologized. I beg your pardon, my skills are lacking, and I couldn't protect Miss Gongsun well. Sigh, Taoist Jiang, don't blame yourself. Perhaps this calamity was meant to be for my daughter. Gongsunja gritted his teeth. Although he was in turmoil, he did not blame anyone. The Taoists from Xianxiu Temple had been helping him out of goodwill, and they had indeed been earnest in their efforts, looking at Jiang Shoyin's injuries. It was clear it was beyond their capabilities. He pointed to Li Chu behind him and said, I came here with little Li Taoists to understand the specifics of what happened. I would appreciate it if the Taoists could narrate it. All right. After Jiang Shoyin invited them to sit, he began, my junior nephew Yuning had been accompanying Miss Gongsun, but she was ambushed and knocked out. I sensed the emergence of evil energy in the yamen, so I rushed over and found that it was that Miss Bai Ling. She had abducted Miss Gongsun and was about to leave. I chased after her, but another ghostly figure emerged to block my way. That was the Bai Jian clerk. It turns out both father and daughter are ghostly transformations. Bai Jian is a skeleton, and Bai Ling is a painted skin, each with at least several hundred years of cultivation. Gongsunja exclaimed in surprise at this point. I never expected that the advisor I valued so much was a ghost. No wonder I always felt he was knowledgeable about both ancient and modern times. It turns out he had lived since ancient times and had been deceiving myself all along. What a fool I was to fall for this old ghost. When I clashed with that Bai Jian, I didn't expect this fellow to be so powerful that I was momentarily at a disadvantage. I received a palm strike from him, and the poison entered my body. I had just managed to circulate my energy to expel the poisonous blood. After a pause and a bit of hesitation, he added, in my opinion, Bai Ling is at least a ghost general level, and Bai Jian should be a ghost commander. Speaking of this, Jiang Shoyin felt a bit aggrieved. After all, Xianxiu Temple is a well-known sect in Chaoga, and the disciples sent out, though not outstanding, were sufficient to navigate the martial world. Arriving in this small town of Yuhang, they should at least be more than capable. Who would have thought that here, every few days a major evil spirit would emerge? Upon my arrival, I was greeted by a golden lion, and shortly after, I discovered a ghost general and ghost commander hiding right under my nose. In such a small temple, the evil spirits were overwhelming, and the shallow pond had too many turtles. This made the disciples of Xianxiu Temple seem like useless trash. Looking at Gongsunja's caring gaze towards the weak, he wanted to shout, it's not that we're incompetent. This place is just too messed up. Everywhere there are evil spirits, and they are all large ones. How can we fight? However, at such times, the more one explains, the more they appear incompetent, and the more they say, the more mistakes they make. The Taoist scripture states that if you are wrong, you must admit it. If you are beaten, stand straight. After he finished speaking, Gongsunja took out a piece of paper and said, they left this in the young lady's room. On the paper was a simple line of text. If you want to save Gongsun Ro, tonight at midnight, call Li Chu to the Bone Mountain Corpse Cave. Upon seeing this note, Jiang Shoyin's heart stirred with an unknown wave. When he first read the first few words, he felt a jolt in his heart. Because he was too familiar with this plot. Once, twice, and now a third time? No way. Then he saw the name at the end, Li Chu, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it's your turn. Or rather, it's finally not me. When Li Chu saw this note, he frowned slightly, revealing a contemplative expression. Jiang Shoyin looked at Li Chu's expression and silently nodded. Yes, that's the feeling. Are you stunned? Although he knew something was off. When one has been inexplicably unlucky for a long time, finally seeing someone else suffer misfortune inevitably brings a secret, small sense of relief. However, his sense of justice still predominated. Jiang Shoyin spoke, Li Chu, my injuries will take at least a few days to recover. The only ones in Xianxiu Temple who can assist your disciples Xue and Lu. Additionally, my steed, the blue donkey, is a rare spiritual beast, fast on its feet, and I can lend it to you. The two disciples, Pu Ai and Chou Zhuang, who were holding a basin of water and a towel, suddenly perked up at his mention, their eyes revealing the same kind of panic. After all, their little master uncle had been beaten to this state. It was hard not to be afraid. Li Chu glanced between the two of them and ultimately only took the steed. In his perception, the donkey from Xianxiu Temple was decent. As for the people, it was better not to mention them. When Gongsun Ro woke up, She found herself in a dark and spacious cave. Only one side of the cave entrance allowed a sliver of moonlight to enter. At the end of that moonlight stood a rusty ancient sword. The patterns engraved on this ancient sword were no longer clear, and the blade was somewhat damaged. But for some reason, it gave a very heavy feeling, as if it weighed more than a mountain. You woke up much faster than I expected. A seductive voice suddenly echoed in the darkness. I thought you might just see the little Taoist coming to deliver his own death. Bai Ling. Gongsun Ro struggled to sit up, as lying on the cold, hard stone floor was quite uncomfortable. Hee, I'm not called Bai Ling. That's a terrible name. My real name is Hong Ling. A cold and beautiful woman in disguise came before her, bending down to look down at Gongsun Ro's face. Gongsun Ro felt her gaze was terrifying, and she was a bit scared, her eyelashes trembling slightly as she whispered, "Aren't those two names quite similar?" The woman in disguise raised her eyebrows slightly. "Rather than worry about these trivial matters, you should be more concerned about yourself," she said impatiently. "In 2 hours, the little Taoist will come in to rescue you, and then you will witness him being killed by our king. After that," her fingers lightly traced around Gongsun Ro's eye sockets. "I like your eyes." "Your king?" Gongsun Ro was somewhat confused. In fact, she still had no idea what was going on. In this environment, she didn't dare to ask. It seemed that a strange blue flame ignited, its light seeping out from afar, but to the human eye, it felt utterly devoid of warmth. Only endless depth and coldness remained. A heavy fear suddenly flashed across Hong Ling's face, as if that firelight reflected the underworld. After a long while, a skeleton creaked as it walked out from the depths where the firelight burned. Every bone of Bai Jian was filled with excitement. Compared to before, this skeleton seemed to have gained a deeper hue amidst the pure white. "The king's strength has fully recovered." Bai Jian's voice was devout and excited. "Really? Really?" Hong Ling found it hard to believe. "Of course, the king has reforged this body for me," Bai Jian said, tightening its 5 fingers in ecstasy, feeling an unprecedented power. "I feel that I can handle that little Taoist without the king needing to intervene," it said. Chapter 82. Li Chu's sword shattered. The clouds are deep. The moon is shallow. The night is dark and windy. It was a night very suitable for ghostly happenings. On Bone Mountain, the sound of the wind passing through the ridge was like the wailing of evil spirits, and the shadows of trees in the distance seemed to dance like night demons. It was indeed a place very suitable for haunting. Coupled with the bloody rumors of the past, one could say that if there were no ghosts here, everyone would be very disappointed. In such an eerie and terrifying atmosphere, a green donkey, completely out of place, burst onto the scene. On the donkey's back sat an even more out-of-place little Taoist. His appearance was so handsome, yet chaotic that the surrounding atmosphere suddenly didn't seem so frightening anymore. At most, it only frightened people into wanting to leap into his arms. The donkey trotted for over 10 zhang to the entrance of the corpse cave, seemingly sensing something. It began to grow uneasy, stomping its hooves randomly on the ground, refusing to take another step forward. Li Chu dismounted, patted the donkey's head, and said, "Thank you." The blue donkey brayed twice, meaning, "This place is not suitable for a long stay. I will wait for you at the foot of the mountain." Li Chu nodded and turned to leave. As for the donkey's message, he completely didn't understand it. It would be strange if he did. After bidding farewell to his mount, he approached the entrance of the corpse cave, which was pitch black, with only a faint and almost non-existent sliver of moonlight to guide him. He didn't know who the enemy was, what the situation in the cave was, or what they were after. Yet, with Li Chu's cautious nature, he didn't feel even a hint of retreat. Since the other party was coming for him, he would bear everything himself. It was not right to implicate an innocent woman. Ghosts do not adhere to principles, but humans do. He took a deep breath and stepped into the cave. Every man must have that one moment in his life. On a quiet night, he ventures alone into a dark and deep cave. He mustered all his perseverance, overcoming numerous difficulties and dangers to rescue the suffering girl. There was not a trace of Yin energy in the corpse cave, but that was the most bizarre part. In such a desolate mountain cave, even if no evil spirits were present, there should still be some Yin energy. Moreover, this cave was filled with thousands of corpses. In the spacious and deep cave, it was already difficult for the naked eye to see anything. As he entered the cave, Li Chu closed his eyes, using his inner vision to observe everything. Suddenly, a 3-dimensional map of the entire cave appeared in his mind. It turned out that at the end of the cave, there was an open space where the entire mountain's Yin energy gathered. The intensity was almost palpable. It seemed that some force was suppressing all the Yin energy here, making it terrifying from the perspective of the heart's eye. At the edge of the Yin energy, there was a faint breath. It was Gongsun Ro. The other two cold presences should be the skeleton and the painted skin. But in the very center of that endless Yin energy, there was another presence. It was ethereal, seemingly everywhere, yet also faintly discernible. Li Chu was calculating in his heart as he continued to walk. Although the cave was long, He quickly reached the deepest part. Here was another layer of cave entrance, and beyond it was the open area at the end of the corpse cave. 3 zhang in front of the cave entrance. A sword was planted. The sword body was ancient and rusted, seemingly just a useless piece of scrap iron. However, under the heart's eye, there was a sword intent like a dragon. It was this sword that held all the yin energy at bay. This was its 4-directional sword domain. The sword intent seemed to lock onto that hidden presence at the end of the cave, but apart from that, it did not restrict entry or exit. If Jiang Shuyin were here, he would certainly recognize that this was a divine ability belonging to the Xinshu Temple, a sword domain seal, exchanged by Master Fuyuan using his own pure yang sword intent with Master Shui. Li Chu stepped over and silently noted in his heart. There was a sword here, and it looked quite valuable. As soon as he entered the cave, Li Chu saw Gongsun Ro. She was not far from the cave entrance, bound by a circle of pitch black, seemingly hair-like things that were excessively long, making her unable to break free. Beside her was a woman in red, the very Bai Ling he had saved a few days ago. Little Daoist Li. With a glimmer of faint light, Gongsun Ro saw Li Chu enter and immediately called out. Li Chu nodded at her. Then, he heard a sound like the scraping of metal. He asked, and Li Chu answered. You came? I came. I knew you would come. Of course I would come. But you shouldn't have come. Yet I still came. If you came, you must die? Bai Jian obediently closed her upper and lower jawbones. Li Chu directed his gaze toward the source of the sound, but could not penetrate the thick darkness. From the perspective of the heart's eye, a strong sense of resentment rushed toward him. You too. Go out and guard the cave entrance. Don't let anyone in or let anyone escape. The voice rang out again, slow and cold, like a venomous snake's tongue flicking. Bai Jian and Hong Ling obeyed and went out. As their footsteps gradually faded away, Gongsun Ro beside him was too nervous to make a sound. Li Chu stood quietly in place, seemingly confronting the existence in the darkness. Actually, I'm quite curious about you. My subordinates previously said you were very strong, but I dismissed it. A teenager, even if he were a reincarnated great being, how strong could he be? But the moment you walked into this cave, I became truly curious, because I couldn't see through your strength, but I can see the remnants of souls. I see that a trace of a strong person's yin soul lingers on you, and this remnant soul's original strength could almost rival my weakest moment. Hee. You must have gone through a life and death struggle in the past 2 days. The voice in the darkness continued. Indeed. Li Chu nodded. Even now? Thinking back to that brief but intense confrontation with the Jade Lynx, he still felt a sense of lingering fear. I respect the strong, the voice said again. If you are willing to no longer trouble my subordinates in the future, allowing them to peacefully gather life silver, I can let you take this little girl away. Li Chu's expression remained unchanged. If what you call gathering life silver comes at the cost of harming innocent lives, then I cannot agree. Moreover, I may have to eliminate you. TSK. As the words fell, Li Chu slowly drew his sword and stood with it. Harm? No. You seem to have some misunderstanding about us. The voice suddenly laughed. Life silver cannot be obtained through force. Everyone who turns their lifespan into life silver does so voluntarily. They harbor resentment, unable to seek revenge, with grievances that have no outlet. At this time, we provide them with a chance for revenge, to repay grievances with grievances. This is a fair trade, even a blessing for them. Li Chu pondered for a moment. Then he slowly said, I am a rather timid person. There are many things I would like to do, but often I only think about them. So I can understand many people. Perhaps they may have some extreme thoughts due to a moment of anger, even going so far as to destroy themselves to achieve their goals. But often, no one will truly do that. Just like standing at the edge of a cliff and looking down, they will always hold back. This is obviously wrong. His tone was steady and firm. I know the origin of every piece of life silver. Take Madame Xue, for example. She was once a devoted wife who promised to share her husband's hardships, vowing to never betray him. But when she grew old and lost her beauty, her husband became wealthy and turned his heart, even wishing for her to die soon. On the night her husband married a beautiful young woman, she was heartbroken in the cold courtyard. And that poor little girl, she was almost violated by her non-blood-related brother, and when the matter was exposed, that little beast pushed her off a cliff. If my subordinate hadn't given her the chance for revenge, she wouldn't have died. Instead, she would have been paralyzed, watching her mother continue to be bullied without the ability to resist. If we hadn't appeared, who would give them a chance for justice? You? Or other Taoists, monks, cultivators, or officials? You tell me, in this vast world, who else would show up? The voice seemed taken aback by his frankness. Li Chu then said, humans are essentially just a kind of beast. Even after thousands of years of evolution, they are merely moving toward the path of civilization, still with an infinitely long distance to cover, or perhaps a destination that can never be reached. There are indeed places in this world where sunlight does not reach. where injustices, grievances, and evils exist from ancient times to the present, and they may always exist. Humans have established laws, but laws cannot cover everything. Perhaps there should be some other force to fill these gaps. I still don't know what this force should be, but I can be sure that your methods are certainly not the right path. This will only create greater hatred and darkness. Moreover, no matter how grand your words sound, your purpose is merely plunder. You carry too much resentment, and it even feels somewhat familiar to me. I think you have fused that so-called life silver into your own body, right? Li Chu opened his eyes and looked toward a certain spot in the darkness. His gaze sharp as lightning. Hee, you little Taoist are indeed stubborn. Since that is the case, let me show you my true form. Boom. Accompanied by the Ghost King's shout, clusters of ghostly blue flames suddenly ignited in the cave. Only at this moment did the cave reveal its true form to Li Chu and Gongsun Ro. It turned out that the place where they were located was covered in piles of white bones. Layer upon layer, some had already grown into the cave, making them undetectable when stepped on. At that moment, every corpse ignited ghost flames, the eerie blue light illuminating the surroundings. Suddenly realizing she was surrounded by skeletons, Gongsun Ro involuntarily let out a scream. In the very center of the cave, there was a strange figure. This figure resembled a human, with limbs and a head, but lacked facial features, clothing, or skin, instead being entirely dark silver. It looked like a half-finished silver puppet. I didn't fuse life silver into my body. Rather, I used this resentment-filled life silver to reshape my spiritual body. As long as I successfully complete the reshaping, I will no longer be trapped here. I will be immortal and indestructible, surpassing my past peak. But it is because of you that I have been unable to complete it. Just because of your childish righteousness? Since you refuse to listen to advice, I can only leave you here. The Ghost King, with no mouth on its face, could still produce sound. And that sound was distant yet near, unpredictable, with anger in its words. It was provoked by Li Chu. Li Chu looked at its body, feeling a bit angry too. He slowly raised the sword in his hand. Accompanied by his words, a surge of spiritual energy flowed into the sword. Considering the unknown and formidable strength of the opponent, the amount of spiritual energy injected this time was quite substantial. This sword strike is for all the deceased citizens, for the peace of Yuhang Town, for this bright world. The Ghost King seemed to have a premonition in its heart and began to panic, the surrounding ghost flames swaying wildly. It wanted to escape, but had nowhere to go. It could not leave this place. But the next moment, a crisp sound echoed. Crack! The iron sword in Li Chu's hand instantly became covered in cracks. This was just a piece of ordinary iron, which had long been unable to withstand the spiritual energy he infused every day. In fact, Li Chu had noticed the sword's fatigue during his last practice of the hard eye technique. However, he didn't pay much attention afterward. He had thought that a sword's retirement would be a gradual wear. Unexpectedly, on such an important occasion today, it suddenly could no longer bear the pressure. It shattered, clattering. A pile of broken iron fell to the ground. Li Chu blinked. He had just spoken such passionate words, and when he raised his hand, this happened suddenly. How embarrassing. Chapter 83, The Sword Named Pure Yang. The Ghost King was greatly frightened by the impending sword strike, and just as its mind was swaying, it suddenly saw this scene. It felt a little empty inside. It looked at Li Chu and thought to itself, is this it? Are you kidding me? It was not a benevolent being. Seeing Li Chu's sword shatter, it took advantage of the moment and waved its large hand. Boom! With a rumbling sound, thousands of ghost fireballs rose into the air and then shot towards Li Chu. In an instant, it was as if thunder and fire had come together, a catastrophic calamity. Gongsun Ro, watching from the side, felt her heart tighten, unable to utter a sound, tears already welling up in her eyes. Bang! The ghost flames in the entire cave gathered around Li Chu, completely engulfing him, condensing into an almost pitch-black color. The black ghost fire clung to his body like a festering sore, burning him. This ghost fire devoured the flesh externally and the soul internally, once contaminated. It could not be extinguished until the host was completely turned to ashes. The Ghost King's fingers gathered in the air for a moment, laughing loudly. The day I break the seal of this broken sword will be the day I become immortal and indestructible. By then, I will rank among the Ghost Kings of the entire Ghost Nation. Who will dare to look down on me then? Gongsun Ro, seeing the overwhelming attack, thought that Li Chu was undoubtedly doomed, and shouted at the Ghost King, "You demon! Do you hate me? Hate me more. Your resentment can become a transaction with me." The Ghost King said coldly, "If you are willing to trade your life with me, I can leave a trace of your soul for this little Taoist, giving him a chance to be reborn. Otherwise, Before it could finish speaking, Li Chu's figure reappeared. The pitch-black ghost fire on him had already burned out, yet he was still in a neat robe, looking fresh and showing no signs of injury. Even Li Chu himself seemed a bit surprised. He looked at himself up and down and found he was indeed unscathed. raising his head to look at the Ghost King. Although it had no facial features, he could sense its obvious panic. This is impossible, the Ghost King murmured. This was its home ground. The countless bones in the burial cave were the best materials for ghost fire. Such a massive amount of ghost fire should have turned even a mountain-sized beast to dust. In the end, it even condensed into a large mass of dark ghost fire. That ghost fire, just a trace of it, meant there was absolutely no chance of escape, let alone being surrounded by an entire mass of ghost fire. It couldn't help but ask, what kind of body-refining divine ability do you have that can withstand my embrace of ghost fire? Li Chu looked calmly at the Ghost King and coldly uttered 3 words, iron cloth shirt. Damn, the Ghost King cursed inwardly. Are you still kidding me? Everyone knows about iron cloth shirt. That is simply a low-level, common martial arts technique, and you think it can withstand my Ghost King level embrace of ghost fire? Are you fooling a ghost? Anger surged in its heart, but within that anger, there was clearly a hint of fear. It roared, wanting to summon more ghost fire. At that moment, Li Chu suddenly turned around and grasped the rusted ancient sword embedded in the ground. A bit old, a bit rusty, and looking shabby didn't he matter. What mattered was that he was used to wielding a sword, and it was hard to exert himself without one. Li Chu gripped the hilt and pulled upwards with force, only to find it a bit heavy, needing a bit of spiritual energy to move it. The Ghost King saw this scene and couldn't help but laugh. Ha, you fool. You want to pull out this sword? Do you think it's just a joke? At this moment, only those 2 words could accurately and directly express its feelings. If it had eyeballs, they would surely have popped out of their sockets. Because Li Chu actually managed to pull the sword, rumbling. Although it was only embedded a foot deep into the ground, when pulled out, it seemed to stir something beneath, causing a rumbling sound within 100 feet radius. Even the entire cave began to shake. Li Chu started to realize that this sword was not simple, but having come this far, there was no way he could give up. He could only add a bit more spiritual energy. As the sword tip gradually lifted off the ground, the entire sword's appearance began to undergo a dramatic transformation. First, the rust on the blade fell off in large chunks, and the sword edge began to emit a clear dragon's roar without wind. As this sword chant sounded, light shone through the sword seams from underground. At this moment, the Ghost King did nothing, appearing a bit dazed. Moreover, it did not know whether to stop Li Chu from pulling out this sword, because this sword was the key to the seal of this sword domain. Once the sword was pulled out, it would mean the seal was broken, and it would be free. When Master Fuyun sealed it, it was at its weakest moment after escaping from the Ghost Nation. However, at that time, Master Fuyun was also nearing the end of his life, his vitality depleted. Being able to successfully suppress this Ghost King was not without an element of luck. But once the seal was broken and the sword domain unfolded, things would be different. It was like a great mountain pressing down on it. Even though Master Fuyun died afterward due to exhausting his vitality, the key of the sword domain was the sword that suppressed it. The power of the seal would not diminish in the slightest. In the thousands of days and nights that followed, the Ghost King had tried countless times to pull out this sword with brute force, but all had failed. Even now that its path of cultivation had fully recovered, it should be much stronger than Master Fuyun back then, still insufficient to break this seal. This was precisely the power of the sword domain seal. Sacrificing a sword could exchange for a suppression power far beyond itself. According to the Ghost King's estimate, even if it completely succeeded in reshaping its spiritual body and combined it with some profound ghostly techniques, it would only have an 80% chance of breaking this seal. But this little Taoist, he was actually uprooting the great mountain pressing down on himself. It was completely a brute force approach to confront the entire seal. This method was stiff and crude. It made the Ghost King feel a bit of fear, yet also a bit of delight. It had been crushed under the great mountain of the sword domain for far too long. In an instant, the sword was out. When the last inch of the sword tip left the ground, the entire ancient sword had already undergone a tremendous transformation. A red sword light traveled throughout the sword body. The sword's aura exuding scorching heat waves, the sword's spine like a dragon, with ancient inscriptions containing the ultimate principles of heaven and earth. Meanwhile, an aged and weary voice entered Li Chu's ears. Yu Naichuan Yang, a disciple of the pure Yang lineage, had received this divine sword from his master, Xianxiafan's, and it had been 63 years since. Using this sword as the formation eye to suppress evil spirits was truly a helpless move. If fellow practitioners were to come here in the future and kill this creature, they could also become the master of the divine sword. This sword is named Pure Yang. Pure Yang sword? Li Chu repeated the name. With the sword in hand, he could feel the fervor, combativeness, and righteousness emanating from the sword's body. These were the sword's emotions. This emotion was something he had never experienced before, and he liked these feelings. This was a sword of the righteous path. The sorrow and pain of losing the two-tail iron sword were instantly cast aside, even transforming into a sense of relief that the old had gone and the new could come. The sword energy surged into the sky, soaring like a dragon, seemingly unable to be contained. Holding the divine sword of the pure Yang lineage, Li Chu was equally eager to try it out. The gaze of the sword master and the aura of the divine sword simultaneously locked onto the front, where the recently freed Ghost King stood. In the Ghost King's mind, a single character for danger slowly magnified. At the front of the corpse cave, Bai Jian and Hong Ling stood guard at the outermost entrance. Suddenly feeling the entire mountain shake violently, Hong Ling patted her chest. Thankfully, the king allowed us to leave early. Otherwise, with a battle of this level, even a slight ripple could be enough to annihilate us. The ghost fire in Bai Jian's eyes flickered uncertainly, excitedly saying, "This doesn't seem like the aftermath of a battle. The seal has been broken." The king's seal? Does that mean the king has won? Hong Ling also became excited. Of course. Could it be that the little Taoist is breaking the seal for the king? Bai Jian's tone trembled unusually. I didn't expect the king's spirit to not be fully remade, yet already sufficient to unseal. If the spirit were fully remade, wouldn't that mean? Both ghosts turned their gazes towards the vast world outside the cave, excitedly wanting to shed tears. After waiting for so long, they finally awaited this day. For the king's seal, they had lingered here far too long, even sacrificing so many companions. Now it's good. We will all have a bright future. Chapter 84, the final chapter of A Doomed Ghost. Inside the long cold cave, due to the emergence of the pure Yang sword, a wave of heat arose under the illumination of the rainbow light. Li Chu held the pure Yang sword, facing the Ghost King from dozens of feet away. With the clouds light and the wind calm, he slashed down with one sword. At the moment he raised the sword tip, the Ghost King suddenly saw a flash of its entire life. It was a ghostly entity derived from the Ghost Kingdom's Ming River. Different from the ghosts transformed from the souls of the dead, it had never experienced life in the mortal world. Such pure entities were often exceptionally gifted. So after hundreds of years of cultivation, it had attained the strength of a Ghost King. The hierarchy of ghosts in the human world is simple and brutal. Wandering souls and wild ghosts are ignored, while slightly stronger resentful spirits or evil ghosts are recruited to become ghost soldiers. Ghost soldiers may take hundreds of years to become ghost generals, and climbing higher depends on talent and opportunity. Above ghost generals are ghost commanders, and above ghost commanders is the Ghost King. In the Ghost Kingdom, chaos reigned, with hundreds of small and large ghost kings often experiencing life and death exchanges. And the power gaps among them were quite significant. The top 10 rulers of the Ghost Kingdom are called the 10 Halls, each with many small ghost kings under their command. It was initially recruited by the 9th Hall Master and joined the 9th Hall. The 9th Hall Master was also a ghost from the Ming River, so he took good care of it. However, the good times did not last long. Shortly after it joined, the original 9th Hall Master was challenged and killed by a large ghost king under him. When the new 9th Hall Master ascended, the first thing he did was to exile those previous direct descendants. It fled, eventually making its way to the 6th Hall. Then, good times did not last again. The 6th Hall went to war with the 3rd Hall. Conflicts over the territory of xianxia are not uncommon in the Ghost Kingdom. But a large-scale war between two halls over territory is still rare. It just happened to arrive at that time. The result was a disastrous defeat for the 6th Hall. Although it fortunately survived and became a captive under the 3rd Hall. This wasn't necessarily a bad thing. The 3rd Hall had been dominant in the Ghost Kingdom for over 1,000 years, with immense power, so it could thrive under a big tree. But good times did not last long. Less than 100 years after it joined, another 4 halls, unable to bear the 3rd Hall's domineering ways, formed a coalition against it. One of the strongest in the Ghost Kingdom, the 3rd Hall Master fell. It quickly shifted allegiance to the coalition's strongest 5th Hall to survive. Subsequently, due to disputes over the division of the vast territory of the 3rd Hall, the 4 halls clashed. Good times simply never appeared. The strongest 5th Hall was the first to be eliminated, the 5th Hall Master severely injured, fleeing in panic, leaving all his subordinates behind. The Ghost Kings under the 5th Hall fled everywhere, and it nearly got devoured. It was tired. It was really tired. It couldn't understand why ghostly beings had to make things difficult for other ghosts. Moreover, it was always particularly difficult for it. So it joined the most uncontentious 2nd Hall in the Ghost Kingdom. The 2nd Hall Master was one of the oldest ghostly beings in the world, having lived through countless years, only confirming its existence since ancient times. Nowadays, even the Ghost Kings did not know how strong it was, and no one dared to challenge it. Who knew? Good times would not last again. Shortly after it joined, the 2nd Hall Master vanished. If it had been killed by a challenge from a Ghost King under him, at least there would have been a new king to ascend. But this sudden disappearance meant the 2nd Hall lost its protective umbrella, with no other Ghost King able to replace the 2nd Hall Master's position. The headless 2nd Hall instantly became a coveted prize. The other 8 halls pounced like hungry dogs, rushing to fight for it, resulting in a huge chaotic battle once again. That war swept through the entire Ghost Kingdom, with countless casualties, truly terrifying. Major powers lost Ghost Kings daily, let alone the second hall, which was the prey. So it wanted to seek refuge with the other powers. But it was rejected once, twice, 3 times, 9 times. The other 9 halls would not take it. At this time, it had gained a bit of fame among the numerous Ghost Kings, though its strength was insignificant, but its experiences were quite rich. Whichever hall it joined would be unlucky. The other Ghost Kings affectionately called it doomed. In a fit of anger, or rather, being left with no choice, it had to defect from the Ghost Kingdom and come to the mortal world. Upon its first appearance in the mortal world, it was at its weakest. So it hid in this unapproachable corpse cave, using the corpse chi within to cultivate. Having left the Ghost Kingdom, without the replenishment of xianxia energy, its spirit realm would soon dry up. Ghost generals could still manage, but those ghost soldiers in the spirit realm would suffer greatly. Coincidentally, there was a spot of xianxia in a nearby small town, temporarily connecting its spirit realm with that ghost tower. It felt this was a great help from heaven. Everything seemed to be going well. As long as it patiently awaited the recovery of its strength, it could become the greatest Ghost King within 1,000 miles. This was unimaginable in the Ghost Kingdom. Then it could make all those Ghost Kings who once looked down on it kneel before it, loudly proclaiming, "I am not doomed." What a relief. However, good times still did not come. Before that day arrived, a determined old Taoist appeared. He fought with a willingness to perish together, causing the Ghost King to instinctively feel fear and want to avoid his sharpness. Unexpectedly, the opponent unleashed a powerful seal in return. That seal lasted for many years. Having neither sought nor provoked anyone, encountering such a thing could really only be described as unfortunate. Yet even more unfortunate was that today it suddenly discovered that this seal might have been meant to protect it. At the moment the seal was broken, the vast sword energy also descended. After recalling its tragic and brief life, the Ghost King couldn't help but feel confused. Could it be that I truly am? Boom. A huge crimson sword energy column descended from the sky, piercing through the cave above and the mountain peak. In a moment of desperation, the Ghost King summoned all the ghostly flames to surround itself, instantly solidifying into a black egg. The unfortunate soul became an unfortunate egg, and the eggshell seemed to be an extremely tough shield. However, when the sword energy column landed on top, it made a soft sound. It shattered upon contact. The Ghost King's mind went blank, filled only with shock. Its dark silver body, filled with evil, vanished within a second, becoming formless, turning to ash and smoke, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. Li Chu clenched the pure yang sword with slight excitement. I finally have a special effect too. A burst of white light gathered around him, visible only to him, and he felt greatly satisfied. The experience points given by this Ghost King were absurdly high. It seems that to become wealthy, one must take risks. Just as Li Chu was about to rescue Gongsun Ro, he did not notice a trace of ethereal spirit quietly slipping out of the cave. This was an extremely weak residual soul energy generated after the death of a powerful being, due to extreme unwillingness, anger, resentment, and other emotions. This wisp of soul would not perish. If it found a suitable place and was nourished for hundreds of years, it might restore its past spirit and memories. In the human realm, there even exist ghost immortals formed from such souls. However, this weak soul, drifting to the entrance of the corpse cave, was discovered by a pair of skull eyes flickering with ghostly flames. The ghost must have been quite unwilling before the little Taoist died, right? A talent like him should be rare in the human realm, yet he became a stepping stone for the king to break the seal. It grinned maliciously and raised its finger. It easily crushed this wisp of soul. Just as the king had instructed, no one should expect to escape from this cave. Not even a remnant soul. Thus, the Ghost King's presence in the human realm completely vanished. Listening to the sounds inside the cave calmed down. Hong Ling said, "Let's go welcome the king out of the mountain." Bai Jian nodded. The painted skin and the skeleton both walked into the cave with smiles on their faces. Chapter 85. How strong am I? Just then, footsteps came from the other end of the cave. Bai Jian and Hong Ling were instantly stunned. They both doubted whether they had misheard. Listening again, it was still 2 footsteps. Soon, they saw Li Chu and Gongsun Ro walking out from inside, just in time to bump into 2 ghostly beings. Gongsun Ro was so scared that she hurriedly hid behind Li Chu. But then she suddenly remembered that their king had been killed by Li Chu. And her courage grew a little, so she puffed out her chest and glared at the 2 ghostly beings while still pressing close to Li Chu's back. Li Chu had not spoken yet when Bai Jian trembled and asked, "Why, you guys, how did you come out?" What truly frightened him was that there were originally 2 people and 1 ghost inside the cave, and now both people had come out unscathed, so the question arose. Who was the soul he had just obliterated? Li Chu raised the unsheathed pure yang sword and coldly said, "The ghostly beings inside the cave have been eliminated." "You You should also be on your way. The two ghostly beings, seeing that he was holding the eye of the formation divine sword, immediately guessed what had happened. The outcome for the king was predictable, and the two ghosts couldn't help but feel their hearts tremble. Hong Ling shouted, "Avenge the king, let's go together." Bai Jian echoed, "Good." The two ghostly beings heroically interacted for a moment, but Li Chu felt this scene was somewhat familiar. Sure enough, the next second, the two ghostly beings tacitly retreated together, one to the left and one to the right, each fleeing in different directions. Bai Jian was an old hand and, compared to the loyal Xianxia, was as simple as a blank sheet of paper. At this moment, Hong Ling felt a bit disappointed. Bai Jian was indeed much more astute than the other ghost generals. Bai Jian sneered inwardly, thinking, "Do you want this ghost commander to go to his death and block the little Taoist, just to buy you some time to escape? Haha, I will not be fooled." However, when Li Chu saw the two ghostly beings fleeing in separate directions, he quickly chose one target, which was Bai Jian. The reason was simple. It was stronger than Hong Ling's stronger ghostly beings yield higher experience points. Having just reached level 75, Li Chu wielded the newly acquired artifact, the Pure Yang sword, infused with the sharpness from just killing the Ghost King. With a single sword swing, roar, a red dragon howled out, its rainbow glow like flames, and in an instant, it engulfed Bai Jian's skeletal form. A few hours ago, the ghost commander who had boasted that he could defeat Li Chu couldn't even withstand a single sword strike and was shattered in midair. But that wasn't so embarrassing. At least for Li Chu, Bai Jian was an opponent of the same level as the Ghost King. From this perspective, Bai Jian could be proud enough. Meanwhile, Hong Ling took the opportunity to fly out of the cave, disappearing into the vast night, making it impossible to catch up. Li Chu frowned. Just then, he heard a thud. At the spot where Bai Jian died, it seemed something had fallen to the ground. He walked over, and in the large pit created by the sword energy, although Bai Jian's skeletal form had completely shattered and vanished, a palm-sized square bone remained on the ground. Dropped an item? Li Chu picked it up and held it in his hand, feeling smooth and cool, very comfortable. It looked like white jade or fine porcelain, bearing no resemblance to the frightening bones. Although he didn't know what it was, it felt quite valuable. As he took another step out of the cave with Gongsun Ro, he heard a call from outside the corpse cave. It seemed Hong Ling hadn't gone far. Li Chu hurriedly rushed over. There, on the bare black rocky peak, two graceful figures were engaged in fierce combat. One side was the red-clothed enchanting figure, moving erratically, filled with ghostly energy, which was Hong Ling. The other side wore a light green dress, with a veil covering her face. The veil seemed to have some magical effect, as it did not flutter even as she moved. Li Chu was somewhat surprised to see this figure and murmured, "Miss Bai Luo?" Indeed. The woman who detained Hong Ling was the Springfield Tower's elegant courtesan, Bai Luo, whom he had met before but had not revealed her face. At that time, Li Chu felt something unusual about her. Today he learned that she was a practitioner and not weak. He saw Bai Luo's hands forming seals that seemed to change like flowers. Every time she changed, a wall of ice would appear out of thin air. Up or down, left or right, they always blocked Hong Ling's path. Hong Ling was eager to escape and was annoyed by her interference. After several attempts, she finally shouted, "If you block me again, I will kill you." Enraged, the red-clothed painted skin's fingers elongated, shimmering with cold light, resembling long scissors swinging. Each swing sent nearly invisible shadow blades flying into the night. Bai Luo was not afraid at all. She simply raised her right hand lightly, and another tall ice wall appeared in front of her. The sharp shadow blade struck against it, producing a dull thudding sound but could not penetrate. Hong Ling moved like a gale, rushing forward, and with a cracking sound, she broke through the ice wall. However, behind the ice wall, it was empty. Hong Ling let out a surprised exclamation. Above her head, amidst the dim moonlight, a bright cold light suddenly flashed. Hong Ling didn't even look up. Relying almost entirely on her instincts honed over hundreds of years, she flipped in midair to dodge a sword light that slashed past her chest. If she had reacted even a moment slower, she would have been bisected. Even if her chest protruded another inch, the consequences would be unimaginable. Bai Luo had actually concealed herself within the shattered ice, perfectly hiding her form, and suddenly summoned a flying sword to strike fiercely. Hong Ling had no intention to fight. She had already sensed that Li Chu was watching her, as every hair on her body was standing on end. This was a terror only the little Taoist could bring her. Immediately, she tugged at her collar, and with a swish sound, in the blink of an eye, Bai Luo's sword light had already fallen again, penetrating its body and emitting a crisp sound like tearing silk. However, Bai Luo did not continue to stab down, for she knew this was a fake, a golden cicada shedding its shell. Hong Ling had already shed this skin. Taking advantage of the moment when everyone's attention was drawn away, her true self swiftly escaping. If Bai Luo had looked up, it would have been too late. But she merely swept her divine sense and confirmed Hong Ling's position. Then, with a flick of her sword technique, she raised the sword tip. Under the moonlight, the long sword in her hand appeared slender and beautiful, thin as a cicada's wing, ice clear and shimmering with a dangerous aura. Whoosh! A silver-white sword energy shot out, striking directly at Hong Ling's true self. Crackle! Hong Ling's true self was instantly frozen, layers of ice wrapping around her thicker and thicker, leaving her no chance to escape. Through the transparent ice, several people saw the true face of this painted skin for the first time. Her entire face was covered with hideous scars and broken wounds, making it nearly impossible to distinguish her features and contours. In short, it was ugly. Unspeakably ugly. No wonder she was so obsessed with plundering others' skins. The frozen figure did not die immediately. She seemed extremely terrified, her eyes rolling wildly. Li Chu raised his sword without a word, and a pillar of sword energy descended like heavenly punishment. Boom! Seeing this thick pillar of sword energy, Bai Luo's pupils involuntarily constricted. She looked at Li Chu in surprise. This action was a blatant attempt to steal a kill, which was rather embarrassing, but I need to grow stronger. Bai Luo lightly moved her toes, and her whole person flew over with the wind, arriving right in front of him in an instant. Li Chu decided that if Bai Luo pursued him for stealing the kill, he would apologize. However, it was clear that he was the only one in the world who cared about this. Bai Luo said softly, I didn't expect Taoist Xiao Li's cultivation to be so remarkable, truly an eye-opener. Hee, it's nothing much. Bai Luo gently shook her head. Li Chu then asked, Miss Bai Luo, why? This ghost had previously spied on me in secret. She thought I didn't know. But I had sensed it long ago, so I was curious and followed her for a few days. Bai Luo directly replied, This young lady was kidnapped, and I witnessed the entire process of her entering this cave, but there is a powerful ghost inside that I dared not confront. I stayed here thinking I might find a chance to save her. I didn't expect Taoist Xiao Li to enter the cave directly and easily rescue her. I was about to leave when I happened to see this ghost escape, and since there were no helpers around her, I dared to take action against her. That's how it is. If Taoist Xiao Li has any other questions, I must beg your pardon for not being able to provide further information. She smiled lightly and said her last sentence. Li Chu understood her meaning, the reasons behind her cultivation, why she hid in Chunman Tower, and her purpose in Yuhang Town were secrets that could not be revealed to outsiders. In fact, he was not particularly curious, so he nodded and said, In any case, thank you, Miss Bai Luo, for your assistance. No need to mention it. Ridding evil and safeguarding the way is simply our duty. Miss Bai Luo nodded lightly. Taoist Xiao Li, until we meet again. After saying this, she soared lightly into the air, like a fleeting figure under the moonlight, gliding away. Gongsun Ro looked at her back with a hint of admiration and asked, Does Taoist Xiao Li know this young lady? We have met once. Li Chu replied, She is a popular courtesan at Chunman Tower. This surprised Gongsun Ro a bit. Has the threshold for entering the brothels become so high now? The next day, Yu Qian rose early as usual, sitting under the locust tree, beside the well, savoring the freshly brewed tea. Now, brewing tea was no longer something he had to do himself. The fox girl would take care of everything nicely. Compared to the adorably simple little koi, the fox girl's thoughts were much more astute. She knew how to please people, read their expressions, and remember everyone's preferences to cater to them. She even specially learned a good tea art. Li Chu came out early, saw his master sitting here as usual, and suddenly felt a bit at ease. He walked over and sat down opposite Yu Qian. Master, I have a few questions I'd like to ask. He said directly. Go ahead. Yu Qian put down his teacup and smiled. Does master recognize this item? Li Chu took out the bone jade that had burst forth from the white slip and placed it on the table. Oh. Yu Qian showed an interested expression. This is unmelting bone. Unmelting bone? That's right. I assume you obtained it from a well-cultivated skeleton, right? Yu Qian asked. Yes. Li Chu nodded. Yu Qian continued. That's it then. Skeletons cultivate, becoming harder as they practice. When they reach the highest realm, they become unmelting bones. However, this unmelting bone can only be refined piece by piece. Although this piece is only palm-sized, it probably requires hundreds or even thousands of years of effort. If it were to finish cultivating an entire body of unmelting bone, then it would be unbeatable under heaven and earth, extremely powerful. Hearing Yu Qian speak so highly of this item, Li Chu leaned slightly forward and asked, So, this item. After a pause, Yu Qian seemed to see through his thoughts and smiled as he asked, Is it valuable? Heh. Li Chu chuckled awkwardly. Unmelting bones are not very useful. But if one encounters a client, they are priceless treasures. For example, if a martial artist wants to replace a bone, or if a puppeteer is refining a puppet, incorporating such a piece of bone would definitely be the finishing touch. You should keep it for now. If an opportunity arises in the future, it won't be too late to sell it. Yu Qian advised, if you take it to those immortal sect pawnshops now, you might be offered a low price. All right. Li Chu nodded and put away the unmelting bone. After discussing this, the air fell into a slight silence. Yu Qian took another sip of tea and said, "Don't you have more questions?" "Indeed." Li Chu hesitated for a moment and asked somewhat tentatively, "Master, I want to ask how strong I really am." "Oh." Yu Qian seemed to chuckle, but his left eyelid flickered slightly. "Why this sudden question?" "Because I used to think I was weak, but since these days of exorcising evil, it seems that I have never encountered an equal under my sword." Li Chu said slowly, feeling no need to be modest in front of his master. "If I only contend with evil spirits, it seems that I can't see my own cultivation level. However, against the outstanding disciples of Chao Tianke and Xin Su Guan, they cannot handle the evil spirits, while I often find it relatively easy to deal with them. That is why I'm curious to ask my master, what level am I at now?" Li Chu asked seriously. He had been carefully dealing with lantern monsters at Shirley Slope, living a relatively peaceful life. However, after those seemingly terrifying evil spirits jumped out and were cut down by his sword one after another, he felt, this seemed similar to dealing with lantern monsters. If they weren't weak, then it could only mean that I am strong. Yu Qian fell silent, looking at Li Chu meaningfully. After a while, he countered, "Let me ask you, according to your previous plans, what do you intend to do?" Li Chu thought for a moment and said, "Buy 2 properties in Hangzhou Prefecture and quietly wait for them to appreciate. Then buy 2 more. Wait for them to appreciate again and repeat." Yu Qian smiled slightly. "Then if you were invincible in the world, what would you plan to do?" "Invincible in the world?" Li Chu was taken aback. "How invincible?" "Extremely exaggerated," Yu Qian said. After asking this question, his eyelids slightly lowered, his gaze obscured, making it impossible to see. Mysterious and unfathomable. His face seemed to be smiling, but his right hand discreetly moved into his sleeve, as if holding something. Tension. Li Chu pondered for a long time over this question. After a while, he slowly spoke. "A wise sage from the Liu family once said, 'With great power comes great responsibility.' If I had powerful strength, naturally, I would want to eradicate the evil spirits harming the world, eliminate all visible evil, and earn some money along the way. But when it comes to being invincible in the world, some things cannot be solved by violence. Or rather, at this level of violence, not only can it fail to solve certain problems, but it can also create many new ones. There exists an absolute form of violence, even if my heart is just. And even if I could live forever, it doesn't necessarily mean I can make the world a better place. Because as long as this power exists, it will inevitably form an uncontrollable vortex of power around it. It might be better to let the world operate according to its original laws. At least such a trajectory is predictable, and the world will form increasingly better rules. Continuously evolving rules are far more reliable than absolute violence governed by human nature. Therefore, as long as this world has not encountered a catastrophic disaster, I probably will not appear. Living a hidden life among the common people, or finding a secluded place to spend my old age, might be the best choice." Li Chu pondered as he replied. Yu Qian's smile gradually became radiant. "What you said is very good, and I am very pleased," he said. Li Chu felt a bit happy receiving his master's praise, but what about the disciple's question? "What question? How strong am I actually?" Li Chu repeated. Yu Qian shook his head. "I don't know." "Huh?" Li Chu was surprised. "Just like you don't know how strong I am?" Yu Qian retorted. Li Chu naturally shook his head. "That's just it. Your cultivation method is vastly different from everyone else's in the world. In fact, I have been unable to see through you for quite some time," Yu Qian said with a smile. "However, as long as you maintain your heart and uphold the right path, you can't go wrong. Can you?" "Uphold the right path," Li Chu murmured, pondering. "I really liked what you just said. With great power comes great responsibility. Your current abilities may be strong, but they are still unclear. What responsibility are you prepared to take on?" Yu Qian pressed further. If that's the case, the next step I want to take is to make the name of De Yunguan known throughout Hangzhou Prefecture." Li Chu raised his eyebrows and said loudly, "Oh, that won't be easy." "Indeed, but I have heard Li Sini mention several times that Chao Tianke is understaffed in Hangzhou Prefecture, and the various sects in the city charge exorbitant fees. Many villages and towns nearby need help. I thought that once Yuhang Town stabilizes, if I have the energy, I could help the people of the entire Hangzhou Prefecture, and they would surely be very happy." Yu Qian nodded slowly, smiling as he said one word, "Good." After Li Chu left the front hall for a long time, Yu Qian finally moved. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with his left hand, and when he shakily pulled something out of his sleeve with his right hand, he tightly clenched it. It turned out to be an album. "I almost let this kid catch me. Next time I must be more careful," he murmured as he opened the cover of the album, his eyes gradually shining with light. On the cover of the album were faintly inscribed 4 large characters: Fei, Hua, Yan, Xiang.